A genius with a hidden class of world-altering potential gave up all his powers to establish a makeshift academy, all for the chance to access a mysterious lottery system. Mr. Li, the academy has been fully inspected and is now yours, said the constructors as they handed over the keys to a brand new academy within the Nanyang University city. Li Qixing transferred the last 50 million star coins to the two builders. Feel free to contact us if you need anything else, they said as they left. Li Qixing overheard their murmurs. I can't believe it's true. I used my appraisal skill, and his attribute panel really has disappeared. What a waste of a hidden class stronger than rare ones. When he switched classes, it caused a celestial phenomenon. How terrifying. If it hadn't mysteriously vanished, even top-tier schools in Modu would have fought over him. Is this guy out of his mind? With enough wealth to last a lifetime, he could live comfortably without a class as long as he stayed in the city. Building a no-name academy with no credentials. Is he hoping to attract students with just the buildings? Maybe he knows he can't further his education at a university, so he's building one to fulfill a dream? Or perhaps he's just renovating an old family estate. Listening to their fading laughter, Li Qixing smirked. Giving up a hidden class system, don't let me down. The interface appeared. Academy lottery system. Host, Li Qixing. Level 1. Academy points, 10,000. Students, 0-10. Academy rules, none. Personal skills, none. Academy level, low grade, non-mainstream. Points can be earned by expanding the student body, increasing combat power, and acquiring resources. The system offers 5 tiers of lottery, from a low-probability basic version to a high-probability premium version requiring 1,000,000 points. In this world where everyone can change classes and games merge with reality, dungeon resources have long been divided among various factions. Li Qixing immediately tried the basic lottery and surprisingly won the Monster Kill Experience Multiplier rule, which multiplies experience by 100 times for Academy dungeon monsters. One monster equating to 100 for others was an exhilarating prospect. But without a class, he had no combat power, rendering the experience boost useless. He decisively opted for 10 more draws, initially only getting minor boosts in strength and defense, but each attribute increase was palpable. When the 5th draw indicated a win, Li Qixing held his breath. The first draw had already given him such an incredible rule, so what surprise would this one bring? The first rule 100 times experience boost had already left Li Qixing in awe. Given that, what could the second rule be? He felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. He glanced down at the panel, where the rule appeared vividly. Rule. The Academy's headmaster can unconditionally acquire one skill from any student, and the headmaster's skill usage has no cost and no cooldown. Upon seeing this, Li Qixing couldn't help but gasp. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the shock of this moment made his heart race. The headmaster could freely acquire a skill from any student and use it without any cost or cooldown. This was an otherworldly power. With enough students, wouldn't it be possible to master countless skills at will? Coupled with the first rule, the 100 times experience boost, this combination would undoubtedly place him in an unbeatable position. Imagine recruiting a few students, acquiring several powerful skills, and growing at an unimaginable speed with the 100 times experience boost. Whether it's a mage, a swordsman, or advanced magic and forbidden spells, all professions would flourish, and Li Qixing felt that powerful skills were within his grasp. With these 2 rules, his future seemed limitless, invincible even. A smile spread across his face as Li Qixing eagerly anticipated the next draw. Each rule was a step towards his peak. Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn. Thanks for participating. Consolation prize, 1 spirit. Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn. As long as you're happy. Consolation prize, 1 agility. Spirit, strength, agility, defense. Although he didn't have a dedicated profession panel, these consolation prizes were acquired in such a unique way that it was rather novel. Li Qixing wasn't impatient. He continued to wait. After all, he understood that even consolation prizes were a form of accumulation for him. Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 strength. Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 1 strength. Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn. Nothing at all. Consolation prize, 1 defense. Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn. Thanks for participating. Consolation prize, 1 spirit. Even after several unsuccessful draws, Li Qixing remained calm. He knew that a consolation prize, no matter how small, was still a reward, better than leaving empty-handed. After the 10 draws, Li Qixing confirmed he had spent 1,000 points. The system's 10 winning probability seemed to be well controlled, with the draw results being so steady. Is that it? He wondered, though he quickly recovered. Keep going, keep drawing, system. Give me a luxurious triple draw. The luxurious triple draw is now being initiated. Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize, 100 strength. Li Qixing's eyes lit up. 100 strength? This reward was significantly more powerful than the previous consolation prizes. As the prize level increased, the rewards evidently became extraordinary. Li Qixing felt a peculiar energy coursing through his body, as if his cells were rapidly dividing and reorganizing, strengthening him every second. 100 strength, he murmured, filled with an indescribable sense of awe. It seemed even consolation prizes weren't bad. Nevertheless, he knew the truly exciting things were yet to come. Consolation prizes are nice, but rules are what truly captivate. System, continue the draw. Ding. Congratulations, you've drawn an intermediate rule. Intermediate rule? Li Qixing was momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened. A rule stronger than a low-level one. Looks like today's luck is great. He eagerly looked at the panel, and the new rule that appeared left him astounded. Rule, all Academy students' skill power is increased by 10,000 times. This is unbelievable. Li Qixing's heart skipped a beat, completely overwhelmed by this rule. All Academy students' skills increased by 10,000 times in power? That could destroy a small city. If the Academy had sufficiently powerful students, combined with the previous 100 times experience boost, the growth speed would be unimaginable. At that moment, Li Qixing truly felt he was standing at the starting point of a pinnacle. As soon as Li Qixing acquired any kind of combat skill, he was immediately thrilled. However, he quickly calmed himself. There was one last chance in his 3 consecutive draws, and he hoped for another surprise. Ding. Congratulations, you received nothing. Consolation prize, defense 100. It was expected. Li Qixing didn't complain about the system. Such a guaranteed consolation prize was quite decent. Having system assistance was certainly simpler than relying solely on himself. His points balance showed 5,900 points. A thought emerged in Li Qixing's mind: should he go for something big? He was never indecisive. Once he thought of something, he acted on it. System, initiate the luxury draw. Luxury draw activated. Ding. Congratulations, you received a thanks for participating consolation prize, Spirit 500. Looking at the result, Li Qixing's mouth twitched slightly. Spending 5,000 points all at once did sting a bit. Spending 5,000 points just for a thanks for participating? Damn it. He grumbled internally but quickly turned his attention to the change in his spirit attribute. With the addition of 500 spirit points, Li Qixing closed his eyes slightly. A gentle tremor resonated in his mind, and his spiritual power spread like a tide. So, this is the wonder of the spirit attribute. Even with his eyes closed, he could accurately sense everything happening around him, as if he had a god's eye view. He could clearly see his entire body and everything within a few meters around him. Beyond that, it became a blind spot. Smack! Li Qixing clapped his hands, instantly killing a mosquito that was about to bite him. Mosquito, don't think you can hide just because my eyes are closed. The enhancement from his spiritual power was indeed impressive. After swatting the mosquito, Li Qixing refocused. Although he had spent 5,000 points, he didn't feel it was a loss. The 500 spirit points were a substantial gain, and spirit class professionals would need to reach max level in their first transition to have such an attribute value. Closing the system panel, Li Qixing turned and walked towards the Academy's gate. The remaining 900 points weren't enough to continue drawing, and he wasn't interested in the basic draws. Now, it was time to test the effectiveness of the rules. He took out his phone and found a contact labeled Lupai in his address book, then dialed the number. As soon as it rang, a slick voice came through. Boss Shing, what can I do for you? Li Qixing's lips curled up. You've been granted a spot at Super God Academy. If you're bored, you can come over to enroll. It's an exceptional admission, no acceptance letter yet. Super God Academy was a name Li Qixing had given to the academy, which sounded quite impressive. All right, I'm on my way, came the enthusiastic response from the other end. On the other end, a handsome young man in sportswear had just hung up the call and was about to leave when he received a loud slap on the back of his head. Smack! Lupai, damn you, sit tight. This is the enrollment meeting for universities in Nion City. I worked hard to get you a spot, don't mess it up. Beside Lupai sat a burly middle-aged man, standing 2 meters tall, with explosive muscles, resembling a walking giant. This was Lu Yi, Lupai's father, and the renowned head of the Lu family in Nion City. Dad, I said I wouldn't join any enrollment. I already have a preferred academy. I'm only here to give you face, don't push it. Lupai ignored his father's warning and stood up to leave. You brat, are you rebelling? Lu Yi fumed. Getting noticed by a top-tier academy is a blessing for generations. It's second only to the elite institutions in Magic City, and you still want to run. I'll break your legs. Boom. Lu Ye's body shook, and a wave of heat emanated from him. Damn, Dad, are you forcing me to rebel? I just transitioned to a magma mage, a rare class. Don't push me. Smack. Lu Yi slapped down with such force that the air seemed to explode. Mom, help. Dad's trying to kill me. In the quiet meeting room, Lu Yi and his son Lu Pai exchanged blows rapidly, trading a dozen moves in no time. Lu Ye's punches were fierce, and although Lu Pai struggled to defend himself, he stubbornly stood his ground. The onlookers watched in silence, refraining from intervening. After all, it wasn't unusual for the Lu family to showcase their strength at such gatherings. Experience proved its worth. After a few rounds, Lupai was visibly exhausted, with blood trickling from his nose, yet his eyes still burned with defiance. Go ahead, keep hitting me. You beat me when I was 18, but wait until you're 80 and see how I deal with you. Lupai glared around at the spectators. What are you staring at? Never seen someone get hit before. He turned to his father, raising his voice. Dad, I'm telling you, my boss just called. His academy is ready, and I'm enrolling today. Either kill me or let me go. Before he finished speaking, Lupai turned and walked away decisively. You ungrateful brat. Damn it, you're going to be the death of me. Lu Yi gritted his teeth, then forced a smile for the assembled mentors. Where were we? Oh, right. My son meets the top academy's entry requirements, and there are a few other academies as backups. He specifically addressed Mentor Wang with a slight bow. Mentor Wang, please hold a spot for Lupai. Let him delay his start by a few days. As he turned to leave, Lu Yi called back. You keep this up, and I'll tell your mother. Mentor Wang, remember to hold that spot. As soon as the Lu family left, the room buzzed with chatter from the other prodigies. Does anyone know which academy Lupai is going to? Giving up a top academy, could there possibly be a new prestigious school in Nion City? One genius asked in confusion. No way, I haven't heard anything. And I'm also in a rare profession but haven't received any admission notice, another chimed in. A bespectacled young man sneered. You don't know the half of it. I know the academy Lupai is heading to. It's not even third rate, just a sham school. Its principal, Qixing, was in my school, recently transitioned to a hidden profession, and strangely reverted to an ordinary person. Qixing, I know him. His family is wealthy. A girl interjected. He once saved Lupai from being cornered in a restroom. Ah, that explains why Lupai would rush to such a sham school. Everyone realized. But he's foolish to gamble his future like this. Getting into a top academy would have set him on a fast track. Looks like the Lu family might be ruined by him. Ridiculous. Going to a sham school. Even a rare profession won't save him. A muscular young man scoffed. Haha, isn't there a university resource competition a month after school starts? Another said with a hint of malice in his eyes. Maybe we'll meet Lupai there and show him the gap in skill, and maybe even beat him up. In a competition, even his dad can't protect him. The prodigies chatted animatedly, while the mentors from different academies couldn't help but smirk. Even Mentor Wang from the top academy cast a disdainful glance at the door. Top academies never lack geniuses, Mentor Wang said contemptuously. Though the Lu family donated a small amount, it's not enough to make the academy take notice. Another mentor shook his head in resignation. These days, anyone can start an academy. In this era of universal career transitions, a kid with no profession trying to run an academy is laughable. Well, during the resource competition, let's have our weakest student challenge their principal, a tall mentor said with a cold smile. It might be a bit unfair, but it should be interesting. Find out the name of that academy and keep an eye on it. Mentor Wang concluded. Ordinary people trying to enter the professional academy circle and dreaming of being a principal? Some young people don't know their limits just because they have a bit of money. They better not ruin themselves. When Li Qixing's newly founded academy was revealed to the public, it surprisingly drew considerable attention. However, at that moment, he remained oblivious to the outside world's buzz, standing quietly at the academy's entrance, waiting for his first student, Lupai. For him, having a few students enroll was enough to keep the academy running. After all, with the rules in place, the speed of improvement would surely surpass everyone's expectations. 20 minutes later, a young boy with bruises hurried over. Boss Shing, Xiaopai reporting in. Lupai said, rubbing his swollen cheek and flashing a grin. Li Qixing glanced at his battered appearance and remarked calmly. Got hit by your dad again? Wipe the blood off your nose. Later, I'll help you level up for revenge. Remember, if you can't challenge your dad within 3 days, you're out. After completing the enrollment process, Lupai officially became the first student of the Super God Academy. Li Qixing wasted no time and took him straight to the dungeon building. Boss Shing, am I the only one in the academy? Lupai asked as they walked. With me, there are 2 of us. Are there any skill books in the skill building suitable for me? Not a single one. What about resources? Nothing except one level dungeon. Lupai paused. So, are we going to grind the same dungeon for 4 years? He said with a pained expression. Boss, if I try to run, just beat me up. Don't worry, I'll break your legs. Soon, they arrived at the dungeon building. Lupai said seriously, Boss, I can guarantee I'll level up in half a month in the level dungeon. I won't embarrass you. His words carried some concern, considering the academy's lack of resources and the possibility of trouble if his strength didn't keep up. Don't worry, Li Qixing replied confidently. This dungeon may be low level, but the experience is definitely not less than in a level, and it can even surpass that, matching level. Seeing Lupai's skeptical expression, he raised an eyebrow. What? Don't believe me? Boss, I believe you. You're the boss, the dean, whatever you say is right. Lupai quickly affirmed, though he instinctively scratched his lower back. You really can't kick that habit of lying and scratching your butt. Li Qixing scolded and stepped into the dungeon passage. Boss, I really do believe you. Lupai followed him inside. A bright light flashed, and they found themselves in a dense Treant forest. Flevel Treant forest, total of 100 monsters, including 57 small creatures, 42 Treant elite monsters, and 1 Treant boss. Li Qixing surveyed the surroundings and asked, since you changed professions a month ago, how many dungeons have you cleared? He was curious about how many levels Lupai could gain under the influence of hundredfold experience. Lupai proudly straightened his chest. Boss, I'm not very talented. I've only managed to reach level 13 this month, not many levels gained. His tone couldn't hide his sense of pride. Upon realizing that his boss was just an ordinary person, Lupai immediately toned down his smug expression and adopted a humble demeanor. Don't worry, boss. With me, Lupai, here, the academy is bound to thrive. I promise to run 2 dungeons every day and never fall behind, Lupai said sincerely. Level 13. Li Qixing raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression on his face. Seems a bit low, but no worries. Start grinding monsters for levels. From today onwards, get ready to soar. Got it, Lupai responded solemnly, determination gleaming in his eyes. He knew very well that the experience from level dungeon monsters was pitifully low. Now that he was at level 13, the experience needed to level up would multiply, but he vowed silently. His life was given by the boss, and he should strive to enhance his strength. At the very least, he must ensure that no one dares to bully the boss in Nion City. All right, let's get to work, Lupai muttered, his form flashing as he swiftly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Li Qixing followed behind, his focus on the system panel in front of him. The moment Lupai completed his enrollment, the system popped up a new notification. Academy Rule Alert. New student detected. The host may unconditionally use 1 professional skill of the student. The student has 3 skills available for selection. Skill 1. Basic Appraisal. Allows viewing of monster and low-tier professional attributes. Skill 2. Magma Fist. A rare low-level professional skill that delivers a searing punch. Skill 3. Magma Rush. A rare low-level professional skill that allows temporary magma transformation for a charge. This kid only learned 2 combat skills. Li Qixing pondered. If it's a choice of 3, I don't need appraisal for now. Boosting combat power is more urgent. Magma Rush packs a punch. System, choose 3. Ding. Rule power activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Magma Rush, no cooldown, no cost. As the skill took hold, Li Qixing felt a surge of power within him. With just a thought, he could transform into magma and launch an attack. Having rule support is awesome. Li Qixing grinned, filled with anticipation for the future. Ahead, Lupai had already encountered his first monster. He clenched his fist, a hot aura radiating from his hand. Monster, Bouncing Rabbit, level 1. Even if it's just 11 experience points, it's worth taking down. With a boom, he landed a punch, instantly annihilating the dungeon monster. Just then, Li Qixing's system panel lit up with another notification. Detected that Academy student has defeated a monster, in line with rule support. Would you like to enable the 100x dungeon experience boost permission? The system is thoughtful. Having the principal grant permission makes sense. Li Qixing nodded. All right, activate the first rule. Defeating Academy dungeon monsters, experience boost by 100 times. With a buzz, as the permission activated, a leveling up glow suddenly appeared around Lupai. What's happening? Lupai wondered, checking his attribute panel. Congratulations on defeating a level 1 small monster. Experience gained, 11. Super Academy rule support. Experience boost by 100 times. Total experience gained, 1100. Experience cap reached. Congratulations on leveling up to level 14. Lupai stood there, completely stunned. What? Leveling up from just 1 small monster? What's going on? And what is this Super Academy rule boost? 11 experience points turned into 1100. Lupai was completely stunned, his eyes wide and mouth slightly open, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. He stammered as he turned to Li Qixing. Boss, to you. Li Qixing raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Why are you standing there like a fool? This is standard procedure at the academy. Don't embarrass yourself, get to monster hunting. With that, he focused back on the system panel. Ding, your student has leveled up once, entering the basic stage of their profession. Congratulations, host, you have earned 10 points. Leveling up once gives 10 points. Li Qixing calculated to himself. The difficulty of earning points is even easier than I thought. Earning a few hundred points a day is no big deal. Accumulate for 10 days or half a month, and not just a luxurious draw, even a wealthy one. I might have a shot. Excellent. Li Qixing clenched his fist slightly, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'll see if I can level up too, he murmured, scanning the dungeon carefully. Without a personal panel, if I can't level up, I'll have to rely on the system's consolation prize. Li Qixing wasn't in a hurry to activate the skill power 1000-fold amplification. He wanted to first try extracting the raw power of Lupai's lava burst skill. Glancing at the still-dazed Lupai, he reminded him, Lupai, time is valuable, don't waste it. There are plenty of geniuses in the world. It's just one level up, don't get cocky. With that, Li Qixing turned and headed deeper into the dungeon. After all, Lupai was the Academy's first student and the first source of point generation. Even though they were brothers, he couldn't let Lupai slack off with such favorable conditions. Lupai remained in a daze until Li Qixing's figure began to fade into the distance, snapping him back to reality. Boss, oh my god. 100 times experience. Am I about to take off, boss? He shouted, running after Li Qixing. Wait for me, boss. Stand there and wait for me. The ground's dirty. Suddenly, Lupai's eyes widened as he saw a level 1 monster charging at Li Qixing. Damn, a monster. Boss is in danger. His expression changed drastically. Skill, lava fist. Get lost, monster. Don't touch my boss. Lupai roared, channeling all his agility, charging forward recklessly. In that instant, Li Qixing's calm voice rang out. Skill, lava burst. Boom. A terrifying heat radiated from Li Qixing, instantly enveloping him in layers of scorching lava. Whoosh. The skill activated, and Li Qixing turned into a streak of crimson light, charging at the monster. Bang. With a muffled sound, the monster was instantly killed by Li Qixing, dissolving into a cluster of light and vanishing into the air. Congratulations, you have killed a small monster, experience 12. Academy rule boost. Congratulations, host, experience 1200. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to LV2. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to LV3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to LV5. Ding. You have leveled up 4 times. Congratulations, you have earned 40 points. I can level up. And I leveled up 4 times. Li Qixing's eyes gleamed with surprise. I didn't expect that in this world, even without a personal panel, I could still level up. Is it because I originally awakened to a profession? Unable to comprehend the reasoning, Li Qixing didn't bother overthinking it. Since he could level up, he would strive to improve. Growing the academy into something big and strong fueled his excitement. Being able to level up was indeed a joy. Ding. Just then, a prompt appeared on the system panel. System prompt. You have used a skill. Would you like to enable the skill power 1000-fold amplification permission? Li Qixing looked at the prompt on the panel, and a smile appeared on his lips. He had an idea in mind and gently shook his head, tapping the air with his finger. Not yet, he said to himself. I'll practice using the skill a bit more, kill a few small monsters to get the hang of it. Once the power boost is activated, controlling it will be tricky. Better to try it out with less intensity first. Choosing not to activate the immense power boost immediately, Li Qixing glanced at Lupai beside him and shook his head with a smile. Just using one skill had left Lupai utterly shocked. After all, seeing a regular person without a designated profession wield a skill was enough to astonish anyone. Not to mention the power of the skill, which had completely shattered Lupai's understanding of the world. I'll just consider it my hidden talent, Li Qixing thought to himself, continuing to swing his sword at the monsters. He didn't bother explaining, there was no need. Each strike was precise and powerful, and the monsters in front of him fell one after another. Lupai swallowed hard, standing frozen in place, his expression a mix of shock and deep fear. Some things are better left unasked, unseen, he reminded himself silently. His boss was like a monster, beyond any logical explanation. Especially the skills that Li Qixing used, which were completely unrelated to his original profession. The more Lupai thought about it, the more confused he became, his mind a whirl of mixed emotions, yet he dared not dwell on it further. Choosing to clear his mind of chaotic thoughts, he continued to busy himself in the dungeon. At that moment, the monsters were scarce, making the search for them frustrating. With a loud boom, Li Qixing killed another monster. He was getting more adept at using his skills, feeling like he was mastering their essence. The system's notification sounded. Congratulations on defeating a small monster, experience 12. Academy rule bonus, experience 1200. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up to LV6. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up to LV7. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up to LV8. Ding. You've leveled up 3 times, earning 30 points. The continuous level up notifications left Li Qixing in awe of the terrifying effect of the 100-fold experience boost, allowing him to level up with ease. He felt the power within him gradually increasing, and though he had no attribute panel, his physique, agility, and mental strength seemed to be growing stronger. Each moment of improvement was palpable, especially the boost from the consolation prize, which felt somewhat absurd. It seems like without an attribute panel, I might be able to skip the job advancement task. If I could really avoid it, wouldn't that be like exploiting a bug? Li Qixing mused to himself. However, every rule of the academy seems like a bug, so there's no need to overthink it. Muttering to himself, he suddenly focused his gaze, setting a new goal. Reach first advancement LV30 max level today. With this in mind, Li Qixing refocused his efforts and continued to sweep through the dungeon, taking down monsters. In the distance, Lupai was not to be outdone, having just defeated a monster. The system notification sounded again. You defeated a small monster, experience 15. Academy rule bonus, experience 1500. Your experience has reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV16. Awesome, Lupai shouted, eyes gleaming with excitement and exhilaration. Boss, I'm going to be invincible, haha. He punched wildly, each hit on the small monsters bringing in massive experience, his expression twisting with frenzy and thrill. When I reach my second advancement, no, third advancement, I'll definitely show my dad what I'm made of, haha. Lupai declared confidently, already envisioning his future invincible prowess. At this moment, Qixing was overwhelmed with excitement as notifications on the system panel flashed one after another. Your trainee leveled up twice, points 20. Congratulations, you leveled up twice, points 20. In just a brief moment, the academy points had soared past 120. This rapid progress made Qixing feel as if he was speeding down a highway with no obstacles in sight. He had already activated the skill power multiplier by 10,000 times, and with this pace, he could easily earn hundreds of points with a single strike. He stepped forward, heading towards the elite Treant monster. Now at level 10, such elite monsters were hardly a challenge. With no cooldown or resource consumption for his skills, even facing the Treant boss, he felt confident enough to battle it. Sensing the threat, the elite Treant monster immediately swung its branches, turning them into vines that attacked Qixing from all directions. Qixing sneered inwardly. An elite monster dares to harm me? Without hesitation, he activated his skill magma burst. A crimson beam shot out towards the Treant and, with hardly any pause, struck its body with a thunderous explosion. The elite monster was killed instantly, and even the vines snapped in an instant. The Treant elite was annihilated in a flash, its body scattered, and broken branches fell around. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Treant elite monster. Experience 21. Academy rule enhancement, 100-fold increase, experience 2100. Your experience reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV11. Your experience reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV12. Your level increased twice, points 20. Killing an elite monster only increased my level twice. Qixing was slightly taken aback. Clearly, as his level increased, the experience required also grew. However, he was gradually mastering the use of his skills and planned to try a more powerful approach. Just as Qixing was about to activate the skill's 10,000-fold increase, the system panel prompted again. Your trainee leveled up once, points 10. Your trainee leveled up once, points 10. Could it be Lupai? Qixing looked up and saw Lupai busy fighting a monster. Qixing decided to have him stop the battle first, as the 10,000-fold skill increase might even harm himself. He patiently waited until Lupai finished off the monster before calling him over. Boss, do you need something? Lupai came over with a cheerful grin, clearly pleased with himself. Look, I'm already at level 20, almost at the max level for the first transition. It's amazing. At this level, no freshman in the university city dares to mess with me. Haha. When the resource competition starts, it'll teach those who mocked us a harsh lesson and become truly unstoppable. While Lupai was laughing heartily, he had already started seeing Qixing as his idol. Listening to him, Qixing smiled slightly, thinking, unstoppable? This is just the beginning. He softly said, next, he'll show you what true invincibility looks like. Silently, he gave a command in his mind. System, activate the 10,000-fold skill power increase. Ding. Rule activated. All academy trainees, skill power increased by 10,000 times. Permission granted. As the permission was granted, a confident smile appeared on Qixing's lips. He extended his mental power to envelop Lupai. With his current mental attributes, he could control objects within a small range using mental power. Due to the rules of the world where everyone had transitioned to their roles, using a skill wouldn't harm oneself, and those covered by the skill would also avoid harm. Boss, why are you covering me with your mental power? Are you afraid your powerful skill might hurt me? Lupai asked with a laugh upon noticing Qixing's action. Qixing didn't reply, only slightly raising the corners of his mouth, a hint of depth in his eyes. Then, he suddenly shouted, let me show you the right way to farm monsters. Before he finished speaking, Qixing's body shook violently, magma enveloping him. His aura became even more intense, making the surrounding air feel as if it was on fire. In the next second, his figure flashed, and boom, the magma burst skill activated, transforming into a crimson beam shooting forward. The moment Qixing activated his skill, under the Academy's rule enhancement, the skill's power increased 10,000-fold. The entire dungeon's ground shook suddenly, a scorching aura spreading as if the earth itself was breathing. Then boom, boom, a series of thunderous roars erupted, sweeping through the entire dungeon. That crimson beam exploded like a fierce flame, the ground cracking and turning into rolling magma, engulfing the entire dungeon in an instant. Boom. With a single move, the entire dungeon collapsed, and all the monsters were wiped out. Gulp. Lupai's face flushed, his throat dry, as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. It took him a moment to swallow hard. Unbelievable. This is just unbelievable. The boss cleared all the monsters in an Frank dungeon with just one skill, and even put the dungeon into a temporary shutdown. Incredible, boss you. Lupai stammered, as Li Qixing's performance completely shattered his understanding of the world. Who can be so outrageous? Stop stuttering. Li Qixing rolled his eyes at Lupai. It's just the skill power amplified 10,000 times. You can do it too. Li Qixing laid it out plainly. This is a rule for all Academy students. As long as you're a student of the Super Divine Academy, anyone can receive this boost. There's nothing to hide. After the monsters were cleared, Li Qixing instructed Lupai. The dungeon will refresh in 8 hours. Stay inside until you reach max level. Also, don't use skills lightly before the monsters are fully refreshed, or it'll go into shutdown again. And don't forget to bring out the gear that drops. Our academy is quite poor. With that, Li Qixing exited the dungeon. I can do it too? The boss must be joking, Lupai muttered to himself. I know perfectly well what I'm capable of. 100-fold experience boost is already a huge blessing. I wouldn't dare dream of such exaggerated power. Damn, the boss now could probably beat my dad. So envious, Lupai murmured, remembering Li Qixing's instructions. With the dungeon monsters cleared, a lot of gear had dropped, and he needed to collect it for the boss. After leaving the dungeon, Li Qixing returned alone to the headmaster's office. Having cleared the monsters, he instantly reached level 30, gaining 180 academy points. One skill, and Li Qixing had maxed out his first transition. In this world, practitioners need to complete 10 transitions to have a chance to break into godhood. The first transition is the initial career awakening, known as the awakening phase. Once reaching level 30 at the first transition, one needs to acquire a transition task book, harness mental strength to communicate with the Tao of Heaven, and draft a transition task recognized by the Tao. Only by completing this task can one continue leveling up. Of course, transitioning also significantly boosts a practitioner's power and even extends their lifespan. It's like fighting against fate, proving oneself with strength to gain the Tao's approval. Failing to complete the transition task means you lack the qualification to progress further. Many spend their entire lives unable to complete this task, forever stuck in the initial awakening phase. The second transition level is called the mastery phase. As the name suggests, reaching this phase allows one to master their career abilities proficiently and learn more advanced, powerful skills. The third transition, destruction level. At this level, the enhanced skill power can easily demolish a building, vaguely exhibiting the power of destruction. The fourth transition, annihilation level. At this level, one can easily destroy a small town, controlling the lives of thousands single-handedly. The fifth transition, catastrophe level. As the name suggests, a calamity level skill has the power to shake the heavens and the earth. A single ice skill can freeze an entire city, and a fire skill can instantly claim thousands of lives. Earthquakes triggered by earth elements can destroy areas spanning several miles. If measured by the power of skills, Li Qixing now has the capability to contend with a 5th-level calamity tier professional. However, professionals of this level are not just powerful because of their skills. For those who have reached the 5th level, both mental strength and other attributes undergo a dramatic transformation. Even beyond skills, 5th-level professionals can easily overpower Li Qixing. In a small place like Nion City, no one has ever seen a professional above the 5th level. If Li Qixing relies solely on a single skill, he could dominate this city with ease. The 6th level, known as the disaster level, involves skills that are akin to natural disasters, capable of destroying the world. Professionals who reach this level are almost always exceptional talents, and nationwide, their numbers are few. The 7th level, the creation level, consists of individuals with extraordinary talents and opportunities. Such powerful figures are usually found as city lords in large cities or within ancient families, having reached this level through immense resources and trials. The 8th level, the king level, signifies an absolute dominion. Apart from a few top-tier warriors in the Xia Kingdom, almost no one can challenge them. Those at this level can essentially do as they please. The 9th level, the sovereign level, is extremely rare in the Xia Kingdom. The 10th level, the divine level, is considered demigod tier, approaching the realm of deities. Li Qixing understands that despite the rules, his strength is still insignificant. On a national scale, he can hardly make an impact even in a small corner. Nevertheless, he knows he has just awakened, and the road ahead is long. In this world governed by rules, becoming invincible is not an unattainable dream. With only 3 days until school starts, a thought suddenly crosses Li Qixing's mind. Should I recruit more students? However, the idea of recruiting makes him feel weary, and he shakes his head, deciding, forget it, let's just go with the flow. Improving my strength is the priority. Adding 1 or 2 students a year is enough to support my rapid rise. If necessary, I can always recruit more when I'm stronger. The current focus is on purchasing a job transfer book and starting the transfer tasks. The strongest force in Nanyun City is at most at the 4th level destruction tier. Achieving this level within a month shouldn't be too difficult. Li Qixing knows that if people find out he plans to reach the 4th level in a month, it might provoke laughter. After all, the strongest person in Nanyun City took nearly 80 years to reach this level, while Li Qixing is confident he can do it in a month, which seems unbelievable. Sitting at his desk, Li Qixing closes his eyes slightly and opens the system panel, murmuring to himself, Academy Lottery System, Host, Li Qixing, Level, LV30, Academy Points, 1180, Students, 110, Current Academy Rules. 1. Killing Academy Dungeon monsters increases experience by 100 times. 2. The Dean can unconditionally acquire one skill from any Academy student, and the Dean's skill usage is without cost or cooldown. 3. All Academy students have their skill power increased by 10,000 times. Li Qixing glances at his personal skill list. Current skill, Magma Burst. A slight smile appears on his face. After a moment of thought, he decides to try his luck. System, initiate a luxury draw. Luxury draw, initiating. Ding. Congratulations, you've drawn a low-level rule. What will it be this time? Li Qixing murmurs softly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Li Qixing looked at the text that appeared before him, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. The rule was simple and clear. Every skill of the headmaster would automatically evolve to a perfect state. All skills can evolve to perfection, he muttered to himself, a hint of surprise in his eyes. That's quite something. Even the top professionals haven't managed to train any skill to a perfect level. He shook his head slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. But as a transmigrator, I'm already different. Once the lava burst skill evolves perfectly, it will definitely set me apart from the regular students as the headmaster. Opening his laptop, Li Qixing logged into the Summer Country Professional Forum. This forum was the largest platform for professionals in the country, gathering information from various universities, guilds, and ancient powers. Every day, countless posts were updated, ranging from the complaints of freelance professionals to the humble brags of top talents, the scandals of ancient family members, and even the lurking activities of old monsters. He quickly completed the academy registration and then posted a simple recruitment ad. Super God Academy is enrolling indefinitely. Just bring a screenshot of this forum post to register at the school. Academy Advantage. Anyone can surpass the gods. Address, Nanyun University City, Super God Academy. After posting, Li Qixing didn't linger. Such recruitment ads appeared by the thousands daily and were quickly buried by new posts. He then turned to the local trading network to buy 2 job transfer books, spending the last 2 million left by the old man, leaving only a few hundred in his pocket. Perhaps it's time to consider charging tuition and accommodation fees, he thought as he looked at the computer screen. With closed management and only allowing meals in the cafeteria, with such good resources, no one should want to leave easily. Closing the laptop, Li Qixing got up and headed towards the academy gate, ready to receive the job transfer books that were on their way. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Magic City, an elderly man with graying hair and a shiny forehead suddenly stood up from his seat. That boy Shing are actually registered in academy, he muttered anxiously to himself. What is the child thinking? Creating an academy is bound to attract competition from all sides, and a weak academy will only be mercilessly crushed. Being strong often attracts unwanted attention. How could Shinger, an ordinary person, choose such a path? In the bustling city of Modu, the veteran warrior Lin Tian glared at his phone screen, his beard bristling with anger. He abruptly closed the page of the professional forum and crushed the delicate porcelain teacup in his hand. As a loyal subordinate to Li Qixing's grandfather and a seasoned warrior who had fought in the 10,000 Races War, he couldn't accept this reality. Calm down, old Lin, said Zhang Guodong, a middle-aged man in a golden robe, quickly standing up to steady him. As the mayor of Nanyun City, he was well aware of Lin Tian's influence in Maduan. This elder stamped his foot in the council hall. It sent ripples throughout the entire Xia kingdom. It's bad enough that hidden professions have inexplicably vanished, and now they want to open a new academy. Lin Tian fumed. Isn't this a disaster waiting to happen? Zhang Guodong looked apologetic. Old Lin, this is my fault. If I had revealed his identity earlier and paid more attention, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. It's not your fault, Lin Tian sighed. This was his grandfather's decision. Over the years, the council didn't send anyone down because Old Li specifically instructed it descendants of military families don't need pity. Lin Tian opened his phone again to carefully examine the registration information for the Super God Academy, his frown deepening. Xiaodong, find some keyboard warriors from the life professions to stir things up. Shinger is just an ordinary person now, and entering the professional circle is too dangerous. Once he can't recruit students, he'll naturally give up this path. After giving instructions to Zhang Guodong, Lin Tian called for his servant, bring Miss Lin Suying back. Before long, a vibrant young woman, chewing on a toothpick and wearing jeans, leapt into the courtyard, casually squatting on the wall. This was Lin Suying, the Lin family's notorious troublemaker in Modu, known for leaving her peers searching for their teeth after a brawl. What does the old man want? I'm only halfway through a dungeon, and I'm just level 21. I promise I won't hurt anyone, Lin Suying said, spitting out her toothpick and pulling out a spirit fruit to munch on. Get down. What's a young lady doing squatting on a wall like that? Lin Tian said sternly. Grandfather has an important task for you. A task? Lin Shuang's eyes lit up. Does this mean I can join the battle bureau? Lin Tian replied seriously. I need you to go to Nion City and disrupt an academy within a month. Do you have the confidence to do it? Sabotage a whole academy? Lin Shuang blinked, her eyes full of disbelief, wondering if Lin Tian was joking with her. Old man, I may be a bit unruly, but you're overestimating me, aren't you? Just me, trying to sabotage an entire academy. She shrugged, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and mockery. Even a third-rate college has at least a Tier 5 disaster-level expert guarding it. Even those small academies hidden in corners probably have a Tier 4 destruction-level guardian, right? An academy has at least 1,000, if not tens of thousands of people. I really don't have that capability. You'd better find someone else. As she spoke, Lin Shuang pursed her lips and continued. Besides, even if you don't want me involved, there's no need to dig such a big hole for me. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. On the day school starts, I'll obediently take my admission letter to Grandpa Meng's academy, quietly study, and temporarily put aside the idea of waging war against various races. She waved her hand, looking as if she was about to leave. All right, school is starting in a few days. I'm off to level up. Before she finished speaking, Lin Shuang had already put her hands in her pockets and swaggered out of the courtyard. But she hadn't taken a few steps before Lin Tian's sarcastic voice came from behind. Are you afraid of losing? TSK, I really overestimated you. You're not even willing to go to an academy that was just established, with only a dozen people in total? Not to mention the principal is an ordinary person without a profession. His tone was full of disappointment. Go on then. I was thinking of shamelessly asking those old monsters to help out when you came back. Alas, it seems the academy founded by those old monsters will remain empty again this year, with no students. He sighed, supporting his old waist with one hand, and slowly turned to walk toward the study, his back exuding a sense of loneliness. Lin Shuang paused in her steps, quickly turned around, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Old man, the academy founded by those old monsters. Is it the one that remained hidden for 3 years, never recruiting publicly, the most prestigious in Shagwa, the national academy that trains war generals for the country? Before she finished speaking, she swiftly activated her agility, appearing in front of Lin Tian in a flash, supporting his arm with her hands, her eyes almost sparkling with excitement. Grandpa, are you really willing to plead with those old commanders for me? Lin Shuang's tone carried a rare plea. I'm just a rare profession. Will they refuse to accept me? But, Grandpa, if I can really get into that national academy, does that mean I can lead an army to fight against various races after graduation? Her speech was rapid, full of anticipation, and her small face bore a sweet smile, like a child who finally got their wish. Rest assured, little Shuang will work twice as hard and will never disgrace you. Looking at her demeanor, Lin Tian finally chuckled. So, you're agreeing to my condition? If you can't complete the task within a month, don't expect me to plead for you. Lin Shuang's expression turned serious, but she didn't rush to make any promises. Instead, she squinted slightly, her tone earnest. Grandpa, tell me the academy's name first. I need to find out more about my opponent. Super God Academy, located in Nanyang University Town. Lin Tian succinctly uttered these words. Super God Academy? The name does sound quite intimidating. Lin Shuang murmured softly, immediately pulling out her phone to enter the professional forum and start searching for information. After typing Super God Academy, the interface only showed a single, solitary recruitment post. Strangely, the post's popularity was exceptionally high. A small local academy, and the recruitment post is this popular? Lin Shuang raised an eyebrow in suspicion and clicked into the comments section. The moment the page loaded, her brows furrowed tightly. Over 10,000 comments. Her eyes quickly scanned through the comments, 10,220 in total, all overwhelmingly negative. How dare this lousy academy recruit? Not even a dog would go there. Fellow practitioners, don't be fooled. This academy is a trap. The entire academy consists of only the principal. Forget about resources. Even the transfer books are bought locally online. Lin Shuang's eyes widened as she read the flood of complaints, her mouth twitching as she muttered. Old man, you wouldn't really set me up, would you? It has been confirmed that the dean spent 2 million on buying 2 job transition books. Haha, it's laughable that the only resource of an academy is just 2 books. In the professional forum, mocking comments kept refreshing on the screen. By the way, can they even use them? Damn, I just passed by the Super God Academy, and there wasn't a single person inside, not even a security guard. This is ridiculous. How does an academy like this have the nerve to register on a professional forum? Their dean must be out of his mind. Scam alert, this academy is a scam. Their recruitment post even claims to help students become gods, but there's nothing there. How dare they say that? Eating popcorn here. Anyone want to go to the Super God Academy to watch the moon 3 days after it opens? Ha ha. When the resource competition happens a month after the term starts, will the students from this academy be scared to death? Let's disperse. This third-rate college isn't worth it. Not even dogs would go there. Lin Suying stared at the comments on the screen, his face growing darker. An academy that even dogs wouldn't attend, and yet the old man wants me to ruin it? He frowned, tapping his fingers on the desk. Such an academy probably won't last even a month before it collapses. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be that Grandpa purposefully set up this academy, then found an excuse to give me a chance to enter the National Academy? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense, and a glimmer of understanding shone in Lin Shuang's eyes. Grandpa, I'll take this task. He stood up, his voice firm. In a month, no. If this academy lasts even half a month, I'll bow to their dean. He strode towards the door. I'm off. The old man is waiting for my good news. As Lin Shuang walked out of the courtyard, Lin Tian watched his back with a meaningful look, then softly called out, Long Wu. In 3 days, go to the Super God Academy to apply as a mentor. You are my most prized student. Make sure to look after Shinger. No one is to harm a hair on Shinger's head. Once the academy collapses, bring Shinger back to see me. In Nion City, inside the Super God Academy, Qixing donned a black tracksuit, his expression focused. In 3 hours, he had received the purchased job transition books and used his mental energy to draft a transition task recognized by the Heavenly Tao. The task was unexpectedly simple, perhaps because the profession was concealed by the system. Transition task: head to the outskirts and kill 10 level 1 wild creatures. It seemed simple, but was actually troublesome. With resources scarce, wild creatures were few, and the few places where they appeared were occupied by professionals. Worse still, nearly a month had passed since the transition day, and the level 1 wild creatures had likely been killed by newly transitioned students, with a long respawn time. Damn, if only I had drawn a rule that exempted me from a transition task, that would be great. Qixing muttered as he quickly packed his things, put on a space ring, and headed swiftly towards the outskirts. Soon, he stood outside the west gate of the city. Inside the city, there were national laws for protection, but outside, once you left the city, it was a world of its own, where life and death were in the hands of fate. Hey, even an ordinary person dares to leave the city? A disdainful voice came from the shadows. Could my identification skill be malfunctioning? Without a professional's exclusive panel, is he really just an ordinary person? Ha ha ha, is that ring on his hand a space ring? TSK, I want that ring. Another voice chimed in. Don't make a move here, the city guard patrol will be here soon. Wait until he goes a little further. Getting too excited? Ha ha, it's my first time encountering an ordinary person leaving the city, can't wait. Impatient, are you? The words drifted into Qixing's ears as if carried by the wind. The people outside the city spoke without restraint, chatting freely. He slowly lifted his head, his expression blank as he glanced at the speaker. 3 individuals approached, wearing leather jackets adorned with trinkets and jeans riddled with holes. Their hair uniformly dyed silver and spiked like thorns. They were clearly the type who had recently switched professions, lurking on the outskirts to pick up scraps. Qixing had no fondness for such unscrupulous characters. He gently touched the ring on his finger, his voice calm and indifferent. Interested in this ring? If you have the guts, come and take it. Qixing was now at level 30, which wasn't particularly strong for the outskirts, but most people were still at their first transition. Moreover, with his skill that amplified power by 10,000 times, he could even confront a 4th transition destruction level professional. With skills that had no cooldown or cost, even a 5th transition calamity level expert might not withstand his assault. Why tolerate indignity when you have strength? I'm not your father, so why should I spoil you? If you have the guts, come and take it, Qixing said impassively, his tone exuding an intimidating aura. My skills are invincible. Do as you please. What did you say? Come and take it? Ha ha. The youth leading the group laughed heartily. Is this fool trying to be funny outside the city? He stepped forward, tilting his head mockingly. Hey kid, do you know who I am? Ever heard of the Silver Wolf Gang of the western outskirts? Silver Wolf Gang. The mention of those words caused quite a stir. The freelance professionals lingering outside the city instinctively distanced themselves from the trio upon hearing the name. This gang was notorious, a band of bullies who formed cliques outside the city, engaging in shady dealings. Rumor had it that the gang leader had reached level 90, a 3rd transition obliteration level, making him nearly invincible outside the city. Poor kid, he's unlucky to be targeted by the Silver Wolf Gang on his first trip outside the city. I bet he won't be coming back this time. Why would an ordinary person venture outside? And to bring a spatial ring, no less, which could fetch at least 100,000 star coins, enough for these guys to splurge for days. It's over. From what I know, not a single professional targeted by the Silver Wolf Gang has survived. Damn it, my brother was killed by these bastards. Young man, go back to the city while you still can. The city patrol will be passing by soon. They won't dare harm you then. Damn, people without strength who come out here deserve what they get. You know they want your ring. Just hand it over and be done with it. Why provoke them? To hell with it. He deserves what's coming. Move far away if you're going to die. Don't drag us down with you. The crowd buzzed with chatter, some sighing, others indifferent. Even some thinking Li Qixing deserved his fate. In this world, lacking strength was a sin. The strong could do as they pleased. Kid, remember your old man's name. Zhao Hua grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. The name Zhao Hua, a trainee with the Silver Wolf Gang. Next time you see me, stay far away. With those words, Zhao Hua clenched his fists and swung them directly at Li Qixing's face. Damn, with such little strength, you dare to embarrass yourself? I'm level 30, and I could kill you with one punch without even using any skills. It's better to strike decisively than to deal with endless trouble. It seems that only by taking one down can I avoid unnecessary hassle. Li Qixing thought coldly, his gaze sweeping sharply over the people in front of him. Crack! He clenched his fist suddenly, stepping forward slightly with his right foot, exuding an undeniable sense of pressure. Stop! A familiar voice suddenly cut through the air, interrupting Li Qixing's impending action. Li Qixing squinted slightly, slowly turning his gaze towards the source of the voice. Standing not far away was Chun Rongyo. As soon as he appeared in Li Qixing's line of sight, Li Qixing showed a look of disdain and quickly looked away. This person was once Li Qixing's classmate, the son of an unremarkable small family in Nion City. Despite his lack of talent, he loved to show off, constantly boasting and causing irritation. In school, Li Qixing had little interest in him, but Chun Rongyo often picked fights with him. Back then, with Lupai's protection, Chun Rongyo dared not do much. However, now that Li Qixing was just an ordinary person, Chun Rongyo had his own little schemes. Who dares to tell me to stop? Chun Rongyo muttered, eyes gleaming with confidence. Didn't you see I'm from the Silver Wolf group? He glanced at Zhao Hua and his companions, smiling smugly. Zhao Hua heard this and looked disdainful, turning to glare at Chun Rongyo. The Silver Wolf group? You dare bark in front of me? Zhao Hua's eyes flashed coldly, his tone icy. The two followers behind him shook their heads in confusion, not understanding how much influence the Chun family could have in Nion City. Chun family? What a joke! Zhao Hua's eyes showed impatience. You dare speak up when the Silver Wolf group is acting? Chun Rongyo was forced to take a step back by Zhao Hua's gaze, but quickly regained his composure. Clearing his throat, he slowly took out an acceptance letter from his pocket, eyes full of pride. To be honest, I just got accepted into Top Stream Academy. Now, I'm practically part of Top Stream Academy. So could you give me some face and let this classmate go? The name Top Stream Academy instantly changed Zhao Hua's demeanor. He nodded slightly, his expression softening. Ah, a student from Top Stream Academy. All right, I'll give you some face and let this kid go. Next time we meet, don't blame me for being rude. With a cold laugh, Zhao Hua prepared to leave with his people, seemingly relieved, but thinking about finding an opportunity to regain his pride. After all, the Silver Wolf Group's reputation wasn't baseless. No one could provoke them lightly. However, just then, Chun Rongyo's provocative voice sounded again. Li Qixing, haha Neil. The words left everyone stunned. They all thought Chun Rongyo intended to help Li Qixing in the standoff, but they didn't expect him to be so disrespectful. Chun Rongyo's tone was full of provocation and pride. Considering we were classmates, I'll let you go today. Kneel and thank me. What's wrong with bowing your head? Chun Rongyo laughed, seemingly trying to boost his presence. Even Zhao Hua and his companions stopped in their tracks, watching the scene with confusion and disbelief. Li Qixing, however, ignored him. He cast a cold glance at Chun Rongyo, spitting out two words in a low voice. Idiot. Li Qixing's words left everyone around him in shock. Chun Rongyo was infuriated by Li Qixing's disdain, his facial muscles twitching, his expression turning sinister. Li Qixing, if you don't kneel, do you want the Silver Wolf Group to take you out? Chun Rongyo's triumphant laughter echoed in the air, his eyes like a venomous snake, increasingly arrogant. Idiot. Li Qixing's lips curled slightly, once again ignoring Chun Rongyo, and turning his head toward Zhao Hua. Hey, leave your life here, Li Qixing said coldly. These words struck like lightning, leaving everyone frozen in place. Zhao Hua was stunned for a few seconds, then his eyes flashed with fury, anger reigniting. Kid, are you crazy? He shouted, his voice thunderous. But before he could finish, Li Qixing had already vanished from sight. Zhao Hua felt a gust of wind and turned abruptly, only to see Li Qixing already in front of him, like a shadow. Crack! Li Qixing's hand clamped around Zhao Hua's throat like steel, twisting sharply. With a dull thud, Zhao Hua's body was slammed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his face pale, eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Used a bit too much strength, Li Qixing spoke coolly, his gaze stern. First time killing someone, pardon the offense. The first time taking a life. I hope you'll forgive any offense. Li Qixing's voice resonated through the area, carrying a touch of indifference. Spare me, have mercy. Zhao Hua fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Please, spare me. Zhao Hua was engulfed in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A seemingly ordinary person had effortlessly brought him to the brink of death with a single move. What terrified him more was that this person showed no signs of any attribute panel, subduing him with sheer strength alone. Such formidable power sent a chill through his heart. Spare your life? Li Qixing chuckled softly, looking down at Zhao Hua with a hint of amusement. Cough, cough. Another violent cough erupted, more blood spewing from Zhao Hua's mouth, staining the ground red. He struggled to lift his head, his voice hoarse. Please, spare me. If you do, I'll be your subordinate. Do whatever you ask. Facing absolute power, Zhao Hua completely submitted, begging like a grandson. He thought to himself, as long as I survive, with the Silver Wolf group full of strong individuals, I'll surely have my revenge. Is that true? Li Qixing blinked, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. True, absolutely true. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning. Seeing Li Qixing seem to relent, Zhao Hua hastily promised, though inwardly mocking. As long as I live today, you'll pay for this. Members of the Silver Wolf are not so easily subdued. Crack. Before Zhao Hua could think further, Li Qixing exerted a slight force, snapping his neck. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed sharply in the silent air. Didn't you say you wanted me to follow you? With his last breath, Zhao Hua's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning one final time. Oh, sorry, I was just teasing. Li Qixing's tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. Damn. Zhao Hua's head slumped to the side, his life force completely extinguished. After killing Zhao Hua, Li Qixing slowly stood up, his eyes narrowing as his sharp gaze turned to Zhao Hua's two underlings. Bang! Just the pressure from his gaze caused the two underlings to kneel in unison, their legs weak, begging for mercy. We didn't know who we were dealing with. Please spare us, one of them said, his voice trembling. Sir, I just joined the Silver Wolf group, haven't killed or set fires, please spare me. The other pleaded, almost in tears, their bodies shaking with fear, even wetting themselves in terror, leaving a small puddle on the ground. All right then, Li Qixing muttered to himself, ignoring the two Silver Wolf members. He wasn't afraid of retaliation. If the Silver Wolf dared to cause trouble, he could wipe them out entirely. After all, his power allowed it with his skill that could amplify thousands of times. The Silver Wolf group was not a threat. Li Qixing stood up, completely ignoring the trembling lackeys, not even sparing a glance at Chen Rongyo. To him, these people weren't worth his attention. His main task was to eliminate 10 LV-1 monsters to complete his job transition mission. If the Silver Wolf group dares to cause trouble again, I'll wipe out your entire force. He left them with this cold warning before turning and walking deeper into the outskirts, his figure gradually disappearing from view. Wow! Only after Li Qixing had completely left did the crowd erupt in astonishment. Whoa, did I see that right? He, an ordinary person, just killed a LV-19 Silver Wolf trainee with raw strength. Quick, someone slap me. Can an ordinary person really reach such terrifying strength? What on earth, under my appraisal skill, that person really had no attribute panel. Even if a normal professional's level isn't visible, their panel can still be appraised, but he had none. Impossible. How could an ordinary person kill a LV-19 professional? The crowd murmured, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Is this really an ordinary person? My goodness, if he were to switch to a combat profession, the entire Nion city would be shaken. It's simply unimaginable. How can an ordinary person possess such formidable combat power? I'm at level 25, and without using any skills, I couldn't possibly one-shot a level 19 enemy. What kind of monster is this person? The crowd was in an uproar, and Li Qixing's every move had already shattered everyone's understanding. Thud! Chen Rongyo's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. At level 11, he couldn't even begin to compare to Li Qixing. The level 19 members of the Silver Wolf group were one-shotted, and if Li Qixing had targeted him, he would likely be a corpse by now. Weren't you supposed to be in a hidden profession? Didn't you say you didn't even have a professional panel? Then how can you display such terrifying strength? Chen Rongyo was dumbfounded, completely at a loss. Fortunately for him, Li Qixing didn't bother with him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This immense power filled him with despair. But Li Qixing, you've offended the Silver Wolf group, and no matter how skilled you are, how can you possibly stand alone against the entire group? You should know that the leader's level has reached the 4th turn destruction level. Apart from those top families and academies, the Silver Wolf group can sweep through anything in Nion City. Just wait. The Silver Wolf group will never let you go. Chen Rongyo gritted his teeth, kneeling on the ground. His eyes were filled with resentment. Even though the Silver Wolf group won't retaliate against him now, once he's in a top-tier academy, he'll make Li Qixing kneel before him. One-shot a level 19 strongman. In a month, he could do it too. Once he reaches the max level in his profession, he will definitely surpass him. The resources of a top academy can allow him to reach such power within a month. Didn't you start an academy? Wait until I challenge you and show you the vast gap between a professional and an ordinary person. With these dark thoughts, Shinrongyo left with a gloomy expression. His original purpose for this trip was to level up. As a member of a small family, without access to dungeons, he could only level up by slaying wild monsters. Filled with malice, Shinrongyo chose a random direction and headed deeper into the outskirts. Hurry, take Brother Hua's body back. If the official members of the Silver Wolf Group find out we just stood by while Brother Zhao Hua was one-shotted, we won't escape blame either. We better run. We couldn't even handle that kid, let alone the official members of the Silver Wolf Group. Are you stupid? If we leave the Silver Wolf Group without permission, we're done for, and our families won't be spared either. Since we're already on this ship, we have no choice but to stay on it. That kid is just an ordinary person. Besides being a bit strong, how can he contend with the Silver Wolf Group? Let's go, take Brother Hua's body back. Maybe we can take his place. The two lifted Zhao Hua's body and hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Li Qixing had spent 2 hours reaching a remote area on the outskirts. This place was 20 kilometers away from the core of the outskirts, with almost no signs of human presence. It was also an area where wild monsters frequently appeared. Li Qixing muttered to himself, 10 level 1 monsters, hopefully, I can complete the job transition task smoothly. With that, he quickened his pace and ventured deeper into the forest. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become the target of certain individuals. 10 minutes ago, at the entrance of the Super God Academy in University City, a ripple suddenly appeared in space, and a glowing portal materialized out of thin air. From the portal stepped a young woman dressed in jeans, casually chewing on a toothpick. She glanced around, her brow furrowing slightly. So this is the Super God Academy? Lin Suying surveyed the buildings in front of her. Not even a security booth is manned. She snorted softly and walked through the gate into the academy. For the next half hour, Lin Suying moved swiftly through every corner, from the teaching buildings to the dormitory area, from the training grounds to the library, yet she didn't see a single person. Don't tell me this place went bankrupt before I even joined, she said, standing in the empty central plaza with her hands on her hips. The info says there are only 2 people in the entire academy. Could they be out hunting monsters? Lin Suying pushed open the door to the skill building, finding it completely empty. Not a single skill book on the shelves, let alone any career-changing manuals. So poor, she scoffed. This is truly a place even dogs wouldn't come to. Leaning against the wall, she pondered for a moment, a sly glint appearing in her eyes. Well, since the old man gave me this task, I'll have some fun with this so-called ordinary headmaster. A slight smile played on her lips. Before enrolling, I should prepare a special gift for the headmaster. Stirring up some trouble is just my style. With a wave of her left hand, a map of Nion City appeared out of thin air. Lin Suying glanced over it briefly. The university city is on the far west, closest to the western outskirts. The students in this small city are probably hunting monsters in the western outskirts. With a flick of her wrist, a blue glowing teleportation scroll appeared in her hand. Headmaster, are you ready to be messed with? Lin Suying took out a gray cloak from her space ring, swiftly donned it, and zipped it up to cover herself completely. She focused her mind, and a portal appeared before her. With a sly smile, Lin Suying blinked and stepped into the portal. In the next instant, the portal vanished, and she appeared in a dense forest outside the western outskirts. Keep it in place, Wang Sanjian, while I finish it off. In the forest, 2 young men who appeared to be students were working together to fight a wild creature. Damn monster, let's see where you run now. One of them gritted his teeth, forcing the monster into a corner. Now, the leading young man shouted, charging at the monster. Wang Sanjian, attack from a distance. Got it. The student named Wang Sanjian quickly drew his bow, aiming for the creature's weakest spot. The arrow whizzed through the air. Seeing victory within reach, both of their faces lit up with anticipation. Suddenly, a figure surrounded by arcs of electricity appeared in the middle of the battlefield. With a graceful swing of a golden staff, a blinding bolt of lightning struck the creature Hedon. In just one move, the level 11 monster was instantly defeated. Monster thief! The 2 students exclaimed simultaneously. Who dares to steal our monster right in front of us? Wang Sanjian glared angrily. Do you know who you're messing with? Their faces darkened as they glared fiercely at Lin Suying. Anyone brave enough to venture out and hunt monsters must have some backing. Losing their hard-earned experience was infuriating, and even if they couldn't confront her directly, they had to say something tough. Lin Suying cast a cold glance at them. I don't care who you are. Remember my name, Lin Suying of the Super God Academy. If you dare, bring your parents to the academy to find me. I'll break your legs. Her voice was low and threatening. Remember, the Super God Academy. With those words, Lin Suying turned to leave. Don't run away. Chase her. One of the students shouted, ready to give chase. Wait, Brother Wang, the other pulled him back. That person seems to be a lightning mage, which is a rare type. We probably can't take her on. Maybe we should let it go for now and bring people over when school starts. Didn't she mention the Super God Academy? Fine. Wang Sanjian gritted his teeth. I'll find out what this so-called Super God Academy is all about. No one had ever heard of a school like this in Nion City. Wang Sanjian frowned as he opened his phone, quickly navigating to the vocational forum and typing Super God Academy in the search bar. Instantly, a post by Li Qixing popped up on the screen. What the heck is this garbage academy? Wang Sanjian stared in disbelief at the screen. The entire academy has only a handful of people, and the principal is just an ordinary person. He scrolled through the comments section, his frown deepening with each passing moment. Damn it! How can such a lousy academy even exist? It's an embarrassment to Nanyuan City. Wang Sanjian gritted his teeth. I'll level up first and gather a few people to challenge this academy when the semester starts. I'll take on their principal myself. Damn it! He and his companion cursed under their breath, mentally noting the name Super God Academy, before turning their attention back to the depths of the dense forest, continuing their hunt for monsters. Meanwhile, Lin Suying had already moved a considerable distance away. Her figure darted through the trees like a flash of lightning, her eyes locked on a suspicious-looking man ahead. The man occasionally glanced back, his eyes filled with calculation and greed. This guy doesn't look like a good person, Lin Suying squinted, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Following an ordinary person, giving him a lesson will just add to the principal's troubles. She activated her agility attributes, moving silently and swiftly to intercept the man, stopping suddenly in front of him. Sir, following an ordinary person like this, are you planning to rob and murder? Lin Suying crossed her arms, looking down at him with disdain. What the hell? The man exclaimed, startled by Lin Suying's sudden appearance and stepping back. A moment ago, the path was empty, and now, as if out of nowhere, someone stood before him. His focus had been entirely on Li Qixing in the distance, and this unexpected encounter had caught him off guard. Get lost and don't ruin my plans. The man quickly composed himself, squinting his eyes and speaking coldly. He had been tailing Li Qixing from outside the city gates. It was unbelievable that an ordinary person, without a panel, could single-handedly defeat a level 19 member of the Silver Wolf group. He didn't believe that a mere human could achieve such a feat. Maybe he's got some special equipment, the man thought. Li Qixing's combat power must be from his gear. He knew that there were items in the world that, even when worn by ordinary people, could provide significant power. If he could obtain such equipment, it would surely propel him to greater heights. However, he remained cautious, being only level 20 himself. He followed Li Qixing mainly to find an opportunity, waiting for him to slip up. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, but caution can lead to success. That's why he had been tailing for 2 hours without making a move. With the dense number of monsters ahead, once Li Qixing engaged in battle, he believed he'd find the right moment. But just as he was about to succeed, Lin Suying appeared out of nowhere, igniting his fury. The man's expression turned cold, but he didn't attack first. Being naturally cautious, he immediately used his appraisal skill. Lin Suying. Level, 21. Class, Thunder Mage. Mental, 630. Strength, 410. Agility, 590. Defense, 420. A level 21 Thunder Mage, 1 level higher than me. The man thought, feeling uneasy. I can't fight this heathen. He quickly put on a polite demeanor, slightly clasping his hands together. We have no personal grudge. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. If you're robbing for money, the man removed a spatial ring from his hand and offered it to Lin Suying. The ring is worth 100,000 star coins, and there's 20,000 in cash inside. Please let me pass. Let's fight first. Lin Suying refused the ring, instead activating her staff, with arcs of electricity crackling at her fingertips. Boom. With a single strike, the powerful current forced the man to stagger back, his chest tingling. Don't push me too far, the man yelled angrily, clenching his fists as veins bulged. You're only 1 level above me and lack combat experience. If I flee with all my might, you can't catch me. And if I escape, I will find a way to get back at you. It's wise to leave some room for maneuver. Boom. Lin Suying didn't waste words, attacking once more. After the strike, she smirked, her eyes flashing with a challenging gleam. I'm a student of Super God Academy, and I fear no one's revenge. If you have guts, come find me at the academy, she declared loudly. Trash, get lost. Pretending to dismiss him with disdain, Lin Suying turned and headed towards the direction where Li Qixing had disappeared into the forest, thinking to herself, for an ordinary person to venture into the outskirts, he must have some backing. In the depths of the dense forest, 800 meters away from Lin Suying, Li Qixing was intently focused on the wild creature before him. This was his first direct encounter with a wild beast since crossing into this world, and he couldn't hide his excitement. The creature was covered in pitch-black fur, with powerful limbs. Most striking were its eyes, glowing an eerie green as they fixed on Li Qixing, as if it intended to devour him whole. Neck rat. Li Qixing immediately identified the creature. Known for their ferocity, they were incredibly fast, with a distinctive half-meter-long neck. They often used the flexibility of their necks, combined with sharp incisors, to deliver lethal attacks. Just as Li Qixing took a step, the neck rat launched its assault. Its long neck retracted swiftly, then shot out like a flail, leaving only a blurred afterimage. Its sharp teeth sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. However, for Li Qixing, with his level 30 initial awakening full power, such speed was nothing. His right hand shot out like lightning, precisely gripping the neck rat's neck. With a crisp snap, the creature's life came to an abrupt end. A system notification immediately appeared. Congratulations on killing a level 2 wild creature. Your current status is max level of First Awakening, and you cannot gain experience. Please complete the job transition task to continue gaining experience. Li Qixing frowned. This was only a level 2 wild creature, and he needed a level 1 to complete his transition task. The lack of an appraisal skill was inconvenient. Had he known the level beforehand, he wouldn't have wasted his time. After discarding the neck rat's body, he had barely walked a few steps when he heard rustling in the forest. Li Qixing immediately extended his mental power to probe, gradually expanding outward. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, until he finally discovered a white-eyed gray wolf hidden in the underbrush. This wolf had clearly noticed him as well, poised to strike at the perfect moment. Li Qixing pondered. The white-eyed wolf was the lowest level among wolf monsters, with a growth limit of only level 10. Blue-eyed wolves could reach level 30, and upon breaking through, could advance to purple-eyed, even reaching the level of a calamity. As for blood-eyed wolves, they had once been seen at a dominator level in the abyss. Feigning ignorance, Li Qixing continued to approach the white-eyed gray wolf. But suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Wolves were pack animals and never acted alone. Sure enough, when he extended his mental power again, he detected more figures. Under the influence of his mental power, everything within a 50-meter radius was visible to Li Qixing. There were more than one of the white-eyed wolf monsters, though he couldn't determine the exact number, as his current mental power could only cover a 50-meter range. His mental scan revealed that 3 wolf monsters were closing in on him from all directions, their figures flickering in and out of sight amidst the grass, with their eyes glowing eerily white in the darkness. Since it's a pack of wolves, killing them one by one would definitely be a waste of time. Li Qixing squinted, weighing the pros and cons. If I don't reach level 1 after this, it'll be a real pain. White-eyed gray wolves. I hope there are enough of you, preferably enough to make up 10 level 1s. With a thought, a wave of heat erupted from Li Qixing, distorting the air with its high temperature. Without hesitation, he activated his skill. Magma burst. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the ground beneath Li Qixing transformed dramatically. The once fertile black soil turned into flowing magma in an instant, its fiery red glow illuminating the night sky. The magma spread like a tide, rapidly extending 100 meters in a flash, leaving nothing but barren ground in its wake. A system notification immediately sounded. Congratulations on killing level 1 wild monsters. Progress in your job change quest 1. Congratulations on killing level 1 wild monsters. Progress in your job change quest 1. The earth turned to flowing magma, and trees, flowers, and wild monsters burned and melted in the intense heat. Li Qixing watched as 2 level 1 wild monsters were swallowed by the magma, their struggling forms quickly disappearing into the crimson lava. The magma continued to spread. Within 3 seconds, it had covered a 300-meter diameter area centered on Li Qixing. The temperature across the entire western suburb soared, the air thick with heat and the smell of sulfur. Meanwhile, 500 meters away, Lin Suying suddenly stopped, incredulously staring at the rapidly spreading sea of magma consuming everything in its path. Is it a calamity-level magma mage? She murmured in shock, quickly realizing the danger. This could affect ordinary people. Frowning, Lin Suying hesitated, initially intending to search for Li Qixing. However, the ground had turned into a sea of magma, and the extreme heat prevented even mental probing. Worse still, the magma was spreading rapidly, reaching her in no time. There's no time. Sizzling a streak of electricity flashed, and Lin Suying quickly used the skill, lightning step, retreating like a flash of light. Her grandfather's advice rang in her ears. Rescuing others should only be done when you can protect yourself. If you can't ensure your own safety and act recklessly, you're just a fool. After a brief internal struggle, Lin Suying chose to retreat immediately. With the arc of electricity flickering continuously, she withdrew several hundred meters. Suddenly, a sound like flowing water emanated from the center of the magma spread. Looking up, she saw the magma retreating like receding waves, flowing back rapidly. In mere breaths, countless magma accumulated, forming a massive crimson hill. Then, roar! A deafening roar echoed across the entire western suburb, shaking the ground. Lin Suying stood stunned, watching the scene a kilometer away. On the magma's surface, a giant slowly rose from the lava. This giant stood 1,000 meters tall, its entire body covered in flowing magma, its silhouette turning half the sky red. At the giant's feet, Li Qixing gasped. Not only did he now have the giant's perspective, but it seemed that with a single thought, the magma giant would follow his will to attack. No, my skill doesn't have such terrifying power. Could it be? Qixing opened the system panel in shock, and a notification immediately appeared above the skill options. Academy Rules Enhancement, skill automatically evolved to perfect state. Skill Magma Burst evolved into Lava Demon, Dharma Aspect Collision. With the sudden appearance of the colossal rock elemental figure, Nion City was thrown into a state of panic. This gigantic apparition, towering 1,000 meters high, loomed outside the western suburbs, painting half the sky a fiery red as waves of scorching heat surged into the city. Even from miles away, the citizens could clearly see the outline of this massive entity. Oh my god, what is that? A catastrophe-level monster has suddenly appeared in the western suburbs. We're doomed. The strongest in Nion City is only at the 4th-tier destruction level. Even if the city lord and all the major families join forces, they won't be able to withstand it. Voices of panic rose and fell. For the first time in decades, the threat of a catastrophe-level event had thrown the entire city into despair. Some called for the activation of teleportation arrays to evacuate, but with a population of 60,000, this was clearly impractical. Just as fear was taking hold, news came from the front lines. It was not a monster, but a manifestation summoned by a magma sorcerer. On top of one of the high towers of the elite academy, a silver-robed elder gazed at the distant phenomenon. When did Nion City have such a terrifying catastrophe-level sorcerer? Such power, even I couldn't withstand a single blow, the elder mused, then ordered. Investigate this person discreetly. If we can invite him to join our academy, we will prosper for a century. Remember, do not act rashly and show not the slightest hint of hostility. Meanwhile, on the walls of the Lu family estate, Lu Yi watched the western horizon with a grave expression. As a 4th-tier destruction-level warrior, he felt utterly powerless. Nion City is about to change, he thought to himself. I must bring Lupai back, even if it means breaking his legs to send him to the elite academy. As a fellow magma sorcerer, with the right resources, he might one day reach such heights. At the same time, Jiang Guodong, the city lord who had just returned from the capital, hadn't even had a chance to sip a cup of hot water before being alerted by this sudden anomaly. His thoughts, however, were elsewhere. I wonder if Miss Lin Suying has already gone to the suburbs? The old man sent her to enroll at Li Gongzi's academy. She shouldn't be wandering off. A cataclysm-level magma mage is truly intimidating. With a faint hum, Jiang Guodong's body trembled slightly, and a pair of radiant wings unfurled behind him. As a city lord, if a cataclysm-level expert doesn't show their might, wouldn't they lose their authority? If Elder Lin knew he didn't act, he might get a scolding. He lightly tapped the ground with one foot, causing the wings to flutter, and he soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards the outskirts of the western city. The scene outside the western city was disastrous. People were fleeing for their lives. Panic-stricken voices echoed all around. Damn, it's rare to even see monsters above level 30. How could a cataclysm-level figure appear? A player returning from an adventure in the suburbs was terrified. Help! It's so hot. Someone pull me up. I want to go back to the city. He looked around anxiously, almost consumed by the magma, cold sweat pouring down his face. Oh my god, is this the terror of a cataclysm level? Another player said, trembling, having narrowly avoided being hit by the scorching magma. Luckily, I ran far enough, or I'd be dead for sure. They all desperately fled towards the city, their hearts pounding. Brother, I'm Chen Rongyo, a freshman at the top academy. Can you take me back to the city? I promise to repay you in the future. Chen Rongyo, with soaking wet pants, pleaded with a choked voice. At that moment, the roar of the magma giant echoed across the sky and earth. Everyone was nearly scared out of their wits, scrambling and crawling back towards the city in panic. Help! The surrounding players cried out in fear, their voices like wails in a disaster. Amidst the chaos, Lin Suying calmly observed the magma apparition, raising an eyebrow slightly. So close, really close. If it weren't for the lightning step enhancement, I might have had to use some tricks. She smiled faintly, shifting her gaze from the magma apparition to the elderly man beside her. Old man, I didn't expect there to be a cataclysm-level expert in Nion City. If I hadn't noticed in time, I might have needed someone to collect my body today. Despite her words of horror, her eyes showed no great surprise. Evidently, this crisis wasn't life-threatening for her. After all, as the granddaughter of the top combat force in the Xia Kingdom, she was well-versed in survival techniques. Lin Suying glanced at the giant magma apparition, casually pulling out a teleportation scroll. She didn't linger any longer. I better head back to the academy to register. Who'd have thought an old geezer would steal monsters in such a small city's outskirts? How shameless. Before she finished speaking, she activated the teleportation scroll and vanished from sight. Though she seemed nonchalant, her swift retreat revealed her acute sense of danger. Meanwhile, beneath the magma apparition, Qixing frowned slightly, a sense of unease rising within him. This skill might already have cataclysm-level power. If it's unleashed in the suburbs, the consequences would be unimaginable. He quickly adjusted his mindset and halted the skill's activation. The atmospheric fluctuations ceased abruptly, the massive magma apparition dissipated, and the once blistering sea of magma returned to calm. Glancing at the system panel, several notifications popped up. Congratulations, you have slain a level 1 monster. Task progress 3. Congratulations, you have slain a level 1 monster. Task progress 4. Congratulations, you have slain a level 1 monster. Task progress 10. Congratulations, you have completed the job transfer task. Advance to the second transfer, level 31. Ding. You have completed a job transfer. Congratulations on earning 1,000 academy points. Qixing smiled slightly, surprised that this maneuver directly completed his job transfer task and earned him 1,000 points. Not bad, quite a harvest. There are still 2 hours left. The academy dungeon should refresh soon. Let's see if Lupai will be scared by the skill's amplified power. He mulled over his plans, knowing that once Lupai finished the dungeon, he would likely reach full level for the first transfer. After completing the job transfer task, Qixing's points returned to 1080. He murmured softly, should I go for a budget 10 draw, or try a luxurious one? His thoughts drifted to the upcoming lottery. However, Qixing was unaware that his single skill apparition had already caused a sensation in Nion City. On the professional forum, posts about him had garnered thousands of comments, all discussing his magma apparition akin to a cataclysmic event. A catastrophic level magma mage has mysteriously appeared in the western suburbs of Nion City. Is this a monster spawn or just a show-off? Unbelievably, the mage's conjured figure stands over 1,000 meters tall. Let me share my experience of witnessing this spectacle up close. Is it reasonable to be scared stiff by such a towering figure? Every post about it is gaining massive attention. In less than half an hour, one post already has over 10,000 comments. Haha, you think your little Nion City deserves a magma mage? I'm from the neighboring Qixing. Don't listen to these Nion folks bragging. The strongest they have is only a 4th turn destruction level, not even a 5th turn disaster level, yet they boast about catastrophes. Opie, stop bragging. You don't even have a picture. Without proof, what are you even talking about? Opie, damn, I was right next to the mage at the time. The magma was like a tidal wave chasing you. You'd be crazy to take a picture. Opie, don't argue with me. Running and snapping photos at the same time? You're full of it. Show me one if you can. The Opie is telling the truth. I wasn't in the suburbs, but I saw the statue from my living room. Haha, that's hilarious. From your living room, you can see the suburbs? I'm speechless. Opie, just got some pictures from a classmate. Posting them now. Holy crap, is this real? It's terrifying. Half the sky was lit up. Is it true or fake? You didn't Photoshop this, did you? A disaster-level magma mage in Nion City? I don't believe it. Bring him out to face me. Camping in the western suburbs of Nion City tonight. Big streamer will take you on a tour. Anyone want to team up? The posts are buzzing with activity. The disaster-level magma mage quickly became a hot topic in the surrounding cities of Nion City. Meanwhile, Qixing, the person involved, was leisurely making his way back to the city. However, as he stepped out of the magma-devoured clearing, a golden light appeared in the sky, swiftly shooting towards where the mage had vanished. I am the Lord of Nion City, Jiang Guodong, with golden wings flapping behind him, stood in the void. I don't know which mage has graced us with their presence. If you would honor us, please visit the city lord's mansion. Jiang Guodong clasped his hands in respect. Even the city lord was drawn here. Qixing was secretly amazed as he walked through the clearing and into the dense forest. Without lingering, he quickly headed back to the city. He had no connection with the city lord, having only met him once when he changed to a hidden profession. A magma mage? Even if he revealed himself, the city lord would find it hard to believe. True strength doesn't require others' recognition or proof. None of it mattered. Since the mage doesn't wish to appear, I apologize for my impudence. If I've offended you, please forgive me. Seeing no response from the mage, Jiang Guodong didn't press further. Most strong individuals have peculiar temperaments, especially those advanced in years. So, Jiang Guodong had no choice but to leave empty-handed. At the entrance of the Super Academy in University City, Lin Suying, with hands behind her back, walked in idly. She removed her cloak, put it away, and held a toothpick in her mouth. Could it really have shut down? I've already pulled 2 aggro from the suburbs, and the academy is still empty. Wandering aimlessly, Lin Suying strolled through the academy. The scenery isn't bad, but it's a bit poor. However, once the semester officially starts, if enemies come knocking and the school shuts down on the first day, TSK, am I being too cruel? If the principal can't handle it, it shouldn't be a problem since it's something arranged by the old man. There must be a backup plan. Maybe this principal is even his illegitimate child. Lin Suying wandered aimlessly and eventually arrived at the dungeon building. She stopped at the entrance of Unlevel Dungeon, glancing at it disdainfully. Unlevel Dungeon, even a dog wouldn't bother with it, she muttered under her breath, her tone dripping with contempt. But just as she finished her complaint, a bright light suddenly flashed from the dungeon passage. It was the signal that the monsters had been cleared, indicating the dungeon had been completed. Lin Suying was slightly taken aback, a hint of curiosity rising in her mind. There were actually people in the dungeon? A student in this academy has the ability to clear a dungeon? She looked around and confirmed that there were only 2 people in the area. The principal was an ordinary person, so the one who cleared the dungeon must be the only student. Being able to clear and level dungeon, how could this academy possibly retain anyone? She thought to herself. Once he comes out, I'll give him a beating, make him leave voluntarily, then get him an acceptance letter from a university in the magic capital. He'll surely thank me. She crossed her legs and sat leisurely outside the dungeon passage, her face full of curiosity as she waited. Inside the dungeon, Lupai stood at the exit, his face pale, eyes filled with terror. He had just cleared out all the monsters in the dungeon and picked up all the dropped equipment, just as the monsters were about to respawn. Boss, I'll work twice as hard. I won't leave until I clear this today. Level 30, here I come. He encouraged himself, tightly gripping his equipment, and began searching for new monsters in the dungeon. He had just taken a few steps when he encountered an elite monstera Treant elite monster. Without hesitation, Lupai activated his skill magma burst. Boom! With a loud noise, a wave of heat surged forth, magma enveloping him as he charged towards the Treant elite monster. At that moment, an attribute panel suddenly popped up with a notification. Academy rule notice. All Academy student skills have a 10,000-fold power amplification. Boom! The powerful impact instantly shook the entire dungeon. What followed was a volcanic eruption-like magma burst. Almost instantly, the Treant elite monster was defeated, and the experience points skyrocketed. The Academy rule prompted again. Experience 100-fold amplification, you gain 2,100 experience. Lupai stared in disbelief at the panel's notification, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Cleared the dungeon? Did I finish it with one move? The Academy's rules can actually amplify skill power 10,000 times? He couldn't help but shout loudly. Oh my god, boss! What kind of godly academy have you created? This is insane. Holy crap, insane. Ha ha ha, my boss is #1 in the world. I'm #2. Lupai jumped up excitedly, his face full of excitement, and then shouted, Boss, you're my dad. No, no, you're my ancestor from 18 generations ago. Let me go back and fight for my inheritance with my dad. Then I'll come back and pledge my allegiance to you. He happily exited the dungeon, ready to go back and compete with his father for inheritance. Just as he stepped out of the dungeon, a teasing voice came from the side. Yo, finally out? Little brother, I want to beat you up. You don't mind, right? Lupai was stunned, turned around, and saw Lin Suying standing in front of him with a mischievous smile. Her eyes carried a hint of provocation. Are you my boss's girlfriend? Lupai asked, puzzled. Lin Suying shook her head. No. Then are you related to my boss? Lupai asked again. Lin Suying shook her head again. Also no. Lupai was thoroughly confused now. What the heck? Neither a girlfriend nor a relative. And you want to beat me up? He was furious and immediately swung his fist at Lin Suying. I'll break your legs. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation outside the dungeon building, and the tension in the air seemed to intensify with their altercation. I'll break your legs. Lupai glared, his eyes flashing with a hint of menace, his voice dripping with disdain. Are you kidding me? I've just maxed out my first level. Who am I afraid of? Huh. He straightened his back, exuding a fearless attitude. Lin Suying wore a contemptuous smile, a toothpick dangling from her lips, her eyes showing a predatory interest as she sized Lupai up and down. She thought to herself, a professional from a small place, graduated from a trash school like Super God Academy. How strong can he be? She didn't even bother wasting energy to use her appraisal skill to check Lupai's stats. I'm level 21, considered outstanding even in Magic City, let alone in a small place like Nion City. Lin Suying extended one hand, deliberately keeping the other behind her back, assuming a superior posture. Little brother, they'll let you have one hand. Just don't go crying to your parents, okay? Her tone was flippant, as if she were bullying an ignorant child. Whoosh. Lupai moved. He activated his agility attribute, his figure like lightning, leaving a clear afterimage behind him. He raised his leg, launching a fierce frontal kick. Boom. The air reverberated with a shocking sound, the powerful force rippling through it. So fast. Lin Suying's expression changed dramatically. The moment Lupai attacked, she immediately realized the situation was bad. Without using any skills, he already possessed such astonishing speed and power. His level was definitely above hers. There was no time to think. Lin Suying instinctively crossed her fists to block. Bam! A dull thud echoed as Lupai's right leg struck hard against Lin Suying's defense. The immense impact force spread out, forcing Lin Suying to stumble back several meters. So strong. Lin Suying frowned, quickly activating her appraisal skill. Gasp! As Lupai's stats appeared before her eyes, Lin Suying couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lupai. Profession, Magma Mage. Level, LV 30. Level 30? Wait, Lin Suying hurriedly spoke, utterly shocked. How could a mage profession reach such a terrifying level? She, Lin Suying, with all sorts of resources and countless solo runs of level dungeons, had barely reached level 21. And she was the most powerful lightning-type mage. To think someone could reach level 30? It was simply unbelievable. Wait. Boom. Before she could recover from her shock, Lupai grinned, launching another kick. This feels amazing, Lupai thought to himself, delighted by the sensation of overwhelming power. Bam bam bam. Using both hands and feet, Lupai unleashed several moves in a matter of seconds. Each strike was powerful and heavy, forcing Lin Suying into a frantic retreat, completely suppressing her without giving her any chance to fight back. Impossible. This is impossible. Lin Suying's forehead was covered in cold sweat, her heart filled with fear. True domination. After just a few exchanges, her entire body was numb, her breath erratic. Stop, brother, we're on the same side. I'm a newcomer from the academy. In her desperate retreat, Lin Suying hurriedly shouted, simultaneously using her lightning step skill to narrowly dodge another of Lupai's attacks. Same side. Hearing this, Lupai halted, looking bewildered. Does the academy have people willingly coming to us? Are you here because the dean called you to enroll? Lupai withdrew his attack, asking. Lin Suying was still in shock, but quickly pulled out her phone, showing a screenshot from the professional forum. With this screenshot, you can register at the academy. She spoke truthfully, dropping her earlier nonchalant demeanor. There was no choice. She simply wasn't a match for him. Lupai glanced at the screenshot, nodding slightly. Since you're here to enroll, I'll be your senior from now on. Come on, I'll take you to the boss to register. His tone softened. You're lucky. If the boss takes a liking to you, you're in for some good fortune. Such fortune is hard to come by in several lifetimes. Lupai, with his hands in his pockets, walked straight towards the dean's office. After a few steps, he couldn't help but glance back, squinting slightly. As he continued forward, cold sweat began to form on his forehead, and after a few more steps, he looked back again. Damn, I think I've gotten myself into trouble, Lupai thought to himself. Looking at the strikingly beautiful female classmate, a terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. What if she used her fox-like charm on the boss and became his little wife? And he had just given her a beating. Considering that she was a lightning mage with the terrifying ability to amplify her skill's power by 10,000 times, Lupai couldn't help but shiver. What frightened him even more was the thought of her and the boss having children in the future, inheriting the boss's talents. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Sister-in-law. Lupai spoke nervously. If you rise to power in the future, will you hold a grudge? Let me explain. The boss set the rule that everyone entering the school has to let me test their strength first. If I hit too hard earlier, you can hit back now, and I promise not to retaliate. Why are you so cowardly? Lin Suying looked at him with a peculiar expression. And what's this sister-in-law thing? Huh? Nothing. Lupai looked Lin Suying up and down. Although she was pretty with a slim figure, she seemed like a tomboy and was flat-chested. He mused to himself that she probably wasn't the boss's type, considering the boss usually watched videos of women with curvy figures. Classmate, can you tell me how you leveled up to level 30? Lin Suying was still puzzled over Lupai's level. You'll find out eventually, Lupai replied briefly, deliberately keeping his words to a minimum, afraid of getting into more trouble. Classmate, are you interested in joining the strongest and best academy in Xia country? With your talent, you could have great prospects. Lin Suying probed again. Influenced by her grandfather from a young age, she always prioritized national interests. Encountering a genius who could reach the first full level in such a short time, she believed that with proper training, he could become a pillar of the nation in the future. Perhaps, with her grandfather's recommendation, he could enter a prestigious academy and eventually become a commanding general in Xia country. What are you talking about? Upon hearing Lin Suying praise other academies, Lupai immediately puffed up his chest with pride. With experience multiplied by 100 and skill power amplified by 10,000, you say other academies are better? What trash academy can compare to our super academy? In all realms, apart from the boss's super academy, everything else is garbage. A frog in a well, truly ignorant of the world, Lin Suying thought to herself. But she wasn't in a hurry. Her goal was to disrupt this academy, and she was confident she could do so within half a month. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the door of the dean's office, with Lupai stopping in his tracks. He patted his pocket and seemed to suddenly remember something. Hey, where's the boss gone? He pulled out his phone and quickly dialed Li Qixing's number. What's up? Li Qixing's voice came through the phone with a hint of teasing. You've hit full level and aren't doing your advancement tasks, so you're free enough to call me? Hearing this, Lupai immediately straightened up, adjusted his collar, and put on a deliberately solemn expression. Snap! He stood at attention with his feet together. Reporting to the boss, there's a newcomer at the academy for admission. Couldn't find you, so I called to get your instructions. Lupai's tone was as respectful as a model soldier. You rascal! Cut the nonsense. We're not strangers, Li Qixing replied with a touch of helplessness. All right, I'm almost at the academy. Have them wait for me in the office. Yes, sir. Lupai responded with another perfect military posture, stomping his right foot heavily and giving an exaggerated salute. After hanging up, Lupai grinned and muttered to himself, "Hey, I think the boss still likes this persona of mine. When I give a big salute, the boss must be pleased." Lin Suying observed all this and internally rolled her eyes. It's just a phone call. Is all this really necessary? And the dean is just an ordinary person without a profession. Is such reverence needed? Does this guy have a screw loose? Noticing Lin Suying's disdainful look, Lupai seemed unfazed and instead spoke with sincerity. You can't understand how formidable the academy is until you're inside. If you really join, you might be even more exaggerated than this. The boss is on his way back. Let's wait a bit. Joining the Super God Academy will be the wisest decision of your life. If you gain the boss's recognition, you'll be bowing in gratitude. Huh. Lin Shuang scoffed internally once more. This guy's a frog in the well. If he'd seen the academies in the Magic City, he wouldn't be saying this. They're on entirely different levels. The gap is unimaginable. But she kept these thoughts to herself, as joining the academy was the first step in completing the task given by her grandfather. As for the National Academy, she was indeed looking forward to it. Half an hour passed, and Lin Shuang paced back and forth at the office door. Suddenly, Lu Pai's eyes lit up. Here he comes. The boss is back. He rushed forward like an excited puppy. Boss, are you tired? Let me make you a cup of coffee. Come on, rest in the office. Li Qixing couldn't help but twitch his mouth at Lu Pai's antics. Your level hasn't increased much, but your flattery skills have improved rapidly. Go mind your own business and finish your advancement task. The semester's about to start, and you haven't even reached the second advancement. Aren't you embarrassed? Scram. Okay, boss. I'll go practice with my dad and snatch his stash, Lupai said before happily running off. Lin Shuang stood quietly at the office door, her gaze lingering on Li Qixing for a moment. Indeed, he was an ordinary person, without even a panel. As she watched Lupai's retreating figure, she couldn't help but get goosebumps. Could this guy be into men? Or maybe he's just a sycophant? With these strange thoughts, her gaze towards Li Qixing turned peculiar. He may be handsome, mature, and steady, but Lin Shuang shook her head, secretly planning to accelerate the downfall of the Super Academy. Are you the new student? Come in and fill out an enrollment form. Li Qixing glanced at Lin Shuang indifferently before walking into his office. He had always taken a laissez-faire approach to the number of students in the academy. If they joined, fine. If not, so be it. Inside the office, Li Qixing handed over an enrollment form and made himself a cup of coffee, the steam swirling around the cup. The academy standards are strict. If you can't handle it, don't waste your time, Li Qixing said expressionlessly, sipping his coffee from his chair. While you fill out the form, listen to this. First, once you join the academy, the headmaster's word is the ultimate truth. Do nothing that hinders the academy's development or displeases the headmaster. Second, our resources are currently limited and everything is still in its early stages. You can fight within the academy, but don't use any skills. Our small academy can't withstand such chaos. Third, well, I'll add more to this list later. He swirled the coffee cup in his hand. Everything depends on the headmaster's mood. Li Qixing, might fire someone on a whim if I'm in a bad mood. That's all for now. If you agree, sign the form. If not, leave now. As Li Qixing finished speaking, Lin Shuang completed the enrollment form. Observing Li Qixing's arrogant and indifferent demeanor, Lin Shuang held back for now, gripping the pen tightly. I really can't understand where an ordinary person gets such confidence. Once I join the academy, I'll show you, Lin Shuang thought to herself, obediently handing over the form. Li Qixing glanced over the form quickly. Profession, Thunder Mage. Level 21. Not bad. He put away the form and looked at Lin Shuang for the first time, his gaze slowly assessing the new student. Here's my phone number, note it down. Listen carefully to what I say next, Li Qixing said with a slightly serious expression, standing up as his chair creaked. From this moment, you're officially a member of the Super Academy. Whatever grudges you have outside, or whoever you once were, now you're one of us. His voice grew louder. Super Academy can bully others, but we won't be bullied. Remember, you shouldn't suffer any injustice. No matter how big the issue, the headmaster has your back. Don't start trouble, but don't fear it either. If anything can be solved with force, come to me. Li Qixing waved his hand. The academy is near a shopping street. Go buy what you need. The dorms are all empty. Pick any room you like. The dungeon refreshes in 6 hours. You can enter whenever it refreshes without needing permission. You may go now. After saying this, Li Qixing turned back to his desk, saying no more. Lin Shuang shrugged, not taking Li Qixing's words seriously. An ordinary person saying the headmaster has your back for any problem? With what? And just in Flevel Dungeon, she sneered inwardly. Grandpa, this headmaster sure knows how to boast. Don't worry, I can tolerate it. My goal is just to disrupt this academy, and I won't harm the headmaster. If all this is part of Grandpa's plan, he'll compensate afterward. If it's just Grandpa wanting me to experience life, I'll compensate you personally. Lin Shuang thought to herself as she quickly left the headmaster's office, her footsteps gradually fading down the hallway. In the office, Li Qixing glanced at several notifications on the panel, a slight smile forming on his lips. Ding. New student enrolled. Congratulations to the host for earning 100 points. Ding. Student skills detected. Oh, this skill seems interesting. Li Qixing's eyes lit up with keen interest as he examined one of Lin Suying's skills. Li Qixing stared at the skill selection list on the panel, his eyes shining with desire. Four skills were lined up: basic identification, lightning step, thunder summon, and electric punch, but he could only choose one. Only one. Li Qixing murmured to himself, his gaze finally settling on thunder summon. The skill's description was enticing. Lock onto a target with mental power, summon heavenly thunder to strike, making it unavoidable with a 100 hit rate and a cooldown time of 6 hours. Li Qixing imagined the scenario: just a thread of mental power to lock onto the enemy, and he could unleash an endless barrage, leaving his opponent defenseless under the thunder. Thunder summon it is. Li Qixing smiled slightly. Once the skill evolves perfectly, there might be some unexpected surprises. He silently issued the command in his mind. System, I choose skill 3, thunder summon. The system's prompt immediately echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the successful skill enhancement. Ding. With the Academy's rules enhancement, the thunder summon skill has automatically evolved to its perfect state: auto-tracking, infinite thunder. The skill description expanded. Auto-tracking, infinite thunder. Once activated, no matter where the opponent flees, the heavenly thunder will automatically track them relentlessly. The first strike is a probing thunder, followed by continuous strikes, each thunderbolt's power multiplying until the opponent is destroyed or the user willingly withdraws. It evolved so quickly, Li Qixing raised an eyebrow in surprise. Auto-tracking, infinite thunder. I only need to initiate the first strike, and the subsequent thunder will automatically lock onto the opponent for continuous bombardment. He grinned. If I add a 10,000-fold amplification, even a catastrophe-level powerhouse might despair, being struck by lightning at every moment. Have I become the embodiment of a heavenly tribulation? Now possessing two skills, Li Qixing felt significantly more confident. He suddenly remembered that Lupai's upgrade points hadn't been checked yet, so he called out in his mind, viewpoint details. The point information immediately displayed. Your Academy member Lupai upgraded 10 times. Congratulations on earning 100 Academy points. New Academy recruit 1. Congratulations on earning 100 Academy points. Total points, 1280. A total of 1280 points. Li Qixing calculated internally. I received 1,000 points when I completed my job change, so when Lupai completes his, I should also earn 1,000 points. He thought of the newly joined Lin Suying Thunder Mage, and considered that the speed of earning points could increase further. However, the Academy only had one dungeon, limiting the upgrade speed. Li Qixing rubbed his temples, pondering. I need to find a way to acquire more resources. He remembered the upcoming resource competition among academies in Nion City that would take place after the new students' enrollment. The competition was for the dungeon resources allocated by the state. This might be the key to solving the current predicament. The resource competition is a month away, which feels like an eternity. It seems that Lupai's family has an level dungeon. I should probably talk to his father and see if I can borrow it. Maybe invite him for a meal and offer him a student spot. That should do the trick. Right now, the priority is to see if I can draw another rule. Li Qixing pressed the lottery button. System, I want to draw, he said. The system's voice responded. Total points, 1280. Initiating the basic 10-time draw. Basic draw 10 times, arranging now. Ding. Congratulations, you've won, thanks for participating. Consolation prize, strength 1. Ding. Congratulations, you've won, thanks for participating. Consolation prize, strength 1. Ding. Congratulations, you've won, thanks for participating. Consolation prize, strength 1. Li Qixing was taken aback, staring at the 3 consolation prize notifications on the screen. He couldn't help but comment. Wow, 3 thanks for participating in a row? With a 10 chance of winning, that's quite something. The results of the next 6 draws were no better. Li Qixing's expression grew increasingly serious until the final draw when the system's voice suddenly announced. Ding. Congratulations, you've won intermediate rule. Intermediate rule? Li Qixing's heart skipped a beat, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The system continued. Rule. All equipment looted by Academy students will automatically evolve to God level. Whoa. Li Qixing took a deep breath, feeling a surge of excitement. The equipment tiers are bronze, silver, gold, legendary, and epic. Currently, the best equipment in Nion City is only legendary. As for God-level equipment, which is above epic, there are only about 10 in the entire Xia Kingdom. But now, every piece of looted equipment will automatically become God level. This is simply incredible. The students' equipment in the Academy will all evolve into God level. Li Qixing's eyes lit up, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This means that every student, whether adventuring or fighting, will have invincible God-level equipment. It looks like I need to level up quickly, he resolved, taking a deep breath. Otherwise, if the students casually pull out god-level equipment during minor skirmishes, it will definitely cause quite a stir. He glanced at the time. There were 4 hours until the dungeon refreshed. He decided to leave the academy and head to the shopping street to buy some groceries and supplies. Since the academy is now operational, he couldn't let the students rely on takeout all the time. Cooking a few dishes himself could also save some living expenses. After all, with nothing else to do, and the long cooldown time for the dungeon, he might as well keep himself busy. After finishing the small tasks of shopping and cooking, Qixing checked the time. With 10 minutes left until the dungeon refreshed, he took out his phone and called Lin Suying. "Meet me at the dungeon building now," he said curtly before hanging up. Walking down the street, his gaze pierced through the crowd, fixed on the dungeon building ahead. "Some things need to be kept confidential for now. For the first time entering the dungeon, I'll personally guide you." Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Lin Suying had just settled in but felt puzzled about what was about to happen. "The dean wants to take me to the dungeon?" she muttered to herself. "What is he, an ordinary person, going to do in a dungeon?" And he mentioned something about confidentiality. Although she wasn't particularly interested in an inflevel dungeon, Lin Suying figured that with 2 days left before the official start of the academy, she might as well go along with the dean's plan for now. "Dean, I'll play along for these 2 days. But if anything goes overboard after the academy starts, I hope you'll be understanding." She murmured softly, changed into suitable clothes, and quickly headed to the dungeon building. "Mom, where's Dad?" In the grand courtyard of the Lu family mansion in Nion City, Lupai rushed in, circling around twice, but still not seeing any sign of Lu Yi. He was extremely anxious, eager to confront his father and resolve the issue of the family assets. "Your father is taking care of business." In a corner of the courtyard, a middle-aged woman dressed in elegant attire glanced at Lupai coldly, responding with a dismissive tone before turning away. "Taking care of business? Mom, can you get him back? I need to talk to him, and I can't leave empty-handed." Lupai's tone was urgent, as if he were an ant on a hot pan, restless and uneasy. He knew he needed to find a way to settle the distribution of the family assets tonight. "By the way, Mom, do you know how much property we have left?" Lupai added without thinking. The woman's gaze shifted again, her expression subtle. "Are you planning a rebellion?" Lupai chuckled and quickly approached her, suddenly grabbing her hands and whispering. "Mom, to be honest, I'm not afraid even if I have 10 dads. Once I deal with him, we can split the private money. How about that?" A sly glint flashed in his eyes. "I plan to take the family's replica to the academy, and then the Lu family will soar to new heights." The woman blinked slowly and smiled slightly, her tone teasing. "Are you serious?" Of course, Lupai's confidence was almost tangible. "From today on, in the entire Nion city, besides the big boss, no one can rival me, Lupai. Not even 10 of my fathers could stand against me." He laughed heartily, his confident eyes seeing the imminent glory of conquering everything. "Huh, rebellious son, today you're done for." Suddenly, Lu Ye's voice echoed from deep within the courtyard, accompanied by steady footsteps. Lu Yi emerged from behind a door, his voice cold and his steps heavy, as if signaling an impending storm. "Your mom won't spoil you today. I'll personally teach you a lesson. Ame, open the replica portal. I want this kid to be utterly helpless." Lu Yi roared, exuding a fierce aura of flames that seemed to make the air around him tremble slightly under his pressure. The woman sighed, flicking her wrist as a long whip appeared in her hand. With a swift motion, the portal to the family's Flevel replica manifested in the courtyard. "What the heck are you doing?" Lu Pai's eyelids twitched, and his heart filled with apprehension. Although he had experienced this kind of mixed doubles education since childhood, he was no longer the boy who could be easily manipulated by his parents. However, recalling his max-level transformation and the academy's rules, he regained some confidence. "Xiao Pai, I'm giving you a chance," the woman said, tightening her grip on the whip as she slowly approached Lu Pai. "Promise me you won't go to that Super God Academy and sign up for the top stream instead, and I'll spare you. Be obedient." Lupai hesitated for a moment, then chuckled. "Huh, Mom, you're underestimating me. I have confidence I can take you both on in the replica. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of you today," he said with determination, though his feet moved steadily toward the replica portal. "Dad, Mom, I'm telling you, if you give in later, you'll have to call me Dad. But today I'll show you." With that, he stepped boldly into the replica portal. Lu Yi and the woman exchanged puzzled glances. Why did Xiao Pai suddenly go in willingly? Lu Yi was unsure of his son's intentions. The woman also looked confused. "Let's fight first and see. If we can't, we'll make him one." She motioned for Lu Yi to continue with the plan. "You take the bad cop role later." They exchanged a knowing look, having already formed a plan. As the whip cracked sharply, a striking woman stepped into the game instance, her eyes flashing with determination. Lu Yi followed closely, seething with anger. "Let's deal with this first. Ignoring the prestigious academy for some trashy superstar academy, and now you're eyeing my instance? If you'd listened to me, would the family fortune not be yours?" A blinding light flashed, and the Lu family of 3 appeared in the instant space. Without a word, Lu Yi conjured a fist-sized fireball in his palm and hurled it at Lupai. In his mind, his son's level 12 strength should handle this mini fireball. However, before the fireball could reach him, Lupai vanished, leaving behind only a shadow. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Good kid. Your agility has improved quite a bit, dodging even my fireball. Before he finished speaking, Lupai reappeared behind his father and kicked him hard in the rear. With a thud, Lu Yi almost stumbled. Not bad. Not bad. That strength truly my son. Jiang Xiaomei gripped her whip tightly, staring intently at Lupai. After using her assessment skill, she was stunned. Look at our son's stats panel. Lu Yi instantly teleported to his wife's side, saluted, and checked the attributes. His eyes widened in shock. What the heck? Xiaopai, what miracle pill did you take? Your level shot up to 30 overnight. He conjured a 3-meter diameter fireball and launched it at his son. As the flames dispersed, Lupai lay in the pit, covered in soot, nearly in tears. Seriously? You two really trying to kill me? Excited, Lu Yi and Jiang Xiaomei gathered around. Son, tell your mom how you did it. Are you the legendary child of fortune? Jiang Xiaomei's tone shifted. Or have you been possessed? She swung her whip again. Lupai flew back, feeling utterly wronged. If not for the times his parents nearly died for him, he'd doubt his parentage. Let's go, exit the instance. Jiang Xiaomei pulled her son, whose face was full of grievances. Tonight, I'll cook a feast for you. Dad, bring out your best wine. We're celebrating until we're drunk. From now on, our son will manage the instance. Lu Yi quickly agreed. Whatever the lady says. Lupai was about to show off his newly learned skills when his father interrupted. Show what? Those two useless skills of yours are nothing compared to my fireball. I can cast a fireball. Doesn't that make me cooler than you? Lu Yi said with a hint of pride. Cool. You're the coolest. You're unbeatable. Lupai flattered his father outwardly, though internally he couldn't help but look down on him a little. Afterwards, Lupai and his parents exited the game instance and sat in the living room to discuss his schooling. After some discussion, his parents finally relented, agreeing to let Lupai continue his studies at the Super God Academy. Furthermore, they officially handed over the family's Flevel game instance to Lupai, signifying that he had inherited half of the family business. After dinner, Lupai sat at his desk, diligently writing out his job change quest, preparing for the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Super God Academy's instance building, Lin Suying walked in with a spring in her step. Upon seeing Qixing standing there, she immediately straightened up and respectfully greeted him. Dean. Good. Qixing nodded briefly. Enter the instance. With those words, he walked straight into the instance entrance. Lin Suying, with a toothpick in her mouth, watched Qixing's back and suddenly furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of déjà vu. That back. It looks a bit like that ordinary guy from the suburbs. Strange, she muttered quietly but didn't dwell on it, and followed Qixing into the instance. At the same moment, just outside the gates of the Super God Academy, a group of students gathered, cursing under their breath. This is the academy. Damn it, they dared to steal my monsters in the suburbs. A young man with a bow slung over his shoulder pointed at the academy gates, his voice full of anger. This was Wang Sanjian, who had his monsters stolen by Lin Suying in the suburbs. He turned to his companions, his eyes flashing with provocation. Guys, this academy only has 2 people, and the dean is just an ordinary person without a class. Are you interested in helping me take him down? Standing next to him was Ma Chong, who had also been with Wang Sanjian during the monster theft in the suburbs. The other 4 were new students who had enrolled early at the prestigious academy in University City, each exuding an air of arrogance. The group of 6 marched into the Super God Academy with an aggressive demeanor. Old Wang, don't you think we're being a bit too flashy? Ma Chong frowned, his voice tinged with hesitation. Even though the Super God Academy only has 2 people, it's still an academy. Are we? He thought it over calmly, feeling uneasy about the situation. And that person who stole the monsters in the suburbs is a lightning mage. If their level is high, the 6 of us might not stand a chance. Old Ma, are you worried about that lightning mage? Wang Sanjian patted his shoulder dismissively. Relax, we have the numbers. Most importantly, we're students from the top academy, so they wouldn't dare make a move. The others immediately chimed in. Yeah, Ma, we've grown up in Nion City. Everyone knows the prestige of the top academy. It's just a newly established trash academy. Do you really think they'd dare to fight? Even if there's a lightning mage, it would be 6 against 1. We're all freshmen. Who's afraid of who? Before the first transformation, the power of skills doesn't differ much, so there's nothing to fear. Haha, I'm curious to see what kind of dean would create an academy. I'll challenge him myself later. As they bantered, they ventured further into the academy, only to find it deserted. Hey, can't be. Not a single person here. Wang Sanjian looked around, his anger rising. Bang! He kicked a trash can, sending it clattering across the ground with a loud metallic clang. Haha, I can't believe there's such a pathetic academy in Nion City. Bang, bang, bang. The group laughed uproariously, recklessly kicking over streetlights and smashing the windows of the teaching building. Trash from the Super God Academy, come out now. Wang Sanjian shouted from the center of the courtyard. Your grandpa Wang Sanjian challenges the whole academy. Ha, come on. Damn it, hiding like cowards. Hey, I'm your grandpa Ma. That lightning mage. Come out and take a beating. Ma Chong joined in the taunting, his voice echoing through the empty campus. The campus was deserted, and Wang Sanjian, along with a few of his followers, was rampaging through it. He kicked over a trash can by the roadside, the metal clanging loudly against the ground. Damn it, those people must be hiding. Wang Sanjian cursed through gritted teeth. We'll come back when the term starts. Maybe we can catch some freshmen and make the whole college kneel at the entrance of Dinglu. Seeing that no one was around, the group left the campus, still cursing. Meanwhile, in the Tree Spirit Forest dungeon, Qixing, unaware of the events at the college, was instructing Lin Suying on important matters. Lin, this is the only time I'll bring you into the dungeon, Qixing said seriously. In the future, you'll have to come here on your own. I have a few requirements you need to listen to carefully. First, everything you see here is a college secret. You must not mention it to anyone, or you'll be expelled. Lin Suying felt disdainful inside. What secrets could a broken college have? But she maintained a respectful facade and nodded lightly. Second, Qixing continued. Your skills will be extraordinarily powerful here. When you run the dungeon with classmates, make sure to use your mental power to protect them and avoid accidental injuries. Understood, Headmaster. Lin Suying nodded again, thinking that as a lightning mage, her lightning power was naturally significant. The third point is the most important, Qixing emphasized. The equipment dropped in this dungeon can shock the whole country. Although you guys find it, it belongs to the college. You can use it, but you can't keep it for yourself. Understand? Lin Suying secretly mocked. What good equipment could inflevel dungeon drop? Even bronze-level gear was rare. Don't worry, Headmaster, I understand. If there's nothing else, shall we start? I can usually clear inflevel dungeon in 15 hours, so I won't take up too much of your time. If you can't keep up, feel free to rest. You go ahead on your own. I have other matters to attend to. Remember to bring out the equipment, Qixing said as he turned and left the dungeon. Lin Suying sighed and began searching for monsters. Soon, she spotted a level 1 creature. Such a weak monster. I haven't seen one in ages, she chuckled disdainfully, teleporting in front of it with lightning speed and killing it with a casual punch. The system prompt immediately popped up. Congratulations on killing a dungeon creature. Gained experience 10. College rule enhancement. Experience multiplied by 100. Gained experience 1000. Experience cap reached. Congratulations on leveling up to level 22. Lin Suying stood there in shock, staring at the panel in disbelief. Experience multiplied by 100? Just one little creature level me up? What kind of divine dungeon is this? Lin Suying was completely stunned, standing frozen in place for a full 5 minutes, unable to recover from her shock. It wasn't until 3 small monsters, alerted by the commotion, charged at her that she snapped back to reality. Skill Thunder Fist. As the 3 monsters lunged at her simultaneously, Lin Suying instinctively shouted the skill's name. Her right fist was instantly enveloped in flickering electricity. Boom! Her punch exploded with a thunderous roar in the air. As the punch landed, the entire dungeon shook violently, the ground cracked, and the walls trembled. Academy Rule Enhancement. Skill power amplified by 10,000 times. A golden notification suddenly flashed on the screen. Immediately following, a deafening roar resounded, and the earth split open. The blue electric arcs from the Thunder Fist spread across the entire dungeon like a spider web in an instant. You have killed a dungeon monster. Experience 12. Rule Enhancement. Experience increased by 100 times. Congratulations. You gained experience 1200. You have killed a dungeon monster. You have killed a dungeon elite monster. Your experience has reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV27. You have reached the first transfer limit. Experience is no longer enhanced. Please complete the second transfer task promptly. Thud. Lin Suying sat down on the ground. The toothpick she was chewing on fell to the floor, unnoticed. She was completely dumbfounded, her body tingling as she sat in the midst of the cracked ground with a vacant stare. One punch, clearing all the monsters in the dungeon? One punch, reaching max level instantly? Incredible, absolutely incredible, she muttered to herself. Academy rules, these are rules above everything. As she collected her thoughts, Lin Suying was once again astonished. Her current achievements were entirely due to the Academy's rule enhancements. Rules. This concept completely redefined her understanding. Her mind buzzed, and despite her extensive knowledge from her grandfather's teachings, she had never heard of something like rules. Her emotions in turmoil, Lin Suying's face was a canvas of shock and awe. An academy with such rules, if the nation. She suddenly recalled the grand initiative of the entire nation joining this academy and felt a shiver down her spine. Experience increased by 100 times. The upgrade speed of the entire nation surpasses the world by 100 times. Skill power enhanced by 10,000 times. Everyone in the nation becomes as powerful as dragons. She took a deep breath. Oh my, I once said even a dog wouldn't come to this academy? Imagining the future of the academy as it developed, Lin Suying couldn't fathom its potential. Joining such an academy that transcends everything was the luck of a lifetime. The dean who founded such an extraordinary academy was surely no ordinary person. I even thought about sabotaging this academy. What a whimsical idea. She shook her head self-deprecatingly. Grandfather, did you know the academy's secret? And that's why you deliberately sent me here? She took a deep breath. In all the universes, except for this super academy, everything else is trash. So-called national academies are worthless compared to this. No wonder Lupai admires the dean so much. I was truly a frog in a well. Analyzing what she had witnessed since entering the academy, Lin Shuang's expression became extremely serious. Although she wasn't sure if her grandfather knew the academy's secret, she knew she must never mention it. The dean had explicitly said not to speak of the academy to anyone. If the dean became displeased and expelled her, she'd have nowhere to cry. Right, the dean said to bring out all the dropped equipment. She suddenly remembered the task requirement. I need to gather the dropped equipment, or the dean might get upset and expel me. Adjusting her mindset, Lin Shuang hurriedly began searching the dungeon. 20 minutes later, she found the first glowing orb. The headmaster must be quite strapped for cash. Otherwise, he wouldn't be interested in the equipment dropped from inflevel dungeon. Those items are merely ordinary trinkets worth a few hundred credits. But before finishing the thought, Lin Shuang gasped sharply. Her appraisal skill activated, revealing the properties of the glowing orb. Wind chime category, pendant level, ordinary pendant effect. When the wind blows, it produces a clear and pleasant sound. Uses can be used as a decorative pendant attached to backpacks, windows, etc. Value, 50 star coins. As the properties of the glowing orb changed, a notification popped up on Lin Shuang's panel. Academy Rules Enhancement. Equipment dropped by students automatically evolves to divine level. With the notification, the glowing orb's attributes underwent a staggering transformation. Soul Capturing Bell. Category, pendant, level, divine. Effect. Activating the Soul Capturing Bell can ensnare souls, control, and annihilate enemies. Uses can serve as a decorative pendant or be used for monster hunting and leveling up. Value, 3 trillion star coins. Note, this pendant is a divine level item controlled by mental power. The stronger the mental power, the more potent the pendant's displayed power. Specific functions can be explored by the user. A divine level pendant? An ordinary wind chime evolved into a soul capturing bell? This is simply unbelievable. Divine level items are exceedingly rare throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. Under the rules enhancement, equipment dropped by students automatically evolves to divine level. Lin Shuang was somewhat dumbfounded. 3 rules, a whole 3 rules, and the academy has such an extraordinary setup. With empty eyes, Lin Shuang stared incredulously at the soul-capturing bell that had evolved into a divine-level pendant, a shocking thought crossing her mind. What kind of academy have I entered? Taking a long breath, Lin Shuang carefully picked up the soul-capturing bell and quickly secured it. This is a divine-level pendant, and even getting a chance to hold one in the Xia Kingdom is extremely rare. Holding it in her hand almost made her hesitant to touch it. After securing the soul-capturing bell, Lin Shuang continued her search. Under the rules enhancement, every piece of dropped equipment automatically evolved to divine level, so she was extra cautious. Half an hour later, she finally discovered a second piece of equipment. Once again, it was a soul-capturing bell, divine level. It's not hard to understand. The probability of the same equipment dropping in the same dungeon is quite high. A second divine item, oh my. I actually have 2 divine level items in my possession. Even if they're not mine, at least I once held 2 divine level items. With her heart pounding, Lin Shuang continued her search. Not long after, a third glowing orb appeared in her sight. Tree Spirit Peachwood Sword, category, magical artifact, level, divine. Effect, suppresses all wood element skills below divine level. The Peachwood Sword can cleave mountains and cut through water. Uses, monster hunting and leveling up, defeating enemies. Value, 3.8 trillion star coins. Note, this magical artifact is a divine level item controlled by mental power. The stronger the mental power, the more potent the artifact's displayed power. Specific functions can be explored by the user. Lin Shuang couldn't help but swallow hard. This sword is like the legendary, one sword breaks all spells. With enough mental power, any skill is useless in front of the Peachwood Sword. My gosh, this kind of divine item is simply indescribable in its terror. Beyond the divine items themselves, Lin Shuang suddenly thought of something even more frightening. The academy was created by the headmaster. In other words, the academy's 3 rules were personally established by the headmaster. Thinking of this, Lin Shuang's pupils suddenly contracted. Is our headmaster a monster? Feeling the terror of Qixing, Lin Shuang was deeply shocked. Entrusted with an important mission by the dean, she had to ensure nothing went wrong. She meticulously navigated through the dungeon, carefully searching every corner, afraid of missing any piece of equipment. After 5 full hours, Lin Suying finally completed the collection task. Facing the 17 pieces of divine equipment before her, including artifacts, pendants, and scrolls, she could hardly believe her eyes. Such a haul would astound the entire nation. Having never possessed so many sacred items, she now felt an unprecedented sense of grandeur. Not daring to linger in the dungeon for too long, Lin Suying immediately set out on her return journey. These precious pieces of equipment had to be delivered personally to the dean. Unconsciously, she had changed her way of addressing Li Qixing, from simply Dean to the more respectful Dean Sir. Meanwhile, 6 hours earlier, Li Qixing was on his way back to his office. As dusk settled in, the academy's streetlights automatically lit up. However, the scene before him made him frown. 2 streetlights were leaning, several trash bins were toppled over, and even a few glass windows were shattered. It seems we need to increase security, Li Qixing thought to himself. Although surveillance cameras weren't installed when the school was built to save costs, such vandalism clearly needed to be addressed. He wasn't overly concerned about these minor disturbances, but if the damage continued to escalate, he wouldn't hesitate to personally teach these unwelcome guests a lesson. Shortly after he entered his office, the system notification sounded. Ding! Your student has leveled up once. Congratulations, you've earned 10 academy points. Then another notification followed. Ding! Your student has leveled up 7 times consecutively. Congratulations, you've earned 70 academy points. 80 points, huh? Li Qixing murmured to himself. It's not much, but as students complete their job transitions, the points should gradually increase. Having lived 2 lives, he knew well the importance of patience. After pondering for a moment, he picked up his phone and dialed Lupai to discuss security personnel. He had a suitable candidate in mind: Lupai's father, a high-level, near-max 4th-turn expert. Once he revealed his identity, he was confident the allure of rule enhancements would be hard to resist. The phone was answered after just 1 ring, and Lupai's respectful voice came through. Boss, I'm currently doing the job transition task, and should complete it soon. Do you have any instructions? Ask your father when he's free. I'd like to invite him for a meal, Li Qixing said straightforwardly. As a top-tier force in Nion City, Lu Yi naturally had to give him this courtesy. Lupai responded enthusiastically. Boss, what do you need from my dad? Is the academy short on funds? Don't worry, boss. I've already secured the usage rights to my family's dungeon. I'll pull an all-nighter to complete the transition task tonight. Tomorrow, I'll bring the dungeon back to the academy, and I'll find a way to sort out the funding, no problem. It's nothing major. Just give me your father's number, so I can arrange to meet him sometime. Li Qixing replied with a smile. All right, boss, I'll send it to you right away. If you need money, be sure to let me know. After hanging up, Li Qixing looked at the number Lupai had sent and pondered to himself. Lupai had obtained the usage rights to his family's dungeon. If it were placed in the academy, he wondered if it would receive the academy's rule enhancements. Nonetheless, it could bring short-term resources to the academy, which was beneficial. He then posted a straightforward job ad for security personnel on the professional forum, with high requirements level 120 or above, at least destruction level, with salary negotiable. The post quickly got buried, but Li Qixing wasn't concerned. For him, it was just planting a seed of opportunity. As night fell, Li Qixing returned to his unique Dean's Villa by the Crescent Lake at the academy. The place boasted a garden and pool, with an exceptional environment. After freshening up, he was about to sleep when the villa's doorbell suddenly rang in the middle of the night. Standing at the door was Lin Suying, feeling anxious and burdened with 17 pieces of divine equipment. Her heart raced with worry. Will I be expelled for disturbing the dean so late? But if I don't hand over the equipment immediately, I might anger him. Come in. Li Qixing's voice came from inside. He had anticipated someone might knock at this hour, given the divine equipment. If Lin Suying hadn't come tonight, he would have had to reassess her suitability for the academy. Dean, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. The dungeon dropped a few pieces of equipment, Lin Suying said nervously, almost suffocated by the pressure of facing the dean, who seemed godlike. Choose 1 piece of equipment for yourself for protection. We'll discuss the rest tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the villa switched off. Lin Suying was astounded. 17 divine artifacts, and the dean was so generous. Leaving the villa with excitement, she didn't sleep a wink all night, vigilantly guarding the equipment, fearing any mishap would leave her unable to explain to the dean. For the first time, this young lady, born with a silver spoon, worried so much about making a mistake and felt so tense. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Qixing woke from his slumber to a notification from the system. Your trainee has completed the job transfer task, advancing to the 2nd-tier mastery level. Congratulations, you've earned 1,000 trainee points. Did Lupai complete the job transfer task too? That was faster than I expected, Li Qixing murmured softly as he sat up. After a quick wash, the doorbell to the villa rang unexpectedly. Come in, Li Qixing said quietly. The door creaked open, and a voice full of flattery came from outside. Boss, have you had breakfast yet? It's me, Xiaopai. I just completed the job transfer task and didn't dare to rest for a moment. I brought you breakfast. Lupai entered the villa with a big smile, carrying 2 breakfasts, clearly excited. Ding dong, the doorbell rang again. Lin Suying, who had not slept all night, cautiously entered and respectfully said, "Dean, let's eat breakfast first." Li Qixing replied casually, opening the delivery and starting to eat without hesitation. Lupai and Lin Suying stood quietly to the side, watching Li Qixing eat without saying another word. 10 minutes later, Li Qixing wiped his mouth and asked, "Boss, want a cup of coffee?" Lupai smiled and, without waiting for Li Qixing's response, quickly ran to the kitchen to brew a cup. "I thought of it first, but he beat me to it again." Lin Suying felt frustrated, biting her lip. She knew she couldn't compete with Lupai in flattery. Lin Suying stood still, ready to hand over the 17 divine-level pieces of equipment revealed in yesterday's dungeon to Li Qixing. She began, "Dean, yesterday in the dungeon." Before she could finish, Lupai interrupted. "Boss, I got my hands on the dungeon. Haha, yesterday I gave my dad a beating, and he had no choice but to hand over the rights to use the dungeon. I brought it over for you to arrange." With that, he flipped his wrist, and a square golden box appeared in his hand. This is the dungeon's storage box, which can store the dungeon inside. The box was inscribed with golden letters, "Flevel Dungeon, Goblin Fortress." Li Qixing glanced at the box, took it, and activated it with his mental power. The box slowly opened, and a portal of light appeared in the villa. "Place this dungeon in the dungeon building for now, and use it within the academy. Once the academy's resources are sufficient, return it to your dad," he instructed nonchalantly. He closed the box, making the portal disappear, and handed the box back to Lupai. "Okay, boss, I'll handle it right away." Lupai nodded eagerly. Li Qixing turned to Lin Suying and asked, "What do you have for me?" "Dean." Lin Suying waved her hand gently, and 17 divine artifacts appeared on the table. "These are the items revealed in yesterday's dungeon. Please check them," she said respectfully. Lupai's eyes widened in shock, his jaw almost dropping. He stared at the divine artifacts on the table, his heart skipping a beat. The Treant Peachwood Sword, Soul-Capturing Bell, Tranquil Water Pearl, Black Iron Fan. A dazzling array of divine-level equipment, each piece overwhelming him. Almost unbelievable. Li Qixing glanced at the artifacts, his eyes flickering slightly, and casually picked up the Peachwood Sword. "What are you standing there for? Pick one you like for self-defense," Li Qixing said coldly. Though his words were casual, they carried authority. To Li Qixing, these divine artifacts were insignificant after all. With the rules in place, all future academy equipment would start at the divine level. This. Lupai swallowed hard, his eyes dimming as his hand instinctively grasped the black iron fan, unable to resist asking, "Boss, can we each choose one too?" The Shin Iron Fan is a type of magical artifact, classified at the divine level. It has the ability to extinguish fire-based attack skills. Its uses include defeating monsters and leveling up. Note, this artifact is controlled by mental power. The stronger the mental power, the more powerful the artifact becomes. Users are encouraged to explore its specific functions on their own, but based on its attributes and uses, it completely counters Lupai's father. "Shouldn't we go back and have another fight?" "Boss, with the support of this divine artifact, I'm confident I can seize all my father's assets. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you." Lupai snapped a crisp military salute, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Li Qixing scrutinized Lupai, pondering internally. This kid has a rebellious streak. Choosing an artifact that counters his father is quite fitting. "Lin, once you're in the academy, we're all family. No need to be so reserved." Seeing Lin Suying standing awkwardly to the side, Li Qixing spoke gently. Okay, headmaster." Lin Suying's palms were sweaty as she tremulously held the soul-capturing bell in her hand. A divine artifact. A genuine divine artifact. Even her father, whose combat prowess was unparalleled, didn't own one. This was an enormous blessing. "All right, if there's nothing else, carry on with your tasks." Li Qixing waved his hand. "With the academy's rules in place, level up as quickly as possible. I'll find a way to provide resources so you won't be shortchanged." He added, "Remember, the equipment you have belongs to the academy. You can use it, but you can't sell or give it to others. Rest assured, boss, I'm loyal to the academy in life and in death. I'll betray my father before I betray you." Lupai promised earnestly, thumping his chest. I'm also loyal to the headmaster," Lin Suying said, blushing, her voice barely above a whisper. "Good." Li Qixing nodded in satisfaction, leading the way out of the villa. "Lupai, come with me to the dungeon building. I want to see if your family's dungeon is up to the academy standards. Lin, complete your class change tasks promptly. Don't waste your youth." With Lupai in tow, Li Qixing headed straight to the dungeon building. He had a question in mind. Can a dungeon not obtained through one's own efforts still receive the academy's rule enhancement? A moment later, the two stood before the dungeon building. With a thought, Li Qixing caused the entrance to the Flevel Dungeon, Goblin Fortress, to appear within the building. The Treant Forest has refreshed. Lupai, Go test if the experience points from the Triant Forest monsters can still meet the requirements for reaching the second class's max level. Level up quickly. I plan to enter the resource competition in Nion City in a month. Don't embarrass me then. Having given his instructions, Qixing stepped into the Goblin Fortress dungeon entrance. Got it, boss, I won't let you down. I'll crush everyone then. Lupai grinned confidently and turned to enter the Triant Forest. A blinding light flashed, and Qixing found himself inside the Goblin Fortress dungeon. The dungeon wasn't large, about the size of Nion City. Before him stood a towering fortress, with goblin minions patrolling the 100-meter-high walls, their shadows stretching long in the sunset. Let's see if I can get rule enhancement. If so, I might employ other methods to acquire some resources. Qixing lifted his gaze slightly, focusing on the dense goblin creatures within the fortress, a cold smirk playing on his lips. One move. Skill, Rock Demon, Avatar Collision. With his words, a searing heat spread from beneath his feet. Molten lava surged outward for 2,000 meters, scorching the ground red. A towering, 1,000-meter-high lava avatar rose behind him, emanating an oppressive heat. Roar! The rock demon let out an earth-shattering roar, charging towards the fortress. Crack! Crack! As the rock demon advanced, ripples spread through the space, like water struck by a boulder. Some parts of the space couldn't withstand the rock demon's collision force, showing fine cracks, with eerie light flickering in the black fissures. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The massive form of the rock golem slammed into the castle, sending stones flying in all directions. In an instant, a wave of scorching heat engulfed the entire fortress, consuming it completely. The sky of the dungeon turned a deep crimson, and everything visible was reduced to ashes under this terrifying power. The system notifications followed rapidly, like a downpour. Ding! Goblin minion defeated, experience 11. With Academy bonus, experience 1100. Ding! Goblin Elite defeated, experience 18, with Academy bonus. Experience points soared dramatically, and Qixing's level started to jump wildly. He shot up from level 32 to 33, and then continued to climb at an astonishing rate. The system alerts became a continuous roar, and within seconds, he had leveled up 29 times. Ding! As you have reached level 60, the second advancement cap is met. Experience points are no longer applied. Please proceed with writing the advancement quest and complete the transition. Academy points 290. Qixing carefully checked the notifications on the panel, confirming he had reached the maximum level for his second advancement. Although it was just a borrowed dungeon, under the Academy's rules, he could clearly feel the immense enhancement from his 4 attributes. His current skill power was more than double what it had been during his first advancement. Creating the Academy in just 3 days and already dominating Nion City. Not bad, Qixing mused with a satisfied smile, glancing at the now-leveled dungeon before exiting. Considering that the equipment in the level dungeon wouldn't disappear for 8 hours, he decided to delegate the task of collecting the gear to the students. He took out his phone and sent a brief message to Lupai, instructing him to gather the Goblin Castle's equipment and to be on duty at the security office entrance today. Back in the dean's office, Qixing immediately turned to the most pressing matter, writing the advancement quest. He took out the advancement book, and after channeling his mental energy, the system quickly provided the task requirements. Defeat or kill a second advancement max level or higher professional. Isn't this task too easy? Qixing pondered with a frown. With my current skills amplified 1,000-fold, I could easily defeat an opponent of the same level without even using skills, just relying on my artifacts. Lupai's father? No, I might accidentally finish him off in one move. Attacking my own people isn't wise. Sitting in his office, Qixing found himself deep in thought. This seemingly simple task was proving to be quite the conundrum. For a moment, he couldn't find a target to defeat. Qixing frowned in thought, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's it. He quickly searched his memory and soon locked onto a suitable target. The Silver Wolf gang outside the western suburbs. This malicious group had a history with him. He had slain some of their members before. Surely, the Silver Wolf gang was still searching everywhere for him. Qixing's lips curled into a slight smile, a cold glint in his eyes. Might as well walk right into their trap and deal with any potential future trouble. Having made up his mind, Qixing checked the 15 magical artifacts he carried with him. Once everything was in order, he walked steadily toward the Academy's gate. Meanwhile, inside the Triant Forest dungeon. Boom! Lupai delivered a punch, causing the last monster in the dungeon to disperse into light particles. The system's notification sound immediately followed, confirming that he had reached the maximum level for the second stage LV60. Awesome! Lupai laughed up at the sky, his face full of pride. Haha, leveling up with the boss is easier than drinking water. He clenched his fists, excitement shining in his eyes. Second stage max level. If my dad knew, he'd be dumbfounded. I'll show off to him. Grab a divine artifact, and take the family assets. Give him 2 packs of cigarettes a month. Let him experience being squeezed. A sly grin appeared on Lupai's face. Just as he was about to exit the dungeon, he suddenly remembered something. No, the boss instructed to take all the equipment out after clearing the dungeon. He patted his head. Hee, even if it's just a worthless trinket, Lupai won't leave it behind. Laughing, he activated his mental power, an invisible energy instantly spreading from his body, covering a 100-meter radius. With his second stage max level, his mental power coverage was quite impressive, eliminating the need for a meticulous search. Soon, under his mental powers detection, he found the first dropped trinket. Soul Bell. Lupai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the item information before him. Whoa, divine level. He was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this the worst level dungeon? How could it drop a divine level item? While he was puzzled, a notification suddenly appeared on his panel. Academy Rule Enhancement. All equipment dropped by Academy students automatically evolves to divine level. Wow, Lupai gasped. This is terrifying. The Academy has added such an incredible rule. After a moment of shock, he quickly calmed down. It's all thanks to the boss. Easy to accept. Collect the equipment, not a single piece left behind. With his mental power enhanced, Lupai swiftly moved through the dungeon. In just 2 hours, he had collected 13 divine level items. Meanwhile, in the highest office of a guild called the Wanxiang Guild in the Magic City, a bald man in a white suit, with a thick gold chain around his neck, was holding a glass of red wine, his eyes coldly fixed on a girl curled up in the corner. This bald man was Wan Hua, the president of the Wanxiang Guild. In the Magic City, the Wanxiang Guild wasn't well known. Few even knew of its existence. This was because the organization engaged in shady, unspeakable activities. Despite its low profile, the Wanxiang Guild's overall strength ranked among the top 10 guilds in the Magic City. And the president, Wan Hua himself, had reached a terrifying level calamity level, LV 153. With such formidable power, he would be invincible almost anywhere outside the Magic City. Awake! Wan Hua took a gentle sip of red wine, a cruel smile playing at his lips. Don't ask who I am, or what I want to do with you. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. He sneered at the girl in the corner. A student of the great Nion Academy shouldn't ask such stupid questions, right? Ha ha. He put down his wine glass and slowly approached the girl. Beastmaster, Frost Dragon form. A rare profession globally, specially recruited by the great Nion Academy. Aren't you thrilled? Did you not expect to be snatched up by me beforehand? Wan Hua swirled his wine glass, his tone carrying a hint of sentiment. Life, you never know whether surprise or accident comes first. If it weren't for an accident back then, maybe I... Shut up. A cold voice suddenly interrupted Wan Hua in the office. Hearing this voice, Wan Hua's face changed drastically. His body trembled, and he hurriedly knelt down, his posture extremely respectful. There is a small force in Nion City named the Silver Wolf Gang. The mysterious voice continued. That guy has a channel to go abroad. Your task is to safely deliver the person to Nion City, where someone will take over. This is a crucial business, and you will handle it personally. The voice paused. If we can open up this channel, our business can expand globally. This little girl has a unique profession. Give her another dose and send her on her way. Wan Hua, as long as you do your job well, I will help you reclaim what the Great Nion Academy owes you. Not just the Great Nion Academy. In the future, the entire Summer Nation will be your plaything. The voice grew even lower. Now go, complete this task, and I will personally introduce you to the master. In the office, only the voice was heard, without a trace of the speaker. After the speech, Wan Hua wasn't sure if the other party had left. He respectfully bowed his head, then took out a teleportation scroll from his pocket and crushed it. Nion City? A trace of disdain flashed in Wan Hua's eyes. Such a small place. I can walk all over it. Bang! He delivered a hand chop to the girl's neck, and she immediately fell into unconsciousness. Wan Hua grabbed the girl from the corner, and with a flash of white light, they both disappeared from the office. In the western outskirts of Nion City, a hidden valley flickered with a mysterious golden light. This light was from a carefully arranged concealment array by a master of formations, making it impossible for outsiders to penetrate the mist and discern its reality. At the valley's entrance, shimmering reflections created a mirror-like illusion, revealing nothingness. This was the headquarters of the Silver Wolf Group, a place known only to its core members. Deep within the valley, meticulously arranged courtyards resembled a secluded paradise. In the highest hall at the heart of the valley sat Duan Mingyue, the leader of the Silver Wolf Group. His bare torso was covered with tattoos of fearsome creatures, blending him with the wild beasts of nature. Known as Insane, he was a formidable level 97, fourth-tier destroyer. Below him, four chairs were occupied by the group's 4 deputy leaders, each exuding an intimidating presence as third-tier annihilators. Leader, an outer member has been killed. Someone dared to act on our western outskirts. Should I take action? The deputy on the left spoke in a chilling tone, gesturing a throat-slitting motion. Duan Mingyue raised an eyebrow, paused, and finally spoke. It's been a while since we made an appearance. Many may have forgotten the existence of the Silver Wolf Group. We'll discuss this later. After today, Nanyun City will be insignificant. Another deputy smirked. But regarding the matter I mentioned earlier, I assume you already have a plan, leader? A gleam of menace flickered in Duan Minggui's eyes as he slowly replied. The Vientiane Guild in the Magic City has a significant deal requiring our assistance. We've established contact with Myanmar, and the Yaoshan Society will also lend a hand. Once this deal is successfully concluded, our members can enjoy a good time. His words dripped with greed, his eyes nearly sparkling with a captivating light. The Vientiane Guild? Never heard of them, laughed one deputy. But since you have a plan, we'll await your instructions. I assume the guild in the Magic City is not simple? Are we up to it? Beyond the destroyer level? Another deputy expressed concern. Duan Mingue smirked coldly. Destroyer level? A catastrophic level. A terrifying level 153 existence. The four deputies collectively gasped, their expressions turning grave. A catastrophic level being could obliterate the entire Silver Wolf group with a single skill, a thought that sent chills down their spines. However, Duan Mingue remained calm and composed, explaining, catastrophic level is indeed frightening, but we don't need to confront him. We just need to adjust the route slightly to deliver him to Yaoshan. According to intelligence from Yaoshan, there's a sorcerer in Myanmar capable of altering memories and recruiting talents from other countries. The professional captured by the Vientiane Guild is likely for some experiment, merely to be sent there. His eyes gleamed with greed once more, his voice low. We don't need to intervene in these matters. Just escort them. We have the National Protection Array token from Myanmar, making entry effortless. The rest is for Yaoshan to handle. All four deputies nodded silently, aware that the leader never embarked on uncertain ventures. Prepare yourselves. We're going out to meet the people from the Vientiane Guild. And by the way, remember to send a few strong young men to the God of the Waste another day. He loves the kidneys of professionals. Outside West Suburb City, Li Qixing grabbed the throat of a man with a sharp, monkey-like face. Being targeted just after leaving the city could only mean it was the Silver Wolf Group, if not for money. Li Qixing deliberately dropped the space ring, which the man ignored. It was obvious that he was from the Silver Wolf Group. Want to make a name for yourself? Take me to your Silver Wolf Group. If I take down your leader, you can become the new boss. Li Qixing released the man, speaking nonchalantly. In your dreams, our Silver Wolf Group isn't. Before he could finish, Li Qixing applied pressure with his right hand, and with a crack, the man's arm snapped. His screams pierced the quiet countryside, as agonizing as a pig being slaughtered. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Li Qixing's voice was chilling. Lead the way or die now. The man, pale-faced, stubbornly replied. In your dreams, the higher-ups in the Silver Wolf Group are already aware of your killings, soon you'll. Crack. Before he could finish, Li Qixing twisted the man's neck, killing him instantly. Seeing that he had stopped struggling, Li Qixing coldly dropped the body and walked into the dense forest. The Silver Wolf Group, with over 1,000 members, had influence spread outside Nanyun City and was not to be underestimated. Li Qixing didn't expect to learn anything significant from a small fry. He was out looking for opportunities. If he could find someone meeting the criteria for a change of profession, that would be ideal. If not, he was prepared. His skills auto-tracking and infinite thunder were ready. The first bolt of lightning was just a test, not very powerful, but if used on Lupai's father, the mission could be completed. Under this skill, no one could escape, and once the mission was done, Li Qixing could cancel the skill at any time without harming the target. For the sake of the mission, Lupai's father would have to endure. Walking aimlessly in the tranquil western outskirts for nearly 2 hours without encountering a single monster, the unusual quietness was unsettling. Eventually, Li Qixing reached the peak of a mountain. On the other side was a vast valley. It seemed this trip was in vain. He took out his phone, ready to dial the number Lupai had sent earlier. Suddenly, 100 meters ahead, the space started to ripple. With a flash of light, a man in a white suit, bald-headed, appeared out of nowhere. On his shoulder was a woman in a green dress. Li Qixing's eyes flickered with suspicion. The man was Wan Hua, the president of the Vientiane Guild. As soon as Wan Hua appeared, he couldn't help but complain. Damn it. Why meet in this godforsaken place? I'm a cataclysm-level powerhouse. Can't I get a 5-star hotel reception? What a lousy group. The woman on Wan Hua's shoulder, due to her position, had her eyes facing the opposite direction of Wan Hua. She groggily opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Li Qixing with his phone, and a faint, helpless plea for help escaped her lips. Li Qixing paused at the sound, casting a glance forward. As their eyes met, he sensed something was off, realizing they were up to no good. Shaking his head slightly, Li Qixing decided to pretend he hadn't heard anything better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He turned to leave. Suddenly, a mental wave hit him, followed by Wan Hua's voice. Hey, you trash from a trashy place. You see my true form and what I'm doing, and you think you can just walk away without leaving something behind? Wan Hua turned his head, chuckling softly, his eyes sharp as he unleashed his identification skill, his voice laced with disdain. Did you come to this wilderness just to take a dump? Li Qixing's steps faltered slightly, his expression unchanged, but inside he was already prepared for a confrontation. An ordinary person? The girl turned with difficulty to Li Qixing, her eyes filled with a tide of despair. Shay level 19 professional found herself unable to perform even the most basic skills in front of Wanhua. The mere mental power of her opponent bound her like invisible chains. Her gaze lingered on Li Qixing, and the hope she had was extinguished. She had finally encountered someone, only to find he was just an ordinary person without any power. The beast transformation class was the fastest rising in the current world, requiring neither complicated skill learning nor excessive resources. By gradually advancing and unlocking full beast transformation, one could gain extraordinary power. Such a profession was what everyone longed for. Moreover, she was one in a million, possessing the frost dragon form within the beast transformation class. As her level increased, once she developed the complete frost dragon form, she would inherit all the abilities of this legendary creature, with limitless potential. However, this rare and promising professional was easily controlled during a monster hunting outing. Although she was exceptionally admitted to a prestigious national academy, she hadn't even seen the academy. The fear of death loomed over her, but what terrified her more was her abilities being controlled, turning her into a tool for others' slaughter. Is this my fate? She thought bitterly. Orphaned since childhood, scraping by on state aid until I could change professions, just when I was about to soar, my wings were cruelly clipped. Perhaps, people like me aren't meant to live. The girl had resigned herself to death, her gaze returning to Li Qixing. Being ordinary, perhaps, was a kind of happiness. A flicker of envy crossed her eyes, perhaps out of pity, or perhaps because of shared fate. She struggled to speak to Wanhua. Please, spare him. He's just an ordinary person and poses no threat to you. If you kill him, I'll bite my tongue and end my life. Bite your tongue. Wanhua laughed aloud at her words. Haha. Do you think you have the right in front of a calamity-level powerhouse like me? But I never kill ordinary people. Kid, get out of here. Leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanhua waved his hand. Whoosh. An invisible force shot from his hand, wrapping around Li Qixing's right arm with the speed of 100 meters per second. Mental energy projection. Sensing the anomaly on his arm, Li Qixing's eyes narrowed slightly. He was well aware of the terror of mental energy projection. When a professional's mental attribute reached a certain level, they could condense and project their mental energy. This projected energy was highly aggressive, invading the target's brain and wreaking havoc until it was exhausted. Using mental energy projection on an ordinary person was a cruel act. A force that even professionals struggled to resist left ordinary people utterly defenseless. Wanhua claimed he wouldn't kill ordinary people, yet he had effectively sentenced Li Qixing to death. If Li Qixing were truly ordinary, he would be tormented to death by this mental energy within half a day. Fortunately, Li Qixing's mental attributes, acquired through a lottery, were strong enough. With a single thought, he silently devoured Wanhua's mental energy completely. What a pity, Li Qixing thought to himself. Too much kindness can be a problem. If he joined my academy and remained this way, it would surely bring some trouble. Although I don't fear trouble, dealing with trivial matters daily would be exhausting. Girl, it's up to your own fate now. Li Qixing turned his gaze to the bald Wanhua, a cold glint in his eyes. Since you intended to torment me to death, let me show you what it's like to be tormented. When it comes to toughness, let's see who's truly strong. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Li Qixing's eyes. He silently unleashed his deadly move with a mere thought. His fingers traced invisible patterns in the air, simultaneously activating the skills auto-tracking and infinite thunder. An intangible wave of energy rippled through the atmosphere. Having completed this, Li Qixing turned away with an impassive expression, walking away calmly. He knew well that when the thunder struck, that bald man would certainly no longer be able to pay attention to the girl. Life or death, it was all up to fate. Boom. Just as Li Qixing turned, the once clear sky suddenly changed its face. Heavy clouds surged like tides from all directions, rolling and roaring. Lightning snakes darted through the clouds, emitting terrifying hisses. In the blink of an eye, a dark mass of thunderclouds had gathered above Wanhua's location. Damn it! Why is the weather suddenly thundering? Wanhua cursed irritably, tossing the girl aside like trash and roughly adjusting his deep red tie. Damn, this is frustrating. Those bastards from the Silver Wolf squad still haven't shown up. Once I finish the task, I'll deal with them. Wanhua stood atop the mountain, shouting, yet he couldn't shake a growing unease, as if something dreadful was about to happen. Boom. Sizzle. As his irritation peaked, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky like a sharp sword aimed at his head. This bolt wasn't thick, only as wide as an arm, but it carried a menacing power. Damn, it's like the lightning's targeting me, Wanhua muttered, his pupils contracting sharply. Without hesitation, he summoned all his defensive powers, bracing himself. As a disaster-level warrior, he was confident he could withstand such lightning without major harm. Boom. Facing the descending lightning, Wanhua punched out, his fist creating a howling wind. Sizzle. The collision between the lightning and his fist resulted in a deafening explosion. Just one bolt left Wanhua smoking, sending him flying several meters and landing in a sorry state. Damn, why is this lightning so strong? Wanhua thought with a shiver of fear. One more strike and I'm done for. I need to get off this mountain. He was about to grab the girl and flee downhill when the thunder grew even louder and the surrounding clouds pressed in more densely. Damn it, more. Seeing the lightning writhing in the clouds, Wanhua's heart sank. Instinct told him this storm was targeting him. Ignoring the girl, Wanhua used an instant teleportation technique to descend the mountain, covering hundreds of meters in mere seconds. However, as he fled, the thunderclouds followed. Boom! A lightning bolt thicker than a thigh struck down towards his head. Damn! Why is it chasing me? Damn it! Activate defensive light escape. Wanhua hurriedly activated his strongest defensive skill. Boom! The lightning struck, shattering Wanhua's defensive shield. Taking another hit, he spat blood, his face turning pale. Above him, the thunderclouds continued to gather, visibly accumulating massive electric currents within. The clouds outside the western suburbs accelerated towards Wanhua's location. Damn, is it coming again? What the hell is this? Panic surged within Wanhua. Lightning thicker than a barrel was a level of attack that could leave nothing behind. Wanhua flipped his wrist, producing a teleportation scroll. He quickly channeled his mental energy, opening a portal in space. Without a second thought for the girl on the mountain, he stepped into the portal. In the next moment, he was back in the metropolis. The sky was clear, not a cloud in sight. Phew, Wanhua exhaled deeply. The weather here is so nice. He wiped the blood from his mouth, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Boom! Suddenly, the clear sky erupted with thunder. Dark clouds magically appeared above Wanhua's head. Damn it, from Nion to the metropolis? What the hell is going on with this lightning? Boom! A lightning bolt as thick as a barrel crashed down. Damn it, damn it! Holy crap, what the hell? Lei, are you trying to kill me? Wanhua shouted angrily. As lightning was about to strike, he quickly waved his hand, instantly covering himself with a shimmering silver robe. Witness my legendary defensive artifact, Steel U. Earth Dragon Scale Armor, he declared confidently. Crafted from the scales of a natural disaster-level Earth Dragon, forged over 10 years by a master blacksmith, it can withstand creation-level attacks. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Wanhua directly. With a sharp crack, the supposedly invincible Earth Dragon Scale armor shattered into countless shiny fragments scattered across the ground. Wah! Wanhua felt a metallic taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. Damn it, my legendary defensive robe. He couldn't even fully express his distress over the robe before another deafening rumble echoed from the sky. Boom! At that moment, the entire sky over the magic city was shrouded in thick black clouds, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Meanwhile, in the western outskirts of Nion City, a golden notification suddenly appeared on Li Qixing's panel. Auto-tracking, infinite thunder skill initial test complete, Academy rules automatically applied, 10,000-fold amplification activated. Li Qixing paused, frowning slightly. Although he wasn't sure how many bolts had already struck, this notification caught him by surprise. The initial test of such strong thunder wasn't even enhanced by the Academy rules. To withstand the power of the initial trial, he truly is a disaster-level powerhouse. Li Qixing muttered under his breath, but he didn't pay much attention to Wanhua. The moment he released the skill, his advancement quest was complete. Under the auto-tracking and infinite thunder skill, even if Wanhua didn't die immediately, his failure was inevitable. Li Qixing glanced at the system notification, satisfied to see he had advanced to level 61, officially entering the ranks of third-tier professionals. Completing this advancement quest also earned him 1,000 precious Academy points. I'll head back to the Academy first. Once Lupai and Lin Suying complete their advancement quests, we'll have a good chance at the grand prize. He murmured to himself, walking leisurely back to the city with the composure of a victor. At the same time, in a valley outside the western suburbs, a conversation was taking place within the Silver Wolf group. Captain Songshin, it's been half an hour past the agreed time. Should we keep waiting? A vice-captain asked impatiently. Songshin chuckled coldly. Let him wait a bit longer. Coming to the Silver Wolf's territory and not showing respect, even if he's disaster level? Otherwise, he'll think we're easy to bully. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Let me call Yaoshin. We'll use a teleport scroll to enter Yaoshin's territory. After a brief negotiation, Songshin slowly led the group out of the valley, climbing towards the mountain peak. At the mountain peak, a young woman was struggling to stand. After half an hour of recovery, she finally regained some mobility. Although she didn't know why the bald man was struck by lightning, she knew this was the best time to escape. Gritting her teeth, the young woman endured the pain and stood up. A chill emanated from within her, and the skin on her back began to writhe violently. Rip! With the sound of tearing flesh, a pair of 3-meter-long wings covered in white scales burst from her back, shimmering like ice crystals in the sunlight. Initial awakening, partial bestial transformation, she whispered, invoking the special ability of the beast transformation series, Frost Dragon Form. Whoosh! With powerful wing beats, the surrounding air rapidly condensed, and the young woman's body lifted into the air. In a swift dive, she flew down the mountain, quickly catching up to the walking Qixing. The speed difference between flying and walking was evident. Captain, holy crap, Captain, what kind of monster is that? Down the mountain, a vice-captain of the Silver Wolf pointed at the figure in the sky, excitedly asking. Songxin looked up, a glint of greed in his eyes. There aren't many flying monsters in the western suburbs. Those wings spread at least 6 meters wide. It's probably a high-level wild creature. Although the Silver Wolf was a large gang, their headquarters didn't even have the lowest level dungeon. Seeing a high-level wild creature meant a wealth of experience points for them. Monster. Songxin squinted, focusing intently on the flying figure in the sky. Songxin lifted his head and saw the silhouette of a girl flying swiftly across the distant sky. The distance made it difficult for him to identify her, so he quickly activated his identification skill. Information flashed before his eyes. Tao Yuqing, profession, beast morph, frost dragon form, level, LV19, spirit, 320, strength, 753, defense, 751, agility, 522, innate skill, beast morph. A person. Songxin squinted, then his pupils widened in shock. A beast morph practitioner in frost dragon form. Such an extraordinarily rare profession appearing in a place like the western suburbs? Songxin was initially stunned, then his brow furrowed, but soon his expression transformed into one of sheer greed. Level 19, just recently transitioned. Songxin licked his lips. A profession this extraordinary, capturing her and delivering her to Yaoshun could fetch a price of over 1 billion. Quick, bring her down. Leader, one of the vice leaders spoke up worriedly. Such a rare profession, she might have been admitted to some prestigious institution. If we offend, what are you afraid of? Songxin interrupted impatiently. Fortune favors the bold. Besides, who would know it was the Silver Wolf Group? Quick, act now. It's at least $1 billion deal. A billion? Hearing the price Songxin mentioned, the 4 vice leaders' eyes lit up simultaneously, greed flickering within. Missing out on such money would be a regret, even in death. I'll bring her down first. She's worthless dead. One of the vice leaders clapped his hands together forcefully. Skill, with snake bind. Swoosh. The trees 500 meters away seemed to come to life, their branches growing at an incredible speed, extending dozens of meters in moments. Caught off guard, Tao Yuqing, who hadn't dared to fly too high, was instantly ensnared by the branches and forcibly dragged down to the ground. Bang! With a muffled thud, Tao Yuqing hadn't even realized what had happened before the heavy impact plunged her back into unconsciousness. Got her. Let's go. The 5 members of the Silver Wolf group rushed toward the spot where Tao Yuqing had fallen. At the foot of the mountain, Qixing looked at the girl who had landed before him and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, fate is so fickle. Why did she have to fall right in front of me? He noticed the wings on her back, which remained even in her unconscious state. Those wings, they're dragon wings, aren't they? A practitioner unconscious, yet the dragon wings remain. This isn't a skill, it's a beast morph form? Dragon form. After a moment of contemplation, Qixing made his decision. Oh well, the academy isn't crowded. I'll take her back to make up the numbers. Plus, let's see if a beast morph's innate profession receives any rule enhancements. 1,000-fold amplification of innate beast morph skill, dragon. He hoisted Tao Yuqing over his shoulder and calmly walked away. Stop, if you don't want to die, put that girl down immediately. A vice leader from the Silver Wolf group shouted angrily from behind. Damn, bold enough to snatch someone from the Silver Wolf group. Another vice leader gritted his teeth. Qixing slowly turned around, expressionless, and asked, Silver Wolf group. What a small world. Do you know where the Silver Wolf group headquarters is? Ha! Songxin laughed heartily. Have you heard of my reputation and want to join the Silver Wolf group? With his identification skill, he could naturally discern Qixing's level of strength. Kid, the Silver Wolf group doesn't want useless ordinary people. But I do have a good place to recommend for you. Songxin's eyes flashed with malice. Ordinary people's kidneys, though not very valuable, can be given to Yaoshun for free. The 4 vice leaders' faces simultaneously displayed sinister smiles, clearly understanding their leader's implication. Kid, how about a trip abroad? A vice leader rubbed his hands together, grinning as he approached Qixing. Don't make me use force. A destructive skill is something an ordinary person like you can't withstand. Qixing surveyed the 5 in front of him. A Silver Wolf group leader and 4 vice leaders. Lucky day you're all here. With that, he flipped his wrist, and a peachwood sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Ha ha ha, what are you, a kid? Playing with a wooden sword? Songxin laughed so hard he doubled over. You don't think that wooden sword can harm us, do you? Slice. Qixing said nothing, simply swung the sword, and then turned to leave. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, you're killing me. You actually swung. Slice, slice, slice. A sword light flashed through the scene, and the heads of the 4 vice leaders fell neatly to the ground, their expressions frozen in laughter. Sanxin's pupils dilated, his eyes like dead fish staring at the peachwood sword in Li Qixing's hand, his lips trembling. A divine artifact, worth 380 billion. Before he could finish his sentence, his head tilted and fell straight from his neck. Are you awake? Li Qixing asked as he felt a stir on his shoulder during their journey back to the city. His voice was calm, and his eyes stayed fixed on the city gate ahead. Put away your beast form. We're about to enter the city. Don't cause a commotion. Tao Yuqing nodded slightly. She had been awake for a while. With her enhanced mental powers, she could clearly see Li Qixing's face without even looking plain yet oddly captivating, especially those deep, abyss-like eyes that drew her in the longer she looked. She recognized him as the ordinary man who had appeared at the mountain's peak earlier. Was it you who saved me? Tao Yuqing pondered. To be rescued by an ordinary person, perhaps this is fate. Marrying him, leaving the world of professionals, living an ordinary life for decades, maybe having a few children, it might not be such a bad choice. A career like mine shouldn't be in the hands of someone without a background. It would only be a disaster for me. Buying a badge to shield my profession and living a simple, carefree life without desires. Lost in thought, they arrived at the entrance of an academy. Li Qixing stopped and spoke plainly. I saved your life. Would you be willing to become mine in the future? I am willing. Tao Yuqing whispered, resting quietly on Li Qixing's shoulder, her voice barely audible. Good. Li Qixing nodded briefly, carrying Tao Yuqing straight through the security booth towards the dean's office. Hey, why is the boss carrying a girl? Lupai, in the security booth, craned his neck, his eyes gleaming. Wow, she's pretty, and she's got a good figure. Her temperament seems special too. No wonder he's the boss. He just went out and brought someone back. After speaking, Lupai retracted his head and sat back down in the booth. The boss had tasked him with today's duty, and he dared not slack off. Back in the dean's office, Li Qixing casually placed Tao Yuqing on the sofa and pulled out an enrollment application form from the system. Let's start. Now, right now. Tao Yuqing's voice trembled slightly, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She hadn't expected Li Qixing to be so direct and eager, wanting to proceed right in the office. However, since she had resigned to her fate, it was something she'd have to face eventually. Feelings can develop over time, she thought, and without waiting for Li Qixing's response, she began to undo her buttons. What are you doing? Li Qixing glanced over, a fleeting thought of quite large and fair crossing his mind, but he only looked briefly. As a respectable dean, he couldn't set a precedent like this. If future students followed suit, it would be overwhelming. Hurry up and fill out the form. Your level is too low, you need to improve your skills first. He pushed the enrollment form towards her, then turned to make himself a cup of coffee, sipping it leisurely. Tao Yuqing was stunned, her gaze shifting between the enrollment form and Li Qixing. Super Academy? Dean? You're the dean of an academy? Can ordinary people? You want me to join your academy and become your student? Her voice was filled with confusion. What else? Li Qixing gave her a sidelong glance. This. Tao Yuqing's cheeks flushed instantly, and she hastily buttoned up. But as she looked at the simple enrollment form, she hesitated again. Her profession might cause trouble for the dean. No one dares to cause trouble in this academy. Li Qixing seemed to see through her concerns, his tone carrying an undeniable confidence. Once you join the academy, even the king of heaven can't touch you. Li Qixing's voice was calm and firm, seeing through Tao Yuqing's hesitation. Despite her resilience from past hardships, Tao Yuqing's heart still harbored a hint of altruism, worried about burdening others again. I know your enemies are strong, but just 1 month. Give yourself a month, and you can handle everything. Tao Yuqing still hesitated, her gaze flickering. Li Qixing impatiently extended a finger, his tone unyielding. 1 month. It's your decision. What the dean can do, you can too. But if you keep hesitating here, the dean won't waste time on you. Tao Yuqing's heart wavered, and after a moment of hesitation, her lips trembled slightly before she made up her mind. She gripped the pen tightly, biting her lip, and silently vowed to never again be the passive one if given the chance. She quickly filled out all the information and respectfully handed it to Li Qixing. Ding, the system's voice suddenly chimed. New student admitted. Congratulations, you've earned 100 points. Li Qixing glanced at the screen, a faint smile playing on his lips, then picked up his phone and dialed Lin Suying. Lin, we have a new student. Come and take her through the instance, and pass on my requirements to her. Shortly after, Lin Suying entered the office and left with Tao Yuqing. Oh, and, Li Qixing added, after completing the instance, let her keep the equipment she finds. The rest should be turned in at the equipment building. Watching them leave, Li Qixing called Lupai. Having wasted half a day at the security booth, now that he was back, he needed Lupai to quickly complete the job transfer task. Points are points, can't waste them. After hanging up, Li Qixing sat down and opened Tao Yuqing's career panel. The panel displayed only 2 skill options. Skill 1, Basic Appraisal, allowing you to view the level and attributes of monsters and low-tier professionals. Skill 2. Beast Transformation Series Innate Skill Beast Transformation Frost Dragon Form. Note: Beast Transformation Series skills are innate skills, automatically bestowed upon the Dean, no selection needed. Ding. System prompt: Beast Transformation Frost Dragon Form automatically bestowed upon the host. Ding. Detected that the new student can only select the appraisal skill. Would the host like to bestow it? Qixing was momentarily stunned. There was a tiny bug here. While the Beast Transformation Series skills were automatically bestowed, they still provided an option to select an appraisal skill, essentially granting a free skill. With this realization, Qixing decisively made his choice. System: select Skill 1, bestow it. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired Skill 1 Basic Appraisal. He breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Having both skills in hand, he felt quite pleased. Qixing suddenly thought, since skills could evolve to perfection, he might as well check out the changes in these skills. So he opened the system panel to view the skill evolution effects. When he saw the skill evolution description, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The basic appraisal skill had evolved into Heavenly Eye. This skill was no longer limited by level and could penetrate all concealments. Once the Heavenly Eye was activated, all attributes would be fully revealed. The evolution was simply incredible, and the Beast Transformation Frost Dragon Form skill had evolved even more astonishingly. Qixing stared at the screen, a flash of surprise in his eyes, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Wow." At that moment, he had lost his usual calm and steadiness, completely overwhelmed by the transformation of these skills. Qixing stared intently at the system panel, where the skill option displayed that Beast Transformation Frost Dragon Form had perfectly evolved into Beast Transformation Ancestral Dragon Invincible Form. Behind this name lies an awe-inspiring power. The system detailed 3 core abilities. First is bloodline suppression. Once the ancestral dragon form is activated, any creature with a bloodline inferior to the ancestral dragon will be utterly suppressed, making it the nemesis of all beasts. Second is dual dragon might. The suppression type can instantly render enemies unconscious, while the slaughter type can kill opponents with a mere thought. Finally, elemental affinity mastery over all elemental forces in the world. As the progenitor of dragons, the ancestral dragon's nearly invincible body and defense are unparalleled. Even though the current level is low and unable to fully unleash its complete power, the skill's thousand-fold amplification makes it fearsome. Qixing couldn't help but imagine that when he reaches the 10th turn demigod level and ascends to the peak of his profession, he might be able to destroy a country in one breath. If, in the future, classmates from the academy advance to supreme mage status or even master forbidden spell-type professions, with perfect conditions and the thousand-fold amplification, they might indeed have the power to destroy worlds. These rules are utterly outrageous. Let's see how much of the beast transformation power can be utilized at the 3rd turn annihilation level, Qixing said as he left the office and headed to the academy square. Beast transformation, ancestral dragon invincible form. With a soft exclamation, his body began to tremble violently and transform at a speed visible to the naked eye. Something's wrong. This transformation far exceeds expectations. With a tap of his toe, the ancestral dragon's flight ability was instantly activated, and he shot into the sky like a streak of light. In an instant, the sky over Nion City plunged into eerie darkness. People in the streets looked up, bewildered. Why did it suddenly get dark? It was just sunny a moment ago. My God, look at the sky, someone exclaimed in terror, pointing upwards. A colossal figure, beyond description, hovered among the clouds, its sheer size completely blocking the sunlight over Nion City. This was far beyond the scale of ordinary dragons. Western dragons reach about 30 meters at adulthood, and even the largest Eastern dragons barely exceed 100 meters. Yet the entity in the sky, just by circling, covered the entire city and exuded an intimidating aura that sent chills down spines. Cries of shock and fear echoed through the crowd, with some people's legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. Just a glance from afar was enough to feel the undeniable majesty as if with a mere swipe of its claw, the entire Nion City would be reduced to ashes. In the Liu family courtyard, Liu Ye's blood boiled within him as he stood there, akin to a mere speck of dust. Looking up at the colossal figure in the void, Liu Yi trembled uncontrollably, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. The giant in the sky, could it really be a dragon? Why would such a terrifying, world-ending creature appear over the small city of Nion? He whispered to himself, his gaze fixed on the massive figure above, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Dear heavens, even the gods might not be able to withstand this, he prayed silently, hoping the creature was merely passing by and would not notice the insignificant city below. Escape? What a joke. If the giant in the void decided to attack Nion City, everything within 100 kilometers would be devastated. Where could you possibly flee? Even with wings, you couldn't escape its overwhelming presence. At the university city, the head of the top academy, Chun Xianan, was also gripped by deep fear, sweat beading on his forehead. The matter of the magma god hadn't even been resolved, and now such a terrifying being appeared above. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Nion City, what on earth is happening? Chun Xianan muttered to himself. At 103 years old, in all my years, I've never seen such a terrifying creature. Not even when the abyss descended did we witness such a spectacle. A flicker of despair crossed his eyes. Could it be the manifestation of the heavenly will again, with another wave of terror descending? How can humanity possibly resist? To such a creature, even gods must seem as insignificant as ants. A deep sense of helplessness was etched on the old man's face. Inside the city lord's mansion, Jiang Guodong's face was filled with gravity, his fingers trembling involuntarily. He lacked the courage to use his flying skills to investigate. In fact, aside from fear, his mind was blank. The more powerful a professional, the more they could sense the terror of the giant in the void. He had witnessed the pinnacle of combat power in the Xia kingdom, the old warriors who fought against myriad races, figures comparable to gods, and even beings beyond gods, as mentioned by Elder Lin. But compared to the giant in the void, in its presence, everything seemed insignificant. Why has such a terrifying creature appeared over Nion City? Jiang Guodong gritted his teeth. Is it only Nion City that faces this? Or is it the entire country, even the entire world? With trembling hands, Jiang Guodong risked his life and the potential destruction of the entire city to quickly record a video. Sweat dripped down his forehead, soaking his collar. After finishing, he opened Elder Lin's profile and quickly sent the message. Elder Lin, if Nion City is destroyed, this is the truth. At this moment, the entire populace of Nion City, whether professionals or ordinary people, looked up at the void filled with despair. Activate the teleportation array? Run away? No one thought of such things. Some took out their communicators to take photos, record, and post. When in doubt, post on social media first. If we're going to die, let's all start over together, huh? Faced with an irresistible, unstoppable force, people found an unexpected calm. Son, in the next life, I promise I'll take you to the amusement park, a father said, holding his child tightly. Dad, when we go down, let's go together. The child responded innocently. Mom, I should have bought you that dress yesterday, a young man regretted. Brother Ma, in the next life, I'll definitely marry you, a girl said, clutching her boyfriend's hand. My college life just started, and I haven't even dated yet, a student said with a bitter smile. Under the giant in the void, some held their children and wept quietly, their tears soaking the children's clothes. Some young couples unconsciously tightened their grips, fingers interlocked, while others, weeping bitterly, regretted not fulfilling their filial duties, knelt on the ground, pounding their chests in anguish. Outside Nion City, in the western and southern suburbs, and in the eastern and northern suburbs known as the forbidden zones of Nion City, everyone crouched on the ground, shivering as if facing the judgment day. At the Super Academy, Lin Suying was waiting inside the replica building with Qixing. She stood in the brightly lit hall, patiently explaining the important points to the new recruits. Did you get all that? In short, don't upset the dean. Don't be surprised when fighting monsters, using skills, or picking up loot. Before she could finish, a dull thud interrupted Lin Suying. Thud. Qixing suddenly collapsed, her beast bloodline within her body becoming restless, as if suppressed by a powerful force. Her limbs went limp, and she fell to the ground. Hey, what's going on? Lin Suying frowned, her tone tinged with annoyance. I haven't even finished talking. Can you show some respect? I'm your senior after all, and your beast transformation department isn't a match for my thunder department. Don't push me to act. If it weren't for the dean's instructions. Halfway through her words, she finally noticed Qixing's unusual state. Are you okay, Junior? Lin Suying hurriedly went over to help her up. Void. Void. Qixing's voice trembled. The fear comes from the void. She couldn't even muster the courage to lift her head. Void. Lin Suying murmured to herself as she quickly walked out of the replica building. When she looked up at the sky, her legs went weak, and she almost fell. Fear spread across her face, her mouth agape, unable to speak. Suddenly, the figure above the void transformed into a blinding light. A beam of light descended directly in front of Lin Suying. Oh no, am I going to be taken as a concubine by a void creature? Lin Suying squeezed her eyes shut and screamed desperately. Dean, help me. Thud. A sharp flick landed precisely on Lin Suying's forehead. Why all the fuss and wailing? Li Qixing's voice rang out. Hurry up and take the new recruits into the dungeon. Get back to work. If you don't complete the job transfer task in 2 days, I will expel you. Seeing it was the dean, Lin Suying's eyes filled with tears. Dean? I'm not being taken away. Boo-hoo, that scared me. Void creature. Li Qixing chuckled lightly. You're so weak, a void creature might not even notice you. Focus on leveling up and consider eating more. Your stomach is almost gone. As Li Qixing turned to leave, Lin Suying noticed the golden scales on his back slowly disappearing under his clothes. She gasped, "Dean, you're back? Golden scales? Don't make a big deal out of it. Just a beast transformation thing. Get back to leveling," Li Qixing said without looking back. Lin Suying looked incredulously between the sky and Li Qixing's retreating figure. "Dean, the void creature you." From afar, Li Qixing's authoritative voice echoed, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Don't say what you shouldn't." Lin Suying could no longer hold on. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. She stared in shock at the colossal entity in the sky, akin to a deity. Her mind blank. Was this the result of her own principal's beast transformation ability? It was unbelievable. She had seen beast transformation ability users before. The old marshal from the Xia kingdom was an ancient beast transformation user. But compared to the principal, it was like night and day. At that moment, she seemed to realize a terrifying fact. Did the principal embody the very rules he set for the academy? Has he always been above everything? Just as her worldview was shattering, her phone rang. The caller ID showed it was her grandfather. She took a deep breath and, with trembling fingers, pressed the answer button. "GR? Grandpa." She opened her mouth, unsure of how to start. Should she tell him the principal was extraordinary? Mention the mysterious rules of the academy? Speak of Li Qixing's incredible power? Such monumental secrets might anger the principal, and the entire Xia kingdom might not be able to bear the consequences. "Shuang, are you okay?" Her grandfather's gentle voice came through. "Is your principal all right? Don't be too scared. The authorities have already sent people to investigate. In a few days, I will personally come to get you. The appearance of the colossal entity has alarmed the council, and I can't leave for now." Lin Tian continued. "Longwu will soon be appointed to your academy to ensure your safety. Remember, you have your grandfather and the country behind you. I've arranged everything with the National Academy. You can enroll directly when you return." "Grandpa," Lin Shuang interrupted him decisively. "I'm very safe here. This is the safest place in the world. I won't leave the Super God Academy unless the principal expels me. Please don't investigate, and there's no need for Uncle Wu to come. Everything is fine." Her tone was exceptionally firm, which surprised Lin Tian. Was it a change in mindset after witnessing something terrifying, or was she being threatened? At this thought, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a murderous intent surged. "Grandpa, the instant's refresh time is here. I have to go." Lin Shuang hurriedly hung up, but her heart was in turmoil. The authorities wanted to investigate? Uncle Wu was coming to teach? Oh heavens, if they angered the principal, expulsion would be the least of her worries. If he took his anger out on the country, it would be catastrophic. She quickly got up and rushed to the instance building. Now she could only obediently complete the tasks assigned by the principal. In the Lin family's courtyard in the Magic City, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. From his granddaughter's tone, he sensed something amiss. Who was threatening his granddaughter? And who was threatening Xing'er's academy? Could these be related to the anomaly over Nion City? He picked up his phone and quickly dialed Long Wu's number. "Xiao Wu, have you arrived? I order you, at all costs, to get into the academy, even if you have to sweep the floors. If you find anyone threatening Xing'er and Shuang, notify me immediately." After hanging up, Lin Tian made a silent vow. Once he's done with matters here, he would personally visit Nion City. If anyone dared obstruct Xing'er from handling the academy procedures, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. The world of professionals was treacherous, and the danger posed by those in power was beyond imagination. At the Academy of Gods, in the dungeon building, Tao Yuqing's body had returned to normal. She stood before the grand structure, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lin Shuang stood beside her, gazing into the distance as she spoke. "The Goblin Castle has been refreshed. This is your first dungeon experience. In the future, once a dungeon refreshes, you can enter any time without needing the dean's permission." As soon as she finished speaking, the two of them stepped into the dungeon portal. A blinding light enveloped them, twisting and distorting space until they were transported into the dungeon world. Before them stood a towering castle, its gray stone walls reaching into the sky, exuding an imposing presence. "Is this the dungeon?" Tao Yuqing looked up at the castle, silently vowing to herself. "The dean has given me this opportunity, and I must seize it. The experience points from dungeon monsters far exceed those from wild creatures. It took me a month to reach level 19 in the outskirts, but here, I can surely reach level 30 within a month. Once I master the beast transformation and frost dragon forms, I can find the person who captured me and seek justice." Lin Shuang promptly reminded her, "When using your skills, you must envelop me with your spiritual energy. This is a special instruction from the dean to prevent accidentally harming other students." She didn't say it outright, but it was clear she was concerned about the terrifying power of skills amplified 1,000-fold. If she were to counter with her own skills, the collision of two such amplified skills could severely damage the dungeon, extending the refresh time. "Thank you for the guidance, senior sister." Tao Yuqing replied politely, then enveloped Lin Shuang with her spiritual energy. Although she didn't fully grasp the need for such caution, given her level 19 strength, she doubted she could even scratch a level 30 senior sister. Beast transformation. With a soft exclamation, Tao Yuqing's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Her bones cracked audibly, her frame expanded rapidly, and silver scales erupted over her skin like a fountain. Dragon wings unfurled from her back, claws grew from her fingertips, and in an instant, a massive silver dragon appeared before the castle. This dragon measured a staggering 300 meters in length, far surpassing the typical 30-meter size of a frost dragon. The 60-meter-high castle seemed insignificant in its presence. Tao Yuqing was completely taken aback. She was supposed to only achieve partial transformation at her initial awakening stage. At that moment, a prompt appeared on her attribute panel. Innate skill activated. You have received Academy Rule Enhancement. Skill power amplified 1,000-fold. Rule? What rule? Tao Yuqing stood there in shock, while beneath her enormous dragon form, Lin Suying also wore an expression of astonishment. The skill's amplification increased 1,000-fold, instantly evolving Tao Yuqing into her complete form. Even her size experienced a significant boost. The Beast Transformation category, under the Academy's rules, exhibited terrifying power. Lin Suying shook her head at the thought. How could one compare Tao Yuqing to the headmaster? In the headmaster's beast form, even a 300-meter dragon seemed insignificant, like an ant. The Academy's students became extraordinarily powerful under these enhanced rules. I can't fall behind. The Thunder Mage must not be complacent. Lin Suying murmured anxiously. She knew she must quickly complete her job change and level up. Otherwise, she might become the weakest in the Academy. At that moment, she made up her mind and instructed, classmates, make sure to collect all equipment after clearing the dungeon. You can keep one item for use, but return the rest to the equipment building. With that, she swiftly exited the dungeon. She knew there was a pile of messy affairs waiting for her outside. People were coming to investigate, and even Long Wu was about to join the Academy. Never mind, she thought, better focus on her main duties, job change, monster hunting, leveling up. She decided to embrace the chaos and not overthink it. The Academy's resources were so abundant that wasting even a second seemed shameful to her. Tao Yuqing stood dazed in the dungeon for a while until a group of goblin monsters attacked her, snapping her back to reality. It dawned on her that her transformation was due to the headmaster's influence. The headmaster, just an ordinary person, somehow possessed such extraordinary abilities. Tao Yuqing was deeply shaken. The power of the rules had completely changed her understanding of the world. Bang! She bent her knees and knelt reverently in the direction of the headmaster's office, her voice trembling slightly. Headmaster, thank you for your rebirth grace. Tao Yuqing will follow you for the rest of her life. She rose slowly, her eyes shining with determination. Facing the small monsters like ants, her confidence soared. In her complete form, even if she encountered enemies or strong foes, she was confident she could fight to the end. With no worries, she vowed to stay by the headmaster's side forever, repaying his kindness. She spread her dragon wings, her massive body soaring into the air, quickly circling above the dungeon. Tao Yuqing let out a fierce roar, the air seemingly torn apart. With her roar, a chill burst from her mouth, sweeping across the entire dungeon. Her ice dragon abilities were fully activated, instantly freezing the entire dungeon. You defeated the dungeon goblin minions. Congratulations on earning experience 10. The system notification sounded. Academy rule enhancement. Defeating Academy dungeon monsters. Experience increased by 100 times. Congratulations on earning experience 1000. Tao Yuqing's eyes lit up as the system chimed again, her experience points rapidly soaring. You leveled up. The system's voice was filled with joy. Tao Yuqing was stunned, filled with shock and disbelief. Rules? She muttered softly. Is it really the rules again? Am I already at max level? Her body glowed, as if the entire dungeon celebrated her growth. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Qixing stood at the desk, his mind still on his recent transformation into the ancestral dragon form. He hadn't expected his beast transformation skill to be so powerful, directly reaching the complete form, with his size amplified 1,000-fold. In the void, he could clearly feel the immense power of his ancestral dragon form. Perhaps, with one strike, he could destroy the entire Xia kingdom, even beyond that. He took a deep breath, contemplating. Without using the beast form, I can't unleash my full power. In my normal state, I can only use dragon might and bloodline suppression, and the skill's enhancement can't be realized. It seems I've been too ambitious. Just then, the system notification popped up again. Your student Tao Yuqing leveled up 11 times. Congratulations on earning Academy points 110. Qixing smiled slightly, feeling a twinge of excitement. Oh, another 110 points added. He shook his head, deciding to wait a bit longer until the dungeon cooldown ended and he reached the third transformation, annihilation level, before drawing a prize. Hopefully, it won't be disappointing, he said, opening the practitioner forum to pass the time. However, the forum discussions about his beast form had already caused a massive uproar. It seemed this once ordinary person had already shaken the entire academy. Professional forum, Nion City section. Shocking. An ancient beast has appeared in Nion City. Is it madness? Is it the manifestation of the heavenly will again? Or is humanity facing another catastrophe? A beast surpassing the gods has emerged, and doomsday is approaching. In the Xia kingdom, a tin-turned deity has appeared, overshadowing the sky with its beast form. Ridiculous. Someone actually claims it's an oriental dragon. Looking at the images of the colossal creature in Nion City, I can't help but share my thoughts. I admit, the photo editing skills in Nion City are impressive. They could fool anyone. The front page is filled with discussions about the Void Beast. I never expected this to cause such a sensation. Randomly clicking on a post titled Doomsday, a rational discussion on the Void Beast, Qixing entered. Views, 875,520, content as follows. Original poster. Brothers, here are my personal views, no offense intended. I feel that the appearance of a terrifying, unknown creature in a small place like Nion City might indicate its rise. Based on my guess, this place has received the blessing of fate, and a giant will emerge. Hey, race my analysis. First, the Void Beast resembles a dragon, but with just a few blurry pictures and incomplete videos, we can't clearly see its true form. It's simply too massive for a phone to capture it entirely. Let's call it Zulong. As a dragon tamer from Philadelphia, I'd love to see Nion City's Zulong and have a duel. Why focus on these intangible things to fool people? OP, since you analyzed this so seriously, why not analyze when my city, Jinling, will rise? Let's disperse. Don't waste time, just a worthless post. Original poster. Folks, this post is for rational analysis. Stop the nonsense. Do you know what Oriental mythology is? Original poster. Get lost? No one forced you to come to my post to gain attention. Original poster. Let's continue with the analysis, moving on to the second point. Second, Xia Kingdom's thousands of years of heritage have endured countless hardships, even hiding some historical gaps. In such an ancient country, the emergence of Zulong is reasonable. Why did Zulong appear in Nion City? Here comes the third point. Third, I speculate that Nion City is blessed by the heavenly fate, and Zulong appeared here to absorb its fortune. Original poster. I have evidence. Not long ago, the magma god also manifested in the suburbs of Nion City, likely detecting the fortune here, which is why it came. Haha. I remember there were rumors about the magma god manifesting in Nion City before. Now they're talking about Zulong. OP, let's make money together. One moment it's the magma god, the next it's Zulong. Why not focus on leveling up in dungeons instead of wasting time here? The next city resource competition will be held in my city, Jinling. Remember to bring your magma god and Zulong. Haha, just sensationalism. From Qixing, a hidden profession, beast form 9-headed sky python, will come to Nion City tomorrow to challenge your Zulong. How about that? As the top sword immortal of Jinling, I'm heading out now to see what this void creature is all about. On the forum, boastful replies kept pouring in. Haha, who doesn't brag? I'm the beast king of the monkey tribe, capable of tearing the sky apart. You idiots, if you haven't seen a void creature, stop yapping. I was so scared I nearly lost it. OP, keep analyzing, ignore these fools. One day, the ancestral dragon will see this post and smack them down. OP, let's call it a day. I'm not in a good mood. OP, I've been through life and death, and my heartfelt words are treated like a joke. Clown, keep analyzing. It doesn't hurt to laugh. We're all watching seriously. Go on. Is the ancestral dragon of Nion City still above the heavenly Tao? Haha. Can he create rules to make Nion City rise? Bestow the fortune of the heavenly Tao. Useless. Bring out your lava mage and ancestral dragon, and I'll show them what true fear is. Qixing shook his head with a smile and exited the thread. The professional forum was full of resentment, likely populated by people venting their frustrations. There was no need to take them seriously. He remembered a time when a catastrophic-level professional shared their monster hunting experience on the forum and was utterly criticized. That person eventually deleted their account and never returned. In the world of professionals, you can't just hunt someone down online because of insults. If that were the case, the world would be in chaos. Of course, there were also powerful figures from major forces whose posts had tens of thousands of followers. These posts offered unique insights into skill development and career advancement, which were invaluable to newcomers. After browsing the forum for a while, Qixing logged off. With one day left before school started, there would inevitably be students causing trouble. As the dean, he couldn't handle every minor issue personally, or he'd be exhausted. He needed to speed up the process of hiring security. Since he wasn't busy today and there was still some time before the dungeon refreshed, he decided to see if he could arrange a meeting with Lupai's father. With a 4th-tier destruction level power, he'd be more than capable of guarding the place. Qixing picked up his phone and dialed Lu Ye's number. At the Lu household, Lu Yi sat by the window, frowning, weighed down by the impact of the void creature. The feeling of powerlessness loomed over him like a shadow. Strength everything boiled down to not being strong enough, which bred fear. If he were strong enough, everything would be easily resolved. Do void creatures have worries? He asked himself. Probably not. To avoid losing his family, to prevent the unknown fear from unsettling him, and to witness his son marry and have children, Lu Yi desperately wanted to grow stronger. His career advancement had been stalled for a decade. Back in the day, Lu Yi was a prominent figure in Nion City, deemed the most potential fire mage by the city lord. No, I'm still young, and I have room to advance, he clenched his fist. As long as I complete the career advancement task, I still have a chance to reach the disaster level. Lu Yi opened his long unseen professional panel and sighed deeply when he saw the career advancement task. Obtain a monster's heart from the abyss. A task of just 12 words, seemingly simple, yet as daunting as climbing the heavens. The abyss was a place that even catastrophic level professionals feared. He was only at the destruction level and had attempted several times to handle the paperwork for going abroad, but he never had the courage to enter the abyss. Lu Yi sat on the sofa, his face gloomy and eyes filled with self-doubt. Is this really all I can do? Sigh. I'm such a failure. At that moment, a familiar voice broke the silence. Lupai stood at the door, looking at his father's self-pitying state, and couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. He had intended to mock his father mercilessly, but remembering he had more urgent matters to attend to, he decided to hold back. Dad, give me some money. I need to buy a job transfer book, Lupai said bluntly. Lu Ye's eyes widened, his tone laced with obvious irritation. Get lost. You just wrote the job transfer task the day before yesterday, and now you want money for a transfer book? Do you think my money grows on trees? Can't even come up with a decent excuse, he snapped, turning away, unwilling to look at him any longer. Geez, open your eyes and look. Lupai, unfazed, proudly displayed his attribute panel. Dad, a loser like you has never even dreamed of reaching max level in one day. Hiss. Lu Yi inhaled sharply. The attribute panel clearly showed second transfer mastery, level 60. As a father, he knew his son's capabilities all too well. With just a speech mage skill, there was no way he could level up so quickly. Could it be because of Super God Academy? Lu Yi pondered. But that academy, which even struggles with level dungeons, couldn't possibly have such potential. As he was lost in thought, an urgent ringtone interrupted his train of thought. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yi pressed the answer button and put it on speakerphone. What is it? Dad, hurry up and give me the money. I'm still waiting for the job transfer. Don't waste my time. Lupai urged impatiently from the side. However, at that moment, a voice from the other end of the line made Lupai's expression change instantly. Hello, Uncle Lu. This is Li Qixing, the Dean of Super God Academy. Snap. At that moment, what shocked Lu Yi wasn't the call itself, but his son's reaction. Lupai instantly straightened his posture, pressed his hands tightly to his sides, and saluted like a soldier. His stance and expression mirrored, no, exceeded the reverence he once showed before his Wi-Fi was akin to worshipping a deity. This realization sent a shiver down Lu Yi's spine, a terrifying thought indeed. Could it be that Xiao Pai's rapid growth is due to the Super God Academy? Or is it because of their dean, Li Qixing? Lu Yi frowned deeply, his hands unconsciously clenching. His thoughts surged through his mind like a tidal wave. He was pondering the unusual speed of his son Lu Pai's recent development. There had to be something behind it. On the other end of the phone, Li Qixing's voice interrupted his thoughts again. Uncle Lu, are you free today? I'd like to invite you to dinner to discuss something. It was straightforward and direct, without any beating around the bush. Oh, Dean Li. Lu Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. As a prominent figure in Nion City, he usually didn't even consider the wealthy merchants in town worth his time, and although Li Qixing was the dean of an academy, to him, he was just an ordinary person. Could any ordinary person simply invite him out? However, Lu Yi worried that his son's growth might indeed be connected to Li Qixing, and rejecting the invitation could jeopardize his son's future. He stood there, eyebrows knitted, caught in a dilemma. At that moment, Lupai suddenly grabbed the phone and shouted angrily at his father. Dad, you better get yourself over to our academy to meet the dean. It's a golden opportunity, and you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss it. Don't embarrass me with your attitude. Are you still trying to act high and mighty? Then, Lupai's tone changed abruptly as he spoke respectfully into the phone. Boss, my dad will head over right away. Please wait in your office. He'll be there in no time. All right, I'll wait in the office. Li Qixing replied with a chuckle before hanging up. Lupai turned around, urgency in his eyes, and urged his father. Dad, come on. Put on your most formal clothes and bring the best gift from home. You might be on the brink of success. The boss is really giving me face here. Even at your age, you're still getting a chance. Seeing his father still standing there, he grew more anxious. What are you standing around for? Forget about changing clothes. We can't keep the boss waiting. Use your flying skills and get over there now. Lu Yi looked at his son, who was nearly losing his composure with excitement, feeling even more perplexed. Yet, he still said sternly, You brat, acting like Li Qixing is some kind of god. Fine, I'll go pay him a visit for your sake. Though his words were tough, Lu Yi felt uneasy inside. After scolding his son, he quickly used his flying skills, unfolding the light wings behind him, and hurried towards the university town. Something's fishy, Lu Yi thought as he flew. Although my son can be reckless, he's very decisive when it comes to major decisions. Going there personally won't cost me anything, and if I make a good impression, my son might receive more attention in the future. He touched the storage ring on his finger, having made up his mind. The golden level equipment in the ring should be an adequate gift to show my respect for Li Qixing. Golden level, it's considered top tier in Nion City. With his decision made, Lu Ye's light wings flared as he accelerated, leaving a bright trail in the sky. At the same time, at the entrance of the Super God Academy in the university town, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit walked slowly towards the entrance. His hair was meticulously combed back, and a long sword hung at his waist, exuding an aura of calm, yet dangerous energy. He stood at the academy's entrance, looking up at the sign. Super God Academy. Is this the academy that young Master Li established? The middle-aged man murmured, a determined look in his eyes. Old Lin instructed me that even if I have to sweep the floors or guard the gates, I must get into the academy. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming serious. If the young master and miss are truly under threat, I must uncover the person behind it, no matter what. Even if it's a void creature, I will find you. This middle-aged man was Long Wu, sent by Lin Tian to protect Li Qixing, a formidable warrior at the 6th transition, level 177. This level was nearly the maximum for a disaster class. If he weren't here to protect Li Qixing, he could reach the maximum level within half a year. Long Wu took one last look at the academy's sign, his eyes filled with resolve, and walked inside with steady steps. To protect the descendants of a military family is my honor. Let's wait until the return of the Qixing prince to the magic city before considering leveling up, Long Wu murmured to himself as he stepped through the academy's gates. Just then, a wave of intense heat surged from behind him. Lu Yi landed gracefully at the entrance of the Super Divine Academy, retracting his wings of light, formed from fire elements. The long sword at his waist emitted a low hum, as if acknowledging its master's arrival. Long Wu discreetly unleashed his mental powers, activating his identification skill. Lu Yi's attributes panel appeared before him. Name: Lu Yi. Profession: Fire Mage. Level: LV 120. What is a max-level destruction fire mage doing at Qixing Prince's Academy? A hint of caution flickered in Long Wu's eyes. After all, the Qixing Prince was just an ordinary person, and only Miss Lin Suying and that magma kid were noteworthy in the entire academy. Its status shouldn't attract such a formidable figure's attention. I hope you don't have any ill intentions, Long Wu thought coldly. Otherwise, I'll make your whole family pay for it. He didn't even bother to glance at Lu Yi, considering a mere destruction level insignificant. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was also sizing up the figure ahead. He used his identification skill, and Long Wu's attributes came into view. Name: Long Wu. Profession: Swordsman. Level: LV 177. Whoa, Lu Yi gasped. A catastrophe-level powerhouse, and nearly max level. Such a presence could sweep across the entire Nion City, so why was he at this small Super Divine Academy? Could it be that Principal Li invited him as reinforcement? Lu Yi speculated while hastening his pace, respectfully asking, Sir, are you here to see Principal Li as well? Long Wu gave him a disinterested glance, uttering a single yes, before falling silent. Lu Yi wisely fell back a half step, maintaining a respectful distance. After about 5 minutes, Long Wu stopped. As this was his first visit, he wasn't familiar with the academy's layout. Recalling Lin Suying's specific instructions not to contact or address her as Miss, he turned to Lu Yi. Do you know where Principal Li is? Lead the way. You can reach the principal's office by following the signs, but it's my first time here too. Lu Yi replied somewhat awkwardly. Lead the way. All right. After locating the signage, Lu Yi guided them to the office door and politely knocked. Is that Uncle Lu? Come in. Li Qixing's voice called from inside. Uncle Lu. Long Wu glanced at Lu Yi with a peculiar expression, thinking that he should show more respect to this elder next time. Following Lu Ye's lead, they both entered the office. Uncle Lu, have a seat. Li Qixing gestured politely towards the sofa as Lu Yi entered the office. However, just as Lu Yi stepped over the threshold, Li Qixing noticed a man in a crisp Zhongshan suit following closely behind him. With his clairvoyant ability, Li Qixing could see right through the stranger's attributisa cataclysmic level powerhouse, clearly not someone who would be a mere attendant for Lu Yi. Such figures didn't exist in Nion City. What brings you to my academy? Li Qixing wondered internally, turning his sharp gaze to the newcomer and asking calmly. Is there something you need? Long Wu scrutinized Li Qixing, finding him even more handsome and charismatic in person than in photos. He adjusted his collar and bowed slightly. Hello, Principal, my name is Long Wu. As he spoke, Long Wu flipped his wrist, and a neatly arranged document appeared in his hand, which he respectfully handed to Li Qixing. Principal, this is my resume. I would like to apply for a teaching position at your academy. Are you hiring instructors? Without even glancing at the document, Li Qixing frowned slightly. Hiring instructors? Under the current rules, what need is there for instructors? It made no sense for a mediocre super academy to have a cataclysmic level powerhouse seeking employment. The academy isn't hiring instructors. There are plenty of universities around. You can try elsewhere. Li Qixing refused outright, thinking that hiring an instructor would be pointless and would only mean paying a salary a completely unnecessary expense. This. Long Wu was taken aback, not expecting Li Qixing to reject him without even looking at his resume. A cataclysmic level powerhouse should be accepted anywhere based purely on their level. Sir, I am a level 177 cataclysmic professional, and I'm a rather rare swordsman, Long Wu explained anxiously. Joining your academy, I can certainly train your students well. Not needed. Li Qixing rejected again, firmly. Long Wu grew anxious. He had to complete the task given by the old master, which meant joining the academy and staying until the old principal arrived. Stammering, he said, All the interview lines he had prepared were interrupted by the abrupt rejection, leaving him without a chance to speak. Sir, could you reconsider? Long Wu recited his memorized lines like a school lesson. I'm tired of the deceitful life in the Magic City and just want a peaceful job to retire. My salary demands are low, just provide meals. At the very least, I can stay and clean the academy. This awkward script sounded particularly out of place coming from the usually reserved Long Wu. Just meals. Li Qixing blinked, now certain that there was something off about this person. But with his absolute strength, any scheme would be meaningless. Free labor was not to be wasted. If any tricks were attempted, a single slap would end it. Wait a moment while I consider, Li Qixing said, leaving Long Wu aside, then turned to the still shocked Lu Yi. Uncle Lu, you sit first. Oh, okay, Lu Yi replied, sitting down, still unable to calm his mind. A cataclysmic level powerhouse applying to be an instructor? Without a salary? Even willing to clean? If not witnessed firsthand, who would believe such an absurd thing? There was something strange about this academy, something very strange indeed. Lu Yi sat nervously on the sofa, trying to suppress his shock. His hands were slightly clenched as he waited quietly for Li Qixing to explain his purpose. Li Qixing got straight to the point without beating around the bush. It's actually nothing complicated. The academy needs security guards. I wanted to ask if Uncle Lu would be interested in taking on the role. Although there's no salary, I can offer you a spot as a student at the academy. Though the proposal seemed simple, it carried deep implications. The security role itself was unremarkable, but combined with the status of a student, it transformed entirely. It was essentially an opportunity that Li Qixing was offering Lu Yi, and whether he could seize it depended entirely on him. A security guard? Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape. He couldn't believe he was being asked to be a gatekeeper at the Super God Academy, considering he was a fourth-turn destruction-level powerhouse, the pinnacle of combat strength in Nion City. The idea of being a security guard without pay seemed like a massive joke. Just as Lu Yi was about to refuse, Long Wu, who was beside him, spoke up first. Dean, sir, what about me? I'm quite good at guarding gates. His voice was filled with unconcealed anticipation. Lu Yi took a sharp intake of breath, his mind reeling. A natural disaster-level powerhouse volunteering to be a security guard? It defied logic. Could the security position at the Super God Academy hold some hidden mystery? It was supposed to be just an ordinary gatekeeping job. Lu Yi hesitated. If any other academy were hiring security guards, he wouldn't even give it a second thought. But the Super God Academy was different. A position that even a natural disaster-level powerhouse was eager to take must have some unseen benefits. Moreover, the chance to work alongside such a powerful individual was an opportunity not to be missed. Having thought it through, Lu Yi's mind cleared. He spoke decisively. Dean, I am willing to serve as a security guard at the academy. Great. Li Qixing responded promptly, pulling out a system-issued student admission application form from a drawer and handing it to Lu Yi. Here's an additional benefit. Uncle Lu can become a student at the Superstar Academy. Thank you, Dean. Lu Yi respectfully accepted the form with both hands and quickly began filling it out with the pen on the table. Although he wasn't sure what benefits being a student would bring, since he'd already agreed to be a security guard, the rest didn't matter much. As Lu Yi filled out the form, Long Wu stood nearby, his face full of anxiety, his fingers twisting together unconsciously. I just want to be a security guard, Dean. Give me a chance. Seeing no response from Li Qixing, he cautiously probed. Dean, sir? Hold on a moment. Li Qixing said calmly, turning to his computer. He quickly searched for a security guard application form, printed it out, and handed it to Long Wu. The gate security post includes meals. If you're willing, fill out the form and start tomorrow. I'm willing. I'll start today, Long Wu said excitedly, his fingers trembling slightly as he quickly filled out the form. Moments later, both had completed their respective application forms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for enrolling a new student at the academy, points 100. The system panel displayed a notification. Li Qixing didn't immediately check it. Instead, he collected their application forms and instructed, Uncle Lu, come by tomorrow for your official start. Tell Lupai that you've become a student at the academy. and have him inform you of some important details. When you come tomorrow, visit the equipment building to pick up something for self-defense. For now, you can go prepare. Thank you, Dean. I'll be here on time tomorrow, Lu Yi said, bowing with a peculiar expression before leaving. As he walked back, he shook his head and chuckled to himself. I ended up taking a security job? Unbelievable, the combat pinnacle of Nanyuan City, now a security guard at a university. In the office, Long Wu watched Lu Yi leave with a look of envy and anticipation in his eyes. Li Qixing turned to Long Wu. Long Wu, right? I'll find time to get you a security uniform. Here's a map of the academy. The accommodation area is over here. Settle in and start your duties officially. Also, you can visit the equipment building for some gear. Our academy's security can't be under-equipped. Go ahead and get started. If you need anything, just call me. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Long Wu to leave. Thank you, Dean. Security guard Long Wu, signing off, Long Wu said respectfully, bowing before exiting the office. Walking along the academy's paths, Long Wu looked down at the map in his hand, muttering to himself, I should first get some gear from the equipment building, as instructed by young Master Qixing. I need to secure this job before Elder Lin arrives. He sighed, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. It's tough on young Master Qixing. He could be enjoying life in the magic capital, but instead, he's running an academy. The equipment in the building must be quite basic, I bet. The equipment in the armory must be quite shabby. Long Wu walked along the stone path of the academy, his sharp eyes scanning everything around him. Poor. The entire academy gave him just one impression, poverty. The old teaching buildings, the mottled walls, even the grass on the roadside looked withered and lifeless. After a moment, Long Wu arrived in front of the armory. He pushed open the creaky, tightly shut door, revealing the first floor's 100 books pavilion. Inside, various wooden bookshelves were neatly arranged, resembling a typical library layout. This floor was specifically for storing book-related item scrolls, job transfer books, skill books all concentrated here. Long Wu closed his eyes slightly, and his mental power spread out like invisible ripples, enveloping the entire first-floor space. The result made him frown. The bookshelves were empty. Not even a single basic skill book was in sight. Sigh, not a single book in the 100 books pavilion, Long Wu muttered to himself. An academy of such stature, and yet not even the most basic job transfer books are visible. It seems old Lin need not worry. It won't be long before the academy becomes nothing more than a name. He imagined the scene of the official start of classes tomorrow. Even if someone enrolled in the young master's academy, upon seeing the desolate scene in the armory, they would surely apply for withdrawal the same day. Shaking his head, Long Wu ascended the stairs to the second floor. The second floor, known as the 100 Elixirs Pavilion, was meant for storing auxiliary items for professionals. Healing potions, health recovery pills, various elixirs, golden elixirs. These vital items should be displayed here. Once again, Long Wu released his mental power, and the result was equally disappointing. All the shelves were empty, without even a single bottle of basic wound medicine. Is it empty again? Long Wu murmured to himself. The armory had 3 floors in total, with the top floor being the final level. The equipment mentioned by the young master should be stored on the top floor. Long Wu speculated in his mind. I wonder what kind of equipment is stored on the top floor, probably just a few bronze-level items. He slowly ascended to the 3rd floor. This time not releasing his mental power, was certain it would be empty. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Long Wu entered the 100 Treasures Pavilion, the place where equipment was stored. His gaze casually swept over a cheap-looking shelf, and upon seeing its contents, Long Wu's expression turned speechless. Lying on the shelf was an ordinary wind chime, valued at around 50 star coins. It was merely a decorative trinket with no practical use besides embellishing the environment. It was said that this wind chime was a memento Lupai brought back from his first dungeon raid. Besides the wind chime, the shelf was filled with various trinkets, all of which were unremarkable common items. The young master's academy is really too poor, Long Wu thought to himself. Does he expect the students to use these ordinary trinkets for protection? What surprised him even more was that normal academies would store their equipment in glass cabinets with enchantments. These enchantments not only protected the equipment from being casually damaged by students, but also showcased the academy's strength and heritage. Yet, the young master had only set up a few ordinary shelves, akin to those in a department store, to display the equipment. Sigh, if the professional circle weren't so dangerous, I'd be tempted to invest in the academy myself. Unfortunately, the young master can't walk this path, Long Wu sighed, continuing to wander between the shelves. Suddenly, he stopped, looking curiously at another shelf. Long Wu's gaze fell on a dagger, and his first instinct was that this dagger was no ordinary item. Equally captivating were the other pieces of equipment placed next to the dagger, each seemingly exuding a peculiar aura that inspired only equipment of a certain rank would possess such an oppressive presence. Could it be? Long Wu instinctively activated his appraisal skill. Was the glow of the appraisal skill descended? Goblin Guardian Dagger. Category, Artifact. Level, Divine. Effect, Silent Kill, Unseen Bloodshed. Usage, Slaying Divine level monsters, defeating enemies. Value, 270 billion star coins. Hiss, Long Wu gasped as he examined the attributes of the Goblin Guardian dagger, his pupils contracting sharply. He couldn't believe his eyes, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the item. A divine artifact? How could such a thing be casually placed on this shabby shelf? Am I seeing things? In a hurry, Long Wu rubbed his eyes with both hands and used his appraisal skill again. The attribute panel still clearly displayed level, divine. No mistake, it's a genuine divine artifact. At that moment, Long Wu felt his mouth go dry and a buzzing in his head. As a powerful being at the level of a natural disaster, he had never seen a divine artifact with his own eyes. He recalled attending a large artifact auction in Magic City with Elder Lin, where the highest grade item was only of epic level. A divine artifact on this shelf? Unbelievable. Long Wu's heart raced. The appearance of such an artifact will surely cause a storm of bloodshed. No, I must inform Elder Lin about this artifact appearing in the 7-Star Nobles Academy. This is beyond what I can handle. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes as Long Wu hurriedly took out his phone. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp object striking the floor came from the stairs behind him. Long Wu's muscles tensed up instantly. Who? He shouted fiercely, releasing a wave of killing intent. I'm a student at the academy, Tao Yuqing. Who are you? A girl's voice trembled in response. Tao Yuqing was clutching a pile of equipment in her arms. Without a spatial ring, she had to carry all the equipment she had picked up from the dungeon in her arms. Long Wu's gaze swept over the equipment, each piece emitting the unique glow of a divine artifact. A student. Long Wu withdrew his killing intent and focused on the dagger that had fallen at Tao Yuqing's feet. It was almost identical to the divine artifact on the shelf. Long Wu squinted his eyes and instinctively activated his appraisal skill. What the? Another divine artifact. Long Wu couldn't help but curse, his expression becoming rigid. Who are you? Tao Yuqing, recovering from her panic, pulled out a steel blade from her arms, her eyes filled with hostility. Whoosh! The steel blade sliced through the air, creating a rift in space. Hiss! Long Wu was shocked again. Could the steel blade in the student's hand also be a divine artifact? I'm a security guard at the academy, just making my rounds. Long Wu explained while continuing to appraise the items Tao Yuqing held. The results left him completely stunned. Tao Yuqing had at least 10 pieces of equipment in her arms pendants, artifacts of various kinds, but they all shared one thing in common. They were all divine artifacts. My God, am I dreaming? Over a dozen divine artifacts. How can this be? Long Wu's mind was in turmoil. Oh, you're a security guard. Tao Yuqing sighed in relief. Security uncle, please help me out. Lin Suying asked me to place these on the shelf. To her, as a security guard at the academy, Long Wu should be used to such sights. Yet, carrying a pile of divine artifacts, she felt immense pressure. Security uncle? Security? Seeing Long Wu still in a daze, Tao Yuqing raised her voice. Huh? Oh, Long Wu finally snapped out of it. Security uncle, please store the equipment. I have to go now. Tao Yuqing selected a divine artifact she liked and hurriedly turned to leave, planning to thank the dean for this opportunity. As Tao Yuqing left, Long Wu remained standing in place, eyes vacant. After a long while, he suddenly came to his senses. Could it be that the equipment on the shelves? Long Wu turned, his mental energy enveloping the entire 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion. Boom! His legs gave way, and Long Wu collapsed to the ground. Except for the ordinary items on the first shelf, the entire treasure pavilion was filled with divine artifacts, 57 in total. This is insane. Long Wu felt like he was going mad, seeing a divine artifact for the first time, and there were 57 of them, casually thrown on shelves or piled on the floor by students. This is insane. Long Wu felt like he was being struck by lightning, his mind exploding, his entire body numb. The thought of informing Lin Lao crossed Long Wu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. 57 artifacts, such a staggering number that even Lin Lao might find it hard to believe. More unsettling was the idea that an academy possessing so many artifacts couldn't possibly lack a formidable guardian. Long Wu shivered at the thought of the void creature recently sighted in Nion City. Could these artifacts be related to that monstrous being? Was the mysterious entity backing the young master's academy? After much deliberation, Long Wu sent Lin Tian a brief message. Lin Lao, something strange is happening at the Supernatural Academy. He dared not divulge more details for now, as the lives of the young master and Miss Lin Suying might depend on it, and there was no room for error. I must proceed with caution and not reveal any anomalies, Long Wu reminded himself as he carefully returned the artifacts to the shelf. Gazing at the dazzling array of equipment before him, Long Wu pondered. Was the young master's offer to choose a self-defense item among these artifacts? What kind of academy allows an ordinary security guard to wield an artifact? Stay calm. Observe for a few days, Long Wu decided, as he summoned a dagger from the shelf into his hand. As a swordsman, the Goblin Guard dagger instantly amplified his strength tenfold. Holding the dagger, He almost felt capable of challenging a creation-level expert. I'd better buy a security uniform. This job can't be taken lightly, Longwu murmured, turning to leave the equipment building. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Qixing was about to check the panel when he heard a knock on the door. Come in. Tao Yuqing cautiously entered and immediately knelt down. Dean, thank you for your great kindness. I'm at your service from now on. Stand up. This isn't the time for such formalities, Qixing said as he helped her up, noticing her cold and slender fingers, a characteristic of a frost dragon. He observed that she didn't even have a spatial ring, suggesting she had lost everything through hardship. Considering the few $100 left in his pocket, Qixing contemplated the situation. There might be more students like Tao Yuqing in the academy, making it imperative to replenish the stock of skill and career change books. Not everyone could acquire them as easily as Lupai. Go to the pedestrian street to buy some necessities and settle down. The academy's standard career change books haven't arrived yet, so please wait a few days. After sending Tao Yuqing off, Qixing sighed. Having students earn money by hunting wild monsters in the suburbs wasn't feasible. Running more dungeons seemed more practical. It looks like I'll have to sell a few artifacts to solve the urgent financial issues, he thought, touching his nearly empty spatial ring, having made up his mind. When Luyi goes to work tomorrow, let him handle it. In Nion City, it's more suitable for him to take charge. With a plan in mind, Qixing opened the system panel, and several notifications appeared in succession. At the top was a system notification about Luyi successfully joining the academy, earning the host some points. Following that was a series of skill selection prompts. Academy rule prompt. A new student has been detected. The host can unconditionally use one of the student's professional skills. This student possesses a total of 8 skills. Please make your selection. Qixing focused as he browsed through. Skill 1. Basic appraisal technique. Allows viewing of a monster's level and attributes. Also supports identifying the level attributes of low-level professionals. Skill 2. Mini fireball technique. Instantly conjures a small fireball at the fingertips, only the size of a fingertip, with very weak power, suitable for lighting cigarettes or showing off. Skill 3. Large fireball technique. After casting, a fireball with a diameter of 3 meters is formed, delivering significant damage output. Skill 4. Flame tiger roar. Summons a giant tiger engulfed in flames upon release, with dual effects of devouring and burning. After reviewing the first 4 skills, Qixing smiled slightly, forming an initial judgment. Fire mage skills, each with their own merits. This mini fireball technique is purely for show, with little practical combat value. He shook his head and continued reading. Skill 5. Tornado burn. Fire forms a tornado during release, with amazing destructive power. If evolved to a perfect state, it could have large-scale destructive capabilities. Qixing's eyes brightened, finally spotting one he liked. This skill is good. If it can evolve perfectly and be amplified 10,000 times, it might become a powerful team-wiping move. But he didn't rush to decide and continued to check the remaining skills. Skill 6. Fire fist. The fist ignites in flames, suitable for close combat, the first choice for melee fire mages. Skill 7. Flame light escape. A defensive skill, enveloping the body in flames to form a light shield. It can trigger a counter-damage mechanism when attacked by opponents. This skill has counter armor? It's a top-tier defense skill for most people. Qixing gave it a fair evaluation but wasn't tempted. He already had beast transformation and invincible ancestral dragon forms. His defense was more than sufficient. Although those forms were large and unwieldy, they could withstand attacks. Attack is the best defense. Since I'm pursuing invincibility, I can't be too passive. He turned his attention to the last skill. Skill 8. Cremation. Flames descend from the sky, burning everything, devouring all beings. It is a large-scale destructive skill. Qixing's eyes narrowed, his expression serious. This is interesting. Flames descending from the sky, perfect for catching opponents off guard. Plus, it's a large-scale fire skill. If it can evolve perfectly, the coverage area would be terrifying. He made up his mind. With 10,000 times amplification, it might become a new world-ending divine skill. This is it. He immediately gave the order. System, choose skill 8, cremation. Ding. Skill selection successful, automatically enhanced for the host. As the notification sound ended, the skill list on the panel changed, and a new prompt appeared. Skill cremation, enhanced by the power of rules, has automatically evolved to a perfect state. New skill scorching heaven, gift of no life. Centered on the host, when the skill is activated, the heavens and earth burn, incinerating all living beings. Note, the burning range varies with the caster's mental strength. Qixing looked at the panel, showing a satisfied expression. As expected, it's pretty much what I anticipated. When playing with fire, you have to go all out. He nodded slightly, feeling a surge of fighting spirit within him. Qixing's gaze fell on the Academy's points board, where a total of 3,250 points were clearly displayed. He calculated in his mind. The luxury draw requires 5,000 points. Although the 60 winning probability is quite impressive, and it might yield high-level perks like student exemption from job transfer, patience is crucial for now. It's better to wait until Lupai and Lin Suying complete their transfers before trying. After all, even if he doesn't win, he can still gain a 500-point attribute boost, making it a win-win situation. The new student, Qixing, had already reached the first level cap, and Lu Yi was already at the cap himself. If all 4 students could complete their transfers together, the points income would be substantial. Coincidentally, the Trant Forest dungeon was due for a refresh, providing a perfect opportunity to field test new skills. With this thought, Li Qixing got up and headed towards the dungeon building. Meanwhile, Lu Yi returned home in a daze, with a ridiculous fact echoing in his mind. Did I really agree to be a security guard at the Super God Academy? This thought almost made him question his life choices. As one of the strongest figures in Nion City and the head of the Lu family, how could he end up as a security guard? Dad, you got back so fast. Lupai rushed over, looking anxious. Did you at least treat the principal to a meal or give him a gift? How could you be so thoughtless? Lu Yi impatiently glared at his son. I went to be your security guard. I'm already annoyed, so don't bother me. After a pause, he added, by the way, the principal also gave me an enrollment opportunity. Now I'm a guard and a student. He said you should explain the academy's rules to me. What? Lupai's eyes lit up, as if he had finally found someone to share a long-held secret with. Dad, you're going to make it big. Come with me to the outskirts, and I'll show you an ultimate skill. It amplifies power by 10,000 times, ensuring you can complete the job transfer task that's been troubling you for 10 years. Before Lu Yi could react, Lupai was already dragging him towards the outskirts. You brat, what are you doing? Let go of me, or I'll hit you with a fireball spell. Lu Yi struggled and threatened. Take this fireball from me. Lu Yi flipped his wrist, and a scorching heat gathered in his palm. Years of disciplining his son made him act without hesitation. Lupai watched as a terrifying aura emanated from his father, his face turning pale. As a legitimate student of the academy, he knew his father's fireball spell had been amplified 1,000-fold. Such power was beyond his ability to withstand, and it could endanger the entire Lu family and even half of Nion City. Damn you, Lu Yi, stop. Damn it, don't push me. Lupai shouted desperately. Lu Yi ignored him, the flames in his hand growing larger. It's just a big fireball spell. You can handle it. What's the fuss? Seeing the fireball in his father's hand grow fiercer, Lupai was on the verge of tears. How could he explain being killed by his own father? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, I have an artifact. An artifact that restrains fire elements. Without a moment's hesitation, Lupai summoned the Xian iron fan. Damn you, Lu Yi, I'll fan you to death. He infused it with just a trace of mental power, fearing that too much force would result in patricide. With a roar, the Xian iron fan unleashed a destructive hurricane. All fire elements vanished in an instant, and the flames in Lu Ye's hand dissipated into smoke. In the next moment, Lu Yi was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through the courtyard wall and villa door, soaring 100 meters before landing heavily in the pool, sending water splashing everywhere. Lupai stared at the wreckage, then at the powerful Xian iron fan in his hand, bewildered. He hadn't expected that just a trace of mental power could take down a level 4 master. Dad, damn it, I didn't mean to kill you. Lupai rushed to the poolside, flipping his father over in the muddy water. Lu Yi coughed violently, stunned. Son, what the hell did you just hit me with? Seeing his father alive, Lupai was relieved and intrigued. As expected of a destruction level expert, you withstood an artifact strike. Dad, should I try again? This time with 2 traces of mental power to test your defense. Stop boasting. Where did you get an artifact? Lu Yi shouted, clutching his chest. Using his identification skill, he realized the Xian iron fan was indeed a divine artifact, and he nearly blacked out. You ungrateful child. You used an artifact on me. Overcome with anger, he fainted. Dad, don't scare me. Lupai quickly splashed pool water on his father's face and slapped him a few times. After a bout of violent coughing, Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes. Stunned for a long time. An artifact. His own son wielded an artifact in his hands. Isn't that defying fate? Dad, stop being so shocked. Do you even know the consequences of the skill you just released? Lupai patiently explained, his words filled with helplessness and a hint of annoyance. After a lengthy explanation, Lu Yi finally snapped back to reality, blinking in disbelief. Son, are you saying my skill's power can be amplified 10,000 times? And after joining the academy, I can choose any artifact for self-defense? This can't be true. How could there be such terrifying things in the world? Stop joking around. I might be a bit timid, but I'm not stupid. Son, you need to keep that artifact well protected. I don't know how you got it, but never show it to outsiders. You know the summer country is full of powerful people, and the world is a dangerous place. Having a treasure can be a curse. Lu Yi clearly didn't believe Lu Pai's story. Instead, he frowned and scolded his son. You rebellious kid, didn't you always say you burned someone else's beast and it cost millions? These ridiculous stories to scam money. How can I believe them? Damn it, you just don't believe me. Come on, let's go to the outskirts and test the skill. Lupai, with a look of anger, eagerly dragged his father away. You may not believe me, but you can't doubt the dean, Lupai said with determination. Fine, let's test it. Lu Yi drank a bottle of blue potion, got up, and followed Lupai out of the house. If what Lupai said was true, their Lu family would truly rise. Completing the job change task would be easy. Of course, if he was being tricked, it wouldn't be the first time. The father and son walked in silence, and after 2 hours, they finally arrived at a desolate suburb. The place was barren and quiet, perfect for testing skills. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Lu Yi cast a fireball spell. The sky changed color instantly, and the massive fireball, with a diameter of 1,000 meters, fell with a roar. The entire suburb turned into a sea of fire. Lupai wielded the mysterious iron fan in his hand, and with a gentle wave, he extinguished the towering flames instantly. The scorching heat quickly dissipated, but the shockwave from the fireball still echoed in the air. Holy crap! Lu Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Just by releasing this one fireball spell, the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the suburb was devastated. Fortunately, the artifact put out the fire in time, or else the flames might have spread to the city, causing unimaginable damage. Son, I transferred 20 million to you. Quickly complete the job change task. I've got things to do, and I'll come back later. Lu Yi casually threw out this line and transformed into a streak of fire heading towards the university town. Dad, where are you going? Lupai shouted. Your dad's going to buy a security uniform. I have to go to work now. Lu Yi's voice drifted from afar and soon disappeared into the sky. Lupai watched his father fly away and cursed. Damn, you can't just fool people like this. Meanwhile, Qixing, after entering the dungeon, walked steadily into the Trant forest instance. He calmly analyzed the dungeon environment when suddenly a dull explosion sounded. He unleashed the collision skill of the rock demon and his avatar, causing the instance's space to tremble as if it were about to collapse. This dungeon is almost at its limit, Qixing muttered to himself, his gaze cold. Inside the instance, the air vibrated as if even the sky was trembling. If I increase the force a bit more, the entire instance might collapse. The dungeon was on the verge of collapse, yet Qixing remained indifferent, instead waving lightly at the system panel. With the system's notification, his attribute panel updated quickly, experience 11, and congratulations on advancing to level 62. Soon after, with the enhancement from the rules, his level quickly jumped to level 75. As expected, the power of a destructive skill far exceeds imagination. Even in level dungeon can't withstand it, Qixing remarked, as he continued clearing the dungeon's small monsters and checking his attribute panel. Suddenly, the system prompted again, congratulations on killing a dungeon monster, earning Academy points 140. So this is the surge in experience and points? Qixing shook his head, thinking, the Academy should add more dungeons, otherwise this leveling speed will slow down. He had a plan in mind, deciding to try his luck with some draws to see if he could obtain new rules to enhance efficiency. System, arrange 4 luxury draws for me. Qixing commanded without hesitation. Just then, the system panel prompted again. Your student Lin Suying completed the job change task, earning you points 1,000. Another 1,000? Qixing chuckled, glancing over the system panel. These students complete job change tasks really fast. Let's continue with the draws and see what new rules emerge. Qixing pressed the button, eagerly anticipating the upcoming luxury draws. The 4 consecutive draws were about to begin. The lottery is starting. Qixing stared at the system panel, his anticipation evident. A series of system notifications chimed. Ding. Congratulations, you've won. Thanks for participating. Consolation prize, strength 100. Ding. Congratulations, you've won nothing at all. Consolation prize, defense 100. 2,000 points vanished just like that. Looking at the 2 consolation prizes, Qixing couldn't help but chuckle wryly. These probability-based lotteries really depend on luck. Just as he was about to give up, a 3rd notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, you've won a low-level rule. Qixing's eyes lit up. Regardless of its level, any rule was worth looking forward to. The system displayed. Academy rule. The dean is immune to all student attacks and immune to all academy equipment damage. This rule is nice. Qixing nodded in satisfaction. With this, his position as dean was more secure, and he wouldn't have to worry about getting accidentally hurt while taking students through instances. Spending 4,000 points on such a rule was quite worthwhile. Suddenly, a 4th notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, you've won a mid-level rule. This rule brought even more delight to Qixing. Academy rule. All Academy students are immune to all damage from Academy artifacts. Note, students cannot be immune to the dean's attacks, and artifacts from the Academy are permanent. Even if sold or transferred, all students remain permanently immune. Fantastic. Qixing couldn't help but laugh. This resolved a major concern of his the risk of artifacts being used to harm students after being transferred. Before exiting the instance, he didn't forget to message Lin Suying, instructing her to collect the divine level equipment in the instance. Then, he headed to the cafeteria, intending to sort out dinner. But upon seeing the chaotic state of the cafeteria kitchen, Qixing abandoned the idea of cooking himself and planned to ask Lupai to order takeout. At that moment, a timid voice came from behind. Dadine. It was Tao Yuqing. Her cheeks were flushed, and she cautiously handed over the remaining money. I went to the office earlier and couldn't find you. Here's the remaining 201 yuan. Qixing looked at the money being handed over and then at Tao Yuqing, still wearing the same old clothes, and couldn't help but feel. Didn't you even buy a new set of clothes? Qixing noticed that Tao Yuqing was still wearing the same clothes and asked about it. She was soaking wet, her hair dripping with water, and her clothes clung to her body, clearly just washed but not yet dry. Through the soaked outerwear, the outline inside was clearly visible. I bought some clothes inside. Tao Yuqing replied quietly, her face flushed and avoiding direct eye contact with Qixing. With over 500 yuan, she only spent 300 on basic necessities, reluctant to spend the rest. If she wasn't worried about the director suddenly asking her to participate in some game, she wouldn't have even bought the clothes inside. Growl. Tao Yuqing's stomach rumbled loudly, the sound particularly noticeable in the quiet environment. How many days have you gone without eating? Qixing asked calmly, his gaze observing her condition. Ever since the day I was caught. I don't know how many days it's been, Tao Yuqing answered softly, her hands unconsciously touching her stomach. She was so hungry that she finally gathered the courage to visit the cafeteria. With the remaining money, order some takeout. Get me something too, Qixing instructed casually, seemingly unfazed by her predicament. Tao Yuqing looked up, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Director, I see there's a lot of ingredients in the kitchen. Can I cook something myself? You know how to cook? Qixing raised an eyebrow. Tao Yuqing nodded firmly. Yes, I do. All right then, I'll wait outside, Qixing said, taking the crumpled 201 yuan she handed him and heading to a table outside. 20 minutes later, the kitchen was filled with the clattering of pots and pans, followed by the sound of a hot pan igniting. An hour later, Tao Yuqing emerged carrying 2 plates of unrecognizable dishes, the smell of burnt food wafting through the air. Director, how about I make some noodles for you instead? Tao Yuqing nervously suggested, looking at her failed culinary attempts. Meanwhile, in the security booth outside the academy, Long Wu had changed into a brand new security uniform, sitting attentively inside. His mind replayed images of dozens of artifacts. With a flick of his wrist, a goblin guard's dagger appeared in his hand. Level. God level. It's not an illusion, and I'm not dreaming. It's real, Long Wu muttered to himself, staring at the dagger for a moment before carefully storing it back in his spatial ring. Just then, a student with a ponytail and a toothpick in her mouth hurried toward the academy. Sensing someone approaching, Long Wu immediately looked up. It's Miss Lin. Why is she in such a hurry? Did she do something that could shut down the academy? Long Wu quickly tidied his uniform and briskly walked out of the security booth. Miss, stop. Lin Suying interrupted him urgently before he could finish. The director has given me something very important to do, and I need to complete it quickly. Don't waste my time, or I won't be able to bear the consequences if the director gets angry. Without looking back, she hurried toward the dungeon area. Long Wu stood there, puzzled. Miss Lin Suying's attitude toward Qixing? It's full of respect, even fear? No way. The rebellious Miss Lin, would she really follow orders? He watched Lin Suying's retreating figure in confusion. Something's off. Miss Lin's aura is different. Long Wu squinted, activating his detection skill. Lin Suying, profession, Thunder Mage, level, LV 31. Gasp. Long Wu took a sharp breath. How did she reach level 31? Did she complete the second transfer quest? She was only level 21 before coming here, and now she's suddenly undergone a second transfer? The academy has only 2 dungeons, the lowest level one, capable of leveling someone up? And how did she complete the transfer quest so fast? Something strange. This academy definitely has something unusual, Long Wu muttered to himself as he walked back to the security booth. Hey, brother Long Wu, good morning. Lu Yi, wearing a brand new security uniform, arrived at the academy gate, a smug smile on his face. Knowing that only students could amplify their skill power 10,000 times, Lu Yi now called the disaster level Long Wu his brother. After all, since Long Wu couldn't become a student, Lu Yi could have the upper hand. Brother, I'll handle the booth. Why don't you patrol the academy? Why that look? I joined before you, so I'm your senior, alright? From now on, I'm the academy's security team leader, and even disaster levels have to listen to my arrangements. Lu Yi declared, puffing out his chest, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Acting like this? A peculiar expression crossed Long Wu's face, his brows slightly furrowing. He pondered silently. Since when does a destroyer dare to act so arrogantly in front of a calamity level? It's known that above destroyer is the disaster level, and above that is the calamity level. There's a 30 level difference between major tiers, and even a single level difference can mean overwhelming power. How dare someone 2 major tiers apart act so boldly? Long Wu was filled with doubt, his gaze lingering on Lu Yi for a moment. Could it be because he joined the Super God Academy and became a student there? Not wanting to cause trouble for the time being, Long Wu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. In the past, he would have beaten Lu Yi so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. With a cold glance at Lu Yi, Long Wu turned and left the booth, walking steadily towards the academy's interior. Patrolling is patrolling. I'll tolerate you for a few days, he thought. His mission was to protect Li Qixing, so he decided to endure some frustration. Huh. Watching Long Wu's retreating figure, Lu Yi disdainfully raised his middle finger, a smug smile on his face. He then carefully took out his phone and called Li Qixing. Principal, this is Lu Yi. Yes? Haha. I've started work today, and I'm on gate duty. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm at your service. His tone was respectful and enthusiastic. What? Order takeout to the cafeteria? Sure thing, I'll handle it right away. Lu Yi hung up the phone, feeling elated. Having a task so soon after starting work was clearly a sign of the principal's appreciation. He cheerfully left the booth, deciding to buy the food himself. Ordering takeout lacks style. Might as well go for a full banquet, he mused, walking away with a spring in his step. In the cafeteria, Li Qixing was frowning, contemplating dinner options. He hadn't expected Lu Yi to start work so promptly. As the principal, he found it reasonable to ask the security guard to order takeout, and he unhesitatingly assigned this task. Additionally, he planned to have Lu Yi handle the sale of artifacts. Being strapped for cash was unpleasant, and with the new semester starting tomorrow, it was time to replenish the academy's resources. Li Qixing opened the professional forum, idly scrolling through posts as time slipped by. An hour later, Lu Yi finally arrived at the cafeteria with fragrant takeout. After a sumptuous dinner, Li Qixing contentedly wiped his mouth. Uncle Lu, you haven't chosen any protective gear yet. Come to the equipment building with me. I have some tasks for you. He stood, signaling for Lu Yi to follow. By now, the sky was darkening. After dinner, Tao Yuqing had returned to her dormitory alone. Li Qixing led Lu Yi directly toward the equipment building, walking briskly and confidently. Soon, they arrived at the equipment building. According to his son's words, Lu Yi was filled with excitement. Being able to choose an artifact for himself was a remarkable privilege. With an artifact, wouldn't he be invincible? However, as they entered the equipment building, Lu Yi's expression turned puzzled. The first floor was empty, devoid of any equipment. The second floor was also barren. It wasn't until they reached the third floor that Lu Yi was utterly stunned. The reality hit quickly. 56 artifacts lay quietly on the shelves, emitting a faint glow. Lu Yi's throat suddenly felt dry, his breathing became labored, and his eyes widened. Li Qixing paid no attention to Lu Yi's shock. With a flick of his wrist, he left a Triant Peachwood sword from his ring and placed another 14 artifacts neatly on the shelves. Wow! Lu Yi gasped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Now there were 70 artifacts before him, each radiating a unique aura and glow. These are artifacts. Principal, are you running a wholesale operation? He asked, his voice trembling. Thud, thud, thud. Before he could recover from his shock, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. Lin Suying quickly ascended the stairs to the third floor. She looked at them, slightly surprised. Principal, you're here too? The 9 artifacts were all retrieved from the dungeon, though the drop rate was quite low. As Lin Suying carefully placed the artifacts from the space ring onto the shelves, she reported the situation to Li Qixing. Li Qixing nodded slightly, his expression calm. The drop rate in dungeons decreases with the number of times they are cleared. It's a basic rule, he explained. Many academies have dungeons that have been farmed for years, and the equipment drop rate has become negligible. Some dungeons even become completely inactive, which is why academies are compelled to seek new resources, leading to a scarcity of resources worldwide. After neatly arranging the equipment, Lin Suying respectfully bid farewell to Li Qixing and headed straight to the dungeon building. As a newly transitioned student, she wanted to seize every opportunity to enter the dungeons. Uncle Lu, Li Qixing turned to Lu Yi, casually picking up 3 artifacts and handing them to him. Choose one that suits you for personal use. For the other 3, help me find suitable buyers. After all, you are more familiar with the powers in Nion City. Dean, Lu Yi was pleasantly surprised, his voice slightly trembling. Being entrusted with such a responsibility on his first day at work made him feel honored. He carefully put away the artifacts and began analyzing sales strategies. These 3 artifacts will definitely cause a sensation. Selling them through a formal auction could fetch the highest price, but it would be a long process and might attract global contenders. If we go through the black market, the price will be lower, but the deal will be faster. Do you prefer a higher price or speed? As quickly as possible, Li Qixing replied succinctly before turning and leaving the equipment building. As he walked, he pondered, school starts tomorrow, and I wonder if those old classmates will try to make their presence known. But with Long Wu guarding the gates, not even a fly could get through. His thoughts shifted to the upcoming resource competition. The Academy resource competition in a month had 3 level dungeons, as rewards last year. I should check the entry requirements. Back in the dean's office, Qixing opened the professional forum and entered the registration channel for the Nion City Academy Resource Competition. After reviewing the entry requirements, he was thoughtful. The requirements were surprisingly simple. Registration would be personally reviewed by the city lord, and approval was needed to compete, though the specific standards were not disclosed. It seems that to develop an academy, one must understand social nuances, Qixing mused. After all, resources are controlled by the state, and locally, we have to consider the city lord's stance. He quickly completed the real name verification and registered, already formulating a plan. When the city lord comes to review, I'll first showcase the student's abilities and then cater to his preferences. This resource competition should be in the bag. What he didn't know was that his application had already caught the special attention of the city lord. Inside the city's main office, Jiang Guodong sat upright at his desk, his eyes fixed intently on the computer screen. The start of the academic season in Nion City was approaching, and the registration for the intercollegiate resource competition was nearing its end. The first application he reviewed was from Topstream Academy. As one of the two strongest academies in Nion City, they were always approved directly. Jiang Guodong skillfully clicked the Approve button and noted in his memo, "Arrange for the secretary to deliver the participation certificate tomorrow." Following closely was the application from Nion Academy. Though slightly less prestigious than Topstream in recent years, it was still a leading institution in the city. Jiang Guodong approved their participation without hesitation. This year's resource competition is even fiercer, Jiang Guodong thought, rubbing his temples. If Topstream Academy could claim victory again, they might rival the elite universities in the metropolis. This was crucial for the development of Nion City, as enhancing the strength of its academies was the fastest way to rise. Reviewing the remaining applications one by one, Jiang Guodong gave equal attention to each academy. Even the less prominent smaller academies weren't dismissed lightly, as history had shown that even Topstream Academy had once risen from obscurity. As he was about to finish his work, a new registration alert popped up on the computer screen. Opening it, Jiang Guodong was momentarily stunned. It was an application from Super God Academy, submitted by Qixing. Why would Mr. Li? Jiang Guodong's finger hovered over the mouse, indecisive. The resource competition not only tested the students' abilities, but also required the participation of the academy's leaders. For an ordinary person like Qixing, this seemed like a path to self-destruction. The cursor moved towards the Reject button, but Jiang Guodong stopped himself just in time. No, it's better to consult with old Master Lin about Mr. Li's case first. He picked up his phone and dialed Lin Tian's number. The phone rang briefly before Lin Tian's deep voice answered. "Xiaodong, why are you calling so late? Is it about the void behemoth?" Jiang Guodong adjusted his posture slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Although the investigation of the void behemoth was ongoing, this call was clearly for another reason. Completely clueless. "No, Mr. Lin, I haven't intervened since the higher-ups sent someone down. I called you to hear your opinion. Just now, Qixing, representing the Super God Academy, registered for the Academy's resource competition happening in a month. Xiaodong wants to ask whether we should reject or approve it." After the question was posed, there was a moment of silence on the phone. Mr. Lin pondered for a while before slowly speaking. "I'm still busy with some matters. Otherwise, I would personally go and stop him from running the academy. The state is currently preoccupied with the void behemoth issue and has made several temporary responses, leaving no time to spare. This could be an opportunity to temper Xinger's enthusiasm. Let him go ahead and experience the difficulties of running an academy. If he loses, he might give up on his own. As for the approach, being slightly forceful is fine, but the key is not to harm Xinger's life. A little hardship might actually be beneficial," Mr. Lin said casually, and with that, he hung up the phone without hesitation. Jiang Guodong put down his phone, feeling a sense of realization. Indeed, Mr. Lin's approach was insightful. Luckily, he didn't reject it outright, or he would have faced criticism. He sighed lightly, turned off the computer, and had already made up his mind. Since Mr. Lin agreed, he would follow the formal procedures and find time to visit the Super God Academy tomorrow for an audit, at least to make a show of it. After organizing his schedule for the next day, Jiang Guodong prepared to rest. In the Super God Academy's principal's office, Qixing's computer screen still showed the registration status as pending review. After several refreshes, the status had not changed. The city lord wouldn't be too lazy to even review it, right? That would be troublesome, Qixing muttered to himself, feeling a bit uneasy. It seemed he would have to find time to visit the city lord's office in person. If the registration wasn't approved, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. So, he decided to have Lu Yi try to make an introduction first. Otherwise, he might not even have the chance to meet. He stood up, made himself a cup of coffee, and prepared for the tasks of the following day. As he pondered the future, the ringing of his phone broke the silence. Ding dong. A notification popped up on his phone screen. 13.6 trillion star coins have been credited. Just as Qixing opened the message to check, his phone rang again. It was a call from Lu Yi. "Principal, the matter has been settled. You should have received the transfer notification, right? Lu Ye's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Li Qixing nodded and answered, yes, I've received it. Thank you, Uncle Lu. He replied succinctly, without any unnecessary words. After a brief conversation, they hung up, and Li Qixing casually opened the local shopping mall. With sufficient funds, it was time to purchase the academy's essential supplies. He first had the job change books, priced at 1 million each. Without hesitation, Li Qixing bought 1,000 copies, spending 10 billion star coins. Next, he selected various skill books, purchasing 1,000 each of both low-level and high-level ones, priced at 300,000 and 3 million, respectively. Each expense was significant, but Li Qixing had a clear goal to lay a foundation for the academy's future. Skill scrolls could not be overlooked either, as the power of student skills increased 10,000 times, making them crucial in the resource competition. Indeed, he was thorough, preparing as much as possible for any potential needs. After 2 hours, Li Qixing's shopping cart was emptied, with a total expenditure of 28 billion star coins. The Super God Academy's resource reserves, aside from instances, were nearly on par with top-tier academies. Although there weren't many students at the moment, these resources were sufficient to support the academy's initial operations. The establishment of major academies typically involves providing resources for free to students to cultivate strong individuals. These strong individuals are key to competing for national instances and secret realm resources. Li Qixing understood this well, so he spared no expense in acquiring all necessary items. Tomorrow, the academy will open, and the university town will come alive. Li Qixing smiled slightly, put away his phone, and stood up, ready to face new challenges. Just then, a notification sound suddenly popped up on the system panel. Ding! Your student Lupai has completed the job change task, advancing to the third transition, level 61. Congratulations, you have earned 1,000 academy points. Immediately afterward, another notification appeared on the panel. Ding! Your student Lin Suying has leveled up 29 times, current level 60. Congratulations, you have earned 290 academy points. Seeing these numbers, a slight smile appeared on Li Qixing's lips. He was a bit surprised by Lupai's performance in the third transition, but soon felt relieved. He hoped the guy wouldn't get carried away and cause trouble. Otherwise, he could end up being so arrogant that he wouldn't take anyone in the academy seriously. After working late into the night, Lu Yi arrived at the security booth before dawn. He donned his brand new security uniform, standing tall and serious. Today was the day students were arriving at the university town, and as a security guard, he not only wanted to present a good image for the academy, but also hoped to demonstrate his dedication to the dean. Lu Yi knew that after completing his duties in the coming days, he would request leave from the dean. With his skills amplified 1,000-fold, he was confident in completing his career advancement tasks. Even if it meant venturing into the abyss or the misty world beyond, he was ready. The amplification of his skills was practically miraculous. Hey, brother, you're here early. A voice interrupted Lu Ye's thoughts. Long Wu emerged from the academy, casually pointing to his designated spot. Today, you're on the right side. Remember, don't leave your post, not even a step. Don't embarrass the dean. Lu Yi nodded confidently. Got it, brother Long. He silently reminded himself that a security guard has their own dignity and wouldn't be swayed by outside rumors. Without another word, Long Wu walked straight to the right side of the gate and took his position. As daylight broke, more students began passing through the university town. Some paused, pointing at the sign for the Super Divine Academy, whispering, huh? Super Divine Academy? Is it a new school? Never heard of it before. Almost immediately, a nearby student scoffed. Man, you're out of the loop. The forums have been discussing this academy for ages. This shabby school only has a dean and one student, just 2 staff members in total. I heard they don't even have transition books. Man, those 2 security guards must be clueless, guarding a place like this. Probably won't even get paid. Who knows if they'll see a dime after 2 months. Forget it, let's go. I heard the dungeon opens after registration today. We can't miss the chance. They walked away disdainfully, their eyes filled with contempt for the Super Divine Academy. Lu Yi smirked, thinking to himself, idiots, just a bunch of idiots. As a proud student and guard of the Super Divine Academy, he wouldn't stoop to their level. They better not start trouble, or they'll lose a tooth. He maintained his stance, keeping his eyes on the distant students, calmly reminding himself, ignore them, stand your ground, guard the gate. A car pulled up slowly in front of the academy. The window rolled down, and a young man glared at the Super Divine Academy sign, muttering, this is the Super Divine Academy? And they hired 2 security guards? Li Qixing, just wait. After registration, I'll challenge your academy's students personally. He shook his head, his face full of anger. I'm going to make you regret everything you did outside the city. On the first day of school, I'll cripple your academy's people and see how you manage. As he was about to leave, the man suddenly glanced back, his eyes landing on Lu Yi. His expression froze. Isn't that the son of the Lu family head Lupai's father? How is this possible? He was taken aback, quickly turning to leave, but still cast suspicious glances back at Lu Yi as he walked away. Once I spend half a day leveling up in the top academy, I'll definitely surpass you. Don't blame me for being ruthless tonight. Once I become an official student of the top academy, even your father won't dare to confront the top academy. As Chun Rongyo walked away, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The colleges in University City are not far apart, with some students carrying bags of urea as luggage due to poverty, while others are escorted by convoys as wealthy heirs. The diverse crowd creates a lively atmosphere. Long Wu and Lu Yi stood side by side, unaffected by the outside world. The morning quickly passed, and more than 100 people had gathered at the entrance of the Super Academy. Some were old classmates of Li Qixing, while others were trouble brought by Lin Suying, like Wang Sanjian and Ma Chong. Did you hire security? Haha, I want to cause trouble for those two security guards, but the registration deadline is tight, so I'll let you off today, Wang Sanjian said with disdain in his eyes. Brother Ma, I'm planning to challenge the Academy Dean tonight. Don't fight me for it. Don't worry, Brother Wang, go all out. I'm only 129 experience points away from reaching level 18, and the Thunder Mage is just 3 levels ahead of me. My brother will come too. He's a sophomore and already maxed out his level. Easy to handle. Ma Chong sneered. The two arrogantly walked away into the distance. Long Wu watched their retreating figures, feeling a weight in his heart. Standing at the gate every day would yield no useful information. The Academy's artifacts, Miss Lin Suying's rapidly increasing level, the secrets behind Qixing, and even his 2 days as a security guard had not provided him with a single clue. He sighed, thinking to himself, forget it, I'll get through today. I'll surely discover something by patrolling the Academy every day. As he pondered, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence from within the Academy. Miss Lin Suying appeared at the gate. Long Wu was startled and quickly corrected himself. Hello, student you. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock, and he froze. Using his skill, he clearly saw Lin Suying's attributes, and his jaw nearly dropped. Level 60? That's crazy. She was level 31 yesterday, and today she's fully leveled up after her second transformation? How is this possible? Long Wu stared blankly at her receding figure, feeling utterly bewildered. Gaining 29 levels in one day seemed almost impossible. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Li Qixing reopened the registration portal to review the application records. He frowned, thinking this matter needed close attention. If there were no updates, he'd have to visit the city lord at the city lord's mansion. After checking again and finding no updates, Li Qixing frowned. Could it be that the city lord had no interest in the new academy? He glanced at the time. The auxiliary supplies the academy ordered would soon arrive. If not for the large order, they would have been delivered by now. Li Qixing picked up his phone and called Lu Yi. Uncle Lu, are you busy? I have 2 things. First, the supplies will arrive shortly. Please receive them and place them in the equipment building. Second, try to arrange a meeting with the city lord. After giving instructions, Li Qixing headed towards the instance building. He needed to personally visit the refreshed Trant Forest instance from last night. Meanwhile, as Lu Yi hung up the phone, the delivery arrived at the kiosk. The supplies were easy to store with a space ring, and everything went smoothly. After signing for them, Lu Yi showed a thoughtful expression. Why did the dean want Jiang Guodong? Does he really want to hire him as security? He muttered to himself, suddenly having a realization. Damn, the city lord is really lucky. I'll deliver these supplies to the equipment building first, then call Jiang Guodong to prepare a grand gift. As old classmates, with such a huge opportunity, I must give him a heads up. Being a security guard is a favor from the dean. He should know to be grateful. Inside the city lord's mansion, Jiang Guodong stood in front of the mirror, meticulously adjusting his freshly donned official attire. His gaze flicked to the clock on the wall. He nodded slightly, thinking, at this time, I should be able to meet Mr. Li. He mentally reviewed his plan. Personally verify the qualifications of the Super Academy, hand over the participation certificate to Mr. Li, and then wait for Elder Lin to arrive in person. That was his task. As for giving Mr. Li a hard time, Jiang Guodong's lips curled slightly. Those academies would naturally handle it without needing any instructions. In a city, if there's a chance to reduce a competing academy, the others will naturally band together to suppress it, Jiang Guodong murmured to himself. With Mr. Li's subpar academy level, he will surely become a target during the competition. He gently stroked the tabletop with his fingertips, a glint of coldness in his eyes. If one can establish an academy, there's naturally a chance to rise. Eliminating a competitor for resources, even if they're weak, is best done decisively. Jiang Guodong sighed deeply. Mr. Li, the path within the professional circle is not one you can easily walk. Carefully storing the participation certificate in his spatial ring, he set off towards the Super Academy with steady steps. 20 minutes later, inside the Super Academy, Lu Yi stood in a warehouse overflowing with supplies, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he neatly arranged the last box. He wiped his brow, looking around at the abundance of materials with amazement. The dean actually bought so much at once. Truly impressive, spending hundreds of billions without hesitation. Lu Yi muttered to himself, excitement flickering in his eyes. I'm so lucky to be part of such an academy. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Right. I need to call that old man Jiang Guodong from the gatehouse. The dean wants to meet him, and I can't slack off. As Lu Yi walked, he grumbled to himself. Damn, I thought I'd catch up to that old guy once I completed my career transition. If we become colleagues, I'll still be under his thumb. Damn it, he's so lucky. Reaching the academy gate, Lu Yi returned to the gatehouse, ready to take out his phone and call Jiang Guodong, when a beam of light suddenly descended at the entrance of the Super Academy. Lu Yi and Long Wu both looked up at the newcomer, sensing the powerful aura emanating from them. Jiang Guodong. Lu Yi squinted, thinking, did the dean personally call him? He arrived so quickly? Seeing it was City Lord Jiang Guodong, Lu Yi pursed his lips, quickly pocketed his phone, and lowered his head, pretending not to notice. The thought of Jiang Guodong joining the academy left him uncomfortable. Back in school, Jiang Guodong overshadowed me. After graduation too, and now as a security guard, it seems I'll still be overshadowed. Lu Yi thought resentfully, deciding to ignore him. Long Wu merely glanced at Jiang Guodong without speaking. Both had the same understanding they were working for Elder Lin, no need for words. Jiang Guodong nodded at Long Wu and walked towards the academy. After a few steps, he paused, his gaze landing on the bowed Lu Yi. Wait, this security guard looks familiar. Jiang Guodong frowned, activating an identification skill to be sure. It's Lu Yi, all right. Lu Yi, head of the Lu family, one of the strongest in Nion City, Jiang Guodong thought in surprise. What's this old guy doing here at the academy? As a security guard? Stuck on a career transition task for 10 years. Is he out of his mind? Jiang Guodong squinted, pondering. Could it be Lu Yi is also one of Elder Lin's people? Why haven't I heard Elder Lin mention him? Unable to figure out why Lu Yi was here, Jiang Guodong didn't greet him and walked straight into the academy. He thought, if they're all Elder Lin's people, there's no need for greetings. Everyone's working towards the same goal, closing Li Qixing Academy with a unified purpose. Watching Jiang Guodong's arrogant back, Lu Yi's face flushed with anger as he silently cursed. Damn, Jiang Guodong, are you blind? Huh, you see me and don't even say hi. Just because I'm wearing a security uniform? You think being a city lord makes you better? You don't remember the favor of delivering love letters for you back then, do you? Lu Yi's angry shout echoed at the entrance of the academy. Despite Lu Yi's reluctance to have Jiang Guodong join the academy as a security guard, images of their past adventures together raiding dungeons, chasing girls, and giving it their all kept flashing through his mind. Those feelings, which should have been worn away by time, surged back like a tide. Jiang Guodong paused with his right foot in midair, his body slightly stiffening. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Could it be that Lu Yi wasn't arranged by old Lin? This old guy really ended up as a security guard at the Young Master's Academy? Ahem, ahem. Jiang Guodong coughed awkwardly, adjusted his expression, and suddenly turned around. Whoa, old Lu, is that really you? I thought I was seeing things. Your outfit looks great. How much does the academy pay you? Come work for me. I'll give you 10 times the salary. Jiang Guodong casually threw an arm around Lu Yi's shoulder. Come on, show me around. I need to get familiar with the place. By the way, here's the competition qualification document. I heard you're working security here, so I brought it especially for you. This year's resources are particularly rich. If your academy can get a share, the principal will surely give you a raise. As they walked into the Super God Academy, Lu Yi felt secretly pleased. So he's here to evaluate the academy? The principal asked me to meet him because of the competition? Haha, as long as you don't enter the academy, I'll be able to outshine you in a few days. He discreetly used an appraisal skill to check Jiang Guodong's level, and was shocked to find that he was already a 5th-class disaster level LV-136, an entirely different league. Old Lu, can you take me to the dungeon building and the equipment building? Jiang Guodong chuckled. Even if the evaluation doesn't pass, out of respect for you, I'll personally hand over the qualification document to your principal. Better see the principal first. I don't dare wander around without his permission, Lu Yi replied sternly, thinking about those dozens of artifacts and not daring to take someone on a tour without authorization. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the open door of the principal's office, but no one was inside. Let's wait here. I have no idea where the principal went, Lu Yi said, testing the waters. All right, Jiang Guodong agreed readily, standing at the door without any airs of a city lord. Lu Yi pondered, why is this old guy so well-behaved after entering the academy? Could it be he knows how powerful the principal is? Meanwhile, in the druid forest of the academy's dungeon building, Li Qixing defeated an enemy with a single move, causing the entire instance to collapse. Only leveled up by 10? Seems like even 100-fold experience in an level dungeon isn't enough, he muttered to himself. The path from 4th to 5th class isn't easy. I need to secure more dungeon resources. Ding. The system notified. You have leveled up 10 times. Current level is LV85. Gained 100 academy points. System, show total points. The display read, 1,640 points. Not much, but it'll have to do. System, initiate the basic 6-draw lottery. The basic 6-draw lottery is starting. The barebones 6 draws are starting. Qixing stared expressionlessly at the flickering lottery interface on the panel, while simultaneously extending his mental power like an invisible net covering an area of 750 meters around him. He kept a vigilant eye out for possible equipment drops on the ground while waiting for the lottery results to appear. Ding! The system's notification chimed crisply. Congratulations, you won a consolation prize, Strength 1. Ding! Congratulations, you won nothing. Consolation prize, Defense 1. After receiving 2 consolation prizes in a row, Qixing only glanced casually at the slightly gleaming increase in values on the panel, showing no disappointment. The probability of winning in the barebones draw was notoriously low, and hitting even once was considered a rarity. Ding! Congratulations, you won a participation prize, consolation prize, Spirit 1. The third consolation prize made Qixing's mouth twitch slightly. I might as well pick up some equipment, he muttered, casually picking up a piece of equipment shimmering with a faint light from the ground and stuffing it into his spatial ring without a second glance. Ding! Congratulations, you won, just be happy. Consolation prize, Agility 1. Another consolation prize. Qixing shook his head, his brow furrowing. With 4 consolation prizes in a row, his interest waned significantly. He continued to control his mental power, spreading it throughout the instance, searching for more valuable drops. Ding! Congratulations, you won, just be happy. Consolation prize, Agility 1. Ding! Congratulations, you won, just be happy. Consolation prize, Agility 1. Alright, 600 points spent. Can't say I got nothing, just, never mind. Qixing stopped in his tracks, his gaze resting on the panel showing 1040 remaining points. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Let's try again. It can't be just consolation prizes all the time. With a thought, he commanded the system. System, give me a luxury draw. Luxury draw started. This time, the response was quick, and the winning notification popped up almost immediately on the panel. Ding! Congratulations, you won advanced rule. Huh. Qixing was momentarily stunned, blinking to confirm he hadn't misread it. Advanced. His eyes lit up instantly, as if 2 lamps had been ignited. For the first time ever, he had drawn an advanced rule. Previously, it was mostly low-level rules, with maybe 1 or 2 intermediate ones. This so-called advanced rule, what level would it reach? It's worth noting that even intermediate rules already had heaven-defying effects like 10,000-fold amplification. With barely contained excitement, Qixing hurriedly checked the rule details. Rule: conceal the way of heaven. All Academy students exempt from job transfer tasks. Unlimited level up. Hiss. Even though he had adjusted his mindset, Qixing was deeply shocked. His pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing became rapid. All Academy students exempt from job transfer tasks. This was simply rule-breaking. This means, as long as the Academy's resources are sufficient, everyone has no upper limit. They can level up infinitely, with no bottlenecks. God. Or even the legendary taboo above the gods. Given enough time, taboos will no longer be legends. Qixing took a deep breath, fully understanding the terrifying nature of this rule. As long as a student enters the Academy, as long as the Academy exists, they can advance infinitely. Saying they can achieve immortality is not an exaggeration. Such a rule completely shatters the existing worldview. From now on, any Academy student has the opportunity to advance to the taboo realm. It seems I need to raise the requirements for Academy students, Qixing mused. How can I casually give people the chance for immortality? Whoa, he exhaled deeply. 1 advanced rule, and it actually put pressure on me. Then he thought again and felt relieved. Wait, why should I feel pressured? Disobedient students can simply be expelled. The system said that once someone leaves the Academy, they cannot enjoy any rule bonuses. Moreover, all advancements made within the Academy will revert to their original state. I am the one who defies the heavens the most. With this thought, Qixing suddenly felt enlightened. Ding! The system's notification sounded. Detected, student Tao Yuqing is at level 30, First Awakening maxed out. Detected, student Lin Suying is at level 60, Second Mastery maxed out. Detected, student Lu Yi is at level 120, Fourth Destruction maxed out. A new prompt appeared on the panel. Rule enhancement, bypass job transition for unlimited level up. Would the host like to enable this feature? Qixing's eyes brightened, and he burst into laughter. Of course, I do. Leveling up students means more points. System, enable the feature. Feature enabled. Rule, conceal the heavenly Tao, exempt all Academy students from job transition tasks, and allow unlimited level up. Effective immediately. Outside the headmaster's office, Lu Yi nervously watched Jiang Guodong, growing increasingly puzzled. He had been waiting for half an hour, yet Jiang Guodong remained calm and composed. How could he be so unflustered? Could it be that he truly understood the headmaster's formidable nature and was shamelessly trying to join the Academy? Jiang Guodong's demeanor made Lu Yi increasingly suspicious, his brow furrowing slightly as he started to speculate various possibilities. What kind of look is that? Jiang Guodong noticed Lu Ye's gaze and felt a twinge of panic. Standing outside the headmaster's door for so long was completely out of character for him. It was unbelievable that a headmaster from an ordinary academy could keep him waiting this long. Ridiculous. Although Mr. Li is an ordinary person, his background is anything but ordinary. Look, I'm the academy's security guard, giving your headmaster enough respect so your future work won't be suppressed, understand? It's for your own good. Jiang Guodong tried to justify, though even he found the excuse unconvincing. Switching his tone, he continued, you know my approach to things, even a small, insignificant academy deserves attention. That's how top academies rose to prominence back in the day, and having an academy rise benefits Nanyuan City greatly. As Jiang Guodong spoke, his eyes seemed to wander as if reminiscing about past glories. However, before he could finish, suddenly, buzz, Lu Ye's body jolted, the surrounding air suddenly tautened, followed by a blinding light bursting from him, enveloping the area with an overwhelming aura. Is this an advancement? Jiang Guodong's eyes widened in shock. Damn, he could hardly believe his eyes. Just chatting, and Lu Yi suddenly completed his job transition task? And with such a significant advancement. Lu Yi's job transition task had almost become a joke throughout Nanyuan City. Everyone knew he had accepted an abyssal task that seemed impossible to complete, yet now, the task had vanished just like that, and he suddenly advanced and leveled up? This is simply inexplicable. Jiang Guodong's worldview was instantly shattered. Not only was Jiang Guodong shocked, but Lu Yi was utterly bewildered as well. He was still pondering Jiang Guodong's intentions when his job transition task vanished, and he smoothly advanced. While his mind was in a daze, the professional panel's notification popped up again. You have received the Academy's rule enhancement, exempting you from job transition tasks, with unlimited level up. Thud. With that, Lu Ye's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, dumbstruck. Oh my god, he was at a loss for words, his mind in turmoil. The headmaster, he felt as though he was dreaming an unbelievable dream, while reality, like a booming thunderclap, shattered all his perceptions. The shock Lu Yi felt was as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared intently at the rules displayed in front of him, his hands trembling slightly. Previously, the 10,000-fold increase in skill power had already left him in awe, allowing him to wield earth-shattering power with just a casual skill. But now, the rule allowing him to bypass the job transition task left his mind completely blank. As an experienced professional, Lu Yi knew all too well what this meant. He had spent 10 years completing the 4th transition task, and the 5th transition disaster level task was even more daunting. He had thought reaching the 4th transition of destruction in his lifetime was the limit. Even though the skill amplification he gained after joining the academy gave him hope of stepping into the abyss. But now, this rule that allowed him to skip the job transition task completely overturned his understanding. A fully leveled 4th transition of destruction could directly advance to the 5th transition disaster level and even continue to improve without any transition or trial. Above disaster is the realm of creation, and with enough dungeon resources. Lu Ye's voice trembled with excitement. Even reaching the divine or forbidden level isn't impossible. Slap. Lu Yi gave himself a hard slap, afraid it was all a dream. He slapped himself a few more times, his face turning red, yet he felt no pain. Old Jiang, quick. He waved his hands excitedly at Jiang Guodong. Use your identification skill to see what level I am now. Am I hallucinating? Jiang Guodong was equally immersed in deep shock. In over 50 years of experience, he had never heard of someone skipping the transition tasks and leveling up directly. But under his identification skill, Lu Yi was indeed a solid level 121, exuding the aura of the 5th transition of destruction. What exactly did you do? Jiang Guodong asked with a hint of fear. I. Lu Yi almost blurted out about the dean's rule, but quickly stopped himself with another slap. Taking a deep breath, he fabricated. Actually, I went to the abyss in a dream. I thought it was fake, but it turned out to be real. Old Jiang, I almost died in that dream. Jiang Guodong squinted, clearly not believing this clumsy excuse, but knowing everyone has their secrets, he refrained from asking further. Congratulations, old Lu. By the way, old Lu, Jiang Guodong changed the subject. Make sure to hand the Academy competition qualification document to the dean later. I have other matters to attend to. Jiang Guodong handed the qualification certificate to Lu Yi and turned to leave. His steps were firm, indicating there were many matters awaiting his attention. Slap. The moment Jiang Guodong's figure vanished, Lu Yi gave himself a hard slap, the sound echoing loudly in the empty air. He quickly pulled up his professional panel, staring intently at the number. Level 121. It's real. He grinned foolishly, murmuring to himself with eyes glowing. The dean. He's not human. He's my father, my rebirth. No, he's my ancestor of 18 generations. I've made it. My son will rise with me. He clutched his head with both hands, unable to hide his excitement. Damn, I don't know where the dean is right now. I need to find him and kneel in gratitude. I want to honor his name on the ancestral tablet. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. No, no, I'm still at work, can't skip out. I'll deal with it after work. He stood up straight and quickly returned to the security booth, resuming his post with clean and efficient movements. Neither wind nor rain could move him. Unless the dean said otherwise, he would stand still. Soon, Li was back at his post. At that moment, Long Wu was stationed on the right side of the gate and immediately noticed something off about Lu Yi. The guy's grin stretched all the way to the back of his head. A precise identification skill was cast, and Long Wu raised an eyebrow slightly. His gaze sharpened. Completed the job change task? In just over half an hour. What kind of task could be completed so quickly? He was shocked, finding it hard to believe. Must be luck, probably drew an easy job change task. He muttered to himself, shifting his gaze away. Lu Yi's expression was just too infuriating. Just then, a figure hurriedly ran to the academy's entrance, moving with urgency. It was Lin Suying. Where's the dean? Where's the dean? She rushed to the gate, urgently asking. Security, do you know where the dean is? Her face showed unprecedented anxiety, her eyes shining. Earlier, she had purchased a job change book. But before she could write the job change task in it, the system panel directly popped up a notification. Academy Rules Enhancement. She instantly broke through a major stage, leveling up directly. Skipping the job change task. After the shock and ecstasy, her first reaction was to find the dean. Not for anything else, just to bow her head and thank him personally. She had to show her gratitude. From now on, she would let the dean control her life. The rules were too strong. She could no longer remain calm. Sir, where are you? Lin Suying shouted as she rushed into the depths of the academy. Long Wu watched the dazed figure of his young lady, a sense of confusion rising in his heart. That was Lin Suying, rebellious to the core, never submitting to anyone. But now, she seemed like a completely different person. The identification skill was activated again. Holy crap, Long Wu swore, eyes wide open. She left this morning at second transition mastery max level, and now she's completed the job change task, advancing to third transition annihilation stage. His mind was in turmoil. Although Lin Suying was a rare lightning mage, that alone shouldn't allow her to complete the job change task so quickly. But not only did she level up fast, she completed the job change task in seconds. The same went for Lu Yi. Both were new recruits. Lu Yi even completed his registration and returned to his security post on the same day. Considering the once destroyer class, renowned superpower of Nion City, now dutifully working in the security booth. It was terrifying to think about. Colleague Lu, I'm going to patrol inside the academy. Call me if you need anything. Long Wu, restless, said this before turning to walk into the academy. He didn't even know what he was doing, just following a gut feeling he couldn't suppress. Walking along the academy's internal paths, his mind was in turmoil. Suddenly, a figure sped past him, heading straight for the dean's office. It was Tao Yuking's student who had previously delivered the artifact to the equipment building. She's in such a hurry too. Did she complete her job change task as well? Impossible. He remembered clearly. She had just reached first transition max level when delivering the equipment. Instinctively, Long Wu used his identification skill again. Second transition mastery stage, level 31. He was stunned, his steps halted, standing there like a statue. This was the third one. Lu Yi, Lin Suying, Tao Yukingthi all completed their job change tasks, and in an incredibly short time. But Tao Yuqing hadn't even left the academy. Could it be? These job change tasks can be completed within the academy? A thunderous thought flashed in his mind. Could it be because of the Seven-Star Lord? Impossible. He shook his head in denial. The Seven-Star Lord is just an ordinary person. How could he have such abilities? Yet, the absurd idea lingered. It must be their good luck. I'm just ignorant. Long Wu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Impossible. Anyone can see it's utterly impossible. In the Tree People Forest, within the replica building, Qixing activated his permissions and immediately received 3 golden notifications on his system panel. Ding. Under the boost of rules, your student Lin Suying has unconditionally advanced to the third transition, destruction, reaching level 61. Congratulations, you have earned 1,000 student points. Ding. Under the boost of rules, your student Tao Yuqing has unconditionally advanced to the second transition, mastery, reaching level 31. Congratulations, you have earned 1,000 student points. Ding. Under the boost of rules, your student Lu Yi has unconditionally advanced to the fifth transition, catastrophe, reaching level 121. Congratulations, you have earned 1,000 student points. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Qixing's eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. These rules are quite favorable. If the students had to slowly complete their transition tasks, earning points wouldn't be so easy. Achieving such extraordinary rules on the first day of school is a good sign. His expression soon turned serious, and he tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. However, The urgent task is to find a way to replenish the Academy's replica resources. Just 2 level replicas are no longer enough to support the students' level progression. Standing up, Qixing gazed out the window at the Academy's scenery. I must meet the city lord. I have to participate in the qualification contest. He murmured to himself, his desire to join the resource competition growing stronger. In this world, the most precious resources are replicas, which cannot be bought with money. Even an level replica can significantly strengthen a family over time. Such a continuous source of resources makes everyone eager to obtain them, highlighting their value. There are only 2 ways to acquire replicas. One is to establish an academy and compete for resources from the state. To promote development, the state allocates resources to local academies several times a year. However, not all academies qualify for state resources, leading to the concept of the resource competition. The second way to obtain a replica is for professionals or groups to venture abroad and fight for them. Luya's family acquired their replica this way. The area beyond the border, infinitely close to the abyss, is second only to the abyss in terms of danger. Even many catastrophe-level experts dare not venture there alone. 10 years ago, when Luyi had just reached the 4th transition, destruction level, he boldly organized a team of 27 from the professional forum to explore abroad. In the end, only Lu Yi returned alive, bringing back the Flevel replica Goblin Fortress. Acquiring a replica abroad is extremely challenging. Besides terrifying monsters, the area is full of powerful individuals from around the world, a place where danger lurks at every turn. Qixing, having been in this world for several years, understood this well. He wouldn't let his advantage lead to recklessness. Although somewhat invincible, why not play it safe? With a bit more time, there would be no place he couldn't go. Setting aside his thoughts, Qixing surveyed the entire replica and finally acquired 3 artifacts. He made a swift decision. Find Lu Yi and arrange a meeting with the city lord. With that in mind, Qixing exited the replica. He didn't store the 3 artifacts in the equipment building. It didn't matter where he placed them since they were his anyway. Soon, Qixing was back in his office. He found Lu Ye's number and sent a brief message. Uncle Lu, come to my office. Right away, headmaster, came the prompt reply. Within half a minute, Lu Yi, using his agility, appeared at the office door with impressive speed. Standing respectfully at the door, he spoke in a clear voice. Sir, what are your orders? I'm ready for anything. Lu Yi entered the room and respectfully greeted Qixing. He handed over the competition entry certificate with a humble smile on his face. Dean, City Lord Jiang Guodong visited earlier and specifically asked me to deliver this competition entry certificate to you. Qixing took the certificate, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Old Lu has quite the connections, meeting with the city lord, and even getting him to personally send over the competition certificate. He put the certificate away with a smile. Uncle Lu, you've worked hard. I was planning to ask you to arrange a meeting with the city lord to discuss the resource competition, but you went ahead and secured the entry certificate. Thank you. Dean, it's nothing. Lu Yi was flustered by the gratitude, feeling like a bashful child. All right, once you're in the academy, your family. We'll support each other from now on. Qixing gestured for Lu Yi to sit. Take a break while I send out a notice. It's the start of the semester, and with the entry certificate in hand, it's time to prepare for the competition. The words family filled Lu Yi with excitement. He cheerfully got to work cleaning the office and brewed a steaming cup of coffee for Qixing, placing it respectfully in front of him. Qixing smiled wryly, understanding Lu Ye's enthusiasm, and let him be. Just then, Lupai, Lin Suying, and Tao Yuqing arrived at the office door. Take a seat, Qixing said, but noticing their nervousness, especially Lin Suying and Tao Yuqing who seemed ready to kneel, he quickly added, never mind, just stand. You don't need to speak, just listen. He blew gently on his coffee and continued. Today's the first day of school, a perfect occasion. As you all know, the Academy's resources are limited. The first month of the new term will feature a citywide resource competition. We have the entry certificate, so you must stay in school and focus on improving your skills. The 2 level instances refresh every 8 hours, and once they are ready, someone must enter immediately. Of course, you should take turns. That's all, you're dismissed. Aim to win first place in the competition. Oh, and Uncle Lu, please set up a group chat and add everyone for easy communication. As everyone was about to leave, Lin Suying took a deep breath and mustered the courage to speak. Dean, my family has a few instances. Can I apply to bring them to the academy for use? Rest assured, once they're here, they are at your disposal. A few instances at home? Qixing looked at Lin Suying thoughtfully, pondering just how much a few might be. Qixing nodded slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. In a place like Nion City, dungeon resources were already scarce. As far as he knew, only the Lu family had one. How much is a little exactly? He didn't dwell on the question for long, and simply instructed the group. If your family has a dungeon, you can borrow it for now. Return it after the resource competition ends and the academy restocks. After speaking, he waved his hand to signal the meeting's end. The group gradually dispersed, and a group chat named Super God was created. As the group owner and sole administrator, Li Qixing immediately sent a red envelope containing a substantial 10 million with the message, wishing everyone a successful journey on the first day of school. After sending the red envelope, he didn't pay further attention to the group chat and instead logged into the professional forum. The freshmen were particularly active there, with various posts popping up. Some shared their leveling experiences from the first day, while others recounted the hardships of training in the countryside during the break. I need to keep an eye on these, Li Qixing thought. The resource competition was crucial, and he needed to proceed carefully. If any extraordinary new talents emerged, it would be good to be prepared in advance. Although he had confidence in his students, it was always wise to be cautious. Upon entering the Nion City section, a series of eye-catching post titles appeared. Guys, leveled up once in 5 hours on the first day. Isn't that crazy? Halfway through the experience bar on the first day at the top-tier academy. As expected of Nion Academy, 150 experience points for slaying a small monster in a level dungeon. Shocking. Hidden profession discovered at top-tier academy. Leveled up 3 times on the first day. The last title particularly caught Li Qixing's attention, as he himself had once been in a hidden profession. Clicking into the hot post with over 5,000 comments, the original poster vividly described the scene they witnessed. Photos clearly documented the impressive performance of the hidden professional. 15-level small monsters in a level dungeon were taken down by a single skill, 2 at a time. The comments section erupted. Wow, is this the power of a hidden profession? Leveling up 3 times in half a day, that's insane. I worked hard all day to kill 11 small monsters, and my experience bar hasn't even budged. Seeing these discussions, Li Qixing blinked lightly and murmured, so weak. Taking half a day just to level up from LV20 to LV23? Li Qixing stared at the forum page, his brow furrowed. He recalled that Lin Suying had already been a rare class Thunder Mage at LV21 when she entered the academy, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Logically, as a hidden class, he should have had the upper hand. So why was he now lagging behind Lin Suying? Although her family did have dungeon resources, giving her a higher starting point. With this thought, he closed the forum page. What frustrated him even more was that at his current pace, he would only be able to progress from LV23 to LV30 within a month. Meanwhile, even the lowest level students in the academy might have already undergone 4 transformations, making the power gap overwhelming. It seems I was overthinking it. There's really no comparison, he thought, realizing the vast difference in strength at the academy, and he let go of his worries. Meanwhile, in a small room in the dormitory building, Lin Suying was wearing ripped jeans, chewing on a toothpick. She murmured to herself, Grandpa, even though the dungeon resources at home are meant for me, you shouldn't be too mad if I use them a bit early, right? Even if you are, it won't matter. Once you see my progress later, you'll definitely forgive me. She continued thinking. The dean gave me the opportunity to infinitely level up without changing classes. Using some dungeon resources to repay him makes perfect sense. Plus, I can benefit from it myself. It's simply perfect. As she spoke, she flipped her wrist and summoned a teleportation scroll. With a surge of mental energy, the scroll emitted a dazzling light, and she vanished from the room. In the next moment, she appeared in the Lin family's mansion in Shanghai. She gestured for silence to the approaching servants and quietly slipped into the underground training room. 2 level dungeons, 2 level dungeons, and 1 each of Clevel and Blevel. She counted, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Huh? Where's the level dungeon? That stingy old man. Didn't he say these were all mine? Did he hide it while I wasn't around? It's just sitting here and used, so why hide it? Frustrated, she spat out the toothpick, carefully opened the safe, and took out 6 dungeon storage boxes, swiftly packing the dungeons inside. After her heist, she returned to the courtyard, gestured for silence to the servants again, and activated the teleportation scroll to disappear. Master, something's wrong. A servant rushed into the study in a panic. Lin Tian, who was busy, frowned. What's all the fuss about? The young lady just came back, the servant reported, taking a deep breath. Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered the reason for his granddaughter's return. Was it for equipment? Or had she completed a task? But the timing didn't match. Long Wu and Shinger hadn't returned yet. Go get the young lady, Lin Tian said sternly. It seems she doesn't want to go to the National Academy for further studies. Master, the young lady has already left, the servant added nervously. And she took all 6 dungeons from the training room. Master, the young lady has taken all 6 replicas from the training room, the servant reported urgently. Lin Tian was slightly taken aback, putting down what he was doing, a hint of contemplation on his face. He hadn't expected not to hear a roar today, nor see a table smashed. The master's temper was usually volatile. Why was he so calm now? The servant was puzzled, wondering if the master had suddenly regained his youth. Silently, he retreated. Lin Tian gazed ahead, eyes narrowing slightly as several possibilities regarding Lin Suying taking the replicas flashed through his mind. Moments later, his brows relaxed, as if he had finally found some answers. It seemed there was only one possibility. Xing'er's academy is on the brink of closing, and Shuang must have taken the replicas there to improve herself so she wouldn't fall behind. Lin Tian murmured. She still holds deep expectations for the great Nion Academy. He pondered for a moment, but then realized something was amiss. With Shuang's current level, she could at most solo a D-level replica, yet she had taken clevel and even B-level replicas. What was the reason? After some deep thought, Lin Tian finally understood. Little Shuang is still as ambitious as ever, he said softly. She might be hoping to reach the peak level of the first awakening before Xing'er's academy closes. He gripped the edge of the table, continuing to ponder. Clevel replicas have at least level 30 monsters, with bosses at the terrifying strength of the peak of the second awakening, level 60. With Shuang's abilities, she can't even enter a clevel replica, yet she took level 1s too. She really overestimates herself. Lin Tian tapped the table lightly, a sense of relief in his eyes. His granddaughter's character was so much like his own when he was young. It seemed he needed to make arrangements for her entry into the Great Nion Academy in advance. Picking up his phone, Lin Tian dialed a number full of asterisks. When the call connected, a hoarse voice came through. Old geezer, why are you calling? Lin Tian frowned slightly, listening to the weak voice, and couldn't help but sigh. The once great founding marshal seemed to be nearing the end of his life. Hey, old man, still breathing? Lin Tian's tone carried a bit of levity, but behind the words lay a touch of reluctance. On the other end, Liang Chaoran suddenly raised his voice, a hint of anger. Damn it. I'm a Superman. How hard is it to breathe? Haven't contacted me in hundreds of years. What do you want today? Listening to his roar, Lin Tian understood that although Liang Chaoran's words were weak, they hadn't lost their former power. But speaking those words clearly took several breaths. Really nothing wrong? Lin Tian hesitated for a moment, then asked, Old Liang, should I prepare your affairs? A light laugh came from the other end. Ha! You old guy. I can live at least another 2 years. Say what you need to. You might not get the chance to bother me in 2 years. Lin Tian was silent for a while before speaking seriously. All right, I won't disturb you then. His tone turned solemn, and Liang Chaoran's breathing on the phone was faint, yet in the silence, Lin Tian found it hard to speak. How should he start? By saying his granddaughter wanted to enter the Great Nion Academy? Or asking Liang Chaoran to look after her? He pursed his lips, but ultimately said nothing. Liang Chaoran's voice came again from the phone. Why are you so quiet, old geezer? Lin Tian's expression was complex, and he let out a deep sigh. Xiaolin, I heard your granddaughter switched to a rare Thunder Mage class. She hasn't started school yet, has she? I know what you're thinking. Did I call on the last day of the flight? Everything is arranged. Just have her come over directly. Liang Chaoran's voice came through the phone, tinged with undeniable fatigue and disappointment. He paused for a moment before continuing. I'm old, and I fear I don't have much time left. Xing'er, I can only entrust to you. Mentioning Li Qixing, his eyes dimmed with unspoken guilt. Hey, Xiaolin, don't follow my lead. Liang Chaoran suddenly raised his voice. Old Li made me swear on his deathbed not to care for Xing'er even a little. Damn it, 10 years have passed, and I haven't seen Xing'er even once. What a ridiculous promise. I'm dying, and I'm still afraid of Old Li blaming me from the afterlife. Lin Tian orders. Boom. Those 3 words were like a thunderclap, and Liang Chaoran's tone became abruptly serious. Lin Tian instinctively stood up from his seat, his spine straight, and his right hand raised in a perfect military salute. I'm dying. Once I finish up these last trivial matters, I'll personally go to Nion City. In my final days, I want to be with Xing'er, giving him some long overdue affection. Liang Chaoran's voice crackled intermittently over the phone. I order you. On the day I die, you must care for Xing'er as you would for Xiao Shuang. If it weren't for old Li's self-sacrifice, you and I would have perished in the gray mist. We cannot neglect old Li's descendants. Lin Tian stood there, silent yet fully attentive to every word. I've spent my life serving the country, with no children of my own, so there's nothing holding me back. Since Xing'er has established the academy, let me use my remaining time to live a little wildly with him. Liang Chaoran's voice carried a note of finality. Lin Tian, make sure to clean up the mess for me. That's it, damn it. Such a trivial matter, yet it's up to me to handle it. A Grand National Academy, and they can't even find someone to replace me. He suddenly switched topics, seemingly addressing another person on the call. Yang Ao, I'm giving you 3 days to sort out the succession. If you can't, you'll be the dean yourself. I'm retiring to the countryside to die. Finally, Liang Chaoran's voice returned. By the way, Xiaolin, I'm hanging up now. Beep beep beep. The sound of the call disconnecting echoed in his ear. Lin Tian put down the phone, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, a wave of inexplicable sadness washing over him. A founding hero was about to pass away. Yet, beyond the sorrow, a hint of envy surfaced in his eyes. Old Liang, you can throw caution to the wind and do whatever you truly want. Unfortunately, I still have a few more years left. Otherwise, I might indulge myself too. With a deep sigh, Lin Tian picked up the various strategic plans submitted to his desk and began reviewing them one by one. In Nion City, within the Super God Academy, a bright light flickered in the air, and Lin Suying's figure appeared out of nowhere. As soon as she landed, she hurried towards the dean's office, her footsteps echoing in the hallway. Stopping in front of the office door, Lin Suying knocked gently. "Come in." Li Qixing's steady voice came from inside. Cautiously, Lin Suying pushed the door open, carrying a pile of items as she entered. "Dean, sir, the instances have been approved from home. I'm handing them over to you now." Her voice carried a hint of nervousness. Li Qixing glanced up, his gaze falling on the 6 instant storage boxes in Lin Suying's arms, a flash of surprise in his eyes. 6 instances? Wow, what kind of family can provide 6 instances? He couldn't help but exclaim. "Did your family agree to this?" Li Qixing asked seriously. Bringing 6 instances to the academy is no small matter. They agreed, definitely agreed. Lin Suying nodded quickly, handing over the 6 instant storage boxes respectfully. "Rest assured, sir, these 6 instances are now for the academy, all for you to manage." "All right. Once the academy's resources are replenished, we'll send them back to your family." Li Qixing accepted without hesitation, as the academy was in need of instance resources at the moment. Taking the 6 instant storage boxes, Li Qixing was shocked again. 2 level, 2 level, 1 level, and 1 even reached an unprecedented level. His expression turned curious as he reassessed Lin Suying. "Who would have thought? You're quite the little heiress." After receiving the dungeon pass, Li Qixing led Lin Suying towards the dungeon building. On the way, he took out his phone and quickly sent a message to the Super God group. "Everyone, Lin has borrowed the dungeon pass. If you're free, head to the dungeon building to level up." The group chat exploded with responses. "Got it, heading over right away." Security guard Lu Yi replied excitedly. "Wow, I haven't run a dungeon in 10 years. Running in level dungeon 100 times will get you 1 level up. You can level up in half a year. Can't wait." "All right, boss, I'm on my way." Lu Xiaopi, also known as Star Brother, responded next, jokingly adding, "Dad, you're already maxed out. Why are you running dungeons? Go to your job change quest, or just stick to guarding the gate." "Ha ha ha, you ungrateful son, just wait and see." Lu Yi shot back, not willing to back down. "Roger that." Tao Yuqing replied succinctly. Soon, the group arrived in front of the dungeon building. When they saw the sudden appearance of 6 extra dungeons, everyone except Li Qixing was too shocked to speak. "Boss, Lupai stammered. Li Qixing interrupted nonchalantly. 6 dungeons, and you're scared? Haven't seen much of the world, have you?" He carefully examined the dungeon information. Level refreshes every 8 hours, level every 24 hours, level takes 2 days, and level requires a whole week. "The competition is approaching. Everyone should level up quickly," Li Qixing said, focusing his gaze on the level dungeon. "I'll take the level dungeon first. Any objections? Sort out the rest among yourselves. Don't waste time." With that, he walked straight into the level dungeon. "The director? He can run dungeons too?" Tao Yuqing and Lu Yi exchanged glances. Lin Suying laughed. "The director's power is beyond your imagination. I've seen his ancestral dragon form. Forget level. He can take down an SS level dungeon in no time." "Exactly, my boss can crush you all in an instant." Lupai agreed smugly. Finally, they quickly distributed the remaining dungeons. Lin Suying took the level, Lupai chose a level, Tao Yuqing got another level, and as the least experienced, Lu Yi had to settle for the level dungeon. Watching the younger ones enter their dungeons, Lu Yi muttered to himself. "Can't any of them be a little humble? Bullying me because I'm at a high level? Oh well, no point competing with the youngsters." "The level dungeon only yields about 1,000 experience points," Lu Yi muttered, frowning slightly at the entrance. As a formidable 5th-turn disaster-level warrior, such a small amount of experience wouldn't even budge his progress bar by 1. With a flash of bright light, he appeared inside the dungeon space. Without hesitation, Lu Yi activated his skill. Tornado Blaze. With a soft command, a tornado formed from crimson flames appeared instantly. Under the Academy's rules, the skill's power increased 10,000-fold. The terrifying energy caused the dungeon space to crack, as if it might collapse at any moment. Almost went overboard, Lu Yi thought, relieved that the core was intact and the dungeon would refresh in 8 hours. The system prompt appeared. "Congratulations on defeating an level dungeon monster, gaining 11 experience. Academy rule boost. Experience increased by 100 times. You gain 1100 experience." Lu Yi was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. The headmaster said a 100-fold experience boost. For the first time in 10 years, the joy of leveling up made him burst into laughter. Experience flooded in like a tide, and soon the system prompted again. "You've reached the experience cap. Congratulations on leveling up to LV 122. Meanwhile, in a level dungeon, Lupai was experiencing similar excitement. His experience soared under the boost, breaking from the 3rd-turn destruction max level to the 4th-turn annihilation stage, with his level climbing rapidly. Skipping job quests. Unlimited level ups. Lupai was dumbfounded as he watched his level shoot from 93 to 94, nearing the peak battle power of Nion City. He excitedly calculated. At this rate, if the level dungeon refreshes tomorrow, I might break through to the 5th Stern disaster level. Under the Academy's protection, both saw a glimmer of hope on the path to invincibility. The title of the strongest in Nion City seemed just within reach. With another round tomorrow, can I reach the 4th transformation's maximum level of destruction? Or even the 5th transformation's disaster level? Lupai muttered to himself while standing in the dungeon, his eyes vacant as if struck by lightning. On his level panel, the numbers were frantically jumping. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. Each jump made his heart skip a beat. When the number broke through the 100 mark, it continued to rise until it finally stopped at level 110. From level 61 straight to 110? Did I just leap over the 100-level barrier? Lupai stared in disbelief, just 10 levels away from the 5th transformation disaster level. At the same moment, in another level dungeon, Qixing unleashed her beast transformation skill, becoming a 300-meter-long frost dragon. She soared above the dungeon like an ice queen, surveying the devastated battlefield. The entire dungeon was blanketed in thick frost, and all the monsters had turned into ice sculptures under her frosty breath. The experience points notifications flickered on her panel, making her dizzy. In just a few minutes, she had gained an astonishing 2.1 million experience points. This number took her breath away. A level dungeon had nearly 10 times the number of monsters compared to an level dungeon, with over 1,000 monsters. Each monster was at least level 15, and with a 100-fold increase, each provided 1,500 experience points. On average, each monster offered about 2,000 experience points. Qixing calculated the pattern of leveling up in her mind. Leveling from 1 to 2 requires 100 experience. From 2 to 3 requires 200 experience. From 3 requires 300 experience. And so on. Reaching level 30, the maximum for the first transformation, requires 3,000 experience. In level dungeons, a first transformation max level player usually needs to clear the dungeon 3 times to level up once. Those who can level up every day are already considered exceptional. This explains why the strongest city lord of Nion City took nearly 50 years to reach the 5th transformation disaster level. There are 3 formidable barriers on the path of leveling up. The first is the 100-level barrier. Leveling from 99 to 100 requires 10,000 experience, but from 100 to 101 demands a 10-fold increase to 100,000 experience, stopping 80 of people at this point. No wonder Lu Yi, even with an level 100-fold increase, could only improve by 1 level. The second barrier is at level 200, where the experience requirement again increases 10-fold, jumping from 1 million to 10 million. The third barrier is at level 300, the path to deity. To become a true deity, one must surpass level 300, reaching the stages of breaking and entering the divine. The journey of a professional has never been easy for anyone. However, Qixing was an exception, or rather, all the students at the Super Divine Academy were exceptions. The rule of a 100-fold experience increase had devastating effects in the level dungeon, granting Qixing over 2.1 million experience points with a single action. Her level indicator went into overdrive, wildly fluctuating as if out of control. Congratulations on reaching level 32. Congratulations on reaching level 33. The system notifications came in a continuous stream, almost blending into one. In a matter of moments, Qixing's level skyrocketed to level 60, mastering the second-tier control. Yet, under the rule's influence, her experience points bypassed the job change task restriction, and her level continued to climb. Congratulations on reaching level 61. Congratulations on reaching level 89. Congratulations on reaching level 90. Congratulations on reaching level 91. The upgrade notifications rained down, leaving Qixing's mind numb. Her leveling speed outpaced her own breathing. Before long, her level astonishingly reached 109. One dungeon, to be precise, she had only made one move, in just 1 second. 1 second to level up 78 times, crossing 2 major tiers. Such a terrifying rate of leveling, who would believe it? Even Qixing herself found it hard to believe. I've reached the 4th tier destruction level. She stared in shock at her status panel. My god, this is just a level dungeon, and I leveled up 78 times in one run. Hovering in the air, Qixing trembled. A level that ordinary professionals struggle to achieve in decades, she reached in a single second. And all of this stemmed from Qixing, whom she once thought was just an ordinary person. Dean, you are my deity. After the initial shock subsided, Qixing calmed down and diligently searched the dungeon for dropped equipment. The tasks assigned by the dean had to be executed perfectly. Meanwhile, in the level dungeon, the entire space was filled with the crackling of lightning skills, with the air resonating with explosive sounds. The lowest level monsters in the level dungeon were at level 30, with the boss reaching a staggering level 60, and the sheer number of monsters was equally daunting. The total experience points approached 5 million, a number that could make anyone's scalp tingle. Lin Suying's chest heaved as she gasped for breath. Beams of upgrade light continuously enveloping her, making her moan with pleasure, akin to a cow riding a rocket, experiencing unprecedented euphoria. At level 131, the fifth-tier disaster level, the feeling was indescribable. Lin Shuang's flat chest quivered rapidly, her heart seemingly about to leap out. Her entire body was soaked, leveling up 70 times in one go, not only breaking past the 100-level barrier, but also nearing the 6th-tier calamity. Her body tingling, Lin Shuang was utterly flabbergasted. At this moment, within the level dungeon, Qixing sat serenely atop a hill, expressionless. Beneath him, the bubbling red-hot lava had engulfed the entire dungeon, with every visible area consumed by the molten flow. With my level increasing, even the power of the lava demon and the collision spell has undergone drastic changes. 10 minutes earlier, Qixing had released a single lava skill, which engulfed the entire dungeon. It's worth noting that the level dungeon, in terms of both monster count and spatial area, far exceeded the level dungeon he previously tackled. The level dungeon was circular, with a diameter of 500 kilometers, 10 times the size of Nion City. Such a vast dungeon was completely engulfed by a single lava demon and collision spell. In the level dungeon, the lowest monster level was 61, with the upper limit reaching a terrifying level 150, the disaster's full level. Monsters beyond the 100-level barrier had an experience drop rate that was nothing short of terrifying, and there were 50,000 of them. Sitting on the hill, Qixing quietly observed the system panel. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the level dungeon, gaining 500,000 experience. With rule enhancement, congratulations on gaining 50 million experience. Following this, the upgrade notifications flooded the screen, and Academy point notifications followed suit. The formidable 5th-tier disaster level boss didn't even have a chance to make an appearance. Ding! Your experience has exceeded the limit. Congratulations on reaching level 86. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 87. Qixing stared at the system panel with an expression of undisguised amazement. He had known that level dungeons offered rich experience, but he never expected to receive over 50 million experience points, resulting in such a rapid leap, almost 10 levels per second. If the system itself wasn't stable enough, it might have already crashed due to overload. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 100, successfully breaking through the triple-digit barrier. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 120, reaching the 4th transition, destruction max level. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 150, completing the 5th transition, calamity max level. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 180, surpassing the 6th transition, catastrophe max level. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to level 181, level 182, level 183. The continuous stream of notifications almost never paused, continuing until, ding, you leveled up to level 189, level 190. As his level settled at level 190, the system panel finally ceased its barrage of notifications. Bold golden text was prominently displayed in the center of the interface. Creation level 190. This meant he had increased by a total of 105 levels in one go. Even though he was mentally prepared, Qixing was still deeply shocked when he saw his current level. He could clearly feel a tremendous change within himself. At this moment, even without using any skills or enhancing attributes, he could easily overpower his former self at the peak of the 3rd transition. As the upgrade notifications concluded, the Academy points notifications immediately followed. Ding! Your student Lu Yi has leveled up twice. Congratulations on earning 20 points. Lu Shu must have completed 2 level dungeons. Gaining 2 levels, considering his already high level, is quite impressive, Qixing mused. Ding! Your student Tao Yuqing has leveled up 78 times, earning 780 points. Additionally, student Tao Yuqing has crossed 2 major thresholds, earning you an extra 2,000 points. Ding! Your student Lupai has leveled up 49 times, earning 490 points. Additionally, student Lupai has crossed 1 major threshold, earning you an extra 1,000 points. Lupai must have completed a level dungeon, but he was already over 30 levels higher than Tao Yuqing before entering the dungeon, having already crossed the triple-digit threshold, requiring more terrifying experience. Qixing analyzed, surprised. But judging by the results, both should have reached the calamity level. The system notifications continued. Ding! Your student Lin Suying has leveled up 70 times. Congratulations on earning 700 points. Additionally, student Lin Suying has crossed 3 major thresholds, earning you an extra 3,000 points. Dungeon resources indeed determine the speed of student growth, Qixing thought. Impressed, Lin Suying's performance this time was also exceptional. He continued to look at the panel. Ding! You have leveled up 105 times, earning 1050 points. Additionally, you have crossed 4 major thresholds, earning 4,000 points. Total Academy points, 13040. Seeing this string of numbers, Li Qixing couldn't help but smile, his whole demeanor lightening significantly. We've hit the jackpot. With a thought, he exited the level dungeon. The scene shifted, and with the familiar spatial fluctuation, he touched down back in the real world. As soon as he exited the dungeon, his phone vibrated. A message appeared on the screen. It was from security guard Long Wu. Director, I couldn't reach you earlier. A few students from another school came to cause trouble, but I knocked out their front teeth and chased them all away. Just letting you know. Li Qixing glanced at the brief report sent by Long Wu, the security guard, on his phone screen and couldn't help but smile slightly. This guy, a calamity-level powerhouse willingly guarding the entrance, and still so dedicated to his job. He chuckled softly and slipped his phone back into his pocket. A flash of bright light illuminated the walls of the dungeon passage around him. With steady steps, Li Qixing walked out of the dungeon passage's exit. Outside the dungeon building, Lu Yi had already cleared 2 level dungeons and was leaning against the wall, waiting. He frowned slightly, puzzled. With the skill's power amplified by 10,000 times, shouldn't clearing a dungeon be a one-shot deal? Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Despite his confusion, Lu Yi's heart was full of anticipation. With experience multiplied by 100 times, he couldn't wait to see how many levels his son would gain. As he pondered, a figure emerged from the dungeon. It was Li Qixing. Simultaneously, a powerful aura surged like a tide, emanating from Li Qixing, who had yet to fully restrain his upgraded strength, spreading uncontrollably in all directions. Hiss! Feeling the terrifying aura, Lu Yi gasped, his pupils constricting. This aura was several times stronger than his own, at least reaching the calamity level. Dean! Lu Yi was utterly shocked, but managed to suppress his inner turmoil, respectfully bowing to Li Qixing. Uncle Lu, you're out so soon? Li Qixing asked calmly. 2 level dungeons should drop quite a few pieces of equipment. Did you collect them all? Huh. A peculiar expression flashed across Lu Yi's face. The equipment dropped from level dungeons was mostly ordinary, worth less than 100 star coins. But since the dean asked, he dared not argue, simply nodding obediently. Sir, I just finished the dungeon and stepped out for a breath. I'll go back and collect them now. Good. Li Qixing nodded in satisfaction, adding, once everyone is out, let's all head to the level dungeon to collect the equipment. The level dungeon has a larger space, so it'll be quicker if we work together. With that, Li Qixing turned and walked away, his figure as upright as a mountain. Yes, sir. Lu Yi nodded respectfully. Only after watching Li Qixing walk away did he re-enter the dungeon he had just cleared. The next moment, he saw the first piece of dropped equipment, and the attribute panel immediately displayed a rule enhancement prompt. All dropped equipment automatically evolves to divine level. Hiss! Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. My god! Another rule. All dropped equipment can evolve to divine level. He was utterly stunned. This is insane. Truly insane. One rule after another left him overwhelmed. So, is this how the divine artifacts in the equipment building came to be? What exactly is our dean? Taking a deep breath, Lu Yi quickly searched the dungeon for equipment. Each piece was a priceless divine artifact, and missing one would mean a loss of billions, a responsibility he couldn't bear. Meanwhile, inside Top Flow Academy, Chun Rongyo's lips were swollen like sausages, and all his front teeth had been knocked out, causing saliva to uncontrollably dribble as he spoke. Holding painkillers in his mouth, he spoke with slurred words filled with venom. Damn you! Super God Academy. Damn Li Qixing. Do you think the school's security can protect you forever? He gritted his teeth, eyes flickering with hatred. 1 month. In 1 month, I'll get my revenge at the resource competition. Ugh, my teeth. Damn security, you've offended so many people. Let's see how you develop in the future. Chun Rongyo wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sinister. As a student of Top Flow Academy, I swear I won't be human if I don't avenge this. The large entrance ceremony for new students had just concluded when Chun Rongyo eagerly made his way to the Super God Academy. A mere 30 minutes later, he returned in a sorry state, missing 8 of his teeth. Ha ha ha, finally we can farm dungeon monsters. A group of new students excitedly chatted in the square. I heard the experience points from dungeon monsters are double those of wild ones. You can level up in just half a month. There are only 12 level dungeons, so we need to hurry. These small monsters take a full 8 hours to respawn. The new students chimed in one after another. Let's farm for 2 hours today, then go out and have some fun. The excited crowd rushed towards the top-tier dungeon building, while Chun Rongyo leisurely trailed behind. He surveyed his surroundings with a sneer, calculating in his mind. What's the point of level dungeon experience? With the strength of my rare class, I should directly challenge level dungeons. The experience from a single level monster is equivalent to an level boss. Though only at level 13, Chun Rongyo was confident in his bronze equipment and unique class traits. What's it to defeat a level 15 monster? Maybe I'll level up in half a day. Li Qixing, just you wait. Remembering the humiliation of being scared away by Li Qixing in the suburb and losing 8 teeth at the start of school, Chun Rongyo's expression darkened. He briskly walked towards the level dungeon, secretly thinking, now that I have the backing of the top-tier academy, in a month, I'll challenge the entire Super God Academy. Once inside the dungeon, Shenronyo swiftly navigated through the dense crowd of monsters. Soon, he locked onto a level 15 monster. Bring it on. He gritted his teeth against the pain and activated his class ability. Instantly, his muscles bulged, veins protruding. Violent monster fist. Shenronyo unleashed a punch. Roar. The monster neither dodged nor evaded, charging directly at him. Bang! After a dull thud, Shenronyo was sent flying, a gash opening on his forehead. He was horrified to realize he had severely underestimated the strength of a level 15 monster. Worse, the monster's sharp horns began to glow, clearly preparing to unleash a skill. Help! Shenronyo hastily exited the dungeon, his pants soaked through. Ha ha ha! Who's the fool that dared to enter a level dungeon and got scared witless? Laughter echoed throughout the dungeon building. Embarrassed, Shenronyo clutched his head and quickly fled the scene. It's all Qixing's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been so eager to level up, and I wouldn't have been forced into a level dungeon. Qixing, I'm not done with you. Shenronyo screamed almost hysterically, turned around to his dorm to change his pants, swallowed a few anti-inflammatory pills, gritted his teeth, and prepared to tackle the level dungeon again. Meanwhile, Wang Sanjian and Ma Chong also entered the dungeon building. Wang, is your brother okay? Ma Chong asked, wearing a mask and still looking a bit shaken. He's fine, just lost 2 teeth. Wang Sanjian shrugged, smirking. Ma, we can't just sit back and do nothing. We have to take matters into our own hands. A formidable 6-turn disaster-level powerhouse working as a security guard at Super God Academy truly redefines what I thought about strong individuals. Yeah, who would have thought? Ma Chong nodded, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. But don't worry, while he's still guarding the gates at Super God Academy, we need to level up like crazy. Once he's gone, with our professional skills, our levels will skyrocket. Then we'll get our revenge and reclaim our dignity. Yes, it's the right time, Wang Sanjian nodded, his eyes gleaming. In a month at the latest, even if the guard hasn't left, we won't consider it a loss. They'll surely participate in the resource competition, and then we'll make them pay. The two exchanged a meaningful glance and quickly teamed up to enter the level dungeon. Let's give it our all and aim to level up every 2 days. Wang Sanjian whispered, with Ma Chong following closely behind. They focused intently, navigating through the dungeon's mist. Sure. Wang Sanjian drew his bow and fired, instantly taking out 3 minor creatures. Killed dungeon creatures 3, gained experience 30. The system notification chimed. Did you see that, Ma? Wang Sanjian laughed heartily. The dungeon creatures give double the experience of wild creatures. Just 3 level 1 creatures gave us 30 experience points. Oh my, I didn't expect that either. The dungeon really lives up to its name. The efficiency is doubled. Ma Chong was astonished. Looks like after 2 weeks in level, we'll be ready for level challenges in the second half of the month. Ha ha. Indeed, South Cloud City's strongest academy. Who can compare to the top tier in this city? Wang Sanjian's tone was confident. Today, we must level up at least once, or we won't leave the dungeon. The two exchanged a smile, eager to get started. Clear goals, let's do it, they shouted in unison, diving into the frenzy of killing dungeon creatures. Damn, another creature down. Level 13. Gave 6.5 experience points. Wang Sanjian's eyes gleamed with excitement. The experience bar is almost full. Gear. Wang, what's this? Gear. Ma Chong suddenly exclaimed, his voice full of joy. Bronze level gear, amazing. This piece is worth at least 100,000 star coins. We're rich, we're rich. They couldn't contain their laughter, which echoed loudly. Meanwhile, in the dungeon zone of Super God Academy, Lupai grumbled in dissatisfaction. Damn, a level dungeon, and only 31 artifacts dropped? Running a level dungeon and only picking up 31 artifacts is just not my style. After thoroughly searching the dungeon for equipment, Lupai sighed in a dramatic fashion and turned to exit. Outside the dungeon building, Lu Yi couldn't hide his delight. He had just completed equipment searches in 2 dungeons and had an impressive haul 27 artifacts in total. The sheer number made his heart race with excitement. Even though the equipment would eventually have to be handed over, just knowing that his spatial ring had once held 27 artifacts was enough for him to boast about for a lifetime. What thrilled him even more was that one of these artifacts had an ice attribute, perfect for countering his son's magma attribute. At this thought, a sly smile played on Lu Ye's lips. She had already decided to swap his old artifact for this ice one. After all, the dean had mentioned they could choose suitable artifacts for self-defense, so a swap shouldn't be an issue. This time, let's see how arrogant you can be. Lu Yi thought smugly to himself as he waited for the others inside the dungeon building. In his view, achieving a 4th transformation in the destruction realm and keeping his son in check were the 2 greatest joys in life, and having accomplished both, he felt like a true winner. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through the passage of the level dungeon, and Lupai emerged. Lu Yi immediately noticed that his son had reached level 110, a clear sign of the fourth transformation in the destruction realm. Before he could process this, Lupai unleashed a terrifying aura of destruction towards him. What the heck? Lu Yi exclaimed in shock, quickly using his appraisal skill to confirm. How on earth did you hit level 110? You're the one who's ridiculous, your whole family is. Lupai instinctively retorted. As soon as the words left his mouth, both father and son froze, exchanging an awkward glance. You're not. I take back what I said. I take it back too. Once the awkwardness had passed, Lu Yi couldn't resist asking. My dear son, how much experience did that level dungeon give you to push you to the destruction level? Proudly, Lupai held up 2 fingers, 2 million experience points. You'll never know that feeling in your life. Ha ha ha. Just keep being a security guard. At that moment, Tao Yuqing also emerged from the dungeon, having similarly reached the 4th transformation in the destruction realm at level 109. Lu Yi quickly reminded everyone. The dean instructed us that we need to head to the level dungeon to collect equipment once Lin finishes. And Lupai, stay put. I haven't moved, have I? Lupai grumbled in response. In the name of the dean, I'll let it slide this time. Moments later, the passage to the Clevel instance suddenly lit up, and Lin Suying emerged from it. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Lupai and his father widened their eyes, sparks flying in their gaze. Level 131, my god. They could hardly believe their eyes. This was a disaster level existence, stronger than them. An instance that turned out to be disaster level right away. They glanced at Lin Suying, then at the cooling Clevel instance, their eyes sharp with disbelief. Tao Yuqing also showed a hint of envy. After all, the instance was something Lin had applied for from home, an opportunity she wouldn't dare to dream of. Ahem. Lu Yi cleared his throat and spoke up. Now that everyone's out, let's head into the Blevel instance to pick up some gear. It's what the dean asked us to do. He took the lead and stepped into the Blevel instance. The others glanced at Lin Suying and, without a word, quickly followed. Picking up gear? They were all divine artifacts who wouldn't want to indulge a little. Time passed quickly. At the entrance of the Super Divine Academy, Long Wu stood gloomily by the guard post under the scorching sun. Damn it. Lu Yi never comes to take over the shift, disappearing without a trace. Does being a student make him that great? Long Wu grumbled in his heart, his back soaked with sweat. I can't mess up what the old man entrusted to me, but the young lady isn't making much progress after all this time. If only I could ruin the plans of the Qixing Gongzi, I might free myself from this drudgery. Despite his complaints, Long Wu dutifully stood guard. After all, it was a task given by the old man, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Don't worry, old man. As long as I'm here, I'll keep a close watch on Qixing Gongzi. Not even a fly will get through the gates of the Super Divine Academy. 2 hours flew by, and the sun had set. Long Wu stretched and loosened his stiff body when suddenly, a figure emerged from the academy, dressed in a security uniform and looking rather furtive. Finally coming out? Long Wu's eyes lit up, immediately recognizing the person Lu Yi. Do they all look down on me because I'm high level? Do I deserve to be bullied because I'm older? Lu Yi mumbled under his breath. You forced me to use my trump card, so don't blame me for being ruthless. With a plan in mind, Lu Yi decided to strike back. In this world, there's a tool called the shield badge. It prevents others from seeing your level, and with it, he planned to secretly break through the level cap and upgrade quietly. With a sly grin, Lu Yi quickly walked toward the academy gate. Lu Yi. Long Wu spotted him and gritted his teeth. A whole day without switching shifts. Get over here. TCH. Sorry, brother Long Wu, it's dinner time. I need to prepare dinner for the dean. You just stay put, a lifetime as a security guard. Lu Yi replied nonchalantly, leaving with an air of ease. Long Wu watched his retreating figure, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. How did this kid get stronger again? No wonder he's disaster level, able to level up so quietly. He quickly used his identification skill, and upon seeing Lu Ye's stats, he gasped. Long Wu was stunned. He leveled up twice in such a short time? Impossible. He knew that after level 100, the experience needed for each level was massive, yet Lu Yi had increased 2 levels in just half a day. Even with Inflevel instance, it shouldn't be so rapid. In the academy, Inflevel instance only grants about 1,000 experience points per run. How could Lu Yi level up so fast? Something's definitely up. Long Wu's brow furrowed. Lu Yi must have some secret I don't know about. Just then, another furtive figure appeared at the academy gate. No way, no way. The academy students will definitely compete to clear instances in the future. Lupai quietly approached the gate, muttering. Only with a low enough level can you have a say. Everyone else is disaster level. If I can reach destruction level, I'll certainly have more influence. Long Wu noticed Lupai's figure and was momentarily stunned, activating his identification skill. What the heck? He couldn't help but curse, utterly shocked by what he saw on Lupai's stats. Under the skill analysis, Lupai's profession is a magma mage, having reached level 110. His intense aura and unpredictable fire magic seemed to make the air around him tremble. When Long Wu saw his level, he was completely stunned. That morning, Lupai had hurried back to the academy, and he was just level 61 at the age of 18, which had already shocked Long Wu once. At such a young age, reaching this level was the mark of a true genius. Even in a place like the Magic City, he would be a figure admired by all. Not to mention, he broke through the third-tier destruction level restriction on the first day of school, showcasing extraordinary talent that left many prodigies in awe. Long Wu was still pondering why such a talent would choose to attend an unremarkable university like the Seven-Star Academy instead of pursuing further studies at a better institution. But now, seeing Lu Pai's level soar to 110 in just half a day, his mind was blown. It was simply unbelievable. To jump from level 61 to 110 in such a short time, crossing such a massive level gap, was mind-boggling. Long Wu felt a chill down his spine, his heart tightened, and his mind was in chaos. Could Lu Pai have become a monster? No, no. Even a monster wouldn't be this terrifying. Long Wu's limbs started to stiffen, and he was constantly shocked. Lu Pai's figure grew more distant in front of him, and Long Wu's gaze was locked on him, silently concluding that this person must be hiding a big secret. There had to be some unspeakable power behind him, allowing him to bridge such a massive level gap in such a short time. Taking a deep breath, Long Wu tried to stay calm and make his expression appear less shocked. At that moment, another person emerged from the academy gate, wearing worn-out jeans and chewing on a toothpick. With an air of nonchalance, it was Lin Suying. Her hands were in her pockets, and her eyes were somewhat evasive, giving off a different vibe than usual. She muttered softly, seemingly talking to herself. Although the dungeon was brought in by my family, this is still the dean's territory. Clearing a dungeon so quickly and leveling up so fast, surpassing everyone, is bound to cause misunderstandings among my peers. She hesitated, thinking, if I go for another level dungeon, many might become suspicious, and it could affect relationships. I need to hide my true strength to avoid trouble. After muttering, her eyes quickly glanced at the security booth, meeting Long Wu's gaze. His terrified eyes made her tense up, and she hurriedly made a shoot gesture, swiftly quickening her pace and disappearing into the shadows of the academy gate. Long Wu's mind was in turmoil as he watched Lin Suying leave. Her actions shattered all his perceptions. Level 131, disaster level. Her level had reached such a terrifying height. Good heavens, this is way too outrageous. He remembered Lin Suying was only level 61. How did she suddenly soar to level 131? How was this possible? Even seeing it with his own eyes, he could hardly believe it. Long Wu was in a state of confusion. He had personally witnessed Lin Suying's class transition and knew she was a thunder mage, with her post-transition power being quite unique. He had seen her strength in dungeons and remembered the skills she selected. But today, how had she suddenly become so powerful, with her level skyrocketing? Was it as if she had free experience points? Did monsters not need to be fought anymore? Long Wu's mind was in spasms, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Was there a massive presence hidden within the academy, something beyond the gods? Perhaps this could explain everything. Moreover, the academy had an unbelievable dungeon resource that had changed his entire understanding. Could these terrifying resources be the reason for Lin Suying's rapid leveling? At this thought, Long Wu's pupils contracted, and a name suddenly came to mind. The Void Behemoth. It was the Void Behemoth manipulating everything from the shadows. This was the most reasonable explanation. If this were true, then the power behind the academy was beyond his imagination. So, if the Void Behemoth has malicious intent, everyone will suffer. Young Master Qixing, Miss Lin, and I won't be able to escape its grasp. Long Wu furrowed his brow, thoughts racing through his mind like flashes of lightning. That's it must be. He suddenly froze, a hint of confusion in his eyes. But why would the Void Behemoth go to such great lengths to help the Super God Academy students level up? As soon as this question surfaced, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged through him, making his hair stand on end. A terrifying thought followed, causing his face to turn pale. The Void Behemoth is gravely injured and hiding in a small city like Nion City, waiting to recover. Long Wu's pupils contracted, his fingers trembling unconsciously. And it's heavily nurturing the students because it can absorb human power, fattening up Miss Lin and all the students to absorb them later. Once it returns to peak strength, all of Nion City will be doomed. His breathing quickened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No, by then, the entire Xia kingdom will be in peril. My God, the nation is in crisis. Long Wu stood up abruptly, a determined glint in his eyes. I must confront young Master Qixing. He and Miss Lin cannot die in such a place. Even if I, Long Wu, must die, they must not. With this resolve, Long Wu's powerful aura emanated from him like a tangible force, creating invisible ripples in the air. He flipped his wrist, and a goblin guard dagger appeared in his palm, its blade gleaming coldly. Young Master, Forgive me for needing to knock you out first and send you back to the Magic City, Longwu murmured, his gaze firm. Miss Lin, young master is a regular person who can't withstand even a slight power impact. I'll return for you as soon as I get him out. With a resolve to face death, Longwu cautiously moved toward the dean's office, each step taken with utmost care to avoid alerting the unknown terrifying presence. I can't report to the master just yet, or his level 300 strength will surely alert the void behemoth. Longwu took a deep breath, gripping the dagger tighter. Master, if I die, please forgive my loyalty. In a matter of moments, Longwu arrived at the office door. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind as his mental energy spread like invisible tendrils, quickly infiltrating the office. Inside, only young Master Qixing was quietly seated there. No abnormal signs, no hint of any unknown aura. Unwilling to give up, Longwu expanded his mental energy, enveloping the entire academy in an instant. Still, he sensed nothing unusual. Am I too weak to detect the void behemoth's presence? Longwu gritted his teeth. I'll risk it. He crouched low like an experienced hunter, carefully approaching the office door. Inside the office, Li Qixing gently rubbed his temples, a barely noticeable cold smile on his lips. Can't hold back anymore? Daring to use mental energy to spy on me on the first day of school. Li Qixing showed no outward change, though his body was in battle-ready mode. Longwu, you're merely a disaster level. I can crush you with one hand. The moment Longwu activated his mental energy, Li Qixing, at level 190, had already noticed. With strength at the 7th transformation creation level, he had long surpassed realms that ordinary people could comprehend. Meanwhile, Longwu was only level 177, not yet reaching the peak of the disaster level. The gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. Outside, Longwu leaned against the office door, sweat beading on his forehead. Young Master Qixing is a regular person. How can I control him? Longwu quickly pondered. He can't handle a mental energy impact. Using brute force would surely harm him. If I explain my intentions and the void behemoth notices, there's no chance at all. With a flick of his wrist, a faintly glowing teleportation scroll appeared in his hand. In an instant, I can pull young Master Qixing into the teleportation space. It's the only way to avoid the void behemoth's counterattack. Longwu took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. Let's do it. Bang. Longwu burst through the door, his figure like an arrow. But just as he broke through, a shadow flickered before his eyes. Boom. An iron-hard hand suddenly gripped his throat. Longwu felt weightless as he smashed through a wall, sent flying. His body shot through the air like a cannonball, traveling several hundred meters before crashing heavily in the square's center, raising a cloud of dust. Before Longwu could regain his senses, a foot had already planted itself firmly on his chest. The pressure was so intense, he could barely breathe. In terror, Longwu looked up at the person pinning him down, Li Qixing, with a faint smile on his face. Who sent you? Li Qixing asked calmly, as if inquiring about the day's weather. Buzz. At that moment, Longwu's mind buzzed, eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Young Master Qixing, an ordinary person, controlled me, a disaster-level strongman, with a single move? Longwu was filled with terror, struggling to breathe at the sight before him. Li Qixing's foot was firmly planted on his chest, the immense pressure like a boulder crushing him, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Yet, despite this, Longwu felt no physical pain. His body was numb, his ears buzzing, and his mind blank. A catastrophe-level threat, he roared internally. He was a well-known catastrophe-level expert in the region of the Magic City. How could he be subdued in a single move? This shattered his long-held worldview. The scene before him was so surreal. It felt like everything had become an illusion. Li Qixing looked at him with a half-smile, his voice low and menacing. Speak up. Who sent you? If you can't give me a good reason, you won't live to see tomorrow. Fear and helplessness filled Longwu's eyes. If he hadn't sensed that Li Qixing harbored no malice from the start, he would already be a cold corpse by now. Li Qixing's gaze was icy, but his calm tone was chilling could kill, and his ability to do so was on par with any catastrophe-level expert. The chaos in his mind nearly drove Longwu to the brink of collapse. The young Master Qixing really intended to kill him. His heart sank with fear spreading within. The situation was dire, and the young Master Qixing clearly had the power to do so. His demeanor showed he wasn't joking or making idle threats. She was deadly serious. I can't die here. Longwu was desperate. He knew that if he was misunderstood today, the consequences would be more unjust than Douyi's plight. The internal struggle made him tremble slightly, his face shifting expressions until he finally forced a sly smile. Young master, let me explain. No, wait, I can come up with a suitable excuse. There's a misunderstanding. Longwu stammered, struggling to articulate under the immense pressure from Li Qixing. He was never good with words, let alone lying, and now he could barely speak coherently. Enduring the pressure from Li Qixing's foot, his face flushed red, veins bulging in his neck, and even his hair seemed to fall out from the intense pain. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, as if he'd found a lifeline. Betray the old man? Long Wu's heart jolted. But he was the old man's personal guard, sworn to loyalty. Yet, the thought of dying under Li Qixing's foot made him hesitate. After all, the young master's grandfather had been the old man's superior and benefactor. With the benefactor gone, naturally, the young master should inherit that role. Analyzing it this way, it didn't seem so wrong. Long Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief, a glint of light appearing in his eyes. Young master, I'll confess everything. Telling you the old man's wishes is definitely the right thing. You're so powerful. Gaining the old man's resources would be paving the way for the Futuria great deed. I might even be a hero. He felt a sudden sense of clarity, as if everything had become clear. He recalled his past as an ordinary security guard. If he'd known the young master was this powerful, why hadn't he become his personal guard sooner? He could have dealt with someone like Lu Yi long ago. Young master, do you know about Lin Tian in the Magic City battlefield? The one who could cause upheaval in Xiagua with a single move. Lin the Elder. Long Wu hastily added, revealing secrets. He was once a subordinate of your grandfather Li Zhantian. Moreover, Lin Suying was an undercover agent, aiming to sabotage the Super God Academy. Li Qixing listened quietly, his expression growing more composed. Suddenly, Long Wu's eyes sharpened as he realized something. Young master, we need to leave here immediately. Fears of void creatures' presence. Li Qixing finally released his foot and helped Long Wu up. Even after hearing Long Wu's explanation, he was still in disbelief. I never imagined my grandfather was one of Xiagua's top warriors and never mentioned it to me. Long Wu felt a wave of relief, but the fear in his eyes hadn't completely faded. He knew that while he had temporarily saved his life, the future was still filled with uncertainty. After merging with the memories of the original Li Qixing, the time-traveling Li Qixing recalled only a few encounters with Li Zhantian. Each time, Li Zhantian returned severely injured. It turned out he was fighting for the country. I used to wonder why an ordinary family would leave me in Flevel Dungeon. It seems I have a significant background too. Uncle 5. Li Qixing looked directly at Long Wu, with newfound understanding and respect in his eyes. This form of address carried a lot of weight. Although what Long Wu did was complex, his intentions were genuinely to protect him. Long Wu was taken aback by the address, his face showing surprise and honor, and he quickly bowed his head, saying, Young master, you can just call me Xiao Wu. Li Qixing's expression became serious. Find some time, I want to meet with old Lin. I want to know more about my grandfather. In the original's memories, Li Zhantian was always his role model. Now, Li Qixing had his own plans. Having such a strong background, he intended to use it wisely. With abundant dungeon resources, Super God Academy could rise powerfully. Yes, young master. Long Wu replied respectfully. I'll check with the old master to see if he has time. He did mention he would come personally once he's done with his work. No rush, take it slow. Li Qixing leaned back in his chair, frowning slightly. He still had concerns. The world was too complex, survival of the fittest, full of deceit. Without absolute strength, he thought it was better to proceed cautiously. Once the academy reached a certain level, everything would fall into place. Knowing he had this connection, he wasn't in a hurry anymore. Long Wu clasped his hands in front of him and asked for instructions. Well, young master, I'll go back to guarding the gate then. Li Qixing's gaze fell on Long Wu. With his celestial eye, Long Wu's attributes were fully revealed. Profession, swordsman. Uncle 5, if you don't mind, how about temporarily joining my academy? Once you're in, you'll naturally understand the void creature you worry about, Li Qixing said, his eyes fixed on Long Wu's skill options. Long Wu didn't hesitate, clasping his hands. I'm at your service, young master. Great. Then come with me to the office and fill out an enrollment application. Returning to the office, Li Qixing looked at the damaged wall and door, shaking his head helplessly. He couldn't understand why those old folks couldn't just talk face to face instead of taking such roundabout ways. Back at his desk, Li Qixing took out an enrollment application form provided by the system and handed it to Long Wu. Long Wu quickly filled it out. His handwriting wasn't pretty, but it was legible. Ding. New academy member detected. Congratulations on earning 100 academy points. The system prompt appeared immediately. Li Qixing nodded in satisfaction, pulling out his phone to Lin Suying in the group chat, asking her to come to the office. Uncle 5, the Trant Forest Flevel Dungeon will refresh in about 20 minutes. I'll have Lin Suying take you for a run through it. She'll inform you of all the academy's rules and regulations. Seeing Long Wu still standing, Li Qixing gestured for him to sit. Uncle 5, why are you standing? We're all family here, sit down. Yes, young master. Long Wu adjusted his security uniform and sat down beside him. 3 minutes later, Lin Suying arrived at the office door, her forehead covered in sweat, having rushed over with several quick steps. Seeing the damaged wall and door, and Long Wu sitting inside, her heart sank. Oh no. Lin Suying tiptoed into the office, her voice trembling. Principal, did you call for me? Seeing Lin Suying's demeanor, Li Qixing couldn't help but tease her. Little Suying, Long Wu has confessed everything. You. Bang. Before he could finish, Lin Suying dropped to her knees. Sir, I haven't said a word to old Lin, and I haven't revealed anything about the academy, she said, her voice choked with emotion, tears welling up. Please, don't expel me. I live for the academy and will die for it. Please, let me stay. Long Wu was completely bewildered. What was happening? Was young Master Qixing really that terrifying? This top-tier family's young lady, Lin's granddaughter, who had seen the world, was scared to tears and begged to stay at the academy? This was too exaggerated. Long Wu's expression was peculiar, unable to comprehend why the young lady would kneel and beg young Master Qixing. Could it be? A groundbreaking possibility flashed through Long Wu's mind. The young lady's level up, the terrifying improvement of all academy members, was related to the young master? Upon realizing this, Long Wu gasped sharply. If his thoughts were correct, could he also rise to prominence? A sly smile involuntarily crept onto his serious face, and his eyes gleamed with ambition. Li Qixing didn't notice the change in Long Wu's expression. His gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Suying. Lin Suying's eyes were red, and tears were already streaming down her cheeks. Lin, my classmate, Li Qixing broke the silence. Sir, Suying is here, Lin Suying replied, lifting her head in fear, her voice trembling slightly. She had already prepared for the worst. She would do anything as long as the dean didn't expel her. Li Qixing, in a calm tone, issued his command. Take Uncle Wu to the next instance. Also, inform him of the academy's guidelines. With that, he waved his hand, signaling that Lin Suying could leave. All right, go on with your tasks. This. Lin Suying was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly. Uncle Wu? The term puzzled her, but she didn't dare ask more. Since the dean ordered her to take Long Wu to the instance instead of expelling her, she would just comply. Sir, Suying takes her leave. Lin Suying hurriedly stood up, bowing respectfully, then led Long Wu towards the instance building, her steps light, yet steady. Add Uncle Wu to the academy group. Li Qixing's voice came from behind, adding another instruction. Yes, sir. Lin Suying immediately turned around, bowed again, and then continued leading Long Wu away. On the way to the instance building, after hearing Lin Suying's explanation, Long Wu's eyes widened. What? You said the dean is the grandson of Li Zhantian, the old general? The old man actually kept this from me. He deserves a good scolding. Once I become a deity, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. He bit off the toothpick in his mouth, his face turning a shade of iron, and that rebellious spirit inside him was instantly activated. Almost got misunderstood by the dean. I'll go back and steal his 2 level instances. Humph. Lin Suying snorted softly, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. She quickly operated the communication device, adding Long Wu to the supernatural chat group. Then, Lin Suying's expression turned serious. Uncle Wu, now that you are a student of the academy, you should know its secrets. Her voice lowered. Remember, every word I say must be deeply remembered. You must not mention it to anyone outside the academy, not even the old man. Seeing his young lady wasn't joking, Long Wu also responded seriously. Yes, Mississippi. He answered earnestly on the surface, but internally his imagination ran wild. Indeed, the academy has secrets. Perhaps the void creature is female and has taken a liking to the young master. That's why it's helping the young master's students rise. Wow, the young master is so lucky to be noticed by the void creature. I wonder how they interact. Long Wu imagined Li Qixing being overwhelmed by the void creature, and he shook his head vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He dared not think about it. Absolutely dared not. Uncle Wu, pay attention. Lin Suying's voice pulled Long Wu back to reality from his wild thoughts. I will first tell you the academy's rules. Rules? Long Wu immediately focused his attention, listening carefully. Since they were the academy's rules, they were certainly to be followed. Lin Suying stopped, turned to face Long Wu, her gaze intense. What I know, the first rule. Her tone was unusually solemn. The first rule, defeating an academy instance monster increases experience by 100 times. Experience increased by 100 times? Alright, I understand. Long Wu nodded, indicating for the young lady to continue. He thought this rule was straightforward and nothing he would violate. However, as the information was truly processed by his brain, Long Wu's pupils suddenly contracted, and his voice changed tone. Miss, what did you say? Defeating an academy instance monster increases experience by 100 times. He widened his eyes, fearing he had misheard. Experience increased by 100 times. How is that possible? How could such a thing exist in this world? Lin Suying looked at him expressionlessly, repeating each word. You didn't miss here. That's the first rule. Lin Suying nodded and continued with an authoritative tone. The second rule is that all academy students have their skills amplified by 10,000 times. Standing to the side, Long Wu chuckled and shook his head, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Miss, please don't joke with Xiao Wu. An experience boost of 100 times is already extraordinary, and now you're saying skill power is increased by 10,000 times? How is that possible? He then posed another question. By the way, Miss, could you explain the void creature hidden within the academy? The void creature? Lin Suying shuddered, her previously smooth speech turning into stammers. Long Wu, how did you? How did you know the void creature is within the academy? I knew it. Long Wu's face lit up with a knowing smile. The void creature is indeed within the academy, and Qixing Gongzi has become its man. My goodness, such a terrifying entity, powerful enough to destroy the Xia kingdom, has actually become Qixing Gongzi's partner. He lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially. Don't worry, miss, I won't tell the old master about this. We're in an era of free love, and he can't interfere with Gongzi. By the way, is the void creature beautiful? Lin Shuang was utterly confused by Long Wu's barrage of questions. Beautiful void creature? Free love? She took a deep breath and said seriously, Long Wu, don't make wild guesses about the void creature. If the headmaster wants you to know, you'll naturally understand. Got it. I understand, Mississippi. Long Wu nodded repeatedly. By now, they had arrived in front of the instance building, noticing that the refresh time for Trant Forest was 3 minutes. Lin Shuang continued. The third rule is that all equipment dropped within the Academy instance will automatically evolve to divine level. After completing the instance, you must bring back every piece of dropped equipment to store in the equipment building. This rule made Long Wu ponder, recalling the scene of the third floor of the equipment building filled with divine artifacts. Miss, are you talking about rules similar to the Heavenly Tao? His voice trembled slightly. Lin Shuang smirked. Long Wu, getting into the Super God Academy is the luckiest thing in your life. The next rule might just scare you to death. Fourth rule. The rules conceal the Heavenly Tao, and all Academy students are exempt from job change tasks, allowing unlimited level upgrades. Long Wu was struck as if by lightning, his voice changing pitch. Miss, you all level up dozens of times without going through job change tasks. That can't be true, right? Miss, I didn't go to school. Don't lie to me. The instance cooldown time is over, and you'll soon find out if it's true. Let's go. Lin Shuang stepped directly into the instance passage. I'm still a bit skeptical, Mississippi. You really didn't lie to me, did you? Long Wu followed closely with a voice cracking in disbelief, stepping into the instance. Upon entering the instance, Lin Shuang and Long Wu found themselves in a dense forest. Lin Shuang, looking serious, turned to Long Wu and advised, Uncle Wu, remember what I told you. If the headmaster gets upset, he can expel anyone at any time. The world is vast, but the headmaster is the most important. She glanced around and continued, you'll have to handle this instance on your own. The goblin fortress outside is almost ready to reset, so I need to check if I can get there first. Before leaving, Lin Shuang added, oh, and one more thing, don't use any large skills, or this level instance might not withstand your full power. Make sure to bring out all the equipment that drops. With that, she exited the instance, leaving Long Wu alone. Got it, miss. Long Wu watched as his young lady departed, then eagerly prepared himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. If the experience multiplier was indeed 1,000-fold, he might level up by clearing this level instance, as his experience bar was already more than halfway full. With a thought, Long Wu retrieved a gleaming longsword from his space ring. As a swordsman, even a basic sword technique was enough to clear the entire instance of its monsters. Sword control, sword chi unleashed. Long Wu murmured, and the sword in his hand emitted a low hum. Instantly, 2 semi-transparent longswords formed from sword chi hovered before him with a sharp, whizzing sound. At that moment, a small line of text appeared on his interface. You are under the Academy's rule enhancement. Skill power increased by 1,000-fold. A sudden, intense ripple spread through the air, and a resonant hum echoed throughout the instance. In the next instant, the sound of whizzing filled the air as 20,000 strands of sword chi materialized, densely covering the entire instance space like raindrops. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. With just a thought, Long Wu unleashed the 20,000 strands of sword chi simultaneously. In almost an instant, the tree monsters in the instance were shredded, the sound of slicing filling the air. In less than 3 seconds, the instance entered a cooldown phase. Staring at the scene before him, Long Wu stood frozen, his pupils contracting. Truly, the skill power is increased by 1,000-fold. Oh my god, it's real. Before he could dwell on his shock, his interface was flooded with notifications. You have slain an instance minion. Congratulations, you've gained 10 experience. Under Academy Rule Enhancement, experience gained from slaying Academy instance monsters is increased by 100-fold. Congratulations, you've gained 1,000 experience. Your experience has reached the maximum. Congratulations on leveling up to LV 178. I leveled up. I actually leveled up. Long Wu gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. It's true. Everything Miss said about the rules is true. Skill power increased by 1,000-fold. Academy instance monster experience multiplied by 100-fold. This means, recalling the last rule his young lady mentioned, Long Wu felt as if struck by lightning, his heart racing. No job change required. Unlimited level growth. Future growth won't need the approval of the heavenly Tao. My God, is that void entity the mother of the heavenly Tao? After the shock, Long Wu's face lit up with ecstatic joy, his hands and feet trembling with excitement. The seven-star young master is the man of the heavenly Tao's mother. Following the seven-star young master is like following the heavenly Tao's mother. I'm taking off. Today is the day I rise. The seven-star young master will always be Long Wu's master. Amid his excitement, Long Wu quickly focused, extending his mental energy to swiftly search for the equipment dropped within the instance. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Qixing picked up his communicator and called the guild that built the academy. The office walls and door have been damaged, they need repairs. After the call, Qixing calmly returned to his desk. Qixing raised an eyebrow as the system notification flashed before him. Long Wu has leveled up, he murmured, quickly remembering to choose a skill first. He swiftly opened the system panel, scanning Long Wu's list of skills. There weren't many 6 options lined up neatly on the screen. Without much thought, his finger lightly tapped the screen. System, select sword control technique and sword chi frenzy for me. This decision required no hesitation. It was a skill he had long desired. In his previous world, which young person didn't dream of soaring through the skies with a sword? Qixing was no exception. After confirming his choice, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. The sword control technique was far more than just a combat skill. Its applications were extensive. It enhanced the sword, allowing it to move with one's will, enabling both flight and combat, perfectly balancing offense and support. Even better, this sword control technique came with the added bonus of sword chi frenzy. When used as an offensive skill, it granted a massive power boost, making it the best of both worlds. Ding! The system chimed crisply. You have selected sword control technique and sword chi frenzy. Skill enhancement successful. As the skill was infused, Qixing immediately felt a surge of change within him. With just a thought, he could command the peachwood sword in his ring. Ding! Before he could fully experience this new ability, the system panel flashed again. Your skills, sword control technique and sword chi frenzy, have been enhanced by the rules and evolved into a perfect skill. New skill, sword control technique, sword shadow arrival, has been created. The system explained, sword control technique, sword shadow arrival conjures sword shadows through mental focus, which can appear anywhere within your mental range. Conjuring sword shadows with mental power? Qixing's lips curled upward, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Let's give it a try. He concentrated his mental energy, making a grasping motion in the air. A faint buzz sounded as a shimmering sword shadow slowly formed in his hand. With another thought, a sword shadow quietly manifested 3 meters away at the office door. What a skill! Qixing couldn't help but admire. He dismissed the 2 sword shadows, and with a flick of his wrist, the artifact Trant Peachwood sword appeared in his hand. Go! With a single thought, the Peachwood sword shot out towards the door. With a whoosh, the sword's immense power was fully unleashed, slicing through the air and leaving a visible rift in its wake. The Peachwood sword flew out of the office, gracefully tracing a beautiful arc across the plaza under Qixing's mental command. In the next moment, whoosh, the Peachwood sword pierced through space, appearing beneath Qixing's feet. Let's go. He stepped lightly onto the Peachwood sword, ascending into the air. The wind brushed against his face, and a satisfied smile spread across Qixing's lips. Indulging in a rare moment of youthful whimsy, he soared over the academy before returning to the principal's office. Upon landing, Qixing thoughtfully regarded the divine sword in his hand. Trant Peachwood sword. When I defeated the Silver Wolf Gang leaders in the western suburbs, was it because I wasn't a swordsman that I couldn't unleash its true power? Can the sword pierce space because of its inherent artifact strength, or is it due to my skill evolving to perfection? He pondered for a moment. I'll find some time to ask Long Wu. As a swordsman, he should know more. Gently stroking the sword's blade, anticipation gleamed in his eyes. The sword control technique is truly a remarkable skill. It cuts through the air, striking invisibly. He glanced at his phone's reminder for the dungeon refresh time. The Flevel Goblin Castle will refresh in 5 minutes. Let's see what the Sword Shadow Arrival's power boost can do. Qixing quickly sent a message in the Super God group chat. Everyone, I'm taking on the Goblin Castle dungeon to test a new skill. Outside the replica building, 4 figures stood guard at the entrance to the Goblin Castle dungeon. Lu Yi was the first to break the silence, tears glistening in his eyes as he spoke with a trembling voice. Lin Suying, look at me. It's been 10 years. A whole decade since I last ran a dungeon. For the sake of my age, please let me run the Goblin dungeon just this once. I'm begging you. Before he could finish, Tao Yuqing burst into tears. Uncle Lu, have mercy, she sobbed, wiping her eyes. I've been an orphan all my life, surviving on scraps. I've finally gained some strength, but it's still not enough. I almost got trafficked to Myanmar recently, if it weren't for the dean saving me. Please, give me a chance to run this Flevel dungeon. I can't live in fear anymore. Lupai couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. thinking these two could win an acting award. The next second, he plopped down on the ground, wailing, "Pity me. My dad beats me 10 times a day, almost sending me to the ICU. Just a little more strength, and I could withstand his beatings. You can't just stand by and do nothing." Lin Suying watched this impromptu performance in disbelief. They actually managed to squeeze out tears. She spat out the toothpick in her mouth and suggested, "How about this? We fight for it. Whoever wins gets the chance." Before the words had fully left her mouth, Lupai dashed towards his father like a blur. "Haha. Got you, old man. You're still too green." Boom. Lu Yi caught his son in a chokehold, shouting, "Qixing, help me. Let's take down this rebellious kid first." As father and son tussled on the ground, Tao Yuqing glanced furtively at the dungeon entrance, which was about to finish cooling down. Just then, Lin Shuang suddenly shouted, "The dean just tagged everyone in the group chat. Quick, check it out." The word "dean" was like a spell, and everyone immediately pulled out their phones. Lu Yi was the quickest, replying first. "Wow, the boss is coming to run the Goblin Dungeon." Chief Security Officer Lu Yi, "Dean, I'm here at the replica building awaiting your arrival. With me here, not even a mosquito will get into the dungeon." Lupai tried to sneak in, but I stopped him. "I suggest punishing him with a month-long dungeon ban." Lupai quickly followed up, "Little brother Lu Xiaopi, I'm ready to welcome the dean." "Lu, you old geezer, have you no shame? Who was it just now saying not even the king of heaven could stop you from running the goblin dungeon today? Boss, please punish Lu Yi by banning him from running dungeons for a month." The group chat messages kept flashing. In the office, Qixing looked at the lively group chat on his phone, a slight smile on his lips. He didn't plan to intervene. After all, these conflicts were a form of training. As long as they didn't damage the Academy's public property, letting them compete for resources was fine. Just as he stepped out of the office, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Lu Yi slid dramatically to a stop in front of Qixing, reporting loudly, "Sir, the road has been cleaned thoroughly, not a speck of dust. Please go ahead." "Damn, my dad beat me to it." Lupai cursed inwardly. Lin Shuang and Tao Yuqing exchanged glances, silently noting this new way to curry favor with the boss. They quickly positioned themselves respectfully on either side of Li Qixing. Lupai was anxious, scratching his head, unsure of how to find a spot. Li Qixing smiled wryly and continued towards the dungeon tower. Lu Yi snapped a perfect salute. "Sir, I'll personally collect the equipment later. No need for you to arrange it." "My dad beat me again." Lupai gritted his teeth, while Lin Shuang and Tao Yuqing admired old Lu's cunning. Ignoring the attempts to win favor, Li Qixing entered the dungeon. A flash of light, and he appeared before the goblin castle. Looking at this Flevel dungeon, he knew it might be his last visit. The experience here no longer satisfied his needs. It might only serve to test skills in the future. With a flick of his wrist, the Treant Peachwood sword appeared in his hand. He realized that Sword Shadow Sky Descent seemed to work without an actual sword. Skill, Sword Control, Sword Shadow Sky Descent. As his mental energy spread, a sword shadow formed above the dungeon. The skill's 10,000-fold amplification activated, and instantly, 10,000 sword shadows filled the sky like meteors. With his creation-level mental power, it was a mere trifle. Another sword shadow formed, transforming into 10,000 once more. Repeating this process, soon 100,000 dazzling sword shadows hovered in the air, shining like the sun. "Come." With a light command, the sword rain poured down. The first sword split the goblin castle in two, carving a deep trench in the earth. The second sword leveled the distant green mountain. As all 100,000 sword shadows descended, the entire dungeon space began to collapse. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and a streak of crimson appeared on the horizon. A blood-red figure hovered in the air. The system prompt immediately followed. Hidden boss triggered. Primal monster, Red Goblin. Who dares attack my castle? The blood-red goblin began his entrance speech. 300 years, haha, a full 300 years. Before he could finish, the Peachwood sword in Li Qixing's hand vanished, and a sword light flashed through the blood-red goblin's brow. The system promptly announced, defeated the primal monster blood-red goblin, gained 12,625,000 experience, including 100-fold amplification. What is this primal monster? Li Qixing wondered. It called itself a king. Could it be of king level? Too bad the sword was too fast. I didn't get to see its attributes. The sword hadn't paused, and Li Qixing's gaze quickly scanned the scene, letting out a sigh in his heart. A hidden boss had appeared in the dungeon, and it was a primeval monster he had never encountered before. If he had known earlier, he would have slowed down to study its attributes. But now, the sword was already drawn, and the experience points were earned. Regret was pointless. He gently tapped open the panel and looked at the column filled with experience points, momentarily stunned. With the boost, he had gained over 10 million experience points. For a mere Flevel dungeon, the experience value of a single monster was unexpectedly substantial, far beyond Li Qixing's expectations. Ding. Experience points maxed out. Congratulations on reaching level 191. Ding. Experience points maxed out. Congratulations on reaching level 192. Several consecutive level-up notifications followed, and Li Qixing felt like he was on an endless path of leveling up. However, as he continued to ascend, his level soon came to a halt. Ding! You've leveled up 10 times. Congratulations on receiving 100 Academy points. Finally, his level stopped at 200. Li Qixing frowned slightly, looking at the stalled number, feeling a bit disappointed. The monsters were being defeated too slowly, and the leveling speed couldn't keep up with the demand. It seemed that the experience required for each level from now on would be enormous. The resources of the Academy were clearly insufficient, and whether he could make a breakthrough in the upcoming resource competition was uncertain. He muttered softly, preparing to exit the dungeon. Just then, with a thought, the peachwood sword that had pierced the red goblin's forehead suddenly returned to his hand. At the same time, the red goblin turned into a red light and slowly fell. Li Qixing's eyes lit up. Equipment had dropped. He immediately activated his heavenly eye, and the attributes of the energy orb appeared. A name emerged: Goblin Blood Armor. Goblin Blood Armor. Type: Primeval Blood Armor. Level: Divine. Effect: Enhanced by Divine Rules. Automatic Divine Effect. Defensive Wear Effect. Integrates with the wearer's body. Automatically defends and reflects double damage upon attack. No cooldown, no consumption. Value: 500 billion star coins. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Qixing's eyes, followed by a satisfied smile. A piece of defensive equipment with passive defense and double damage reflection was practically a defensive class's holy grail. However, the term primeval on the equipment still left him puzzled. He stepped onto the peachwood sword, soaring lightly to catch the blood armor. With a thought, the blood armor automatically merged into his skin, disappearing. His body trembled slightly as he felt an invisible power circulating within. Great equipment, he murmured in admiration. With this upgrade, reaching level 200 and obtaining the primeval blood armor. Even though he wasn't entirely sure of the true meaning of primeval, Li Qixing could sense that this equipment was extraordinary, far surpassing typical divine-level gear. Recalling the mentions of primeval on the professional forums, Li Qixing decided to look up more information. However, he didn't linger for long and retracted the peachwood sword, preparing to exit the dungeon. Inside the dungeon building, the light of the goblin castle gradually dimmed. Li Qixing walked out of the dungeon passage, glancing around. Boss, are you done? I'll go get the equipment now. Lupai's figure flashed as he rushed towards the dungeon. Damn, the kid beat me to it. Lu Yi and the other two were stunned by the scene, then exchanged glances and smiled wryly. Dean, Lu Yi, want to slide and escort Li Qixing back again. You all can arrange your own time. Stop thinking about flattering all day. Use that effort to do something worthwhile, Li Qixing said coldly, turning away and leaving the group staring at each other in confusion. Do something worthwhile. Lu Yi blinked, a sudden idea lighting up his face. Dean, I'm off to guard the gate, he shouted, quickly tidying his security uniform and jogging towards the academy's entrance. I'll head to the cafeteria and learn a few new dishes. That way, I can contribute to the academy too, Tao Yuqing said as she turned and left. What should I do? Lin Suying pondered briefly. Oh right, I can clean up the replica building. With that, she hurried away as well. Meanwhile, in the Flevel replica Goblin Castle, Lupai had just entered and was shocked by the sight before him. The entire castle was shattered into pieces, the ground covered with massive cracks, and even the space itself was marked with slowly healing rifts. Wow. Besides the magma skill, the boss can use other skills too? Lupai swallowed hard. Amazing, the boss is incredible. Even space got torn apart. Without a profession, he's leagues ahead of me. No doubt he's the boss. After a moment of fervent admiration for Li Qixing, Lupai quickly activated his mental power to search for equipment within the replica. Soon, he discovered the first artifact, a glowing green orb, so vividly green it was unsettling. What on earth is this? I don't recall seeing a green orb in this replica before. Lupai raised an eyebrow in curiosity and immediately used an identification skill. Goblin Armor. Type: Defensive Armor. Level: Divine. Effect: Integrates with the user's body, automatically defends against attacks, with a counter damage feature. No cooldown, no consumption. Value: 300 billion star coins. Wow, it's an automatic defensive armor. Lupai's eyes lit up instantly. Haha, I've picked up a defensive artifact that doesn't even require mental power to use. With this defensive artifact, during the resource competition, could I just stand there and still defeat people? He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Great, I'll return the black iron fan. With this armor, I'll test it on my dad. Haha, it's got counter damage, I'll counter him to death. With a smug smile, Lupai donned the goblin armor, a faint green glow enveloping his entire body. After spending 20 minutes meticulously searching every corner of the replica, Lupai collected a total of 3 artifacts. Wasting no time, he exited the replica and returned the equipment to the replica building. My dad's guarding the gate. I'm going to have a little fun with him. With a mischievous grin, Lupai quickly ran towards the academy gate. In no time, He arrived at the entrance. Dad, on gate duty, huh? Lupai taunted. Come on, give your son a proper military salute as a real student exits. Security guard. Hey, show some respect, will you? Lu Yi frowned at his son. What? Feeling like hitting me, aren't you? Lupai continued to provoke. Don't look at me like that. I'm just itching for it today. You ungrateful brat. If I don't break your legs today, I'll call you my father. Lu Yi, burning with anger, rolled up his sleeves, eyes blazing. He kicked Lupai hard in the backside with all his might. Clang. A crisp sound rang out as a green glow immediately enveloped Lupai. Damn it, Lupai. You. Lu Yi didn't even finish his sentence before the artifact's counter-damage effect triggered. With a boom, Lu Yi was sent flying dozens of meters away, his right leg glowing the same unsettling green as Lupai's body. With intense pain shooting through his leg, Lu Yi looked at Lupai, who was radiating green light, then at his almost broken right leg, his face turning a furious shade of red. You damn Lupai. Damn you. Using a counter-damage artifact on me. Argot. Lu Yi glanced again at the green glowing Lupai, the light making him uneasy. I'll let it slide this time. In the study of the lakeside villa, Qixing was frowning, his eyes fixed on the computer screen as his fingers rapidly typed on the keyboard. He was trying to find information about the origin monster. The World Professionals Forum had nothing, and he had searched through all major forums and websites, yet there was no record of the word origin. Strange, what exactly is this origin monster? Qixing muttered to himself, his mind racing as he tried to recall any related clues from his memory. Just then, a blue light flashed before his eyes, and a system panel suddenly popped up. Detected that an Academy artifact has been used by a student. Academy rule. All Academy students are immune to all Academy artifact damage. Would you like to activate rule permissions? Qixing squinted his eyes slightly. These guys are actually playing with artifacts? They better not wreck my Academy. System, activate the rule. He commanded in his mind. Ding. Academy rule. All Academy students are immune to all Academy artifact damage. Activated. With the rule confirmed, Qixing dismissed the issue and continued his search for information about the origin. Meanwhile, outside the villa gate, Lupai was standing arrogantly in front of a guard. Ha ha ha, old man chickened out? Come on, call me dad. Lupai stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at the guard. Seeing no response from the guard, Lupai waved dismissively. All right, smart choice today. Keep guarding the gate properly, stand tall and straight. Intimidate me? Let's see how you'll manage in the future. I've finally made it. Cheap, arrogant. At this moment, Lupai was full of confidence, a proud glint in his eyes. He thought to himself, in this big, wide world, who dares to mess with me except my own boss? With my artifact that deflects damage, I just want to ask, who else? Who dares? Lupai had already made up his mind. This time, I get to choose the resources from the dungeon. If anyone disagrees, come and bite me. With a swagger, he headed towards the dungeon building, planning to tackle whichever dungeon was refreshed next. In no time, Lupai arrived at the dungeon building, waiting patiently for the cooldown to end. Buzz, the Flevel Trant forest passage lit up. Long Wu emerged from the passage, his scalp tingling with shock. He had just finished a dungeon run, collected all the equipment drops, and lingered inside in disbelief for quite a while. Experience increased by 100-fold. Skill power amplified by 10,000 times. Dropped equipment automatically evolves to god level. And no job transfer tasks needed. Long Wu murmured, his eyes filled with astonishment. To be in such an academy, Long Wu felt immense gratitude to the heavens, to Lin Lao for sending him here, and to young Master Qixing for taking him in. In this academy, Long Wu felt like he was on cloud 9. He had the potential to ascend to the ranks of the gods. In the entire Xia nation, he knew only a handful of gods. Someday, he could be one of them. Floating, Long Wu felt elated, a strong sense of joy washing over him. I never imagined I'd feel this way, so intensely. As he walked, Long Wu couldn't help but smile, showing his teeth. He was planning, I'll first find that Lu Yi guy for a spar. Damn, I'm a formal student now. Time to have a ranking match with Lu Yi. A little lesson for him is necessary. With a firm decision made, every cell in Long Wu's body seemed to be dancing joyfully. Hey, security guard. Suddenly, a voice filled with arrogance rang out. Long Wu looked up to see Lupai. It's that genius. Wait, I'm a genius now too. Didn't you hear? I'm talking to you. Yes, you. Lupai pointed arrogantly at Long Wu. You're just a security guard. Lupai thought to himself. With my artifact that deflects damage, who am I afraid of? We're all in the same academy. No one's going to kill anyone, and we can't use our skills. Just a little skirmish, enough to offend him thoroughly. What's up? Long Wu dropped his smile, casting a cold, icy glance at Lupai. He had just become an official trainee. Who was he afraid of? Oh, what's with that look? Lupai feigned surprise, a playful smirk on his lips, exuding a sense of arrogance as if he didn't take the situation seriously at all. He raised his head, grinning insincerely at Long Wu, and disdainfully spat out. Security, are you looking for a fight? No sooner had he finished speaking than he added. Let me tell you, Brother Pai just dealt with the security guard at the gate. Lupai's tone was condescending, his gaze full of provocation and disdain. Do you want to experience being dealt with too? A glint of coldness flashed in Long Wu's eyes. His face darkened as he ignored Lupai's provocation. His move was swift as lightning. He raised his arm and delivered a fierce punch aimed directly at Lupai's nose. He hit me. Wow, the security guard hit me. Lupai inwardly laughed, feeling no danger at all. He struck a dramatic, confident pose, standing there without dodging, as if ready to accept the challenge from the security guard. He felt smug, silently mocking. Hit me if you can, hit me hard. Come on, use all your strength, ha ha ha. Is he a fool? Seeing Lupai's pretentious behavior, Long Wu couldn't help but feel puzzled. This guy dared to stand there without dodging? He quickly deduced that this person wasn't normal, so he pulled back half the force of his punch. However, the next second, his fist landed with a bang. The moment Lupai's nose was struck, the crisp sound of bone cracking echoed around, and blood gushed out like a fountain. He was propelled backward by the impact, falling to the ground, his mind going blank in utter bewilderment. What? The artifact failed. He clutched his bleeding nose, his expression dazed, then looked at the attribute panel, only to see a line of text pop up. Academy rule. All Academy trainees are immune to all Academy artifact damage. What? 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 Lupai couldn't believe his eyes, staring at the words in shock, his heart pounding violently. Damn, when did this happen? Just a few minutes ago, the artifact was working fine. His mind was in chaos, panic setting in as he realized that maybe the boss had made up a new rule. Fear grew within him, and along with this change, a deep sense of unease rose in Lupai's heart. He had just offended his own father, and if his father knew he was now a target immune to artifact damage, wouldn't he be beaten to a pulp? He quickly pressed on his bleeding nose, not daring to show any more arrogance. No, no more arrogance, security uncle, it's my fault. He immediately bowed his head, eager to restore some semblance of peace with Long Wu. Long Wu snorted coldly, seeing Lupai lying on the ground, face covered in blood, nose still bleeding profusely. His anger subsided. Looking at Lupai's dazed expression, he gave a quiet warning. Next time, behave yourself around me. Lupai held his nose, silently cursing himself for being so foolish. He had long realized that in this confrontation, he was the complete loser. Just as he was lost in endless regret, Long Wu turned and swiftly headed towards the equipment building. Meanwhile, Long Wu had finished handling everything and hurried to the gate, where he saw Lu Yi standing there. Lu Yi had just been handled by his own son, still in a foul mood, his brow furrowed, looking particularly grim. Seeing Long Wu approach, his mood didn't improve much. Security, good guy, slacking off? Lu Yi glared, reproaching him. Stand guard properly, the captain has things to do. Long Wu didn't back down, smirking coldly as he stepped forward and delivered a punch, landing squarely on Lu Ye's nose. Idiot, I'm an official trainee now, you have no right to order me. If you're not convinced, let's spar. Lu Yi clutched his bleeding nose, his face turning pale with shock. Official trainee? He finally realized that his son Lupai wasn't his only problem. The Long Wu before him had also become an official trainee. Having just been easily handled by his son, now even his authority over the gate had been taken away. Panic set in, and he froze on the spot. Damn, life just got harder. His heart tightened, realizing that not only had he been defeated by his son, but he also lost control over the gate. His situation was bound to become more difficult. Do you give up? Long Wu asked coldly, looking at Lu Yi standing aside, his voice devoid of warmth. I give up, I give up. Lu Yi immediately surrendered, covering his nose. Brother Wu, from now on, you're the captain. This time, he fully conceded, but in his heart, he silently plotted. Once he could reveal that artifact with the counter damage feature, he would definitely get his revenge and punish this old fox in front of him. In the study of the principal's villa, Qixing was intently focused on the computer screen. He had spent a considerable amount of time searching for information about the origin, only to find nothing, which was unexpectedly disappointing. This discovery made him furrow his brow slightly, but he quickly set this puzzlement aside for the moment. Let's check the Academy points situation for now, he thought. The resource competition is about to begin. I need to see if I can draw a few more rules. System, open the panel. With a thought, the familiar system panel immediately appeared before him. Academy lottery system. Host, Qixing. Level, LV 200. Academy points, 13,150. Students, 510. The system detailed the current 9 Academy rules. 1. All Academy students receive a 100x experience boost from monster kills. 2. The principal can unconditionally acquire student skills, using them without cost or cooldown. 3. All Academy student skills have a 10,000x power boost. 4. The principal can unconditionally acquire student skills, using them without cost or cooldown. 5. The principal's skills automatically evolve to a perfect state. 6. Equipment dropped by students automatically evolves to divine level. 7. The principal is immune to student attacks and academy equipment damage. 8. All academy students are immune to academy artifact damage. 9. All academy students skip class change quests with unlimited level progression. His personal skill list showed Magma Burst, Auto Tracking, Infinite Thunder, Heavenly Eye, Beast Transformation, Ancestral Dragon Invincible Form, Scorching the Sky, Gift of No Life, Sword Mastery, Sword Shadow Descent. The lottery tiers were as follows. Basic, 100 points per draw, 10 win rate. Luxury, 1,000 points per draw, 50 win rate. Wealthy, 5,000 points per draw, 60 win rate. Foolishly Rich, 100,000 points per draw, 80 win rate. Extreme, 10 million points per draw, 99.99 win rate. Seeing the overall level still displayed as low and unremarkable, Qixing chuckled softly. Who cares about the level, as long as I can get stronger? With a mindset to test the waters, he decided to go for 3 luxury draws. The first 2 yielded consolation prizes of 100 strength and 100 defense, but the third unexpectedly granted him a mid-level rule. Rule: all academy students level up with an additional 11. Description: for every level a student gains, they receive an extra level up. Wow! This pleasant surprise made Qixing's eyes light up. Although it cost him 3,000 points, acquiring this rule made him feel it was well worth it. Seeing the upgrade bonus of 11, Qixing was initially confused. What does 11 mean? However, the system thoughtfully provided an explanation for this rule. For each level a student upgrades, the system grants an additional level. Qixing blinked, mulling over this information. Level up once, get 1 level free? So if I go from level 200 to level 210, the system gives me an extra 10 levels? Earn experience for the first 10 levels, and the next 10 are free. He couldn't help but laugh. Wow, you call this an intermediate rule? Tapping his fingers on the table, Qixing contemplated the value of this rule. In the later stages, leveling up requires a vast amount of experience, but with this rule, even leveling up once grants the system's bonus. It's like a windfall. This is insane, he shook his head in disbelief. If this rule had appeared earlier, everyone would have become gods by now. Without hesitation, he commanded, System, activate the rule permissions. I didn't expect you to come up with something this extravagant. The system responded immediately, ding. Rule activated, all academy students, upgrade bonus 11. Effective immediately. With the rule activated, Qixing's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to dive into a dungeon. However, he noticed he still had 10,050 points. Can't take it with me, he muttered, eyeing the option for a luxury lottery draw priced at 5,000 points each. Let's try the luxury version twice. Taking a deep breath, Qixing instructed, System, arrange 2 luxury draws. Luxury double draw initiated. Watching 10,000 points vanish from his account, Qixing felt a slight pang of regret. He gritted his teeth. If I end up with 2 consolation prizes, that might be hard to swallow. But since I've started the draw, there's no turning back. The system quickly announced the first draw result. Ding. Congratulations, you've won nothing. Consolation prize, defense 5,000. As soon as the words were spoken, Qixing felt a powerful surge within him. An unprecedented sense of solidity coursed through his body, as if every cell had been fortified. Solid. That was his only thought. With the 5,000 defense attribute boost, Qixing felt invincible, his entire body radiating a faint protective glow. He paused. A consolation prize with 5,000 attributes? Then for the previous draws with 100, was I at a loss? Qixing chuckled and shook his head. Well, who would have thought this sly system had such hidden depths? With the 5,000 defense attribute boost, his smile widened. Spending 5,000 points for 5,000 defense value is worth it, even if bought outright, let alone as a consolation prize. Before he could fully appreciate his new defense attribute, the system presented the second draw result. Ding. Congratulations, you've won an advanced rule. What? Qixing's eyes widened. Another rule? And an advanced one at that. Excitedly, he slapped his thigh. Worth it. The luxury version of the draw is absolutely worth it. System, show the rule. The system promptly displayed the new rules content. Rule: all Academy dungeon monsters automatically evolve into origin monsters. Origin monsters? Qixing pondered. Wait. All the Academy dungeon monsters evolve into origin monsters. Though he wasn't entirely sure what origin entailed, he recalled defeating an origin monster in an Frank dungeon and earning over 10 million experience points. Qixing gasped. If all dungeon monsters are of that caliber. His voice trembled with shock. If I activate this rule's permissions, the entire Academy could become gods in just one day. The rules were so powerful that Qixing couldn't help but feel excited. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining with anticipation. System, activate the rule permissions for me. With a command, Qixing didn't hesitate for a moment, quickly tapping confirm on the virtual panel. Ding! The system notification sounded. The current academy rules are at 10, reaching the maximum level for the academy. Please upgrade the academy level promptly. Rule activation failed. The rules have reached the limit. Li Qixing squinted his eyes, frowning slightly. He gently tapped the table, pondering. Activating the rule system prompts a query to help me better choose which rule to authorize. It turns out the system had set a trap long ago. The rules can be drawn indefinitely, but activating the rule permissions requires the academy to meet certain level requirements. A smile tugged at his lips. System, is there a rule for unlimited rule activation? Give me one of those. Li Qixing half-jokingly asked, his gaze lingering on the words rule activation failed on the panel, while the system prompted him to upgrade the academy. Academy upgrade requirements. 1. Enrollment, current students 510. 2. Expand academy instance resources, current instance resources 810. Only 2 ways to upgrade. Li Qixing tapped his chin with a finger. Enrollment, the academy needs just 5 more people to meet the requirement. Simple enough. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the training ground in the distance. However, not just anyone can join my super academy. I'm not planning to take the enrollment route. You can't just hand out eternal life and unlimited opportunities to everyone. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Returning to his seat, Li Qixing continued his analysis. Expanding instances isn't difficult. With our current strength, winning instances in the competition is a piece of cake. Getting 2 more instance resources will upgrade the academy. Also simple. He smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with confidence, filled with faith in the resource competition, and eagerly anticipating the rule where all academy instance monsters automatically evolve into origin monsters. Meanwhile, inside the instance building, Luyi was squatting alone outside the Goblin Castle instance entrance, his eyes fixed on the countdown timer above the passage. 7 hours, 36 minutes, and 29 seconds remaining. Reflect armor, I must get it this time. Luyi clenched his fists, staring intently at the cooldown timer of the instance, muttering to himself. Not even the King of Heaven can stop me from running this instance, unless it's the Dean. As time flew by, 7 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, 2 other level instances had refreshed, which Luyi generously let others take, while he stayed put at the Goblin Passage, patiently waiting. Finally, the cooldown reached 0, and the passage glowed brightly. Without hesitation, Luyi leapt in, entering the instance. Once inside, he quickly formed hand seals and cast a massive fireball spell to clear the instance. Congratulations on killing the instance mob. You gained 11 experience. Experience multiplied by 100. Congratulations on gaining 1100 experience. You killed the goblin boss, reaching the experience cap. Congratulations on leveling up to LV 124. Leveling up once, Luyi had no interest in feeling the changes brought by the level up. He smirked, thinking, others level up dozens of times in a clevel run, and I only leveled up once. Who has the mood to study levels? My biggest hope now is to drop that defensive artifact that Lupai wears. Using his mental energy, Luyi quickly searched for dropped equipment within the instance, scanning every corner with his eyes. Suddenly, a new notification popped up on the panel. Academy Rule Enhancement, all Academy students, extra level up 1. You leveled up once. Congratulations on receiving an additional rule granted level 1. Current level, LV 125. Luyi was stunned, his finger hovering in midair. A rule? My god, leveling up from monster farming grants extra levels. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. What kind of heaven-defying rule is this? Has the Dean created another new rule? Swallowing back his drool, Luyi quickly resumed his search for equipment, his eyes gleaming with desire for the unknown treasure. Leveling up can gradually be done following the Dean's rules, and eventually, you can achieve it. The immediate priority is to obtain the Thorn Mail. Otherwise, not only will you be controlled by your son, but also by Long Wu. It's a truly embarrassing situation. Luyi meticulously searched through the entire instance, but found no defensive equipment. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. If he couldn't get it the first time, he'd try a second time. He quietly exited the instance and continued waiting for the next opportunity. Lin Suying and Tao Yuqing stood in the corridor, exchanging puzzled glances. It's strange, why isn't Luyi rushing to clear high-level instances anymore? He's just sticking to the level goblins every day? Is there something unusual in there that we don't know about? The Dean's 11 rule. Even free levels aren't as important as the goblin instance. Of course, Long Wu and Lupai were unconcerned about this. They focused solely on their own progress. Spending time leveling up is better than getting into a fight with Luyi, Long Wu scoffed. Lupai clenched his fists, ambition gleaming in his eyes. Just a little more, and I'll be able to surpass my father. With the Academy's artifact's immunity to damage, as long as I exceed my father's level, I'll be able to control him again. For now, he dared not provoke his father, but his plans were clear. And so, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month went by, and the levels of all the Academy's students skyrocketed. Lupai leveled up 27 times. with 27 gifted levels from the system, reaching level 164, entering the 6th tier catastrophe level. Each time he leveled up, he would look smugly in the direction of his father. Lin Suying leveled up 21 times, with 21 gifted levels, reaching level 173, nearly reaching the maximum catastrophe level. Her strength was among the top in the academy. Tao Yuqing leveled up 23 times, with 23 gifted levels, reaching level 155, also entering the 6th tier catastrophe level. Her rapid progress surprised many veteran students. Even the diligent gatekeeper Long Wu leveled up 7 times, gaining 14 levels. Currently at level 192, he surpassed the 6th tier catastrophe level, reaching the creation level, standing more dignified and imposing at the academy's entrance. Meanwhile, Lu Yi only advanced 8 levels. After reaching level 100, clearing the goblin instance once barely earned him a level. In the later stages, even clearing it twice didn't guarantee a level up. He quickly became the weakest student in the academy, with a level of only 141, not even entering the 6th tier catastrophe level. However, perseverance paid off. After countless attempts, he finally obtained the coveted goblin armor, a green armor that made one's heart race. That day, Lu Yi wore a rare smile. He carefully donned the armor, tidied up his security uniform, and even styled his sparse hair into a wavy look using a small flame. I, Lu Yi, am finally having my moment, he murmured to himself in front of the mirror. Ha! Long Wu, you have no idea what I've been through these days. Watching your levels shoot up one after another made me so envious. With these thoughts, Lu Yi strutted confidently to the academy's entrance. Long Wu, let's spar. He puffed out his chest and assumed a fighting stance. Bang! Long Wu punched Lu Yi directly on the nose, showing no mercy. Blood gushed from Lu Ye's nose, staining his freshly tidied security uniform. Academy rules grant immunity to damage from academy artifacts, Long Wu stated coldly. What the? Lu Yi was stunned, holding his bleeding nose. Immunity? Immunity to damage? There's an additional rule about academy artifacts? Why didn't that brat Lupai tell me? Damn Lupai, I'm going to beat him up. Clutching his nose, Lu Yi hurriedly found Lupai. However, after being controlled once more, Lupai removed his concealment badge, revealing his level openly. Seeing his son's level far surpassing his own, Lu Yi was utterly dejected. That day, Lu Yi was controlled twice, and his mood hit rock bottom. Why on earth did I go to all that trouble to get this equipment? Squatting in the corner of the instance building, Lu Yi took out his phone, ready to vent on the professional forum. What the heck? Seeing the pinned post in the Nion City section, Lu Ye's eyes lit up. After quickly scanning the content, he exited the post and frantically messaged in the Super God chat group. First security guard Lu Yi Li Qixing. Sir, it's announced. The participating academies for the resource competition have been announced. Dean, are you there? Please let me participate in this competition. I'm begging you. I went through so much trouble to get the Thorn Mail, and I can't find anyone to counter in the academy. Please let me counter someone in the competition. Sir, I'm begging you. Give me a chance. I'm about to get depressed. Lin Suying. It's really announced. Our academy is listed. Wow. Lu Uncle, did you get an artifact with built-in Thorn Mail from the goblins? Can you tell us the effects? I want to get one too. After the competition, I want to visit home. There's an 11 instance there. I'll, apply to bring it to the academy. Star brother Lu Xiaopi. What the heck? What's going on? Boss, why are those dumb academies all targeting us with insults? Li Qixing, boss, please approve. I, at the catastrophe level, want to beat the crap out of those academy deans. In the professional forum, under the Nion City section, Lupai and other students from the Super God Academy were intently focused on the screen, browsing a prominently pinned post. The post titled, Nion City Academy Competition Roster Announced, had already amassed over 60,000 comments, indicating its immense popularity. The original post was straightforward. The annual Academy Resource Competition is about to begin. Below are the names of the academies participating this year, listed without any particular order, so no need to overthink it. 1. Top Stream Academy, 620 new students. Admission requirement, above level 15. 2. Nion Academy, 517 new students. Admission requirement, above level 15. 3. Star Academy, 879 new students. Admission requirement, above level 10. 4. Talent Academy, 1,002 new students. Admission requirement, above level 8. 5. Mighty Academy, 2,332 new students. Admission requirement, above level 5. 6. Rainbow Assist University, 1,003 new students. Admission requirement, above level 5. 7. Super God Academy, unknown number of new students, fewer than 10. Admission requirements unknown. Finally, countdown to the resource competition, 9 days. The comments section erupted, with replies pouring in rapidly. Wow, only 7 academies this year. Weren't there 12 last year? This can't be right. Several have closed down again. One user shared more details. Haha, you might not know, but my friend got accepted to Grand City Academy, and it closed down before they even registered. Now they're stuck grinding monsters in the suburbs. Without academy resources, they're done for. Supporters voice their opinions for their favorite academies. Of course, Topstream Academy is number one. Their admission standards are always so strict. Nion Academy may have declined, but it's still standing strong. Suddenly, someone noticed an anomaly at the end of the list. Hey, did anyone see the last one? Wow, Super God Academy, what's that? Less than 10 new students, impressive. Haha, that's hilarious. Who's even heard of Super God Academy? Less than 10 students. Was it just founded this year? That's just not up to standard. How did the founder even have the guts to start an academy? A comment caught more attention. I know this academy. Super God Academy, Principal Li Qixing, and its only student Lupai were both my classmates from secondary school number 2. I can't believe it. Li Qixing actually started an academy. He was just an ordinary guy who lost his job a week after changing careers. Wasn't that a huge deal back then? The discussion quickly turned to the financial aspects of starting an academy. Principal Li Qixing? No way. I remember he was quite wealthy, but enough to start an academy? That must cost billions. A user claiming to have visited Super God Academy countered. Billions? That's a joke. I've been there, and the whole place probably cost a few million at most. I even broke 2 of their streetlights. Damn, too bad the guard was tough. On my second visit, he knocked out 9 of my teeth. Who would have thought that trashy Super God Academy could qualify for the resource competition? A user named Ran Wenshu issued a challenge. Everyone, mark my words, my name is Ran Wenshu. When the resource competition starts, I'll break that Lupai's teeth. I'm just a humble student at Nion Academy, currently level 19, and just passed the academy's selection. The final comment was filled with astonishment. Wow, already level 19? As expected from students of Nion Academy, they've managed to level up 4 times in just half a month. It's like they're flying. Watching them, I can't help but grit my teeth. I'm a student at the Qixing Academy of Ascension. While I might not be the top of my class, I did pass the academy's selection exams, barely reaching the threshold of level 8. Compared to them, I'm far behind. However, looking at that last academy in the post with only a handful of students, challenging them shouldn't be a problem, right? And as for Super Academy, I hope to encounter them in the competition and see just how strong these so-called super students are. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Rongyo, a student from Top Tier Academy. Haha, today is finally the day. I've passed the selection exams, and now I'm at level 21. Super Academy, Lupai, Li Qixing, you idiots. Just wait, I'm ready to knock your teeth out. In the final stage of the competition, there's a free challenge segment, and I'm all set to challenge the head of Super Academy directly. What a coincidence to have such an opportunity. But speaking of which, is the head of Super Academy really just an ordinary person? If our academy loses face in the competition, I'll go find the head of Super Academy for a spar. We can't end up in last place, after all. Are your levels really that low? I'm already at level 25. Is there really no one who can defeat me? If no one can beat me at level 25, then you lower level ones don't stand a chance. A long-time lurker finally let out a disdainful laugh, put away their phone, and continued leveling up in the dungeon. The comments in the post mostly treated Super Academy as lambs to the slaughter. Clearly, many people didn't take Super Academy's strength seriously. However, a few self-proclaimed geniuses set their sights on academies they deemed worthy opponents, completely dismissing Super Academy, as they believed it wasn't worthy of their time. Huh, all just trash not worth noticing. Like me, I'm almost at level 29, and in a few days, I'll be aiming for level 30. Once I reach full level, I'll show you what true invincibility looks like. Yet the silent genius wasn't interested in this war of words, only smirking inwardly, quietly gathering strength, and waiting for their moment to shine. Li Qixing sat in his office, focused intently on his work, temporarily unaware of the buzz on the forum. It wasn't until someone tagged him in a group chat that he diverted his attention to open the trending post. The screen displayed news that only 7 academies from Nion City were participating, and the post had gained remarkable traction, surpassing 100,000 comments in less than half a day. He quickly scanned the list of participating academies and, after confirming his own academy was included, exited the page. At that moment, a new pinned post caught his eye. The city lord had unexpectedly announced the resource rewards for this year's competition. The post's title read, "Details of rewards for top 3 academies announced. Please inform all academies." And the author was none other than the city lord himself. Driven by curiosity, Li Qixing immediately clicked to view the details. The rewards for 3rd place were prominently listed first. 1 suburban teleportation array, 100 job change books, 100 beginner skill books, 100 small attack scrolls, along with 2 level dungeons, 2 level dungeons, and 1 level dungeon. No wonder it's a national level reward. Li Qixing's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Even 3rd place gets 5 dungeon resources. He couldn't help but anticipate how generous the rewards for 2nd and 1st place might be. As he continued to browse, the reward list for 2nd place left him stunned. 1 nationwide teleportation array, 200 various job change and skill books, 100 blue potion recovery agents, 100 pieces of platinum-grade equipment, along with 6 level dungeons, 6 level dungeons, 2 level dungeons, and 1 level dungeon. A total of 15 dungeons. Li Qixing's eyes widened slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. If we could secure these resources, the Academy wouldn't have to worry about resources for at least a year and a half. He calculated silently. The entire Academy consisted of only 6 people including himself, and these dungeons would be more than sufficient for their use, especially with the new rules in place, potentially boosting the Academy's strength significantly. It seems the nation is indeed wealthy, he chuckled softly, his gaze continuing downward, eager to see the first-place rewards. When he saw the first-place reward list, he couldn't help but gasp. 1 nationwide multi-person teleportation array, 100 various advanced skill books and scrolls, 100 red potion recovery agents, 3 pieces of legendary equipment, along with 10 level dungeons, 10 level dungeons, 10 level dungeons, 5 level dungeons, 3 level dungeons, plus a slot for the city resource competition. 38 dungeons. Li Qixing muttered to himself, his eyes shining with astonishment and desire. Such an immense amount of resources could propel any academy's strength to new heights. It was only then he realized the annual resource competition could yield such incredible rewards. His thoughts began to wander, particularly intrigued by the final reward slot in the city resource competition. Would competing with other cities offer even more substantial resources? He pondered, his eyes reflecting calculation and anticipation. For Li Qixing, more dungeon resources were undoubtedly better. He was acutely aware of the vast gap between his academy and others. Regular academies operated collectively, with groups tackling dungeons together to level up, rarely encountering cooldown periods after clearing. However, their situation was vastly different. The rise of Qixing Academy. Especially for the higher-level dungeons, there is never a cooldown period because no one can defeat the bosses. However, at Qixing Academy, individuals clear dungeons one by one in seconds, resulting in longer cooldown periods. One skill is enough to take down any boss. Therefore, as levels increase, the Academy will undoubtedly require more dungeon resources. Li Qixing frowned slightly, tapped a few times on the light screen, and exited the forum post. He quickly switched to the Academy group chat, and his fingers flew over the virtual keyboard. Everyone, have you all seen the rewards for the resource competition? Do you want to ascend to godhood? If we secure this year's resources, everyone at Qixing Academy will become gods. As soon as the message was sent, the group chat erupted with a flood of replies. Without lingering, Li Qixing put away his communicator and strode towards the equipment building. It's been a while since I checked my equipment stash, he murmured to himself. With the resource competition approaching, it's always good to prepare a few more artifacts in my space ring. Although he was confident in his abilities and saw his opponents as mere novices, caution was never a bad thing. Moments later, Li Qixing pushed open the heavy metal doors of the equipment building, his divine power flowing naturally, instantly taking in the entire treasury. 1,017 artifacts. He was slightly taken aback. Has the equipment really exceeded 1,000 pieces? If they were to leave the academy, would it cause a devaluation nationwide? Shaking his head, Li Qixing didn't dwell on the thought. He moved through the treasury, occasionally pointing at an artifact to transfer it into his space ring. He selected various types of artifacts: offensive, defensive, supportive, healing, until he had gathered a total of 100 pieces. There's still time to refresh a level dungeon before the competition, he pondered. I might as well use it myself. Once the resources are replenished, I'll tackle level dungeons, and level ones can be left for the students. With his decision made, Li Qixing turned and left the equipment building, heading towards his villa. Little did he know, at that moment, Jiang Guodong, the city lord, had posted another pinned message on the professional forum. Competition rules pinned post. Author: equipment is also a symbol of strength, and this competition will not restrict the use of any equipment. This brief post ignited the forum even more than the previous pinned posts. We can use equipment in the competition. Oh my, if you have a high-level piece of equipment, you're sure to win. Principals from various academies hurried to convene emergency meetings to devise new strategies for the upcoming competition. In the meeting room of the Top Flow Academy, the atmosphere was tense yet enthusiastic. Principal, this year's rewards are double those of last year, one mentor said excitedly. I suggest we use all of the academy's resources and spare no effort to secure first place. There are 38 dungeons, including 3 level ones. If we obtain these resources, our mentors will also have the opportunity to advance further. Another mentor added, Principal, our academy has 12 pieces of gold-level equipment and 3 platinum pieces. In terms of equipment reserves, except for Nion Academy, no one can compete with us. If you are willing to lend out that legendary artifact in your possession, our academy will surely take first place. Principal, this resource competition also includes spots for the city resource competition, a third mentor analyzed. I suspect the City Lord wants to determine the strongest academy between Nion and us. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation where the use of equipment is unrestricted. Using equipment means it's a contest of resources. Principal, please make your decision. Meanwhile, the meeting room in Nion Academy was equally lively. The City Lord is allowing the use of equipment, one mentor said in surprise. It seems he has high hopes for our academy. Principal, you decide, another mentor suggested. Since the City Lord has allowed equipment use, it's an opportunity for us. The new students' combat power may not be at the top level, but with equipment, we can surely sweep all the academies. 6 platinum pieces, 3 legendary ones, what can Top Flow compete with? The mentor's eyes sparkled with excitement, confident that the added equipment would secure their victory. All right, the principal nodded emphatically. Since the City Lord has given us this opportunity, Nion Academy will not disappoint. Notify everyone that all participants should go to the equipment building to select their gear. After speaking, he stood up and bowed deeply in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. City Lord, I understand your intentions. Once we secure the resources, I will fully prepare for the city competition. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Jiang Guodong, after sending the final post, checked his space ring again. Inside lay 2 legendary defensive artifacts, glowing softly under the light. With these 2 defensive artifacts, I'll save them for Li Gongzi in the final stage, he muttered to himself. Otherwise, if Gongzi gets injured, I can't explain it to old Master Lin. A complex emotion flickered in Jiang Guodong's eyes. For Gongzi, if the competition isn't fair, then so be it. After all, Old Master will take Gongzi back to the Magic City afterward. That's the most perfect arrangement. He sighed deeply, his eyes filled with regret. Gongzi, I can protect you from physical harm, but the emotional wounds, you'll have to bear on your own. The artifacts only offer defense, with no offensive effects. In the free challenge stage, anyone could overpower you. I hope you're able to withstand it. Alas, the path of a professional, the path of the academy, is one you really can't walk. Jiang Guodong let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with regret. It seemed he could already envision Li Qixing being targeted and overwhelmed in the competition. Shaking his head, Jiang Guodong immediately began preparing the competition plan. For the first round, he decided to stick with the traditional format. Teams of new students from each academy would compete in dungeon challenges, testing their overall strength. The academy that completed the challenge the fastest would win, while the bottom 2 would be eliminated. For the second round, Jiang Guodong frowned in thought and decided on a change. The usual unknown battles often took too much time. So this year, he opted for a free-for-all brawl, with the academy having the most participants left standing on the stage declared the winner. The final round would be a free challenge match, where each academy would have 3 opportunities to challenge others. The one with the most victories would win. The academy winning all 3 rounds would naturally claim the top resources, while the second and third places would be determined based on their performances. In no time, Jiang Guodong had organized and posted the detailed competition plan on the forum. After completing this, he used a teleportation scroll to leave the City Lord's mansion. Since young Master Li would be participating, he needed to report the situation to Elder Lin and confirm if any further adjustments were necessary. Days quickly passed by. On this day, only one day remained before the resource competition. Li Qixing spent a small sum to have uniforms made for the academy white tracksuits with Super God embroidered on the chest. As the dean, he chose his favorite black Zhongshan suit for himself. When the new uniforms arrived at the school, everyone looked thrilled. The reason was simple. They felt immense pride in being part of the Super God Academy. Tomorrow marks the start of the resource competition. Li Qixing addressed the students, his gaze sweeping over them. You should have all seen the information on the forum. The location is at the sports hall of Top Stream Academy. He raised one finger. With your current level, the competition will be a breeze. I have only 2 requests. First, as high-quality students of Super God Academy, don't completely crush the other academies. Raising a second finger, his tone turned stern. Second, for anyone who dares to provoke the Super God Academy, crush them utterly. Make sure their own mother wouldn't recognize them, and don't show any mercy. Li Qixing looked around. That's all for now. You've all worked hard recently. After I finish the level dungeon, I'll let you relax. Uncle Lu, he turned to the side. You haven't been home in a while, right? Later, bring Aunt Mimi along, and we'll have an outdoor barbecue on the top floor of the cafeteria. Have some beer, and you won't need to be on duty tonight. All right, let's not waste time. Give me a second. With that, Li Qixing, wearing his dean's attire, strode into the leveled dungeon portal. What did the boss just say? As soon as Li Qixing entered the dungeon, Lupai excitedly exclaimed, Damn, anyone who provokes the Super God Academy should be crushed. I've been itching to take down those scoundrels on the forum. Lupai, does the goblin armor really reflect damage? Lin Suying curiously asked. She had acquired a piece of armor that seemed powerful based on its description but was uncertain. With the Academy's rules in place, I can't test its effects. I asked Tao Yuqing to try it, and it seemed to nullify damage completely. It's definitely effective, Lu Yi assured. patting his chest before awkwardly scratching his head. Lin, if you don't believe me, ask my dad. His leg was nearly broken by the reflection. Ahem, maybe we should change the subject? In the past few days, everyone except Tao Yuqing had acquired a piece of reflective armor. While everyone was working hard for goblin armor, Lu Yi took advantage of the situation, completing a level dungeon run. On that day, a level dungeon was conveniently refreshed. The headmaster was engrossed in his books in the study, while Lu Yi was helping tidy up the villa. Coincidentally, he got another chance to enter the level dungeon. The Academy's rule of 11 accelerated his level progression, and he had now reached the 7th transformation at level 201, crossing the threshold of 200 levels. Only he and the headmaster were aware of this achievement, keeping it a secret from others. The higher his level, the more benefits he felt, thanks to the shielding badge. After being overshadowed by his son and Long Wu, the headmaster became notably low-key, often concealing his strength to avoid standing out, even if it was just a few levels higher, which made him uncomfortable. Similarly, Lupai also kept a low profile due to the Academy's artifact damage reduction rule. Knowing he couldn't compete with Long Wu and fearing his father's punishment, he worked hard, doing chores like making coffee, ordering takeout, and cutting fruit. Whenever he wasn't in a dungeon, he was always around Qixing. Eventually, the leader kicked him and ordered, "Stop wandering around and go run a dungeon." When the level dungeon refreshed, Lupai entered successfully. With his level rising rapidly and the 11 bonus, he reached level 203, just shy of the pinnacle of transformation. This rapid advancement satisfied him, but he knew he had to keep it a secret, especially from his father. Everyone's levels had increased significantly, yet they kept it to themselves. Only Tao Yuqing couldn't afford a shielding badge, so her level was easily seen. "Wow, Yuqing, you're already at level 180. Lin Suying exclaimed, then leaned in to whisper. "The Flevel Treant Forest dungeon is refreshing soon. Could you let me run it once? I've been busy with armor and haven't leveled up in ages. You know, I'm doing it for the Academy, and it's tough to get permission for a level dungeon at home." Looking at the Suntor Fresh Treant Forest, Lin Suying was nearly in tears. Though feeling a bit helpless, Tao Yuqing agreed. After all, everyone was busy for the Academy, so how could she refuse? She knew that after completing the first dungeon task, there would be no further objections. In the level dungeon, Qixing's skill immediately earned him over 50 million experience points. The system notifications chimed. "Ding! Your experience has reached the limit. Congratulations on reaching level 201. Then again, ding! Your experience has reached the limit. Congratulations on reaching level 205. And ding! Academy Rule 11 bonus. You've leveled up 5 times. Congratulations on receiving 5 bonus levels. Current level is 210. As his level increased, Qixing felt the progression slowing, requiring more experience for each level past 200. A single level dungeon only resulted in 10 level ups, which felt too slow. Sighing, Qixing realized that only the upcoming resource competition might offer more opportunities. He hoped to accelerate his progress by unlocking the source monster rule. However, he didn't pay much attention to points, as the Academy's level hadn't increased, so he temporarily ignored them. After the dungeon, Qixing and the others spent some time collecting dropped equipment. They then went to the rooftop of the cafeteria for an open-air barbecue, eating, drinking, and chatting. It was a rare moment of relaxation, and no one mentioned leveling up, as if they had a mutual understanding. The next day, the resource competition began as scheduled. Lupai and the others gathered early at the Academy's entrance. Qixing looked around at the eager participants and decided, "Who's staying to guard the gate? Never mind, everyone go to the equipment building and bring everything. Artifacts, scrolls, skill books, bring them all. After we get the rewards, we'll return them to the equipment building. The Academy isn't going anywhere. Everyone must participate in this competition." Qixing waved his hand, signaling them to gather all the equipment, while he went to the dungeon building to collect all the dungeon storage boxes, preparing to put them in his space ring. Then he thought, with nearly 2,000 artifacts in the equipment building, taking them all would be too flashy. He slapped his forehead. What was I thinking? Carrying around these show-off items isn't wise. In the midst of the busy preparations, no one noticed Lu Pai's sudden self-reproach, as everyone remained filled with anticipation for the upcoming competition. After tidying up everything at the Academy, Qixing and his group slowly made their way towards Topstream Academy. As their figures disappeared from view, the space at the Academy's entrance suddenly rippled, and an elderly man with a hunched back stepped out. The old man had a head full of silver hair and a face lined with deep wrinkles like ravines. He was enveloped in an unsettling aura of death that was invisible to the naked eye. He looked up at the plaque of the Ultra God Academy, and his voice, filled with sorrow, said, "Is this the Academy Shing founded? It's been a whole decade, and I'm late." Leaning on his cane, he inspected the Academy step by step. He first arrived at the equipment building, his mental power instantly covering the entire structure, only to find it empty. Shing has nothing at all. His anger surged. "Damn Li Zhantian, Not only did you neglect her, but you forced me to swear. I didn't expect you to neglect and impoverish her. Li Zhantian, doesn't your conscience hurt? Then he went to the principal's office. The most ordinary furnishings and cheap furniture met his eyes, deepening his heartache. When he reached the equipment building and found not even a single replica, he couldn't help but curse. Li Zhantian, you stingy old man. You won't even give Shinger a replica? The old man's mental power covered the entire academy, revealing poverty at every turn. He sighed deeply. 2 years. I can live for at least 2 more years. Li Zhantian, you made me swear not to interfere in Shinger's affairs, but if I joined the academy as a student, it shouldn't be considered breaking my vow, right? He made a firm decision. In these 2 years, I will ensure Shinger has everything a true principal should have. Whether she's an ordinary person or without a profession, what's wrong with going crazy with her for 2 years? If she truly wants to walk this path, I would beg the Dragon Emperor to protect her for a century, to ensure she has no regrets in this life. After saying this, the old man abruptly turned around and tore open the space. Shinger, the abyss is the best place to forge divine artifacts. Grandpa Charon will bring back an artifact that even ordinary people can use. When I return, your academy will at least reach star level. After the old man disappeared, an urgent conversation erupted in the conference hall of the demon capital. Has old Leon gone to the abyss? A middle-aged man with a terrifying aura exclaimed. In his current state of only level 300, it's a death wish. He immediately ordered, have the blood god locate old Leon at once. I will personally bring him back. These founding heroes who have fought for the country all their lives must not meet with accidents unless it's their time. Before leaving, the powerful man made arrangements. Also, have Yang Ao from the Great Nation Academy temporarily take over as principal. He's reached level 400 and is a first-turn full-level deity, more than qualified. With that, he tore open the space with one hand and vanished in an instant. At this moment, inside the gymnasium of Nanyuan City's top stream academy. At this moment, the gymnasium was already filled with high-ranking officials from various academies. The most striking figure in the vast venue was Jiang Guodong, the city lord. In the center of the gymnasium's main stand, an elderly man with silver hair and a silver robe, none other than Chen Xiannan, the principal of the top stream academy, respectfully greeted Jiang Guodong and gestured, City Lord, please take the seat of honor. The main stand had 10 seats reserved for the city lord and the principals of the various academies. Jiang Guodong sat with a smile in the central position and began conversing with Chen Xiannan. Mr. Chen, there are quite a few resources in this year's competition. How confident are you? Sir, what do you mean by confidence? Chen Xiannan replied confidently. Since its inception, Top Stream Academy has never lost. We are called the Top Stream for a reason. Nion Academy is outdated. Sir, you will surely be impressed. With that, he took a seat next to Jiang Guodong. The arrangement of seats on the main stand was meticulously planned according to the academy rankings in Jiang Guodong's forum post. The city lord sat in the center, flanked by seats for Top Stream Academy and Nanyuan Academy, while Qixing's Super God Academy was placed at the far right. At this moment, Hong Fei, the principal of Nanyuan Academy, walked up to the stand. Chen Xiannan greeted him with a smile and a gesture of respect. Ah, Principal Hong, you're early. Hong Fei first paid his respects to Jiang Guodong. Good morning, City Lord. Then he coolly greeted Chen Xiannan. Good morning, Principal Chen. Jiang Guodong courteously smiled and said, Please sit, Principal Hong. It seems you are well prepared. As Li Qixing also found his seat, the principals on the main stand were all present, though the competitive tension between them led to a lack of small talk. Meanwhile, the participating students around the venue were already in place. Suddenly, laughter erupted in the venue. Look over there. Is that the Super God Academy section? Only 5 people? They can't even gather 20 participants. But soon, the laughter turned into murmurs of astonishment. Wait a minute, why does that guy with the curly blonde hair look so familiar? Oh my, isn't that Lu Yi, the head of the Lu family? What's going on? Lu Yi, a level 4 destruction master, is one of their students. And that security guard who knocked out my tooth is a catastrophic level super strongman. Voices of outrage echoed. City Lord, Super God Academy is cheating. Does Lu Yi have no shame? His own son is in Super God Academy, and he's wearing the uniform to compete for resources? One of the strongest in Nanyuan City, doing something like this? When the lineup for the Super Academy appeared on the big screen, the stadium erupted in chaos. Various deans jumped from their seats, glaring at the name Lu Yi on the list. Lu Yi, have you no shame? One dean jeered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. This is a competition for the young. What are you, an old-timer, doing here? Lord Mayor, Principal Hong Fei stood up, a fighting spirit gleaming in his eyes. Since Lu Yi is entering, I suppose it's fine if I challenge him. Principal Chen Xiannan also sneered. Lu Yi, you've been stuck at the 4th level destruction grade for 10 years. Are you here to embarrass yourself? Want me to spar with you first? Even Mayor Jiang Guodong regarded Lu Yi with a peculiar look, puzzled. Wasn't this guy working as a security guard? How did he suddenly become a contestant? And even Long Wu is joining in on this. Damn, it seems I've been recognized. Lu Yi suddenly stood up, looking around the room. He was here for two reasons: to secure first place for the principal, and to complete the job change task that had been pending for 10 years. If everyone has a problem with me, Lu Ye's voice was thick with provocation. Then I have a suggestion: why don't you all come at me together? To be blunt, aside from our principal, the rest of you here are nothing but trash. His voice echoed through the stadium, causing an uproar. Nearby, Lupai glanced at his father and muttered under his breath, "Damn, Dad really pulled it off this time." His eyes were filled with admiration. At that moment, Li Qixing's voice suddenly rang out. "Uncle Lu, according to the mayor's plan, you and Uncle Wu don't need to step in. With Lu Pai and the other two girls, it's more than enough." This statement caused an even greater commotion. The crowd looked at him in disbelief. Lu Pai and those two girls? Enough? At least Lu Yi could back up his bravado. But you, an ordinary principal, are just stirring up trouble. The entire stadium was thrown into a clamor by this exchange, with a tense atmosphere hanging in the air. Haha, Lu Yi has some skills to back up his bravado. But you, the dean, are just an ordinary person. Why are you trying to act tough? The room fell silent instantly, with everyone's eyes like sharp arrows aimed at Li Qixing. A heavy air of indescribable awkwardness and mockery hung in the atmosphere. Not cool, someone muttered under their breath. Inwardly, everyone at the scene was skeptical. If the head of the Top Stream Academy or Nion Academy had said that, it might have been somewhat believable. After all, those academies recruit the most talented and powerful students in Nion City. With the support of top-notch equipment, selecting 3 of the most outstanding students to compete could indeed win the match. But Super God Academy? What kind of trash academy is that? A bottom-ranked, non-mainstream academy daring to claim that 3 students are enough to win the competition? A wave of silent ridicule swept through the hearts of the participating students, their eyes full of disdain. Such arrogance. Making grand claims without the strength to back them up. On the main stand, the deans of the 6 major academies glanced at Li Qixing in unison. In their eyes, a third-rate academy like his, led by an ordinary dean without a profession, didn't even deserve the right to speak, let alone act important. The deans merely gave Li Qixing a cursory glance before choosing to completely ignore him. Engaging with such an academy would only lower their own standards. All right, then let Lu Yi and another student observe. Jiang Guodong nodded. After all, this is a freshman competition, and it's indeed inappropriate for them to participate. Jiang Guodong found it difficult to refuse initially. Now that Li Qixing voluntarily suggested Lu Yi and Long Wu withdraw, it was naturally the best outcome. If Li Qixing had insisted on their participation, Jiang Guodong would have had little to say. The current arrangement was undoubtedly the best choice. Lord Mayor, let's begin. Li Qixing nodded, slowly sitting down without showing any emotion. All right, Jiang Guodong nodded slightly towards Li Qixing, then turned to face the massive field at the center of the stadium. The first round of the competition is a test of each academy's freshmen's overall combat power in a team dungeon run. The academy that completes it the fastest will win the first round. After announcing the competition rules, Jiang Guodong flipped his wrist. Whoosh! 7 beams of light shot towards the stadium's center, forming 7 flickering circles on the ground. These were Flevel dungeon portals, each representing an entry point for the scores of the 7 academies. The resource competition officially begins now. Who will go first? Jiang Guodong asked, leaving the initiative to the academies. I'll go, announced the dean sitting next to Li Qixing, rising slowly. He was Liao Kai, the dean of the 7 Colors Flying Academy. Liao Kai knew his academy's strength was already relatively low. If other academies went first, their scores might completely demoralize his students. By going first, while his students were full of fighting spirit, they could perform at their best. Besides, even if their results weren't ideal, Super God Academy would still rank lower. Lord Mayor, our 7 Colors Flying Academy wishes to go first. Liao Kai respectfully requested Jiang Guodong with a bow. Go ahead, Dean Liao, Jiang Guodong responded curtly. Then, Liao Kai turned his attention to his academy's section, his voice booming. All 7 Colors Flying Academy students, step forward. Clap, clap, clap. 20 students marched towards the center of the stadium in perfect formation, their presence commanding and impressive. Wow, the quality of the 7 Colors Flying Academy's freshmen this year is quite impressive, someone remarked in surprise. The best student has even reached level 19. That's remarkable. As the students of Qixing Academy marched into the arena in perfect formation, whispers filled the gymnasium. Students from various academies quickly used their appraisal skills, eyes gleaming with evaluation, and soon, data appeared before them: 12 at level 10, 11 at level 15, 5 at level 16, and astonishingly, 1 at level 19. Did Qixing start a boot camp this year? A spectator asked in surprise. How did they manage to train a level 19 student? The principal of Dali Academy stood on the stands, his eyes fixed on the students from Qixing, his brow furrowing unconsciously. Qixing and Dali had always been at the bottom, and this sudden surge in Qixing's strength this year made him feel pressured. What was even more surprising was that all 12 level 10 students were equipped with silver-grade gear, and the strongest among them even wore a platinum-grade artifact. This discovery brought a hint of confusion to the Dali principal's eyes. Where did Qixing Academy get platinum equipment? Of course, in the eyes of the top-tier academy and Nion Academy, this level of strength was still insignificant. A third-rate university is just a third-rate university, a student from Nion Academy sneered. Such an academy shouldn't even be in Nion City. Without resources this year, Qixing should just bow out. The murmurs continued in the gymnasium as Liao Kai stood at the forefront of the Qixing Academy team, issuing a command under immense pressure. Students, show your strength. Let's go. With his words, Qixing's 20 students swiftly entered the dungeon channel. As the last one disappeared, the timer above the channel started ticking. After the first batch of the competition began, the principals of various academies were in no rush to send their students in. They knew well the slower the work, the finer the result, and showing impressive scores at the end could significantly boost the academy's reputation. Time flew by, and 30 minutes passed. Liao Kai stood at the entrance of the channel, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. During internal practices, their best time was 41 minutes and 28 seconds, and he wasn't sure if they could break that record today. Another 10 minutes passed, and the dungeon channel finally lit up, the countdown ending 40 minutes. Qixing Academy had achieved a time of 40 minutes. That's a great score, someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. The face of the Dali Academy principal turned extremely grim. Their best internal practice score was 45 minutes, and he hadn't expected Qixing to be a full 5 minutes faster. Looks like I'll be last again this year, he thought to himself. Then his eyes brightened. No, there's still Qixing Academy at the bottom. With that thought, he breathed a sigh of relief and inadvertently glanced at Li Qixing. Lord Mayor, the Dali principal clasped his hands in salute to Jiang Guodong, his voice heavy. Please allow Dali Academy to go next for the second batch of the competition. Please. Jiang Guodong returned the gesture, signaling his approval. The Dali principal sprang into action, and with a command, his students quickly lined up. Although their highest level was only 17, their overall combat power was similar to Qixing's. Students, no pressure, the Dali principal addressed the team. Even if we score an hour, Qixing Academy will be at the bottom. Just perform normally, and if possible, surpass Qixing. Begin. With his words, the eyes of the Dali Academy students burned with fighting spirit, their faces full of determination. If we can't beat Qixing, there's always Qixing. Our academy won't be last. Catch up to Qixing with all your might. Let's go. Chanting their slogans, they charged into the dungeon channel with high morale, disappearing from everyone's sight. Damn it, what the hell is this? Super God Bottom. What kind of slogan is that? In the waiting area for the Super God Academy competition, Lupai and Lin Suying sat with a few others, their faces full of discontent, mocking the so-called slogan. Lupai's gaze was fixed on Dean Dali like a predator eyeing its prey, his eyes blazing with anger. In the last round, I'll challenge you and show you what it means to be at the bottom, Lupai said through gritted teeth, his facial muscles taut with rage. I'm so pissed off. I'm going to beat every Dean, except our own, he declared, his eyes burning with determination, his teeth clenching audibly, exuding a defiant aura. Beside Lupai, Lu Yi was equally furious, his brow furrowed, fists clenching and unclenching unconsciously. Damn it, so what if I'm older? Am I not a legitimate student? Am I not a new student? Why can't I compete? He complained indignantly, his voice dripping with frustration. Damn, finally a chance to show off. Alas, the dean said not to participate, so there's nothing I can do. Lu Yi shook his head helplessly, glancing at his son, Lin Suying, and Tao Yuqing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of a brilliant idea. Damn it, our academy can crush everyone, Lu Yi said in a low, expectant voice. Once Lupai, Tao Yuqing, and the others take the stage and crush the competition, maybe those old guys won't be satisfied, and will let me have a shot too. If things go that way, maybe I'll get a chance to show off. With a glimmer of hope, Lu Yi started to feel excited, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Time flew by, and the timer for the dungeon in the center of the square reached 39 minutes and 52 seconds. The tension in the air was palpable as the time was about to surpass the Rainbow Academy. Buzz. At 59 seconds, the dungeon portal suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, capturing everyone's attention. Holy crap, Dean Dali exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief as he watched his academy's students emerge from the portal. The dungeon clear time was 39 minutes and 59 seconds, a full second faster than Rainbow Academy. This can't be happening. Liao Kai was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth slightly agape, wearing a look of disbelief. How did they surpass us out of nowhere? Ha, well done, my students of Dali Academy. Dean Dali laughed heartily, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Finally, we're not second to last. Dean Liao, are you surprised? I sure am. Our student Chong Chao outperformed yours by a second. Haha, it's exhilarating. Liao Kai's expression shifted from shock to embarrassment, but his laughter quickly ceased. Meanwhile, Star Academy couldn't hold back any longer and initiated the third batch of the competition. Wow. The students stepped onto the field in unison, eliciting gasps from the audience. 15 LV18, 10 LV20, and 4 LV23 contestants took the stage, with their strongest member reaching an intimidating LV25. Oh my god, is this the third-ranked academy? Their strength could crush everyone in our academy. Wow, maintaining the third position every year, their power is still astounding. The strongest boss in the Flevel dungeon is only LV15, and their students are 10 levels higher. My god, subtracting the time to find monsters, they might clear it in 20 minutes. After a wave of envious chatter, the Star Academy's dean stood up slowly, wearing a confident smile. Lord Mayor, the difficulty of the Flevel dungeon is too low to truly showcase our academy's strength, the Star Dean said with a confident chuckle. How about this? We apply to attempt a level dungeon. If our time is lower than Rainbow and Dolly, we'll consider it a loss. Wow. The Dean's proposal caused a stir, with surprised glances cast in his direction. They actually want to attempt a level dungeon and consider it a loss if their time isn't better than the others? How bold. The weakest monsters in a level dungeon are at least level 15. Dare to challenge a level dungeon? However, when everyone looked at the equipment from the Star Academy, they fell silent. It's undeniable that the gear was luxurious. The lowest tier was gold level. The top 3 students in terms of combat power each wielded a platinum level artifact. With such a lineup, even the cunning headmaster of Star Academy had orchestrated an impressive strategy. By suggesting to clear a level dungeon, the students could effortlessly gain experience and enhance their reputations. If the city lord doesn't mind, we're willing to challenge the level dungeon as well. The deans of various academies quietly awaited the city lord's response. Alright, since these dungeon rewards are part of the competition, Jiang Guodong nodded and waved his hand, revealing 5 level dungeon portals in the center of the plaza. Soon after, the portals of the other 5 academies lit up as well, showcasing Jiang Guodong's smooth actions. Thank you, City Lord. The Star Academy headmaster's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling secretly pleased. Always the third place. This year, he's aiming for second. Let's go. With the headmaster's command, the students of Star Academy entered the level dungeon. Inside the dungeon, everyone's eyes were fixed on the timer. As time ticked away, half an hour later, the portal glowed again. The time 31 minutes and 27 seconds. Wow. The result caused an uproar among the crowd. Faces were etched with shock. After all, the boss of a level dungeon was at level 30, a formidable maxed out existence for a first transition, with the weakest minion at level 15. For a group of just 20 from Star Academy to clear it with such a result was remarkable. Impressive. Jiang Guodong nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes. It seems that in 4 years, Star Academy may once again contribute many talents to the nation, greatly boosting Nanyun City's combat power. Who would have thought, with those enhancements, Star Academy could perform so well? Many chimed in with praise. Even the representatives from the top-tier academy and Nion Academy nodded in agreement. Next up was Qixing Academy. Star Academy had set a precedent by conquering the level dungeon, and Qixing was unwilling to lag behind, choosing to challenge the level dungeon as well. However, Qixing Academy's results were disappointing. Their completion time was 53 minutes and 41 seconds. Looks like I overestimated my students' abilities, the Qixing headmaster sighed, appearing somewhat helpless. After all, the competition was about the time taken to clear the dungeon, and choosing the level dungeon was partly due to his pride. Now, being second to last, Qixing Academy found itself in a tough spot in the first round, leaving him feeling a bit frustrated. I should have challenged the level dungeon. The Qixing headmaster muttered to himself, his regret evident. Dean Chen, will you go next, or should I? Hongfei glanced at Chen Xianan. Now, it was down to their 2 academies, and this battle was sure to be a fierce one. As for the Super Academy, it wasn't even worth mentioning, completely ignored. Dean Chen, I'm quite eager to see the quality of your top-tier academy's new students this year. Why don't you go first, Dean Chen? Hongfei spoke with a smile, his tone light, yet laced with a hint of challenge. He was well prepared this time, armed with 2 legendary artifacts, and was confident in securing the top spot. Very well, since Dean Hong wants to witness the prowess of the top tier, I shall not hold back. Chen Xianen stood up, wearing a confident smile as well, his gaze firmly fixed in the direction of the top-tier academy. With a commanding voice, he ordered, "Top tier, step forward." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, 20 students from the top-tier academy simultaneously activated their agility skills, darting forward like arrows towards the center of the square. Each movement left a clear afterimage behind them, as they advanced with a unified force that was truly imposing. Wow, are these really the top-ranked students from Nanyun City? Their aura is overwhelming, and their agility is off the charts. My goodness, are these what true geniuses look like? This is insane. I feel like any one of them could crush our entire academy. The surrounding audience erupted in exclamations, many unable to contain themselves, quickly using appraisal skills to scan the students from the top-tier academy. Gasp. The lowest level is LV20? Is that for real? 10 of them. All at LV20, not a single one lower. Our strongest is only LV17. How can we compete with that? The appraisal results revealed one by one, and the crowd was instantly in an uproar. The top 10 students were all at LV20, showcasing a formidable strength that was disheartening. Then came the second group of 15, all astonishingly at LV25. This revelation sent the audience into a frenzy. Unbelievable. With this power, they are undoubtedly number one. No way. How can the top-tier academy have so many prodigies? Look at those 4 LV30. Isn't that the max level for first transition? They're just one step away from entering the second transition mastery phase. Wow, there's even one at LV31. Doesn't that mean they've completed the transition and entered the mastery phase? The gasps of astonishment echoed, and all eyes were drawn to the sole LV31 student, filled with disbelief. The collective strength displayed by the top-tier academy utterly stunned everyone present. Even Dean Hongfei of Nion Academy couldn't hide a hint of awe in his expression. Despite coming prepared with legendary gear, he found himself feeling inadequate against such an overwhelming team lineup. However, he wasn't discouraged. His eyes quickly scanned the equipment on the top-tier students, and he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Only one legendary item among them. In terms of equipment, his Nion Academy still had a fighting chance. After all, Nion Academy is the oldest institution in Nion City, with a rich heritage that is not just in name. Yet in the eyes of other academies, the lineup of the top-tier academy at this moment was nothing short of a devastating force. Who can withstand this? The second transition mastery phase was already more than we could handle, and now they're wearing legendary gear? Are they not giving anyone else a chance? It's over. In the second round, we might as well concede when facing top-tier academy students. We simply can't compete. Shock, envy, fear, and even a trace of despair filled the air. The overwhelming strength displayed by the top-tier academy was beyond mere respect. It was intimidating. Chun Xiannan remained calm, his gaze sharp as a blade. Begin top tier. His voice resonated powerfully across the square. Show them what it means to be top tier. Students, the time to dominate the field has arrived. Let's go. Chun Xiannan's lips curled into a smile as he gave the order. Top tier, absolutely first class. The students of top tier academy shouted their slogan in unison, their voices filled with a dramatic flair. Then, they lined up and entered the level dungeon one by one, their figures gradually disappearing into the light. Walking at the back of the group, Chen Rongyo deliberately slowed his pace, turning to give Li Qixing a taunting smile. Li Qixing, do you realize the difference between you and a genius now? His eyes glinted with disdain. When the second round of battles begins, I'll make sure to crush everyone in your academy. He spat out the words viciously before striding into the dungeon entrance, disappearing with the rest of his team. As the strongest lineup from top-tier academy entered the dungeon, every eye in the audience was glued to the large screen displaying the countdown timer. The 31 minutes and 27 seconds achieved by Star Academy had already been astonishing, yet everyone estimated that top-tier academy's power was several times greater. In the audience, people held their breath, each eager to see what kind of miracle top-tier academy could create. The rich resource rewards made every second of this competition captivating. The time ticked away, each second echoing like a heartbeat. 21 minutes. 22 minutes. Buzz. Finally, the time stopped at 22 minutes and 38 seconds. Oh my god, they cleared it in just 22 minutes and 38 seconds. Wow, there are over 1,000 monsters in a level dungeon. I can't believe it. They cleared it in just 22 minutes and 38 seconds. Monstrous. They're absolutely monstrous. The students of Top Tier Academy are all monsters. A 20-person team, taking down 1,000 monsters in just 22 minutes and 38 seconds. How did they do it? Voices of shock and awe filled the air, as everyone was completely stunned by the result. On the main stand, Chun Xiannan stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. 3 seconds slower than I expected, he murmured to himself. These little rascals, just wait till we get back. Despite his words, the slight upward curve of his mouth showed his pride in his students. The gathering of such talented individuals was the result of his considerable efforts. Absolutely incredible. Jiang Guodong turned to Chun Xiannan, smiling. Principal Chun, I'm truly amazed. His eyes shone with admiration. Indeed, top-tier academy strength is a tremendous boon for Nion City. Especially that prodigy at level 31. Such talent will bring great prestige to Nion City no matter where they go. He praised sincerely. Your top-tier academy truly lives up to its name. It's all thanks to the nurturing of the Lord Mayor. The rise of top-tier couldn't have happened without you. Chun Xiannan replied smoothly, his compliment perfectly timed. Jiang Guodong's smile deepened, the wrinkles around his eyes easing. Next up, the final academy to compete, Hong Fei announced, standing up with a strong voice. As we reach the end of the first round, let Nion Academy take the stage. He didn't say much more, simply gesturing for the students of Nion Academy to enter. Nion Academy's strength was also formidable. Their team included 2 level 30 students, and their weakest members were on par with those from top-tier academy. In terms of overall combat power, they were slightly behind top-tier academy, but with their equipment, they were a force to be reckoned with. 3 legendary pieces of equipment, someone exclaimed. Wow, their resources are incredible. And 6 platinum-level pieces, their foundation is terrifying. Seeing Nion Academy reveal 3 pieces of legendary equipment glowing with strange lights, Chun Xiannan's expression grew serious, and he fell into contemplation. Whether he could secure first place in the first round was now uncertain. The competition continued, with Nion Academy stepping into the arena. The first moment of the first round became intriguing. While Nion Academy might not be a match for the top-tier academies in an unknown battle, this round was about overall strength. With the support of 3 legendary pieces of equipment, Nion Academy had sufficient power. Let's begin. Since we have the equipment, let's not embarrass ourselves. Hong Fei said sternly, briefly instructing his students to enter the instance. A buzzing sound filled the air as the level instance portal lit up with a blinding light, and all the participants from Nion Academy filed in, their figures quickly disappearing into the glow. The timer started ticking, and at this moment, Chun Xiannin frowned tightly for the first time, a look of unprecedented seriousness on his face. If he couldn't secure first place in all 3 rounds, he wouldn't deserve the top-tier title. He clenched his fist slightly, eyes fixed on the ever-changing numbers on the timer, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. On the other side, Hong Fei was also feeling a bit tense, leaning forward unconsciously with his hands clasped tightly. Despite the advantage of 3 legendary pieces of equipment, he wasn't entirely confident about surpassing the naturally gifted students of the top-tier academies. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had passed. Seeing no response from the portal, beads of sweat appeared on Hong Fei's forehead, and he kept wiping them with a handkerchief. 3 more minutes, just 3 more minutes, and this round's winner will be decided, he murmured, his voice slightly hoarse from tension. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense, with everyone's eyes glued to the timer. 22 minutes and 30 seconds. 22 minutes and 31 seconds. The tension is palpable. The first place is about to be revealed. Even the usually composed Jiang Guodong seemed restless. To be honest, he didn't want Nanyang University to win first place. After this competition, the winning academy would earn a spot in the city battle tournament. In the competition between major cities, he preferred an academy like the top-tier one, with its array of talented prodigies, to represent the city. At 22 minutes and 36 seconds, the portal suddenly lit up with a brilliant light. It's over, damn. They were a second faster than the top-tier academy. Oh my god, Nanyang Academy snatched first place in the first round, surpassing the top tier. Ha ha, who would have thought the top tier would have a day like this? It's hilarious. Man, having equipment is ridiculous. 3 legendary pieces actually bridged the gap in levels. The audience erupted in exclamations and discussions as the perennial champion, the top-tier academy, was finally dethroned. As the timer stopped, some were joyful while others were dejected. Chun Xiannan's face was dark and stormy, his fists clenching and unclenching involuntarily. Meanwhile, Hong Fei beamed, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. Lord Mayor, since the first round is over, let's start the second round. Hong Fei suggested triumphantly. Chun Xiannan's face was grim as he reluctantly cupped his hands towards Jiang Guodong, seeking permission. In the second round, he was determined to teach Hong Fei a lesson. Relying on slightly superior equipment to snatch the first place from him was unacceptable. In the upcoming second round battle and the third round free challenge, he was determined not to lose again. Hey, Principal Chun, the first round isn't over yet, Hong Fei interrupted with a smile. You haven't forgotten about the Super God Academy, have you? Even though they are usually ignored, starting the second round without giving my students a break isn't fair, is it? We should wait until the Super God Academy finishes their last match. A few hours of rest would allow the students to recover without using restorative potions, saving some costs. Isn't that better? I'll let you rest, so you can't say I won unfairly. Chun Xiannan snorted coldly, a flash of anger in his eyes. He could clearly see through Hong Fei's little scheme. Jiang Guodong stood up and turned to Li Qixing, who had remained silent, respectfully asking, Young Master Li, what are your plans? If Li Qixing gave up, he wouldn't have to worry about Miss Lin Suying getting hurt in the challenge. Is it finally my turn? Li Qixing stretched lazily and slowly stood up. As he moved, the gymnasium fell silent, with the eyes of hundreds of students all focusing on him. A subtle mix of anticipation and mockery filled the air. Is it finally the last one? Ha ha, he's going to embarrass himself in front of the entire city of students. Do you think he'll just give up? Seriously, what's a regular person doing here anyway? Laughter echoed throughout the gym. Someone shouted. The top academy took 22 minutes and 38 seconds, and Nion Academy did it in 22 minutes and 37 seconds, all on a level challenge. How does he have the nerve to let his student compete? He's not afraid of embarrassment at all. With only 3 students, it'll take them half a month to clear an level challenge. I bet those 3 won't ever clear it. The level boss is level 15. Do any of those students even have a level above 15? Just give up already. You won't pass this round, and you're wasting everyone's time. Ha ha ha, don't give up in the second round. You're the only ones I have a chance against. Students from all the academies mocked without restraint. The deans in the stands wore disdainful expressions. Not even bothering to voice their scorn, they felt the Super Academy wasn't worth it. Qixing glanced around at everyone, expressionless. He turned his gaze to where the Super Academy students were, seeing Lupai and the others clenching their teeth in frustration. Calmly, he asked, "Who's going? Who's going? Seriously, are you planning to send just one person? Only 3 students, and you're not going together. And you ask who's going? Damn, is he really that pretentious? What's with the act?" The Dean of Dali Academy snorted. Next to him, the Dean of Star Academy chuckled and said, "Dean Dali, you're underestimating this young Dean. He's playing his cards right. You can't see it?" The Star Academy Dean glanced at Qixing, his voice indifferent. "He's sending just 1 student. Isn't it obvious? Whether it's 1 person's strength or 3, they can't clear it. Sending 1 person to try for a while and then admitting defeat. It's a reasonable excuse for not passing, and nobody can mock him for it." The Star Academy Dean's voice wasn't loud, but it was amplified by mental energy, so everyone in the gym could hear his analysis clearly. Huh. The crowd was stunned by the Dean's words. Damn, this young Dean is sharp. Wow, Qixing is really smart. I knew he was clever, but I didn't know he was this clever. Oomph, against absolute power, these tricks are meaningless. When the second round starts, his students will only suffer more. The gym echoed with insults. The Dali Dean mockingly saluted Qixing. Well played, Dean Li. Such clever tricks. Go ahead, we won't laugh at you. Idiots. Qixing glanced at the Star Academy and Dali Deans, cursing them directly. The 2 were stunned by the insult, then gritted their teeth. Just wait, you're finished. Qixing ignored them, turning back to Lupai. Lupai, you're up. With that, he folded his arms and sat back down. Me? Lupai's eyes lit up. Haha, the boss chose me. The boss actually picked me, how cool. With a leap, Lupai jumped off the stands and walked to the center of the field with a confident stride. He glanced disdainfully at the level challenge entrance, then turned to Jiang Guodong with a slight bow. Lord Mayor, the level challenge is too basic. How about setting up a level 1 for me? Uft. His boastful words caused a wave of laughter. Stop joking. Qixing glared at Lupai. All right, I'll take on the level. I'll do whatever the boss says. Lupai shrank back, stopped joking, and obediently entered the challenge entrance. What a waste of time, the Star Academy Dean snapped. Just then, the timer on the challenge entrance began. 01 buzz. As the numbers moved, the entire challenge entrance shook violently. A burst of light flashed, and Lupai emerged from the challenge. The timer stopped. Completion time, 1 second. What just happened? The entire gym was stunned. The portal shook violently, and with a flash of bright light, Lupai emerged from it. The timer stopped, showing a completion time of 1 second. How is this possible? Completing an entire dungeon in just 1 second? And it's a level dungeon, with a boss at LV 30? How can this be? All eyes instantly focused on Lupai, and everyone was stunned into silence. The scene was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a long pause, the crowd erupted in shock. Lupai cleared a level dungeon in 1 second. How could this be? Could there be a bug in the dungeon? No way. I refuse to believe it. Who can clear a dungeon in 1 second? It's a level dungeon, for heaven's sake. Even a 4th-tier destruction level professional couldn't eliminate all enemies in just 1 second. Am I dreaming? Students from various academies exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. It's simply impossible. Bang. The celebrity Dean slammed his hand on the table, eyes wide with disbelief as he stood up. He was a 4th-tier destruction level professional, and he might be able to clear an level dungeon in 1 second. But Lupai cleared a level dungeon. With over 1,000 monsters and a vast area, how could a destruction level professional unleash a skill that covers the entire dungeon? Even a calamity level professional couldn't do it. As for a catastrophe level, ridiculous. There's no such professional in Nion City. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Dean's body trembled slightly, as everything he was witnessing defied his understanding. Despite his disbelief, the facts were undeniable. My lord, Hong Fei, standing beside Jiang Guodong, was so shocked that his mouth hung open, as if struck by lightning. Clearing a level dungeon in 1 second was simply unbelievable. He stared at Lupai and quickly activated his identification skill. Blocked. Hong Fei paused, then exclaimed in shock. It's a blocking emblem. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he asked, My lord, Is there really no issue with the dungeon? Could it be that the boss had just respawned and was instantly killed by Lupai's skill? He couldn't believe what he was seeing, yet he couldn't help but wonder. How could a newly transitioned student clear a level dungeon in 1 second? Could there be an issue with the dungeon? How could that be? If there was really a problem, that would be even more unbelievable than Lupai's speed. Jiang Guodong slowly lifted his head, placing his hands on the table as he stood up. His eyes were filled with astonishment. As a 5th-tier calamity level professional, he couldn't clear a level dungeon in 1 second. What was happening before him was beyond comprehension. Unless Lupai had reached catastrophe level, no one could achieve this. But Lupai had only transitioned less than 2 months ago, and the new school term had just started a month ago. How could this be? Lupai, Jiang Guodong said gravely, his gaze intense. At this moment, he was almost certain there was only one possibility. Lupai's level had reached catastrophe level. Although it seemed impossible, without this explanation, nothing else made sense. Lupai wore a smug expression as he cupped his fists and bowed to Jiang Guodong. My lord, can you remove the badge's shield and reveal your level? Jiang Guodong's calm tone left everyone present in shock. Reveal his level? Jiang Guodong's question sent ripples through the room. All the students stared at Lupai in disbelief. This seemed too outlandish. Could he really be a catastrophe-level powerhouse? How was that possible? They had spent a month painstakingly leveling up to the low 20s, and now it seemed Lupai had somehow exploited a game glitch to reach a catastrophic level? If that were true, the terrifying level 151 would surpass even Lin Suying, who was merely disaster level. Catastrophe level. How could it be? No one believed it. Who would? Everyone selected to participate in this competition was a genius, each an outstanding individual who had put in immense effort. Even students from top academies were only around level 30. If Lupai were truly level 203, it would be terrifying. All eyes were on Lupai, filled with doubt and confusion. Reveal my level? Lupai's lips curled into a playful smile. Naturally, that's impossible. Why would he foolishly reveal his level? Once his identity was exposed, the Academy's environment would turn against him. His opportunities to run dungeons would surely be limited, and no one would let him off easily. Losing the chance for faster growth for the sake of fame wasn't a price Lupai was willing to pay. My apologies, my lord, he said, cupping his fists again before returning to his seat among the Academy's ranks, enjoying the moment of superiority. Beside him, Hong Fei clenched his fists, seething with anger at having his first place snatched away without warning. In the second round, I'll definitely take on that guy Onion, he muttered under his breath, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through Lupai. Chun Xianan watched Lupai from his seat, his eyes glinting with deep contemplation. This kid definitely has something up his sleeve, he thought to himself. He resolved to keep a close watch on Lupai in the upcoming matches, determined not to let him get through easily. The second round of the competition is straightforward. You're free to enhance your equipment. Academy players, step up. You can engage in onion, group fights, or even a chaotic brawl. The Academy with the most players left standing wins, Jiang Guodong announced succinctly. All right, the first round results are in. Now, let's move on to the second round, he said, taking his seat as the stage was set for the Academy students. I'll go first. As soon as the words left his mouth, a boy named Luo Tian from the top-tier academy stepped forward. The air froze instantly. As Luo Tian stepped onto the field, a powerful aura erupted from him, and his attribute panel hovered in the air. In that moment, the surrounding students collectively gasped. Luo Tian's profession was beast transformation, in a gorilla form, and he was level 30. As his attribute panel flashed by, the hearts of all the students sank. Beast transformation classes excelled in close combat, and the gorilla form further enhanced strength and defense. Such formidable power would be difficult for even a level 31 professional to withstand. Hedon. Oh my god, starting off against such a monster, someone whispered in disbelief. His strength and defense, who could possibly stand against that? Luo Tian sneered as he scanned the crowd, his gaze filled with disdain. Anyone daring enough for Onion? Raise your hand if you're not. His voice was loud and grating, dripping with provocation. No one dares? Then I'll take on two. Who's brave enough? Luo Tian sneered again, his challenge growing bolder. Meanwhile, on the Super Academy stand, Tao Yuqing whispered to Lupai. Brother Lu, you've already competed once. Sister Xiaoying, she's also applied for a dungeon. Could you give me a chance this time? No one dares. Luo Tian's voice echoed once more, this time challenging 3 people directly. Before he could finish, a figure darted across like a streak of lightning. Do I need to deal with you first before I can choose my opponents? A chilling aura enveloped the entire field as the words were spoken, and the atmosphere became tense as the newcomer stood firm. In the arena, a girl dressed in the Super God Academy uniform slowly walked to the center of the platform, causing a stir among the spectators. Wow, they're actually daring to challenge Luo Tian from the top academy? Isn't that suicidal? One of the audience exclaimed. She seems like a mage. Her aura feels icy. Another person analyzed. Aren't mages known for their weak defenses? Say what you will, but the people from Super God Academy sure have guts. Haha, what did she say earlier? Something about having to defeat you before choosing the number of opponents? A student recalled the girl's previous words. Does she really think she can beat Luo Tian? Laughter erupted from the stands, as the crowd seemed to have already decided the outcome of the impending showdown. In the center of the field, Luo Tian looked down at the girl in front of him, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. You? He couldn't help but sneer. The girl clasped her hands, her expression calm. Tao Yuqing from Super God Academy, at your service. A hint of contempt flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. Then let me show you the terror of the Beast Transformation Department. One punch will cripple you. Boom. Luo Tian's body shook violently. His right hand clenched into a fist as he muttered, Beast Transform, Golden Arm Hammer. Crack, crack. As he spoke, his right arm rapidly expanded, the sleeve tearing apart in an instant. Within seconds, an arm thicker than his body, covered in golden fur, had taken shape, exuding a terrifying sense of power. Girl, better call your academy's medical team now. Luo Tian stomped the ground with one foot, his entire right fist shooting towards Tao Yuqing like a cannonball. The punch was so powerful that it made the air whistle sharply, causing a series of popping sounds in its wake. It's over, someone in the stands cried out. The Super God Academy is done for. Even I couldn't withstand that punch. With such a frail body, her bones will probably break. Doesn't she know her level? Challenging a level 30 beast transformation is just asking for trouble. Damn, are the Super God Academy people trying some trick again? Let me check her level. Someone quietly activated an identification skill. Huh, she doesn't have a bad shield. She's also a beast transformation class. What the? The student checking Tao Yuqing's stats stood up abruptly, stunned, disbelief written all over his face. At that moment, Luo Tian's giant fist was already closing in on Tao Yuqing. Die! Luo Tian shouted, immense power radiating from his giant fist. Tao Yuqing remained unfazed, casually raising her hand and lightly slapping at the giant fist. Is she trying to get herself killed? She's really going to go head-to-head with Luo Tian's giant fist? No way, that move shows such disregard. Does she really think? Thud. A dull thud echoed clearly across the field. Luo Tian's massive right fist was casually slapped by Tao Yuqing, and with that seemingly effortless slap, Luo Tian's expression twisted in agony. An overwhelming force surged through his fist, the sound of cracking bones clearly audible. His entire right hand's bones shattered inch by inch. The immense force caused him to lose his balance instantly, collapsing headfirst in front of Tao Yuqing. The excruciating pain made his eyelids flutter, and he passed out immediately. Without missing a beat, Tao Yuqing gave Luo Tian a simple kick, sending him flying over 100 meters away, crashing heavily outside the field's perimeter. In just 2 moves, Luo Tian of the Beast Transformation Department was utterly defeated. The stands were silent. Everyone stared at Tao Yuqing in disbelief, eyes wide, mouths agape, enough to fit an egg. Standing at the center of the field, Tao Yuqing surveyed the surroundings with an expressionless face and spoke calmly. Tao Yuqing of Super God Academy, ready to take on everyone. Bring it on. Look at her level. Damn, she's a monster. A trainee stammered, breaking the silence in the arena. As soon as the words were spoken, countless appraisal skills shot towards Tao Yuqing like meteors. When her attribute panel appeared before everyone, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Class: Beast Transformation Frost Dragon Form. Level: LV 180. Heavens! Max level catastrophe. Someone swallowed hard, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. A Dragon Beast Transformation class? Isn't that one of the top-tier classes worldwide? Another voice trembled. On the main stand, Hong Fei stared intently at Tao Yuqing, his breathing quickening. His body trembled slightly from the shock. 6th transformation, max level catastrophe? How long has it been since she changed classes? Over 100,000 experience per level. How is this possible? Beside him, Jiang Guodong's expression was even more exaggerated. He gaped, murmuring to himself, Frost Dragon Form. The prodigy Even Star Academy in Modu is vying for, appearing in young Master Li's academy? Chen Xiannin stood nearby, as if struck by lightning, his whole body stiff. As the experienced head of a top-tier academy, he had completely lost his ability to think. Reaching LV 180 in just 2 short months, it shattered his understanding. Meanwhile, from the Super Academy stands came a disdainful sneer. Damn, they're scared of an LV 180? If they knew I was LV 203, they'd probably drop dead on the spot. Though the voice was low, it highlighted the shock of Tao Yuqing's level. The entire place was engulfed in silence, everyone grappling with the astonishing reality. A prodigy with legendary dragon blood stood quietly before them. In the center of the field, Tao Yuqing stood with her hands behind her back, her posture straight and her gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping across the crowd, taking in everyone from the academy. Super God Academy. Tao Yuqing is ready to fight. No limit on the number of opponents. Her voice was not loud, yet it was clear and powerful, like a cold wind sweeping across the plains, instantly reaching every corner of the stands. Silence fell over the scene, everyone holding their breath. Tao Yuqing's first question received no response. Her expression unchanged, she asked again. Who will fight? Still, there was no reply, the air thick with tension. Tao Yuqing narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone growing more impatient. Who dares? Her aura suddenly intensified, releasing the full pressure of a level 180, six-turn beast transformation expert. The atmosphere tightened immediately. In the morning light, her figure was as upright as a statue, and a faint image of an ice dragon appeared behind her, exuding chilling cold that seemed to lower the temperature of the entire field. The ice dragon form, beast transformation of 6 turns, level LV 180. Such a terrifying presence. Even if all the Academy Deans joined forces, they would stand no chance. Who would dare to step up? Who could step up? The field was as silent as a graveyard. Those who had mocked the Super God Academy before now hung their heads low, barely daring to breathe, afraid of being called out or catching Tao Yuqing's eye. On the main stand, the confident expressions of the deans had vanished, replaced by deep apprehension and gravity. They understood this was not a regular match. It was a demonstration of overwhelming power. For the Super God Academy to send out a student of this caliber, this round was already decided. Anyone stepping onto the stage would only face humiliation. Our Nion Academy concedes this round. Hong Fei's face was ashen, his tone strained to the limit. He was unwilling, but he knew they had no chance against such an opponent. Better to withdraw than to be defeated publicly. Following his declaration, the silence on the stands finally broke. Topstream Academy's Chen Xiannan stood up, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. Topstream Academy also concedes. His voice was not loud, but carried firm resolve. The first round's unexpected victory by Lupai and Tao Yuqing's dominance in the second had crushed any hope of other academies claiming the top spot. Now, their only option was to try to win a round in the final match to salvage some dignity. We concede, he repeated decisively. Our Star Academy concedes too, another voice chimed in. With the precedent set, more voices followed in quick succession, like falling dominoes. In the blink of an eye, all the academies present had conceded. Facing a level 180 Ice Dragon expert, they couldn't even muster the will to fight. Conceding was not disgraceful. Jiang Guodong then stood up and respectfully addressed Li Qixing, seated at the center of the main stand. Young Master Li, would you have your student return to the audience seats? Your academy has won the second round. The field is now for the other academies to compete for second and third place. Once this is over, we can proceed to the final round. Is that acceptable? His tone was sincere, yet laced with unease. As a referee, even he could not withstand the pressure of a six-turn disaster expert. Very well. Li Qixing nodded slightly, signaling Tao Yuqing to leave the field. As Tao Yuqing walked off the field, an invisible weight lifted from everyone's shoulders. Her mere presence was suffocating. The first place in the second round was undisputed. The upcoming battles would only be a fierce struggle for the remaining positions. Jiang Guodong sat in the center, outwardly composed, but his mind was elsewhere. His gaze remained fixed on Tao Yuqing, unable to look away. An ice dragon profession, level 180, six-turn disaster. Such power was nearly unstoppable. Li Qixing's Super God Academy had effortlessly secured the first place in the Nanyuan City Resource Competition. What now? Elder Lin had previously wanted to pressure Li Qixing into relinquishing the academy. But now that they've won first place, would Elder Lin be angry with him? If so, even he might not escape punishment. No, he thought urgently. He couldn't wait any longer. He needed to report to Elder Lin immediately. In Nanyuan City, a level 180 Frost Dragon class practitioner has appeared, and it happened at Mr. Li's academy. This matter can only be left to Mr. Lin to decide. Jiang Guodong frowned, his fingers swiftly gliding across the holographic keyboard as he composed an urgent message. Mr. Lin, the competition is already halfway through. Mr. Li's academy has won 2 rounds and secured first place in the contest. His fingers trembled slightly. The competition is unusually strange. A student named Lupai from the academy cleared a level instance in just 1 second. Note: Lupai is a newly transferred student. That's how they won the first round. Jiang Guodong took a deep breath and continued typing. Even stranger, a student named Tao Yuqing, who has a beast transformation class in the form of a frost dragon, dominated the field with a terrifying level 180 note. Tao Yuqing is also a newly transferred student. The entire city's academies conceded, and Mr. Li's Super Academy won the second round. What should I do next? The message was long. Jiang Guodong reviewed it and immediately pressed send. In Lin Tian's private residence in Magic City, a month had passed, and Xiao Shuang hadn't reported any work. In his study, Lin Tian put down the documents in his hand and rubbed his tired eyes. After a busy month, most of the work was done. That kid Longwu hasn't called or sent any messages. Lin Tian muttered softly. It seems I need to visit Xing's academy. He slowly stood up, opened the study door, and walked out. As he stepped into the courtyard, His phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. Lin Tian sat down in the gazebo in the courtyard and glanced at his phone screen. Hmm. He made a puzzled sound as he read the message, his brow furrowing immediately. Xing'er's Academy took first place in the city's resource contest? What kind of joke is this? His gaze sharpened. Jiang Guodong, that kid, dares to deceive me? A newly transferred student clearing a level instance in 1 second, such an absurdity. How could it happen? It seems I haven't disciplined you in a while, and you're getting out of hand. The message was quite long, and as he read further, his expression gradually turned incredulous. What? Lin Tian's beard bristled with anger. A practitioner with a beast transformation frost dragon form appeared in Xing'er's Academy? What kind of international joke is this? A beast transformation dragon, while every prestigious academy in the country be fighting over it? Such a class would likely have received an exceptional admission notice from even the top national academies. How could it end up in Xing'er's Academy? He paused suddenly, rubbing his eyes, and carefully reread the level number. Level 180? Damn, did you send me a message with extra digits? Level 18, and you added a 0? You need some straightening out, Jiang Guodong. Level 18 and level 180 are worlds apart. Such negligence, and you're still a city lord. Lin Tian was already planning to give Jiang Guodong a good lesson. However, he muttered to himself, it seems true that Xing'er's Academy has a beast transformation dragon class. Mr. Li left Inflevel instance for Xing'er, and with the boost from Inflevel instance, reaching level 18 is reasonable. After all, in the beast transformation class, if you haven't achieved a complete form, your combat power wouldn't be too extraordinary. Let's go and take a look. Lin Tian stood up. Since Mr. Liang is going to take care of Xing'er, I should also bring Xiao Shuang back. Education shouldn't be delayed too long. And Il introduced that frost dragon practitioner to a national academy, adding a bit of strength to the country in the future. His gaze softened a bit. Xing'er, with Mr. Liang by your side, am reassured for the time being. If you want to establish an academy, then indulge yourself for 2 years. For any troubles you cause afterward, Grandpa Lin will handle them for you. With that, Lin Tian casually punched out. Crack! The space before him shattered, creating a large hole. Just as he was about to step into the space, his phone rang. Seeing the number, Lin Tian frowned slightly, answered the call, and asked expressionlessly, what is it? Mr. Lin, Senior Liang Chaoran is gravely injured and critically ill. He has some last words for you. Clunk. At these words, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and his voice turned serious. Wait for me. In the sports hall of Dinglu Academy in Nanyuan City, Jiang Guodong sat in the stands, staring intently at his phone screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It had been 40 minutes, and Lin Lao still hadn't replied to his message. Could Lin Lao be angry? He muttered anxiously, his fingers tapping incessantly on the armrest. Just as he was worrying, he caught sight of Long Wu not far away. Long Wu appeared calm and relaxed, as if he had everything under control. Realizing that Long Wu had likely already reported Tao Yuqing's level 180 status to Lin Lao, Jiang Guodong felt his tension ease. Looks like I was just too nervous, he sighed with relief, shifting his focus back to the game. The match was nearing its end, with Dinglu Academy in a favorable position. On the field, Qin Zhu, at level 31, launched a fierce attack. His moves were bold and powerful, overwhelming the 2 level 30 opponents from Nion Academy, who were showing signs of fatigue. If we don't consider Tao Yuqing, Qin Zhu's strength is arguably one of the best in Nanyuan City, Jiang Guodong assessed, a glint of approval in his eyes. Given time, his future is limitless. Boom. With Qin Zhu's final strike, both Nanyuan Academy players fell simultaneously. This one-ever Sustuo showdown concluded with Dinglu Academy's victory, securing them the second-place position. Thus far, Dinglu Academy placed third in the first round, and Nanyuan Academy placed third in the second round, leaving the 2 academies tied. The upcoming final round of the free challenge match would determine the ultimate ranking. Jiang Guodong stood up to announce the rules for the third round. His voice echoed through the sports hall. This round features 33 level dungeons as additional rewards. The last place academy has 3 challenge opportunities, the second last has 4, and so on. The winner will directly receive an level dungeon. He paused briefly to ensure everyone was listening attentively, then continued. It is important to note that the same person cannot compete more than once, nor can they challenge the same academy consecutively. This is a free challenge open to everyone. Students of the same year can challenge each other, and the challenged cannot refuse, not even the dean. The dean must also accept challenges. Jiang Guodong's tone turned serious. This round is harsh and realistic. Strength determines resources, and this is the survival law for professionals. Whether facing monsters or in the myriad races war, no one will show mercy just because your level is low. To gain national resources, you must strive for them, and this is an unchanging rule. With that, he retrieved a document from his spatial ring, descended the stands, and handed the document to Dean Liao. Please review it, and once signed, we can begin the final round of the competition. Jiang Guodong walked steadily to the desk of the colorful Dean Liao Kai, respectfully handing over a document. Liao Kai, with a furrowed brow, picked up his pen and swiftly signed his name with a flourish. His eyes were filled with anxiety. The first 3 rounds of the competition had slipped through his fingers, and now he could only hope to secure 3 level instances in the final round to address the Academy's urgent needs. Without even this guaranteed resource, the colorful Soaring Academy might really face closure. After signing one document, Jiang Guodong, expressionless, continued passing the documents, handing them to each dean in turn. A few minutes later, the documents reached Li Qixing. "Dean Li, please sign here," Jiang Guodong said calmly, opening to the second page where a prominent line read, "There are 2 defensive artifacts in the space ring. Please accept them, Dean Li, for future emergencies." Once he confirmed Li Qixing had seen the line, Jiang Guodong quietly slipped a space ring into his hand. He silently mused, "Young master, without strength, this path truly cannot be traversed. In the final free match, not only must we strive for a top 3 spot, but we must also secure the guaranteed resources. Everyone will focus on the weakest academy, and you, unfortunately, will become a target for all the academies." As he pondered, Jiang Guodong returned to his seat. "Everything is ready. The final resource contest begins now." The host's booming voice echoed through the venue. "We will give the opportunity to challenge to the academy with the poorest performance this time. Colorful Soaring Academy, please send your student to the stage. 3 chances, no repeat challengers, and no targeting the same academy. Please begin." This rule seemed harsh, yet within its unfairness lay a hint of fairness. Giving the weakest academy a head start was intended to give them a glimmer of hope for survival. "All right," Liao Kai stood abruptly, his gaze like lightning sweeping over all the students present. He would not give up this guaranteed opportunity. If he couldn't secure even this, how could he continue to manage the academy with any pride? Liao Kai quickly analyzed the situation of each academy. His academy's highest level student was at level 19, with considerable combat power when equipped. The lowest combat power from the Mighty Academy was level 10, similar to Colorful. The lowest level at the Talent Academy was level 15, likely beatable. The lowest at the Star Academy was level 18, too risky. And as for the mysterious Super God Academy, both students wore shielding badges, their strength unknown. "It's decided." Liao Kai took a deep breath and raised his voice to announce. First chance, Colorful's Feng Guangming versus Mighty's He Shunfan. Feng Guangming, at level 16, was the second-tier strength of Colorful. He Shunfan, only level 10, was Mighty's lowest strength. Without suspense, Colorful easily secured the first guaranteed spot. For the second chance, Colorful sent out their level 19 main force against Talent's weakest level 15 student, again smoothly securing the spot. By the third chance, Liao Kai turned his gaze to the Super God Academy. With Tao Yuqing's terrifying level 180 power, he naturally dared not challenge, and Lupai was a monster who cleared a level instance in the first round in just 1 second. His gaze finally fell on the student wearing a shielding badge, whose name was unknown. "Me?" The named student, Lin Suying, stood up abruptly, a bright smile on his face. "Wow, I've been sitting here pretending to be weak, and finally someone has chosen me as a challenger? Ha ha ha, finally, I get a chance to take the stage." Lin Suying jumped up excitedly, his face full of joy. "Thank you so much, I finally have a chance to show off." Watching Lupai and Tao Yuqing show off, I've been so envious. With a swift leap, he jumped off the stands and ran enthusiastically toward the center of the field, leaving Liao Kai dumbfounded. So happy. Did I misjudge? An ominous feeling suddenly rose in Liao Kai's heart. In the center of the field, Jiang Guoyu watched as a girl ran quickly towards him, her face brimming with barely contained excitement. He frowned and grew cautious. The shield badge on her chest prevented him from discerning her level and profession, adding an element of unknown danger. His experiences in the first 2 rounds had made him wary. In the first round, Lupai had cleared the stage in 1 second using mysterious means, and in the second round, Tao Yuqing had dominated with her terrifying level of 180, leaving no one daring to challenge her. Now, in the third round, this girl, who seemed almost too excited, might also be hiding some astounding power. Jiang Guoyu took a deep breath and prepared himself. Although he was only level 16, as part of the Academy's second-tier combat force, he couldn't afford any mistakes in this final opportunity to secure the dungeon for the Academy. The stands were abuzz with chatter. Finally someone dares to challenge the Super Academy. Look at her tiny frame, pretending to be excited when she's probably scared to tears. I bet her level is definitely not above 10. Besides that calamity, what formidable characters could the Super Academy possibly have? It's just a poor academy. Hey, go easy on her. Leave some challenge for our academy too. Who cares, if you catch a weak one, you gotta go all out. On the main stand, the deans of the academies watched the girl intently. Though silent, their thoughts were aligned. Super Academy must have exhausted all its resources to cultivate a calamity-level powerhouse like Tao Yuqing. Other students were likely weaklings below level 10. Lin Suying stood firmly 5 meters from Jiang Guoyu, and they exchanged formal gestures. Jiang Guoyu of the Seven Colors, at your service. Lin Suying of the Super Academy, at your service. As the battle was about to commence, Jiang Guoyu flicked his wrist, revealing a cold, gleaming steel blade in his hand. Whoa! A wave of boos erupted from the audience, clearly disapproving of his decision to brandish a weapon first. Wow, you're part of the Academy's second-tier fighting force, and you're using a gold-level frostblade. A chorus of murmurs erupted from the sidelines. Isn't that a bit too cautious? Your opponent is just a rookie. Using the highest level artifact against someone from Super God Academy is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Another voice protested indignantly. Training a genius at Super God Academy must cost more than we can imagine. She's at the same academy as a prodigy of calamity level. Can she even get a taste of success? She probably hasn't even cleared a single dungeon. Hey, go easy on her, a concerned voice called out. If it's my turn next and Super God Academy is my target, you better not overdo it. Standing in the arena, Jiang Guoyu listened to these shouts, frowning slightly. Though they made valid points, something felt off to him. Lin, I apologize in advance. Jiang Guoyu suddenly exerted force with his feet, creating a deep pit beneath him. As a blade cultivator, he always struck with a single move, and the frost blade cut a sharp arc through the air. On the sidelines, Liao Kai watched with admiration shining in his eyes. This kid has a good mindset. Even a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit. He can be nurtured further. The Star Dean sighed softly. It's a pity, though. Being in the same academy as a prodigy like Tao Yuqing is a tragedy for all of you. The frost blade, carrying an icy gleam, slashed fiercely toward Lin Suying's right shoulder. Yet Lin Suying only glanced at it indifferently. At level 208, a mere gold-level weapon couldn't harm her in the slightest. Over the past month, she had been rigorously training in Clevel dungeons. If not for occasionally tackling goblins, her level could have been even higher. Isn't this foolish? Laughter erupted from the audience. Has Lin Suying been scared silly? Clearly, she doesn't know how to react, so she's just giving up. Amidst the crowd's speculation, a sharp clashing sound reverberated across the arena. Clang! Just as a triumphant smile appeared on Jiang Guoyu's face, a blinding green light shot up into the sky, casting an eerie green glow over the entire stadium. In the next instant, the gold-level frost blade in his hand shattered like glass, scattering into countless pieces. Boom! The terrifying recoil sent Jiang Guoyu flying 100 meters away. He spat blood and crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, his fate uncertain. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Oh my, the sky is filled with swirling green light, as if tearing apart the tranquility of the world. Is this the power of a light mage? But to unleash such force, it must be from someone of an incredibly high level, right? Could there be another unimaginable level practitioner hidden in the Super God Academy? Unbelievable. This is outrageous. Can't they fight like normal people? That student named Jiang Guoyu. Is he still alive? What would it feel like to be hit by that green light? He must be dead beyond any doubt. Where's the medical team? Hurry and save him. After a moment of silence, the whole venue erupted into chaos. Voices intertwined in a cacophony as everyone began to chatter. I told you everyone from Super God Academy is a freak, but you wouldn't believe me. Now look, you challenged them and ended up paying dearly. This is terrifying. Super God Academy is unbelievably powerful. I admit defeat. I'm the first to admit it. Such strength is beyond human challenge. One hit, and you're sent flying. Life or death unknown. Who dares to challenge such an existence? Are you asking for death? Even I wouldn't dare. Fear was written all over everyone's faces, especially those who had attempted to challenge them. Their terror was even more apparent. But all of this was just the reaction of the students. On the main viewing platform, Liao Kai's expression was as dark as water, his gaze sharp as a knife. It's a defensive artifact. Liao Kai's voice was low, with a hint of gravity. It's a defensive artifact with a reflective shield, he added. Wow. As soon as he said that, the scene was once again thrown into an uproar. Everyone was shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. So it was an artifact. I knew it. How could Super God Academy have such a powerful practitioner, unless two prodigies appeared at once? I see, it's a defensive artifact. That's why Lin Suying didn't even move, and the opponent was sent flying. Is having a defensive artifact that amazing? At most it's platinum level. Does it make them so arrogant? Our academy also has legendary artifacts, which can easily crush them. Exactly. If I had a defensive artifact with reflective damage, who wouldn't dare to boast? Students from various academies began to grumble. Some complained that Lin Suying only appeared so powerful because of the artifact. A defensive artifact with reflective damage is a highly coveted item. Damn it. If I ever challenge Super God Academy again, I'll take down their headmaster first. Our artifacts are at most platinum level, and can't even withstand a fragment of theirs. If we could just break Super God Academy's artifact, wouldn't we win? Despite the various thoughts in people's minds, One common feeling was a sense of intimidation when facing Super God Academy. At this moment, on the main viewing platform, several headmasters were focused on analyzing the defensive artifact on Lin Suying. Especially Chen Xianan, the headmaster of a top academy, whose gaze was like a knife as he stared at Lin Suying, pondering how to defeat Super God Academy. A defensive artifact with a reflective shield, its level can't be discerned until it's revealed. But to shatter a golden level cold blade, it must be at least platinum level, or even higher, possibly reaching legendary status. Chun Xianan frowned, his expression serious. However, can our academy's legendary artifacts break through this artifact's defense? He took a deep breath, his gaze growing more profound. Super God Academy actually has a legendary artifact? It's unimaginable. He turned his gaze to Li Qixing, full of vigilance. I can't see through it. I can't see through this academy at all, he muttered to himself, feeling an unsettling sense of crisis. But no matter what, the headmaster of Super God Academy is still an ordinary person, and that won't change, Chen Xianan sneered. There are very few artifacts in the world that an ordinary person can use. I refuse to believe you possess one. If you really have this artifact, even my academy's weakest student challenging you wouldn't be embarrassing. He paused slightly, his gaze resolute. The last chance is the final round. If we still fail, I fear we won't even secure second place. We need a flawless victory first to have a chance to compete with Nion Academy for second place, Chen Xianan murmured softly, withdrawing his gaze from the distance. The atmosphere in the arena was tense, with all eyes from the various academies focused on the weakest link of the Super God Academy Li Qixing. Tao Yuqing was formidable and untouchable, Lupai was too mysterious and intimidating, and Lin Suying's defensive artifact with a counter-damage effect made others wary. When did Miss Lin Suying acquire a counter-damage artifact? Jiang Guodong muttered to himself, but seeing Lin Suying unharmed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qixing has 2 victories, earning 2 level dungeons. The challenge side, Super God Academy, has 1 victory, earning 1 level dungeon, Jiang Guodong announced as he stood up. Next, Dali Academy will step up to challenge. Dean Dali, please. Is that it? Lin Suying was somewhat unsatisfied. Can someone challenge me again? Anyone will do. Student Lin, please return to the stands. It's Dali Academy's turn now. Jiang Guodong smiled and gestured. All right, Lin Suying called out as she walked away. There will always be another chance. Whoever challenges me next time, I won't use the artifact. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. The Dean of Dali Academy quickly devised a strategy. As the second to last academy, they had 4 chances to challenge. In the first 3 challenges, they easily defeated Qixing Academy, Jutsai Academy, and Mingxing Academy. Phew. The Dean of Dali calculated silently. As long as we win 1 more level dungeon in the last challenge, we have a chance to surpass Qixing next year. Dali Academy's Wang Qi challenged the Dean of Super God Academy, Li Qixing, the Dean announced, and Wang Qi eagerly jumped into the arena. Dean Li, the Dean of Dali spoke coldly. Our Wang Qi is the weakest student, at level 10. Although it seems a bit unfair to fight you, reality is harsh. So, Dean Li, will you concede, or face the challenge? This statement drew laughter from the crowd. In the stands, some were already pulling out their phones to record this historic momentous scene where an ordinary dean was about to be challenged by the weakest student. Li Qixing slowly stood up, his expression calm. To be honest, I don't have much interest in fighting a student. But I also don't want to miss the chance to gain dungeon resources. He turned to the Dean of Dali. How about you take the challenge instead? Why don't you take a turn? How about it? Li Qixing calmly looked at Dean Dali, his tone indifferent. Me? Dean Dali was taken aback. It wasn't just him. The whole crowd was stunned by this sudden challenge. Whispers spread through the audience. He dares to challenge the Dean? A level 115, 4th-tier destruction class powerhouse. Just 5 levels short of max destruction, slightly weaker than Lu Yi, but still one of the top figures in Nanyuan City. Dean Dali threw his head back and laughed heartily. Huh. He placed a hand to his ear mockingly and said, Dean Li, what did you say? Did I hear you right? Damn it. Wang Qi in the center of the field suddenly shouted angrily. Who do you think you are, daring to challenge our dean? On the stands, Long Wu remained expressionless as he used an identification skill, silently noting, Wang Qi of Dali Academy, insulting the dean. Wang Qi wanted to continue his tirade, but before he could finish, a flash of cold light appeared. A peach-wood sword materialized out of thin air, aiming straight for his forehead. The sword moved like lightning, pinning him to the wall of the stadium several hundred meters away in an instant. The entire audience fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared in shock at Wang Qi on the wall, their minds racing with questions. Who unleashed that sword? Why didn't we sense any aura? Could there be a hidden expert in the Super God Academy? Uncle Wu, erase that name. The barking is annoying, Li Qixing said calmly. The venue erupted instantly. Was that sword strike from Li Qixing? Isn't he supposed to have lost his profession and become an ordinary person? How can he control a sword? How can he break through space? On the main stand, The other deans also showed signs of shock. However, the deans of Jutsai and Qixing academies remained unimpressed. It's just a common sword control technique. Any swordsman above level 60 can do it. No need to be so surprised. The entire scene was transformed by this unexpected sword strike, leading everyone to re-evaluate Li Qixing, the ordinary person who was said to have lost his profession. Unlike the two deans, Liao Kai was filled with deep fear. That sword strike was truly terrifying. As a swordsman himself, he recognized it as a basic skills word control. While outsiders might only see the spectacle, insiders like him knew that the sword wasn't just fast. It had pierced through space to appear directly in front of Wang Qi. Others might not have noticed, but he saw it clearly. It was a resonance between the swordsman and the sword, something he could feel deeply. Watching the wooden sword pierce Wang Qi's forehead, Liao Kai was stunned. He had never seen anyone, not even a sword god, handle sword control so effortlessly to break through space and hit the target instantly. Such swordsmanship was terrifying, almost beyond belief. Liao Kai looked deeply at Li Qixing, his mouth slightly open but unable to utter a word. Regardless of which student had wielded the sword, he dared not provoke them easily. Beside him, Dean Mingxing frowned, his eyes sharp, glancing at Li Qixing with thoughts racing through his mind. The Super God Academy had 5 students. Lu Yi was a fire mage, clearly lacking sword control abilities. The other 3 young students were obviously not swordsmen. So, the one who wielded the sword must be Long Wu. Dean Mingxing's gaze settled on Long Wu, a person as steady as a mountain, exuding a faintly sharp aura. It must be you. Dean Mingxing said coldly to Long Wu, with a slight smirk. A formal challenge resulting in death, you'll have to face the consequences later. Dean Mingxing's tone carried a dismissive contempt, believing he could easily block such a sword with his defensive attributes. Each dean had their own thoughts. Chen Xianan and Hong Fei exchanged a glance, but said nothing. To them, it didn't matter who wielded the sword as long as it didn't threaten them. Beside them, Jiang Guodong sneered inwardly. He was not surprised. Li Qixing had a special status, and Long Wu was sent by Elder Lin to protect him, so it was natural for him to act. If not for Elder Lin's instruction to let Li Qixing face some hardships, Jiang Guodong might have intervened earlier. He glanced at Long Wu, who remained calm, jotting down notes in his notebook. Long Wu has made a move, Jiang Guodong thought to himself, no need to say more. Meanwhile, the presence of a calamity-level swordsman was intimidating enough that no one dared to underestimate it. Blocking such a sword seemed nearly impossible. Beside them, Dean Dolly's face was filled with intense killing intent. Having his students slain in front of him was something he couldn't swallow, and he wondered how he could recruit students in the future if he didn't act. He coldly saluted Jiang Guodong, suppressing his anger, and calmly asked for instructions. Lord of the city, an unexpected incident occurred before the challenge began. Does this mean my academy has another chance to challenge? Jiang Guodong understood Dean Dolly's intent. He could only offer him one opportunity, as the academies in Nion City didn't want unnecessary conflict over the competition. Jiang Guodong nodded. Dean Dolly, what do you think? Dean Dolly, I believe we should have another chance. Dean Dolly spoke again, sincerely. After all, neither side has stepped onto the field nor saluted, so by the rules, we can start over. Very well, if that's the case, then you have another opportunity, Jiang Guodong agreed. But since you've been given this chance, make the most of it. A cold glint flashed in Dean Dolly's eyes as he sneered. There's no rule against a dean initiating a challenge, nor is there a limit on numbers, right? With that, he strode forward, a pair of light wings unfurling behind him, transforming into a beam of light as he stood firmly in the center of the field. Zhang Dali challenges the Super God Academy. He pointed sharply at Long Wu, his body emanating a fierce killing intent, his voice thundering. He then turned to Li Qixing, his gaze growing sharper. And you, Zhang Dali, will take on both of you at once, come fight. With a roar, Zhang Dali's aura surged, his destructive presence unleashed without restraint, like an awakened beast, causing the entire arena to tremble. Others watched, understanding that this was pressure on the Super God Academia challenge that bordered on suicidal. Zhang Dali's ferocity exceeded everyone's expectations. The Super God Academy is done for. People on the sidelines began to murmur, their gazes shifting to Li Qixing and Long Wu. At this moment, Long Wu remained calm, continuing to jot notes in his notebook until he was ready. Finally, he stood up slowly. Dean, shall I kill? Long Wu's voice was low but commanding, seeking Li Qixing's permission with a cold question. Everything was prepared. The next step, killing, was imminent. Shall we kill? All eyes were on Long Wu. The scene fell silent, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha, where does he get the courage? His opponent is Zhang Dali, the head of Dali Academy, a man who once stood firm against the Silver Wolf gang in the suburbs. Does he think he can decide Zhang Dali's fate with just a shall we kill? The stands filled with mocking shouts. Long Wu remained calm, his gaze fixed on Li Qixing, waiting for his response. The killing intent he exuded was palpable and heavy. When dealing with enemies, there's no need to hesitate. Li Qixing said calmly. Give me a break. How pretentious can he be? Someone in the crowd cursed angrily. Before the voice faded, Long Wu was already in action. His figure flickered on the Superstar Academy stand, moving so fast it seemed he hadn't been there at all. Zhang Dali stood in the center of the field, his pupils suddenly contracting. As an expert, he immediately realized that his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. He dared not be careless, quickly clasping his hands together and shouting, "Power of 1,000 hammers!" The air trembled as a terrifying force began to spread. A fist formed of mental energy was about to take shape, but Zhang Dali suddenly felt weightless as he was lifted off the ground. This is the headmaster's move. Farewell, Long Wu said, somehow already in front of Zhang Dali, his fingers forming a claw. Crack! Long Wu easily gripped Zhang Dali's throat and then threw him forcefully. The ground cracked under the impact, and Zhang Dali's throat snapped with a sound. His unfinished skill dissipated quietly in the breeze. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. Without any fancy techniques, relying solely on physical strength, Long Wu killed Zhang Dali. What trash dares to challenge our headmaster? Long Wu snorted coldly, turning back to the stands. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they had witnessed. One move, just one move, and someone from Super God Academy had taken down a destructive level powerhouse? How is this possible? Are all Super God Academy members this strong? At least disaster level. Maybe even reaching a cataclysmic level. My God, has Super God Academy produced another cataclysmic level powerhouse? Shock and fear spread through the crowd. The small city of Nion unexpectedly had 2 suspected cataclysmic level powerhouses appear simultaneously, which was beyond anyone's expectations. Self-inflicted misfortune, Jiang Guodong shook his head with a sigh. Of all people to challenge, he had to pick Long Wu, a man who kills without blinking. However, a trace of doubt flickered in his eyes. Long Wu, clearly sent as an undercover agent by old Lin, yet he shows such genuine respect towards young Master Li. Jiang Guodong couldn't help but frown, sighing inwardly. Long Wu, oh Long Wu, your performance is too convincing. You've completely integrated into young Master Li's circle, perhaps even becoming one of his trusted confidants. A complex expression flickered in his eyes as he turned towards Long Wu. The competition was still ongoing, and young Master Li wasn't restrained in any way. At this rate, Jiang Guodong knew he couldn't let things slide easily. He suddenly recalled old Lin's instructions to make sure young Master Li faced some setbacks and didn't win effortlessly. The Super God Academy had successfully claimed victory, securing the Flevel Dungeon qualification once more. Jiang Guodong composed himself, scanning the surroundings. Next academy, Jukai. The principal of Jukai was about to respond when Li Qixing impatiently interjected. Lord Mayor, since that's the case, why don't we, the Super God Academy, initiate the challenge first? It's a guaranteed win anyway, so why waste time? I'd rather end the competition early and leave with my students once I've done what I need to do, he said coldly, his words blunt and unyielding. Li Qixing's determined gaze showed that winning first place no longer held any meaning for him. If not for personal matters weighing on his mind, he would have already left with his students, uninterested in engaging with lesser opponents. Principal Li, is that so? Jiang Guodong was momentarily taken aback, a slightly awkward expression crossing his face. Well, if you wish to challenge early, of course you may. However, regarding old Lin's instructions, he hesitated for a moment, then reconsidered. Since Li Qixing had made the request, and old Lin wanted young Master Li to face some difficulties, this request could be accommodated. Moreover, with Long Wu constantly interfering, no one dared to act against the Super God Academy, and old Lin would likely just scold him at most. With a light smile, he said, Principal Li, in that case, let the Super God Academy initiate the next challenge. Jiang Guodong's tone shifted, his face displaying a meaningful smile as his voice grew colder. If none of the principals have objections, then let the Super God Academy proceed with the challenge. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense as the principals exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Everyone understood that the mayor was clearly favoring the Super God Academy, and opposing it would be unwise. In the stands, the students chattered in disbelief at the Super God Academy's formidable strength, even the mayor showing favoritism. This display of power inspired both awe and an unsettling fear for their own uncertain futures. Meanwhile, Chun Rongyo from Top Stream Academy observed the situation on the field, emotions churning within. Though he once aspired to surpass Li Qixing, facing the now distant figure of Li Qixing filled him with frustration and jealousy he could scarcely hide. Li Qixing, today luck is on your side. Chun Rongyo glared at Li Qixing, his heart simmering with anger and resentment. When you're alone, I'll make sure you understand the consequences, he muttered through clenched teeth, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. In the main stand, Li Qixing's lips curled into a cold smile. Uncle Wu, did you record everything? Including what's on the forums? His voice was icy, yet carried a hint of excited anticipation. Today, the Ultra Divine Academy will become everyone's nightmare. Announce it, Uncle Wu. Li Qixing was known for his ruthless and meticulous nature, never letting a slight go unpunished. With a slight wave of his hand, the peachwood sword pinned to the gym wall, belonging to Wang Qi, shimmered and transformed into a beam of light, landing precisely at his feet. Li Qixing stood with his hands behind his back, sword energy swirling around him, his body resembling a statue suspended in midair. He stood quietly, his gaze sharp and cold as he scanned the crowd below. At that moment, Long Wu's voice rang out, Nion Academy's Ran Shuwen, insulting the Ultra Divine Academy on forums, threatening to break Lupai's front teeth. Long Wu's voice was as cold as iron. For every slight, a repayment. One arm broken, 100 slaps. Executor Lupai. Lupai. As Long Wu announced his name, Lupai couldn't help but smile, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Finally, the most thrilling moment had arrived. The boss always said not to hold grudges silently. If you're going to retaliate, do it publicly to instill real fear. Today, he would show these people the terror that came from the Ultra Divine Academy. Damn, these bastards, today I'll show you Pai's might. Lupai tore off his shielding badge, and suddenly, his aura swept through the gym like a storm. Level 203, the terrifying power of the 7th transformation, spread out like a mountain pressing down on everyone. Long Wu's voice continued. Top academies Ma Chong and Wang Sanjian, repeatedly insulting the dean, destroying Ultra Divine Academy's public property, and hating student Lin Suying. For every slight, a repayment. Both hands broken, 100 slaps. Executor, Ultra Divine Academy's Lin Suying. It's my turn. Lin Suying spat out a toothpick, her eyes turning cold as she immediately removed her shielding badge. Buzz. With her action, a powerful aura surged forth, level 208, the nearly maxed out thunderous aura of creation, crackling with electricity. The power of thunder roared like a flood, with arcs of electricity dancing wildly around, compressing the air with a sense of despair. Top academies Chun Rongyo, repeatedly insulting the dean and releasing murderous intent. For every slight, a repayment. Long Wu's voice remained cold, gradually pushing the atmosphere in the venue to a climax. At this moment, the entire gym seemed to be under an indescribable pressure. Everyone could feel the fear emanating from the Ultra Divine Academy, as if even the air had solidified. The audience below was so tense they almost held their breath, their eyes filled with both anticipation and dread for the impending bloody retribution. In this moment, the reputation of the Ultra Divine Academy was indelibly etched in everyone's minds. Boom. As Li Qixing soared towards the center of the field on his sword, the entire place erupted into chaos. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. My God, could Li Qixing actually fly on a sword? Wasn't his hidden profession something other than a swordsman? How could this be possible? Could a lost profession really be reactivated? This is absolutely absurd, completely unscientific. Wait, was that previous sword strike really his doing? Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Li Qixing suspended in midair, as if he didn't belong to this world. What happened next left them even more astonished. On the stands of the Super God Academy, Long Wu picked up a small notebook and started calling names. The crowd below watched curiously, unsure of what tricks the Super God Academy had up its sleeve. As Long Wu slowly stood up, the roll call began. Ran Shuwen from Nion Academy had previously insulted the Super God Academy on a forum, boasting that he would knock out Lupai's teeth. Long Wu's voice echoed coldly. An eye for an eye, break an arm, and slap 100 times. Break an arm? Slap 100 times? Ha ha, so it's revenge, huh? Hearing this, the audience burst into laughter. Ran Shuwen, a student from Nion Academy. Was he some kind of coward from the Power Academy? Just hit someone if you want. How naive. The dean of Nion Academy had already reached level 123, a terrifying catastrophe-level existence. Anyone daring to mess with someone from Nion Academy had better consider the consequences carefully. Everyone was now eagerly anticipating how Li Qixing would handle this revenge drama. After all, any swordsman above level 10 could easily perform sword flying with mental power, and Li Qixing's strength shouldn't be that formidable, right? Could he really take revenge personally? But Long Wu's voice continued. Executor Lupai. Executor Lupai. Everyone was stunned, then even more shocked. They were actually sending Lupai, the one who achieved a 1-second result at the start, to carry out the task? People initially thought Li Qixing would take action himself, but it turned out to be Lupai. Lupai? Could this guy actually have some real strength? The audience on the stands started discussing, speculating how Ran Shuwen from Nion Academy would face this challenge. As everyone speculated, Lupai suddenly smiled on the stands of the Super God Academy, casually removing a concealing badge, and a powerful aura burst forth instantly. The temperature across the venue soared, and the air seemed to evaporate. Everyone gasped. The aura Lupai unleashed was incredibly powerful. The pressure from that aura seemed to solidify the air. People immediately started analyzing just how strong Lupai was, even beginning to assess his level. As the assessment results gradually emerged, all eyes were drawn to one spot. Magma Mage, level 203. Boom. The entire crowd fell into dead silence. Shocked gazes focused intensely on Lupai, and nearly everyone's heart was struck by this number. Level 203? What on earth? Beyond a natural disaster. Reaching a creation-level terror. This is impossible. He was clearly leveling up alongside me. How could he reach such a level? This was already a top national existence, practically legendary. At this moment, Ran Shuwen from Nion Academy could no longer maintain his composure. With a thud, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. His vision darkened, and his mind roared. There was only one thought in his mind. I'm finished. Back then, out of sheer bravado, Ran Shuwen boasted on the forum, talking recklessly and claiming he would knock someone's teeth out. But now, in hindsight, it was all self-inflicted. He had no enemies or grudges, yet he chose to provoke those people. In the end, he became the biggest joke. What an idiot. I'm such a fool. Ran Shuwen's face turned pale with anger as he slapped himself hard. He almost wished he could knock himself out to forget his foolish remarks. Reality hit him hard. His opponent was someone beyond his imagination, a formidable powerhouse who could easily crush him. Ran Shuwen's eyes were filled with terror, and a flood of regret surged through him. He began to frantically slap himself, hoping the pain would take away the humiliation. Slap, slap. His cheeks swelled like big buns as he continued to slap himself while muttering curses under his breath. Idiot. You stupid fool. Ran Shuwen could no longer tell if he had lost his mind. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Lupai appeared at the entrance of the Nion Academy hall. He walked in with an expressionless face, each step feeling like it was stomping on Ran Shuwen's heart. Suddenly, Lupai's right hand turned into a fiery magma, and with a scorching slap, he struck Ran Shuwen's face. The flames sizzled at Ran Shuwen's mouth, almost burning it to ashes. You idiot! How dare you insult the Super God Academy? You must be tired of living. Lupai said coldly, as the flames in his hands surged again, nearly scorching Ran Shuwen's cheek black. Ran Shuwen let out a piercing scream, but had no strength to resist. Lupai's continuous strikes made him feel as though his soul was being torn apart in agony. In just a few minutes, Ran Shuwen was completely powerless to fight back, leaving him at Lupai's mercy, the pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. However, Lupai wasn't satisfied. With a swift motion, he grabbed Ran Shuwen's right hand, and the magma spread to his wrist, the intense heat melting Ran Shuwen's hand. The severe pain was too much for Ran Shuwen to bear, and he passed out completely, his body limp on the seat, eyes vacant, and face grotesque. Idiot. Lupai muttered again before turning away, leaving Ran Shuwen paralyzed on the ground, tears and sweat mingling as fear spread in his heart. The surrounding students were already terrified, filled with dread, and began praying softly. It's over. It's over. Oh God, will they call my name? I think I might have insulted the Super God Academy too. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. They fell to their knees, bowing in anguish, tears streaming down their faces. Even though they knew they were innocent, they couldn't control their fear. Those once arrogant students were now completely powerless, their spirits utterly crushed. The deans on the main platform were also stunned. Who could have imagined that Lu Ye's son, Lupai, would possess such a terrifying level 203? It was like something out of a fairy tale. Even Tao Yuqing's catastrophic level shocked everyone, and now Lupai was even more extraordinary, reaching the creation level. Countless people were astounded by this news, especially the deans. Who could have thought that in just 2 months, the Super God Academy would produce such a terrifying monster? Even they couldn't fathom how such a being quietly emerged in this world. Hong Fei's face was ashen, his gaze distant and numb. He watched his student being cruelly treated, yet was powerless to resist. His mind was blank, standing there like a helpless child, completely at a loss for what to do. He once thought of defeating the Super God Academy, but now it seemed like a joke. Chen Xianan's heart was in turmoil. He once felt confident, wanting to challenge the Super God Academy, but now he didn't even have the courage to face them directly. Against such a level of existence, he had no hope of resistance. Trying to defeat the Super God Academy with a feather, he thought bitterly, his heart filled with panic and helplessness. Jiang Guodong nervously clutched his phone, barely able to control his emotions. I have to report to Elder Lin, but will he believe this? Lupai is actually LV208? How is that possible? He typed a message with trembling hands, his heart anxious. Despite his close relationship with Elder Lin, how could he convey such earth-shattering news? At that moment, Long Wu's voice resounded like a demon. Ma Chong and Wang Sanjian of the Top Academy have repeatedly insulted the dean and damaged Super God Academy's public property. Eye for an eye, break their hands, slap them 100 times, Executor, Super God Academy's Lin Suying. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the venue froze, and Lin Suying's presence swept through like a terrifying flood. Ma Chong and Wang Sanjian's faces turned pale, their bodies trembling violently, eyes rolling back as fear knocked them unconscious. Their phones fell to the ground with a crisp sound. At this point, Jiang Guodong stood there, even more flustered. This is unimaginable. Unbelievable. Everyone present was stunned by the scene before them. The power of the Super God Academy far exceeded their expectations, each member more terrifying than the last. Is Tao Yuqing's disaster level actually the weakest? The students exchanged incredulous looks. Just then, two dull thuds were heard as Ma Chong and Wang Sanjian fainted among the top-tier academy students. To them, Lin Suying had become an inexplicable phenomenon. Just a month ago, she was competing with them for level 11 monsters in the suburbs, and now she had astonishingly reached level 208. This leap was unheard of, causing the two to faint from shock. On the Super God Academy's stage, a flash of electricity marked Lin Suying's use of the lightning step, instantly appearing before Li Qixing. The crowd hadn't recovered from their shock when an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. This formidable level 208 powerhouse knelt before Li Qixing in front of all the city's students, trembling as if terrified of being reprimanded. Jiang Guodong stood with his mouth agape, his scalp tingling with shock. A bold thought crossed his mind. Could this incredible level advancement have something to do with Li Qixing? He analyzed carefully. Lu Yi inexplicably broke through in front of Li Qixing's office, completing a decade-long career transition task. Lupai reached the creation level in just a month. Tao Yuqing, an outsider, mysteriously acquired a disaster-level dragon profession. And most astonishingly, Lin Suying jumped directly to level 208. All these events seemed to point to one unbelievable conclusion. What is it? Speak up, Li Qixing said calmly, hands behind his back, as he looked at Lin Suying. Master. Lin Suying, trembling, confessed the incident of competing for monsters in the suburbs. I see. The fault lies with us, Li Qixing said lightly, then turned his gaze to Chen Xiannan on the main viewing platform. Dean Shun, your students damaged my academy's buildings. A compensation of 1 billion star coins for repairs shouldn't be too much, right? This massive compensation was clearly beyond what those two students could afford, so Li Qixing directly attributed the cost to Chen Xiannan. As for how you want to punish those two, that's your business, Li Qixing said with a voice as calm as if he were discussing the weather, rather than someone else's fate. I speak reason, but only a little. I'll compensate. I'll compensate. Chen Xiannan responded immediately, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Even a fool could see the situation clearly in front of a being that even a creation-level powerhouse would kneel to. What a sin. Chen Xiannan glanced at the area where his students were and calculated in his heart. The roll call was not yet over, and many students had previously spoken disrespectfully, insulting the Super God Academy. If compensation was required for all, he would have to take this opportunity to strictly manage his students. He understood. The top tier was no longer the top tier, and causing trouble would only lead to disaster. One shouldn't be too ostentatious, and neither should the academy. There are always greater powers, and a misstep could bring unimaginable consequences. Chen Xiannan didn't know that his compromise today would lead to the reclusive peak of Nanyun City in centuries to come. Lin, you're punished with no meals for a day. Go back to the stands, Li Qixing said blandly. Don't kneel so easily in the future. The Super God Academy doesn't play that game. Uncle Wu, continue with the roll call. Yes, sir, Long Wu replied respectfully, continuing. Shun Rongyo from Top Tier Academy repeatedly insulted the dean and harbored murderous intent. Li Qixing, damn you. An angry shout interrupted Long Wu. From the top-tier academy seats, Chen Rongyo stood up abruptly, his pants soaked. Lupai's level had completely shattered his rationality. As someone in a rare profession, being left so far behind was unbearable for him. He had hoped time and again to defeat Lupai and rise to prominence, only to be crushed every time. He not only wanted to defeat Lupai, but also to crush Li Qixing, to trample him underfoot, even kill him. But now, he was utterly hopeless. Lin Suying was level 208 and kowtowed publicly over a minor issue. It was obvious what kind of existence Li Qixing was. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. Throughout high school, he only wanted to target Lupai and Li Qixing once, but he couldn't even touch a hair on Li Qixing's head. After entering top-tier academy, he thought he finally had a chance, only to have a security guard at the Super God Academy knock out a tooth. The competition was supposed to be his chance to turn things around, but now. Li Qixing, come on, kill me. Chen Rongyo shouted with a twisted expression, like a madman. Do you think everyone is afraid of you? I'm not afraid of you. I want to take you down. 3 years. Do you know how I got through those 3 years of high school? My studies are inferior to yours. My family is inferior to Lupai's, he croaked. Why do you have to be so cruel? Li Qixing, I hate you. I'm a privileged kid. Is it wrong for me to want to suppress you once? When I target others, they can only accept it. Why do you resist? Come on, aren't you capable? Kill me if you dare. Suddenly, Chen Rongyo's voice stopped abruptly. His body swelled up and exploded without warning. Dragon might, blood explosion. On the field, Li Qixing's voice rang out calmly. The scene was eerily silent. To silently make a person explode like that was this Li Qixing's method? Everyone felt a storm raging in their hearts. Dean Li, Master Li. I'm sorry, I'll kowtow to you. Someone cried out. Please, give me a chance. I'll slap myself, okay? I won't dare anymore, never again. Please, be the bigger person and let us go. Please stop the roll call. I'm begging you. Pleading cries echoed through the gymnasium. At the same time, at the entrance of the Super God Academy, an elderly man with white hair set down his cane and quietly sat on the steps. His eyes were vacant, his breath weak. Old Liang, have you really made up your mind? Go back. I am determined. For my last journey, I've consumed so many resources of the state, living on borrowed time for half a month more. Let me spend it with Shing. All right. Lin Tian turned to leave. Old Liang, once you're gone, let me accompany Shinger in his madness. As he turned, a tear slipped from Lin Tian's eye. He did not look back. On the steps, Old Liang glanced at where Lin Tian had vanished. Old boy, remember my last words well. Murmuring to himself, Old Liang's dim eyes turned to the end of the road, where Li Qixing's competition was taking place. Shinger, I wonder if you remember. That year, you skipped class, and Grandpa Liang was asked to pick you up for the first time, sitting like this at the school gate, waiting for you to come back. That mischievous boy, you must have grown into a handsome young man by now. As the sun set in the west, the sky gradually grew darker. An expectant smile appeared on Mr. Liang's face as he focused intently on the end of the street. He murmured to himself, the competition should be over soon. His fingers subconsciously tapped his cane as his thoughts drifted back to the past. I wonder if Shinger's taste has changed. He used to love the candied hawthorn sold by old Mr. Deng. In his mind, he could almost see a young Li Qixing, holding a glistening string of candied hawthorn with a smile as bright as sunlight. Mr. Liang gripped his cane tightly, supporting himself as he slowly stood up. His eyes swept over the now unfamiliar street, each change pricking his memory. He sighed, his hunched figure blending into the bustling crowd, slowly disappearing around the corner with the setting sun. Meanwhile, inside the bustling Top Flow Academy gymnasium, the atmosphere was electric. City Lord Jiang Guodong solemnly promised Li Qixing, Dean Li, I will personally deliver all the rewards from the Super God Academy tomorrow. I also need to discuss the city siege competition with you, so please find some time. Of course, City Lord, I appreciate your effort. Li Qixing replied with a slight bow, observing all the formalities. The contest for second and third place was now irrelevant, and he led his students away from Top Flow Academy, quickly returning to Super God Academy. Everyone, take a break. Tomorrow, when the City Lord brings the resources, he'll have a surprise for you. After instructing everyone to return the resources to the equipment building, Li Qixing went back to his office, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This time, the dungeon loot will keep me busy for a long time. Once the resources arrive and the dungeon's original monster rules are activated, I should soon reach God level. He thought with a deep breath, a smile playing at his lips. Finally, the academy is a bit wealthier. On campus, students were busy returning equipment from their rings to the equipment building. Lupai hurriedly carried back the dungeon he retrieved from Top Flow Academy. The level dungeon Swamp Mire. It was the very one he had cleared solo, and thankfully, Li Qixing remembered to reclaim it. Damn, I'm such an idiot, Lupai muttered to himself as he walked. Good thing the boss remembered this. I was so busy showing off, I forgot to pick up the gear. If this dungeon had been given to another academy and they picked up the artifact, that would have been a huge loss. Damn, I'm such a fool. I can't make such a rookie mistake again. He placed the dungeon in the building and rushed inside to search for the dropped equipment. At the school gate, Longwu glanced at his phone screen with a peculiar expression before leaving his post. Lu Yi stood outside the guard booth, grumbling discontentedly. Damn, is Longwu dating someone? Why does he sneak off every time he checks his messages? He felt a bit envious, as it seemed everyone had their moment to shine today, everyone except him. However, on second thought, he realized that his own strength had yet to be revealed, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The competition had yielded several B-level and C-level dungeons, and although the A-level dungeons were reserved for the dean, he was confident that if he played his cards right, he could secure a B-level dungeon for himself. With this in mind, Lu Yi straightened his uniform and stood tall. By now, the sky was completely dark, and the streetlights at the academy entrance were casting a warm glow on the quiet street. A hunched figure slowly approached it was Mr. Liang. His face was marked by disappointment, having just learned that old Mr. Deng, who used to sell candied hawthorn, had passed away years ago, leaving his descendants struggling. His heart was heavy with mixed emotions. If I were to leave, would Shinger also have to endure such a harsh life? This thought made his steps even more burdened. Will Shinger's child be bullied? Liang Lao's heart felt heavy as he contemplated the end of his life, filled with countless emotions. Standing at the entrance of the Super Divine Academy, his steps seemed to weigh him down even more. Initially, he was eager to be by Li Qixing's side, but now he hesitated. With little time left, Barging into Xing'er's life might not help and could even cause her sorrow. Despite not knowing if Xing'er would be saddened by his presence, Liang Lao paused, inner conflict making it difficult to move forward. Sir, it's getting late. Aren't you going home? Came a crisp voice from Lu Yi, the security guard at the gate. Liang Lao looked up slightly, his eyes losing their former brightness as he fell into deep thought. A lifetime of battles for his country had never truly allowed him to have a home. These words seemed to stir an indescribable emotion within him. After a long silence, Liang Lao sighed and finally spoke. I should meet Xing'er at least once. I need to give her the artifact from the abyss. He smiled faintly, as if making a final decision. Ha ha ha, young guard. This is the Super Divine Academy, right? The dean is Li Qixing, yes? Lu Yi was taken aback, muttering softly. Dean Li Qixing doesn't have any known relatives. But he didn't dwell on it, thinking this old man might indeed be a relative. He quickly said, Yes, sir, please come in. I'll take you to the dean. Liang Lao straightened up and began to walk, his steps heavy but his presence still commanding. I can walk, just lead the way, he replied easily. As he gathered himself internally, his appearance subtly shifted, restoring his former stern demeanor. The candied hawthorn he had unintentionally held was gently tucked into his sleeve. Soon, they arrived at the dean's office. Lu Yi glanced back at Liang Lao, noticing a change in his expression, as if something secretive lingered in his eyes. However, Lu Yi didn't press further and respectfully knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. From inside, Li Qixing's voice came. Enter. Lu Yi gently opened the door and whispered, Sir, there's an elderly gentleman here to see you. Oh, Li Qixing stood up, puzzled, looking at the elderly man before him. After so many years, he didn't immediately recognize Liang Lao. The changes in appearance were minor, but the familiar aura stirred something in Li Qixing's heart. The road home is too long. I just want to rest here for a while, Liang Lao replied softly, tears glistening in his eyes, his voice slightly choked. Xing'er has grown up, gotten strong, tall, and handsome. Hearing these words, Li Qixing felt a jolt in his heart, suddenly understanding. Are you Liang Grandpa? He was stunned, a warm sense of familiarity rising within him. Hearing Li Qixing's address, Liang Lao almost couldn't hold back his tears. He chuckled softly, his voice trembling. Xing'er, you still remember this old man? At first, he didn't recognize him. Li Qixing couldn't quite recall Liang Lao's appearance. After so many years, the old man's face had become a blur in his memory. But he could never forget that voicey, warm tone that always asked, Is it enough? If not, Grandpa Liang will buy more. Grandpa Liang. Once Li Qixing confirmed that the person before him was indeed the old man who had followed his grandfather, a knowing smile appeared on his lips. He remembered how this elder, who often bought candied hawthorns to cheer him up, had once secretly hidden a space ring in his treat. Ha ha ha, I can't believe you still remember this old man. Liang Lao chuckled, his eyes reflecting contentment. You've grown quite a bit, even taller than I expected. I've retired and am just spending some idle time in the city, so I thought I'd stay for a few days. You wouldn't mind having an old man around, would you? He laughed heartily, masking the glint of moisture in his eyes, his voice as hearty as ever. From his sleeve, he discreetly withdrew the 2 strings of candied hawthorns he'd prepared, tucking them back into his space ring. Darn it, he's all grown up now, still eating these things? If I take them out, this kid will surely make fun of me. Liang Lao's mouth twitched slightly as he unassumingly placed the candied hawthorns deeper into the ring. Grandpa, please have a seat. Li Qixing stood up, his voice tinged with a faint choke. His grandfather had often been away, leaving him to grow up almost like an orphan. The only warmth he had ever known from family might have come from this elderly man in front of him. Xing'er, I came late. You've been through a lot these years, haven't you? Liang Lao didn't sit immediately. Instead, he looked at him with affection. What hardship could there be? I never lacked money, anyway. Li Qixing grinned, his lips curling slightly. Never lacked money. Liang Lao's nose tingled at those words. They sounded light, but they tightened his heart. A person who only has money must be very lonely. Alas, I don't have much time left. He sighed silently in his heart, but showed no sign of it. He didn't want this reunion to be tainted with sadness. By the way, Xing'er, Grandpa Liang didn't come empty-handed this time. Guess what good stuff I brought for you? He checked the 2 artifacts lying quietly in his space ring, a hint of pride in his eyes. After all these years, he could finally present something decent to his grandson. Candied hawthorns. Li Qixing blinked, teasing with a smile. You kid, still thinking you're 5 years old? So grown up and still thinking about candied hawthorns? Do you think all Grandpa can do is buy you sweets? Liang Lao laughed even more heartily, feeling unusually good. With a flick of his wrist, a small golden tower appeared in his palm, no larger than a hand. The Defense Gold Tower. It automatically defends without needing to activate your spiritual power, extremely rare worldwide. It recognizes its master with a drop of blood and doesn't require cultivation support. It will activate its defense mechanism against any attack. Although it's not the topmost item, below the divine level, no skill can harm you. Liang Lao gently held the golden tower, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. Come, let Grandpa see it. I've never seen anyone use this tower. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll figure something out. Okay. Li Qixing didn't hesitate for a moment. Although his space ring was piled high with artifacts and he lacked no armor, the gift prepared by Liang Lao held a special significance. His eyes focused, and he didn't hesitate to bite his finger. A drop of fresh blood fell, and a thread of golden light lit up the office. Buzz. The golden tower transformed into a beam of light, instantly merging into Li Qixing's forehead. Shinger, Grandpa wants to test the golden tower's defense. Are you ready? Liang Lao extended a finger, a slight aura gathering at its tip, where a tiny vortex gently spun, almost imperceptible. Old Liang lightly tapped Li Qixing's arm. Boom! A golden light suddenly erupted, instantly transforming into a translucent golden tower that enveloped Li Qixing's entire body. The air around the golden tower seemed to freeze, with the airflow from Old Liang's fingers firmly blocked outside, unable to approach. Well, Old Liang was just about to praise the effect of the golden tower when he suddenly felt a violent force erupt from Li Qixing's body. Boom! A blood-red light burst forth, and the powerful force fiercely struck back at Old Liang. Oh no! Seeing the blood-red light, Li Qixing felt a sinking feeling in his heart, silently cursing the situation. This was the effect of the blood armor. Double counterattack damage. He was anxious, having never expected the blood armor on his body to activate at this moment. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Old Liang was sent staggering backward by the counterforce. Luckily, he had only used the slightest amount of strength, barely managing to stabilize himself. After retreating 2 steps, he finally stood firm. But the intense recoil caused his old wounds and life-threatening injuries from the abyss to resurface, leading to a fit of severe coughing. Grandfather, you. Li Qixing's face showed immediate concern as he hurried towards Old Liang. Old Liang coughed violently, a trace of bright red blood silently seeping into his palm, quickly covered by the airflow. It's nothing. Ha ha ha, you kid. Can't even tell when I'm putting on an act? You're still as gullible as ever. Old Liang forced a smile, trying to conceal his current weakness. Then he turned, a hint of puzzlement on his face. Shinger, it seems the golden tower doesn't have a counterattack effect. Why is that? Li Qixing awkwardly scratched his head, smiling as he replied. Well, Grandpa Liang, actually, I also have a relic of my own. As he spoke, a layer of blood-red armor instantly covered his body, glowing brightly. This is goblin blood armor, which has a counterattack effect. Old Liang's eyes narrowed, surprised as he looked at the blood-red armor on Li Qixing, then regained his composure, nodding slightly. I see. He pondered internally, realizing that Shinger had already planned ahead. I thought he was being raised poor, and I've wasted 2 years of my life for nothing. If I had spent those years with him, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. Old Liang felt a pang of regret, but then he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Sigh, I guess I'm really not sharp enough. If I had come to be with Shinger earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Nevertheless, he didn't bring out a second relic. Since Li Qixing already had the blood armor with its counterattack function, there was no need for further intervention. Shinger, what are your plans for the future? Old Liang asked, his tone turning serious. It was a necessary question, after all, because in the coming days, he needed to understand Li Qixing's intentions to arrange future matters. Grandpa Liang, what are your plans? Li Qixing responded with a question of his own. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. If Old Liang wasn't busy, he hoped to invite him to stay and help manage the academy. After all, he wasn't skilled in management, whereas Old Liang had experience with national military affairs and would likely have significant expertise in this area. For the academy to develop in the long term, a stronger manager would be needed, allowing Li Qixing to focus solely on enhancing his strength. Shinger, you're asking about Grandpa Liang's plans? Old Liang was momentarily taken aback. Then after a brief silence, he spoke. If there were an if, Grandpa Liang would be willing to stay at the academy. He hesitated, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Unfortunately, I don't even know if I have 3 days left to live, or what kind of promise I can make to you. Seeing Old Liang's indecision, Li Qixing casually flipped through the documents beside him, picking up an enrollment application form and handing it over with a light laugh. Grandfather, come sign this. Noticing Old Liang's slightly hesitant expression, he added, Oh, the academy has a few little secrets, so don't be surprised later. Anything you find unbelievable is just standard procedure for the academy. Old Liang paused, looking at the application form, and then at Li Qixing's smile, and couldn't help but smile back. What is this? A signature? Liang Lao took the paper handed to him by Li Qixing, his eyes scanning the surface. Upon seeing the words employment application form, he looked up and asked, Does Shinger want this old man to join the academy and become a student there? Liang Lao's gaze deepened. He had never considered joining Li Qixing's academy. As someone nearing the end of his life, he had already planned that when he sensed his time was near, he would quietly leave with an excuse. He wanted to remain in Shinger's memory as the lively and cheerful old man. not the one whose final moments were witnessed. Shinger, Liang Lao hesitated. Grandpa Liang, is there something on your mind? Li Qixing noticed the old man's hesitation and asked softly. Ha ha ha, what could be on my mind? Liang Lao laughed heartily, reaching for the pen on the table. Grandpa will sign it. He couldn't bring himself to refuse Shinger's request. Grandpa Liang, please sit down. Signing might bring about some changes, and you're not young anymore, so don't strain your back. Li Qixing activated his spiritual vision, seeing that Liang Lao's attribute panel displayed. Liang Chaoran, profession, Qi uniqueness level LV 300, at the peak of the divine realm. Once he joined the academy, with the support of its rules, he could break through the limits and become a true deity. What changes could there be? Your grandpa Liang has even been to the abyss. Filling out a form won't scare me. Liang Lao said as he filled in his name, profession, level, and other information on the form, finally signing his name. Shinger, grandpa might need to return to the magic city in a few days, and you. Liang Lao was about to prepare for his departure when a line of small text suddenly appeared on his attribute panel. Academy Rule Enhancement, concealing the path of heaven. All Academy students are exempt from job transfer tasks. Levels can increase infinitely. Buzz. A devastating aura erupted from within Liang Lao. An invisible stream of energy pierced through the office roof, shooting straight into the night sky. The previously dark sky over Nion City was suddenly pierced by a blinding light. The clouds were torn apart, and a semi-transparent sphere of light hovered high above, resembling a second moon, enveloping the entire city in its glow. Wild creatures on the outskirts let out terrified cries, and citizens looked up at the sky, feeling the suffocating pressure. The entire Nion City seemed to be shrouded in an invisible barrier, the air solidifying as people exclaimed. What happened to the sky? Is that the moon? Is it the presence of a deity? I can't breathe. This earth-shattering phenomenon lasted for about 10 seconds, signaling the heavenly manifestation of a professional's ascension to deityhood. The translucent sphere of light vanished, and Nion City returned to its original state. The night continued to envelop the city, as if nothing had happened. Inside the city lord's mansion, Jiang Guodong had just stepped through the door, not yet having the chance to process the results of the competition, when the strange phenomenon in the sky left him frozen in place. That familiar aura, the aura of a deity. Having once had the privilege of witnessing a deity from the Xia kingdom, he couldn't be mistaken. The phenomenon in the sky was indeed the spectacle formed when someone ascends to the divine realm. Nion City has someone who has reached the divine realm? Jiang Guodong murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. What kind of existence could hide so deeply right under my nose? A magma mage, a void behemoth, and now a deity. How many powerful figures are hidden in Nion City? He took a deep breath and mocked himself. Sigh. What a failure of a city lord I am. This little barren land conceals a deity, and I had no clue. I just hope these big shots don't cause any trouble. Jiang Guodong cast a deep look at the disappearing phenomenon in the void, then hurried towards his study to organize the rewards for the competition. As he walked, he pondered, young Master Li's academy is definitely more formidable than I imagined. I'll go there first thing tomorrow, using the city competition as an excuse to take a closer look at the academy. A bold idea formed in his mind. If it's as I suspect, and even old Lu Yi can be a security guard, I might as well clean toilets. Young Master Li might take me in too. Sitting at his desk, Jiang Guodong took out his phone and sent a message to old Lin. Old Lin, there seems to be something very strange about Young Master's Academy. I plan to investigate personally. If I'm unable to report back in time, I ask for your understanding. After sending the message, Jiang Guodong fell into deep thought. Everything that happened during the competition was truly unbelievable. Meanwhile, in the Super Divine Academy office, old Liang stood still, waves of powerful energy emanating from within him. Years of accumulated ailments vanished in an instant, and his previously dwindling lifespan extended by a full 1,000 years. A deity, with a 1,000-year lifespan. He was utterly stunned, standing motionless at his desk. Centuries of accumulated knowledge, historical records from the Xia kingdom, and the ancient perspectives on career changes, all shattered in an instant. His once exhausted life force was suddenly restored, and the career change task that had been stuck for 200 years disappeared just like that? What? What exactly happened? Even for a seasoned veteran like old Liang, who had witnessed countless strange events, this moment left him completely dumbfounded. The aura of a monumental breakthrough lingered around him for several minutes before retreating like a tide. Yet, old Liang had no time to fully grasp the changes in his body, still standing there, unable to recover. This is what it means to be a deity? Level 301. Li Qixing's face showed a satisfied smile. He had every reason to be pleased witnessing the birth of a deity firsthand, and within his own academy. Although he himself was not far from the divine realm, seeing a true deity for the first time stirred a bit of excitement in him. Star? Old Liang stammered, glancing at Li Qixing, unable to speak properly. Grandpa Liang, just a routine operation. Stay calm, stay calm. Li Qixing blinked, his tone light. You're the first deity in the academy, so the heavy responsibility falls on your shoulders. Seizing the moment before old Liang could fully react, Li Qixing promptly handed him the title of vice principal. This way, when he leaves the academy to wander, there will be someone to manage it. He was determined to be this hands-off manager. Phew. In the office, old Liang let out a long breath, his gaze resting on his attribute panel. Level, LV301. First transition deity had truly broken through. All the scars and hidden ailments on his body had vanished without a trace, and his once hunched back was now as straight as a pine tree. An unprecedented power flowed within him, surpassing the peak state of his life. Old Liang remained silent for a moment, finally accepting the reality that he had become a deity. He looked up, his expression serious as he glanced at Li Qixing, noticing the knowing look on the young man's face. It was clear to him such an extraordinary event could only be explained by Shing. Grandpa Liang, the profession is a bit special. It's just a career evolution, Li Qixing explained with a light-hearted smile. Anyway, it's all standard procedure, no need to be surprised. He didn't elaborate on the rules, instead shifting the topic. By the way, Grandpa Liang, you filled out the enrollment application. You've been in the battle arena before, surely you have management experience. How about taking charge of the academy's affairs? Old Liang didn't rush to agree. His gaze was fixed on the line of small print on the panel. Academy rules enhancement, concealment of the heavenly Tao, all academy students exempt from class change tasks, unlimited level advancement. These words seemed to shine in his eyes. Exemption from class change tasks and unlimited level advancement for all students, what an extraordinary rule. So abnormal, so beyond the comprehension of any professional. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, old Liang understood its significance. Do you realize how extraordinary your academy is? Old Liang asked seriously, his eyes scrutinizing. Grandpa Liang, this really is standard procedure. You'll understand slowly, Li Qixing replied, a hint of seriousness on his face. By the way, you haven't agreed to my request yet. You know the academy is no simple matter, so management isn't child's play. All right, this time, old Liang didn't hesitate, a hint of pride appearing on his face. Shinger, do you know what Grandpa Liang did after retiring from the battlefield? Have you heard of the Grand Nation Academy? Grandpa Liang was the principal, haha. It's a perfect fit, and from now on, Grandpa will work for you. Casting aside all complex thoughts, old Liang cheerfully agreed. This new life was essentially a gift from Li Qixing, and even with no further progress, 1,000 years would be enough to elevate Shinger's academy to the pinnacle. Being able to accompany Shinger and do some small things for him was more than enough. By the way, Grandpa Liang, what's the situation with your profession? Having successfully handed over the responsibility, Li Qixing turned his attention back to the system panel. Old Liang's profession was indeed very peculiar, with just one word, Qi. His panel was also unusually simple, with no skills aside from the four-dimensional attributes. And for the first time, the system skill selection prompt had changed. Ding! A new academy student has been detected. Congratulations on earning 1,000 academy points. Ding! Rule enhancement. Your student Liang Chaoren has advanced by 1 major rank. Congratulations on earning 10,000 points. Li Qixing was slightly taken aback. These were the points notifications for a student joining the academy, but something seemed off. New student points 1,000. Advancing 1 major rank. Points 10,000? Could this be a special benefit only for breaking through to deity status? He pondered briefly, not dwelling on it too much, and continued to review the new notifications on the panel. Rule enhancement, student skill selection is optional. Ding. Detected that the student holds a unique profession, unable to enhance skill selection. Ding. The system was undergoing a patch to fix rule loopholes. Ding. With a crisp sound, the patch was complete, and a professional aura instantly enveloped Li Qixing. Watching the system's series of operations, Li Qixing was stunned. A unique profession without any skills, and the system simply copied the professions of others through a rule fix? It seemed too far-fetched. What worried him more was the possibility of wasting this repair opportunity if there weren't enough points. No notification for something this crucial? Li Qixing couldn't help but complain. He speculated that this might be a new feature that appeared as the academy level increased after acquiring dungeon resources from the competition. With curiosity, Li Qixing opened the system panel, and a string of information immediately appeared. Academy lottery system. Host, Li Qixing. Level, LV211 8th rank King sealed. Academy points, 12,680. Students, 6,100. Dungeon resources, 53100. Personal skill, Magma Burst. Academy comprehensive level, 1 star. Li Qixing noticed that he had already surpassed the 7th rank creation and directly advanced to the 8th rank King sealed. Not even a progression notification, he shook his head helplessly. Checking the points column, he found that the repair had consumed 10,000 points. What surprised him more was that the student limit increased to 100, and the number of dungeon resources was precalculated by the system. The previously insignificant academy had quietly upgraded to a one-star academy, explaining the sudden addition of 1,000 points. The newly added loophole repair feature caught his attention, even though the system didn't specify how many points it consumed. Could I create rules myself once the academy level is high enough? This thought flashed through his mind. With the profession's enhancement, Qixing felt an indescribable ability within him, akin to gaining some sort of elemental affinity. He found he could manipulate the surrounding energy like an elementalist, but lacked specific skills, leaving him puzzled. What exactly is this ability? Qixing was at a loss. Then he thought, since Grandpa Liang was a martial-level veteran of the Xia Kingdom, he must have a deeper understanding of this profession. Grandpa Liang, could you tell me more about this profession? Qixing asked. Grandpa Liang sat down, a hint of pride appearing on his face. The Qi profession might seem quite useless to ordinary people. To be honest, I thought the same when I first transitioned. Grandpa Liang reminisced and began to explain in detail to Qixing. Qi is a unique profession unlike any other in the world. There are no skill books to guide it, and no predecessors to follow. Everything must be discovered through personal exploration. Old Liang reminisced, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. When I first transitioned into this profession, I was very frustrated. At that time, I didn't understand the true power of Qi. To the public, its power seemed even less than that of an ordinary wind mage. His gaze softened. Until I met your grandfather, Li Zhantian. It was he who helped me unlock the full potential of Qi. He was not only my benefactor, but also my guide on my professional journey. Calling him my master wouldn't be an exaggeration. Old Liang chuckled lightly. Even though we were about the same age, I was more than willing to be his follower. Speaking of Li Zhantian, Old Liang's expression grew more respectful. He turned to Li Qixing and continued. Your grandfather once said that Qi is omnipotent and omnipresent. Under his guidance, despite my average talent, I managed to develop 6 unique techniques. Old Liang sighed. It's a pity the academy doesn't have any dungeons. Otherwise, I could demonstrate for you. A glint of determination appeared in his eyes, clearly contemplating how to secure resources for the academy. A dungeon. Li Qixing murmured, flipping his wrist to reveal a grade dungeon storage box. With a thought, a dungeon portal materialized in the office. It was a dungeon Lin Suying had brought back from home and hadn't yet returned to the dungeon building. The academy has a grade dungeon? Old Liang exclaimed in surprise. Perfect, let your grandfather show you the power of Qi. With that, he pulled Li Qixing into the portal. After a spatial distortion, they found themselves in the vast, cooling down dungeon. Old Liang began explaining the first move. I call it Qi explosion. The principle is simple. First, form an independent body of Qi, compress it to the extreme, and then release it. Although it sounds simple, forming an independent body within Qi is very difficult, requiring you to layer the Qi into a spherical shape. Before Old Liang could demonstrate, Li Qixing had already raised a shrinking, semi-transparent light sphere. Like this. Old Liang's pupils narrowed in disbelief. Shinger, how did you do that? I'm not sure if I understood it correctly, Li Qixing pondered, but I think Qi exists within space itself, and space can be divided and compressed. Using Qi to interact with space can shake the space itself. I once saw a move that could shake the heavens and earth without compression. As he spoke, he stepped back, spread his right hand fingers wide, and then clenched them tightly, compressing the light ring covering his fist to the extreme. He slightly turned his body, pulling his fist back. Boom. Li Qixing unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the glowing orb in his hand. From the point of impact, the space around him cracked like a spider's web and then shattered completely. Air currents surged, space twisted, and the entire realm trembled violently as the ground split open. In the blink of an eye, chaos reigned within the realm, with the distorted space seemingly ready to tear everything to pieces. It seems I understood it correctly. Li Qixing began to smile with satisfaction, but his expression suddenly changed. This isn't good, the amplification is coming. He immediately extended his mental energy to shield the stunned Liang Lao. Although he couldn't directly acquire Liang Lao's skills due to the unique nature of their professions, he was able to grasp all the characteristics of this profession through the rules of restoration. Li Qixing had initially thought this technique would require specific conditions to trigger amplification, similar to the beast transformation type. But he was mistaken. The beast transformation required activation to achieve a 10,000-fold skill amplification, whereas the technique he used was fundamentally different. It was built directly upon the professional ability. As a unique profession, there were no ready-made skill books to learn from. When Li Qixing developed this technique, the rules automatically assumed its power would be amplified. Boom. Under the rules of 10,000-fold skill amplification, the power of this punch caused the entire realm to begin collapsing. Hundreds of meters away, the first point of contact with the punch's force was obliterated, forming a pitch-black void. Even Li Qixing himself was astonished by the terrifying destructive power. Fortunately, the core of the realm remained intact, and the black hole gradually vanished thanks to the realm's self-repairing ability. Liang Lao stood completely stunned. It was rare for him to be shocked in hundreds of years, yet today it happened twice. He stared, mouth agape, at the obliterated space and then at Li Qixing. This understanding, is he even human? I only explained the theory, and you instantly developed a technique tens of thousands of times more powerful? Erasing space with a single move even as a deity. I might not be able to do that. Shinger, that move was impressive. Liang Lao sincerely praised him, but then fell into contemplation. If the same method is used with this principle, could I also? He stopped abruptly, eyes widening. No, that's not right. My profession is unique. No one else in the world could possess it. How did Shing? With a buzzing sound, Liang Lao was shocked for the third time, a surprise that might last 1,000 years. His mind went blank, ears ringing, mouth open but unable to speak. Liang Yi, are you alright? Li Qixing quickly reassured him. The profession is a bit special, but it's all really standard practice. Liang Yi, Liang Grandpa? Whoa, as a dignified deity, you can't just faint like that. Liang Lao took deep breaths, not fainting, but clearly still recovering from the shock. Shinger, give this old man a moment to catch his breath. Do you have more of these standard practices? Li Qixing's lips curled into a slight smile as he listened to Liang Lao's question. Is this the usual routine? Anything else? Grandpa Liang, if we keep pushing the instance like this, it might completely fall apart. Let's take a break today and figure it out tomorrow, Li Qixing said in a relaxed tone. Stroking his beard, Liang Lao nodded. Indeed, these exaggerated maneuvers are a bit much for me to handle at the moment. After a pause, he added, by the way, Shinger, the Academy's growth depends on resources. Tomorrow, I want to assess the students' overall strength and plan our next steps. All right, Li Qixing replied with a peculiar expression. With that, the two exited the instance. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Long Wu arrived punctually at the entrance of the Super Divine Academy to change shifts with Lu Yi. Both performed the shift change ceremony with great seriousness, saluting each other and exchanging morning greetings. This job filled them with immense pride. Just as they finished the ceremony, Jiang Guodong hurried over. Ah, shift change, I see, he chuckled, pulling out two exquisite gift boxes. Lao Lu is quite dedicated. Here, some top-quality tea to refresh you. There's a share for you too, Wu. Lu Yi quietly slipped the gift box into his space ring, while Long Wu casually placed his box in the security booth and continued to focus on his duty. Jiang Guodong waited outside the academy for a full 2 hours, chatting with Lu Yi. But whenever the conversation touched on sensitive topics, the experienced Lu Yi skillfully steered it away. They're here. Lu Yi glanced at his phone. The dean has called all students to gather at the instance building. Let's go, little Guodong. I'll take you inside. He patted Jiang Guodong on the shoulder and strode through the gate, reminding Long Wu to keep an eye on the valuable items. Soon, they arrived at the instance building. Li Qixing and Jiang Guodong exchanged morning greetings, but Jiang's gaze lingered on the familiar elderly man beside Li Qixing, looking slightly puzzled. Jiang Guodong handed over a ring with both hands. Dean Li, these are all the gains from the competition. Please take a look. Li Qixing accepted the ring and quickly checked its contents with his mental power, a multi-user teleportation array, 100 skill books, and scrolls of various kinds. His focus was primarily on the instance resources, 45 instance storage boxes, containing 17 level, 9 level, 10 level, 5 level, and 3 level instances. With a thought, Li Qixing released all 45 instances. At that moment, the total number of instances at the Super Divine Academy reached 53. As the instance portals appeared within the building, a system notification echoed in Li Qixing's mind. Detecting that the Academy instance has over 10 entries, the rule can be activated. Rule: all Academy instance monsters automatically advance to become origin monsters. Host, do you want to enable this permission? Li Qixing saw this long-awaited system prompt appear before him, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Recalling the abundant experience gained from the previously triggered origin monster, a sense of excitement welled up within him. System, enable the permission, he silently instructed in his mind. Ding. The system immediately responded. Rule: all Academy instance monsters automatically advance to become origin monsters. Effective. Just then, Jiang Guodong approached Li Qixing, looking serious. Dean Li, the registration for the city contest is about to open. Could I take a look at the Academy's resources? I need a clear understanding of the Academy's overall strength to prepare for the contest. City Lord, please wait a moment. Li Qixing turned around and gently supported an elder forward. Let me introduce you to Mr. Liang, the new member of the Academy. From now on, Mr. Liang will be in charge of all matters big and small at the Academy. After the introduction, Li Qixing responded to Jiang Guodong. City Lord, you are probably already aware of the student's strength. As for the resource contest, you can discuss it directly with Mr. Liang later. Lupai. Li Qixing turned his gaze to a young man nearby. Lupai immediately straightened his back and gave a standard military salute. Boss, I'm here, ready for anything. Cut the formalities. Li Qixing waved his hand. I have a task for you. The instance resources are in hand, and Grandpa Liang wants to see the student's strength. Lin, Tao, you two follow Lupai later and take Grandpa Liang through the instance to show him your overall strength. After a moment's thought, Li Qixing added, actually, let's all go together. There's no rush to clear the instance. Uncle Lu, take the city lord on a tour of the academy and put the resources back in the equipment building. He tossed a resource ring to Lu Yi. If the city lord wants to see the academy's equipment, show him around. Let him see the artifacts, so he has some confidence. This should be prioritized for future contest arrangements. When we're done, let's have a meeting in the conference room. No one is allowed to enter the instance without my permission. After giving instructions to Lu Yi, Li Qixing turned to Mr. Liang. Grandpa Liang, let's head to the A-level instance. It's easier for you to grasp the academy's situation inside the instance. Let's go. The group of 5 quickly entered the newly delivered A-level instance at the academy, called Dark Forest. With a buzz, a bright light flashed, and they found themselves inside the instance. Dark Forest. As soon as they stepped into the instance, Lupai, Lin Suying, and Tao Yuqing were immediately excited. They could clearly feel the powerful aura of the monsters in the A-level instance. As newcomers entering this level of instance for the first time, their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Defeating A-level instance monsters would undoubtedly boost their levels rapidly. Roar, just as they steadied themselves, a piercing roar echoed from deep within the instance. Shoo shoo shoo. Accompanied by sharp slicing sounds, a giant mantis, about 2 people tall, appeared 100 meters away from the group, brandishing its scythe-like arms. Holy, this monster's aura is intense. Lupai was secretly amazed. I'm level 203, why do I feel a hint of fear? He didn't voice this thought, fearing embarrassment. After all, the strongest monsters in an A-level instance were typically only around the 4th turn destruction level to the 5th turn calamity level, and he had already reached the creation level, yet he still felt a trace of fear. Lupai quickly used an identification skill, but the screen only displayed, unable to discern it. This slightly shocked him. Although his identification skill was only basic, it should have been able to view all monsters and practitioners below the divine level. What's with this monster? He furrowed his brows, a hint of confusion on his face. Beside him, Lin Suying unconsciously took a step back. Although they were all very strong, their rapid growth left their mental states somewhat lagging behind, and their understanding of their own strength was not yet clear. So, when the monster appeared, she too felt a fear unlike anything she'd experienced before. Tao Yuqing clenched her fists slightly, emitting a cold aura as she prepared for battle. Is this just a small monster? That's unusual. Li Qixing glanced at the monster in the distance, then turned to Mr. Liang. There's something I need to discuss with you, Mr. Liang. Please don't disturb me. With a thought, Li Qixing silently directed his peachwood sword to stab at the monster's head. Clang! A stiff collision sound suddenly rang out. Boom, boom, boom. The monster was pushed back 100 meters, but quickly steadied itself, brandishing its sharp sides as it charged toward Li Qixing and the others. Huh? Couldn't pierce its defense. Li Qixing looked at the peachwood sword back in his hand, then at the rapidly approaching mantis monster, a peculiar expression on his face. The peachwood sword couldn't pierce its defense? A perfect grade artifact and swordsmanship couldn't break through? For the first time, Li Qixing was utterly shocked by a monster. He stared in disbelief at the flying sword in Xing'er's hand that had repelled the creature, and a thought flashed through his mind. Shing, who could actually control a sword? This scene left Elder Liang's mind in a state of confusion once more. Li Qixing's ability to use qi was unique to his profession. What Elder Liang had spent an entire night trying to understand as a normal operation now had a new twist. Xing'er could suddenly wield a sword? And not just any swordplay, but sword control? Wasn't that a skill exclusive to swordsmen? Could it be that Xing'er has a hidden dual profession, which conflicts with each other and caused the panel to disappear? Elder Liang murmured to himself, seemingly finding a thread of logic in the chaos. However, when his gaze shifted to the monster's attributes, his expression changed dramatically. What the? A primal creature. Elder Liang's voice cracked, his face filled with terror. Grandpa Liang knows about primal creatures? Li Qixing's eyes lit up but quickly regained composure. Let's deal with the monster first. He immediately harnessed his mental strength to shield everyone with a protective barrier. With a single step forward, Li Qixing thought, right, let's check the primal creature's attributes first, so I don't accidentally kill it. Activating his heavenly eye, the monster's attributes appeared before him. Dungeon Minion, Behemoth, Dual Blade Mantis. Level, LV4, 57, Second Transformation Primal Creature. Strength, 4,562,200. Defense, 4,744,120. Agility, 5,220,110. Seeing these levels and attributes, Li Qixing was momentarily stunned. Isn't this a bit ridiculous? In the brief moment of being dazed, the monster had already flashed before him. With no time to think, Li Qixing stepped forward. Simultaneously, a scorching aura emanated from his body. Rock demon, form collision. Li Qixing called out softly. In the next moment, the ground beneath him transformed into bubbling magma. 1,000-meter-tall magma form materialized in the air, radiating intense heat. This is the Dean's skill? Magma god form. Lin Suying gasped, astonished by the scene before her. The giant magma form that appeared in the outskirts before was actually a skill cast by our Dean? Isn't he a beast transformation dragon? How can he use magma skills too? Lin Suying was completely stunned. My god. Lupai's pupils dilated. This is a magma skill. It's actually a magma skill. That's so damn cool. Why is the boss's magma so cool? Lupai was filled with envy, thinking if he could use such a skill, it would surely impress his dad. Tao Yuqing's reaction was slightly more composed, just slightly. Boom. The form finished materializing and delivered a punch to the minion. Rule, skill power amplified 10,000 times. Booming sounds like thunder echoed. The ground trembled, and magma erupted at the point of impact. Screech. The mantis monster let out a piercing sound, seemingly trying to resist. But the extreme heat of the magma, combined with the 10,000-fold amplified power, sent it away with a single punch. Ding. Congratulations on killing the primal creature, gaining experience 4,830,200. Rule enhancement. Congratulations on gaining experience 483,020,000. Li Qixing was stunned again. Over 400 million? After a 100-fold amplification, a single monster gave over 400 million experience points. Although the monster's level was absurd, the experience value was even more outrageous. Roar, roar, roar. No time to be shocked. The massive commotion within the dungeon triggered a beast tide. Thousands upon thousands of various monsters surged towards Li Qixing like a tidal wave from all directions. Seeing the monsters rushing in from every side, Li Qixing's pupils contracted, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. Retreat for now. So many monsters, all of them formidable primal creatures. First, we need to figure out what these primal creatures are. Without hesitation, Li Qixing gave the order for everyone to exit the dungeon. Boss, what just happened? Lupai asked, his face pale with fear, his voice trembling. He was completely terrified. When those monsters surged like a tidal wave, his heart almost stopped. Are the monsters in an 11 dungeon really that outrageous? Lin Suying and Tao Yuqing were equally filled with fear, their eyes still wide with shock. The power of those monsters was beyond anything they had ever imagined. At this moment, Elder Liang was still in shock, his lips quivering slightly. Primal creatures, my god. An 11 dungeon has primal creatures. His understanding of the world had been shattered once again, his eyes filled with disbelief. Shing, is this normal procedure? Elder Liang was completely bewildered, turning his pleading gaze to Li Qixing for an explanation. However, Li Qixing didn't have time to respond to Elder Liang. His body was enveloped in a blinding light, as bright as the midday sun. Ding. Your experience points have reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV213. Ding. Your experience points have reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV214. Ding. Your experience points have reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV227. Ding. Your experience points have reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV228. Ding. Your experience points have reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV232. Ding. Your experience points have reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV233. Ding. Your experience points have reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV234. The glow of leveling up lasted a full 10 minutes, finally stopping at LV234. But after just a brief pause, Li Qixing was once again enveloped in dazzling light. Ding. You have leveled up 13 times in total. With the Rule 11 bonus, you receive 13 additional leveling opportunities. Buzz Li Qixing began leveling up frantically once more. In just a few minutes, his level soared to LV247. When the light dissipated, an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanated from him, suffocating everyone around. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up 26 times in total, earning you 26,000 Academy points. Additionally, you surpassed a major threshold, earning an extra 10,000 points. The panel clearly displayed the points notification. Elder Liang was completely stunned. He stood there, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. From the aura emanating from Li Qixing, he could intuitively sense this was the aura of a 9-turn dominator. And the leveling process just now had increased his level at least 20 times. My god, Elder Liang thought. After reaching level 200, each level up requires at least 10 million experience points. As someone who had been through it, he knew exactly what this meant. At this level, it could take ordinary people decades to level up even once. Yet Li Qixing did it as easily as drinking water, leveling up over 20 times in a row, just by killing one monster. Even though it was a legendary primal creature, Elder Liang was suddenly stunned again. That primal creature was already at LV 457. Judging from Xing'er's breakthrough aura, he was only at a king level before killing the monster. Could someone at just over LV 210 really slay a level 402 turn primal creature? No, no, no. Where did a primal creature come from in a dungeon? Elder Liang was dumbfounded, feeling like his brain couldn't process all this information. Xing'er, is this normal procedure? Elder Liang looked at Li Qixing in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. If Li Qixing weren't on his side, he might have been tempted to send him to the National Lab for research. Grandpa Liang, do you know what primal creatures are? After finishing his level ups, Li Qixing looked at Elder Liang seriously, waiting for an explanation. Joking aside, he needed to understand these creatures that even his sword technique couldn't defeat in one strike. Moreover, killing just one had elevated him to a 9-turn dominator level, and the dungeon was full of such monsters, a treasure trove of experience points he couldn't ignore. Elder Liang took a deep breath, trying to discard the continually updated perceptions in his mind. Primal creatures, I've never seen them myself. I've only heard your grandfather mention them once. Elder Liang began, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. The origin monster, I heard your grandfather mention it once. Liang Lao began slowly, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. He told me about it after he broke through the abyss and returned from the Grey Mist world. He was the only person in the history of the Xia Kingdom to have been there. Sitting up straight, Liang Lao's voice became serious. The combat power of an origin monster is twice that of a regular monster, and a true origin monster is above the god level. According to your grandfather, if a monster absorbs the core of a dungeon when it is created, it can become a pseudo-origin monster within that dungeon. He drew a circle on the table with his finger and continued. There is a difference between pseudo-origin monsters and true origin monsters. They usually appear as hidden bosses. However, unless you use a move that can clear monsters and shake the foundation of the dungeon, it's impossible to trigger a pseudo-origin monster. In the Xia Kingdom, no one but your grandfather has ever triggered one. Liang Lao's voice lowered. A true origin monster can absorb the essence of heaven and earth and grow at an incredibly fast rate. According to your grandfather, the essence of heaven and earth is a very mysterious substance. He shook his head. He didn't elaborate on its mysteries. Without reaching his level, we wouldn't understand even if he did. Liang Lao paused. Li Qixing watched him quietly, waiting for him to continue. Lupai and the others were also filled with curiosity. Don't look at me like that. That's about all I know, Liang Lao said, scratching his head with an awkward expression. It was only because of my friendship with Li Zhantian that I got access to this knowledge. Most people wouldn't even know what an origin monster is. Grandpa Liang, how strong was my grandfather back then? Li Qixing couldn't help but ask. He was filled with curiosity about the grandfather he had never met. Your grandfather? Liang Lao paused before continuing with a heavy heart. He was the first and only person in the history of the Xia Kingdom to reach the Forbidden Legend status. The term forbidden was coined by him and announced to the entire Xia Kingdom. Forbidden. Upon hearing the term, Li Qixing became serious for the first time, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Even reaching the forbidden level could lead to demise. This world was more outrageous than he had imagined. Grandpa Liang, could you tell me how my grandfather fell? Li Qixing asked cautiously. Hearing this question, Liang Lao's brow furrowed, and an unprecedented look of fear crossed his face. Xing'er, it's not something to be mentioned, he said in a deep, solemn tone. Perhaps one day, when you reach a certain height, you'll gradually understand. The path must be taken step by step. Since you're already on this path and possess such extraordinary abilities, I estimate it won't be long before you reach that point yourself. For now, focus on planning how to develop the academy. Liang Lao didn't continue discussing Li Zhantian, and Li Qixing wisely refrained from pressing further. Changing the subject, Li Qixing asked another question. So, Grandpa Liang, do you know who my father is? I've never heard anyone mention him. Is he still alive? Or was I adopted? This. Liang Lao paused again, frowning slightly. Damn, this family is full of anomalies, he muttered under his breath, then looked up at Li Qixing. I've met your father twice, Liang Lao finally said. The first time was when he changed professions. No one knew what his profession was. It seemed like an ordinary change, and even your grandfather probably didn't know. He disappeared the day he changed professions, and no one knows where he went. Liang Lao's gaze turned distant. After that meeting, 3 years passed before I saw him again. That time, he came back holding you. You were half a year old, and after handing you over to your grandfather, he disappeared again and hasn't been heard from since. Liang Lao's voice suddenly grew heavy. During that meeting, his level was at the 10th transition god level, infinitely close to forbidden. Liang Lao exhaled deeply after speaking, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. 10-turn divine mind? 3 years. Li Qixing murmured softly, his eyes showing a slight movement. It doesn't seem that difficult. He pondered over the newly acquired information, surprised to learn that he had an unknown father in this world. Although he felt no attachment to this unfamiliar father, He was inspired by the fact that both his grandfather and father were extraordinarily gifted individuals. This revelation ignited a competitive spirit within him. If I, with all my advantages, can't surpass them, wouldn't I be a laughingstock if we ever met in the afterlife? His eyes gleamed with determination. Outer realms, the abyss, the gray mist world. I must explore them all. Turning to his companions, Li Qixing decisively commanded, Xiao Pai, Lin, remove your shielding badges and show Liang Lao your combat capabilities. The academy might accelerate its pace, and Liang Lao needs to understand our strength to secure more resources. Got it, boss. No problem, principal. The two quickly removed the shielding badges from their chests, revealing their stats. Lupai level. Lin Suying level. Liang Lao was slightly taken aback, but recalled Li Qixing's mention of standard procedure, so he wasn't as shocked. He turned his gaze to Lin Suying. Lin Suying, granddaughter of Lin Tian? Didn't that old fellow Lin Tian say he was sending little Suying to the Grand Academy? How did she end up at Star Academy? Liang Lao merely glanced at Lin Suying and then shifted his focus to Tao Yuqing. Tao Yuqing. This name sounds familiar. Level. Profession, beast transformation, frost dragon form. He suddenly paused, frowning slightly. Didn't the Grand Academy send you a special admission letter? Liang Lao's face showed surprise, as he remembered this name because he personally reviewed every student admitted to the Grand Academy, especially those admitted under special circumstances. Yes, Liang Lao, I did receive an admission letter. Tao Yuqing replied respectfully, naturally speaking frankly to someone even the principal called grandfather. Then why? Liang Lao inquired further, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why didn't you enroll at the Grand Academy and instead stayed in a small city like Nion City? He recalled that Tao Yuqing's records indicated she wasn't a native of Nion City, and her transition location was quite far from it. I was kidnapped, and the principal saved me. Tao Yuqing answered bluntly. Kidnapped? Someone dared to target a Grand Academy candidate. Liang Lao snorted internally, his expression turning cold as an invisible aura of menace emanated from him. If not for Shing coincidentally encountering you, Xia country would have lost a promising talent. Is it that trash from the northern region of Nion country again? I'll uproot that thorn someday. He quickly restrained his killing intent, realizing that his current priority was wholeheartedly helping Li Qixing develop the academy. Shing, regarding the city's resource competition you discussed with the city lord, just refuse him, Liang Lao stated firmly. Our future super academy will only engage in high-level competitions. Though the academy has few students, it's sufficient for national-level contests. He patted his chest in assurance. Give me a few days, and I'll have everything arranged perfectly. Liang Lao already had a plan in mind, and the reason he needed a few days was that the academy's dungeon contained primal monsters, and he wanted to level up himself. It had been over a century since he last ran a dungeon, and he was itching to do so. The monsters in the A-level dungeon were too high-level, so maybe an F-level run would suffice. Although he wasn't sure if the F-level dungeon also contained primal monsters, with Li Qixing's standard procedure, he expected not to be disappointed. How about leveling up for fun then? Li Qixing grinned mischievously, his eyes twinkling. Grandpa Liang, you join Xiao Pai and the others for the next dungeon run. Xiao Pai, explain the academy rules to Grandpa Liang. I have some business to attend to. Darn, even the small monsters make me use skills. I might as well grind for days and nights. Leaving a complaint behind, Li Qixing grumbled as he entered the A-level dark forest. Running dungeons, haha, Lupai exclaimed excitedly. Grandpa Liang, wait a moment, I'll be right back. The boss must have set up some rules again, and the F-level dungeon is bound to have changes. Grandpa Liang, please wait a moment, I need to fetch some equipment. With that, he dashed towards the equipment building. Lin Suying and Tao Yuqing exchanged a glance, their eyes showing a hint of caution. If the monsters are as terrifying as they were just now, we need to prepare thoroughly. The two also quickly headed to the equipment building, ready to face the upcoming challenge. Liang Lao watched the young one's hurried figures, chuckling softly as he shook his head. These kids, relying on external tools isn't always effective. Despite his words, he secretly looked forward to the surprises this extraordinary academy might bring him. In the auxiliary building, Jiang Guodong's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief at the scene before him. The abundance of equipment at the Super God Academy was staggering, completely beyond his expectations. As he stood in various areas on the first and second floors, his astonishment deepened. Wasn't young Master Li's academy supposed to be poor? The first floor's library was filled with a dazzling array of skill books, including numerous job transfer books, far exceeding what he imagined for a small academy. The second floor's potion room was stocked with all sorts of recovery potions, even rare ones worth millions. How could these resources possibly be affordable for those with limited means? As Jiang Guodong continued to the third floor, his emotions grew even more complex. Entering the treasure room, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The space was filled with a variety of divine artifacts, and at that moment, he almost questioned reality. Could this be fake? Was he dreaming? Old Lu, is this real? Jiang Guodong finally couldn't help but ask, disbelief lacing his voice. Smack. Lu Yi casually patted Jiang Guodong's shoulder. Does it hurt? Good. Then you're not dreaming. Go back and arrange the city competition. Our academy is really short on resources, so stop standing around in a daze. Lu Yi spoke as he began to lead the now stiff Jiang Guodong outside. Today, the academy had added so many instances that Lu Yi couldn't afford to waste any time here. He needed to hurry back to continue clearing instances. Otherwise, with students completing them at lightning speed, they'd soon all be on cooldown, and he'd be left behind in levels when he had duty tomorrow. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from below, the sound of someone quickly ascending the stairs drawing closer. Lupai ran up, panting and filled with excitement. Mental power, I need a few artifacts that boost mental attributes. Oh, and helmets, don't forget agility attributes. I'll need agility in case we need to escape during the instance. He spoke while quickly rummaging through the shelves. In moments, Lupai had adorned himself with over a dozen artifacts, almost entirely covered in gear. Yet he seemed unsatisfied. Not enough, I need a few more. Lu Yi looked at him with curiosity. Why was this guy suddenly equipping so much? Was something big happening in the academy? No, it had to be a new rule from the principal. Thud, thud, thud. More hurried footsteps followed as Lin Suying and Tao Yuqing rushed to the third floor. They barely glanced at the attributes, almost blindly equipping themselves with artifacts from head to toe. Tao, what are you guys up to? Lu Yi asked, puzzled. Running and Flevel instance. Tao Yuqing replied without turning back, continuing her preparations. Pa, remember to bring some artifacts for protection when you go into the instance. Lupai called out while grabbing more gear. The group moved swiftly, and once they were equipped, Lupai hurriedly left. The entire third floor seemed to be pressed under the weight of the tense atmosphere. Lu Yi watched their hurried departure, his mind struggling to keep up. So much gear for Inflevel instance? Could this be an invasion of all races? Oh my, what kind of crazy rules has the principal set? I need to hurry back. Lu Yi quickly removed his gear and began donning his own artifacts. He glanced at Jiang Guodong, a hint of caution in his eyes. Little jelly, don't sneak any gear. I know exactly which artifacts are here. It's best to send you off first. With that, Lu Yi hoisted Jiang Guodong over his shoulder and quickly descended the stairs with agility. Seconds later, Jiang Guodong was deposited at the academy gate, and Lu Yi shouted, Long Wu, the principal wants you to guard the gate. No one enters without permission. With that, Lu Yi rushed back, urgency blazing in his eyes. Guard the equipment building. Keep an eye on mental power. Lu Yi muttered, cursing to himself. Hurry, hurry. If I'm late, I'll miss out. A flicker of flame danced in the air as Lu Yi dashed towards the dungeon building like an arrow loosed from a bow. His gear shimmered brilliantly, catching Long Wu's attention. Take care, Lord Mayor. Long Wu turned to Jiang Guodong, who was still in a daze, and reminded him to move. Jiang Guodong snapped out of his shock, incredulously exclaiming, Wow, the Super Academy is so wealthy that they can wear dozens of legendary items for Inflevel Dungeon. His eyes darted around as he quickly changed his tune. Brother Wu, is the Academy hiring security guards? I think I'd be a great fit for the job. Not interested, Long Wu replied coolly. Brother Wu, look, they've all gone to the dungeon, and you're the only one left on guard. If I were a security guard too, I could help share the load, Jiang Guodong continued to plead. Long Wu thought to himself that he was lucky to have this position in the first place, and didn't dare let anyone threaten his job. He exuded a sharp aura of swordsmanship. Lord Mayor, please leave. If you disturb my work any further, I won't be polite. Reluctantly, Jiang Guodong started to walk away, still chattering. Brother Wu, think about it. If I join, you could be promoted to head of security. Just ask the dean for me. Outside the dungeon building, Elder Liang waited patiently, and soon saw Lupai and his two companions arrive, fully armed. He intended to teach these students, who overly relied on their gear, a lesson and activated his appraisal skill. What he saw shocked him. What the heck? He was stunned to see Lupai adorned with 43 legendary items, and quickly glanced at Lin Suying and Tao Yuqing, finding similar situations. As a seasoned veteran who had barely scraped together 2 legendary items after surviving the abyss, his worldview was shattered. Master Liang, shall we enter the dungeon? Lupai asked with a grin. Elder Liang tried to maintain his composure and led the trio into a randomly selected Flevel dungeon. Once inside, Lupai suddenly asked seriously, Master Liang, are you familiar with the Academy's rules? The usual procedures? I know a bit, Elder Liang replied, feigning calmness while wondering just how much of these usual procedures he was unaware of. Roar. A monstrous roar echoed throughout the dungeon. On everyone's status panel, a line of text appeared, monster detected in the dungeon. Rules applied. All Academy dungeon monsters automatically upgraded to Origin monsters. Holy crap, I knew it. Lupai's face lit up with excitement. Ha ha, all the monsters are automatically leveling up. The boss is amazing. Just entering the dungeon with him. Even the panel didn't dare to prompt us. Ha ha ha. Wherever the boss is, my panel doesn't even dare to pop up. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, what was once an ordinary small monster began to undergo a wild transformation after Lupai and his group's panel prompt appeared, as if triggered by some mutation mechanism. Its limbs twisted and elongated, bones growing with a cracking sound, while its appearance and even its bloodline rapidly evolved. A powerful aura spread like a tide, making the air feel heavy. Old Liang's heart skipped a beat, his eyes full of disbelief. Is this standard procedure? He stared at the scene before him in shock. An origin monster just formed right in front of me? Good heavens, what kind of defiance against nature is this? Old Liang couldn't even begin to describe his current level of astonishment. Beside him, Lin Suying and the others were equally shocked, but due to the frequent occurrences of such rules in the academy, their ability to accept such phenomena had become incredibly strong. Beyond the shock in their eyes, there was an unmistakable excitement they couldn't contain. They all simultaneously activated their identification skills. 3 question marks appeared in their vision. The monster's level was unreadable, and even its name was not displayed. Amazing. The Dean is incredible. That's so cool. The 3 of them exclaimed in exhilaration, staring at the distant monster, eager to start the battle. However, Old Liang was the person in charge assigned by the Dean, so they needed to continue explaining the Academy's rules to him, temporarily suppressing their excitement. Old Liang, these are the Academy's rules. We all have prompts on our panels. Monsters automatically evolve into origin monsters. Did you get a prompt? This is just one of them. Lupai explained, suddenly shouting excitedly. Whoa, the monster's coming, so strong, so fierce, I love it. A fiery aura began to surge from Lupai. Lin Suying was covered in dancing arcs of electricity, and layers of thick scales quietly formed on Tao Yuqing's body. The 3 were brimming with battle spirit. Old Liang, hurry and kill it. Once you finish this one, we can't wait any longer. Lin Suying shouted excitedly at Old Liang, her fists clenched tightly. All right, let's kill the monster. Old Liang responded, his heart surging. He hadn't killed a monster in over 100 years. An origin monster over level 300 would grant at least 1,000,000 experience points for a single kill. After level 300, it required over 1,000,000,000 experience points to level up. Clearing in level dungeon could at least earn 1 level up. My god, Old Liang thought. I'm at level 301, and I can still level up in level dungeon. It's unbelievable. He saw the hope of leveling up, possibly achieving in level dungeon, S level, or even SS level in the future. Perhaps he could reach a secret realm beyond SS level. In the future, he might even become a forbidden existence like Old Li. As his thoughts raced, Old Liang felt more excited than ever. Energy burst. Old Liang clenched his fist, and a sphere of light formed on his hand. He had already mastered the improved version of energy burst that Li Qixing had demonstrated. With a clench of his fist, he shook the very space around him. With a single step, Old Liang leapt into the air, appearing above the monster's head in the next moment, his mental energy enveloping Lupai and the others. Boom crash. Liang Lao's fist came crashing down on the monster's head. Crack. The space shattered like glass. The LV-301 primordial monster was instantly smashed to the ground by Liang Lao's forceful punch. A notification immediately popped up on the screen. You have used a professional move, rule enhancement, power increased by 10,000 times. Boom. The force of the punch cracked the earth, creating a chasm-like pit under Liang Lao's fist, almost breaking through the dungeon structure. Another system notification flashed. You have defeated a dungeon monster. Congratulations on gaining 3,511,100 experience. Liang Lao was still reeling from the 10,000 times power increase when the staggering experience points shocked him again. Over 3 million experience points for defeating a single monster. Was this the frightening power of a primordial monster? As he marveled, the panel flashed again. Rule enhancement. Defeating Academy dungeon monsters. Experience increased by 100 times. Congratulations on gaining 351,110,000 experience. Holy crap. Liang Lao's composed demeanor shattered as he cursed like a young man. 300 million. A full 300 million experience points. Was the 10,000-fold power increase and 100-fold experience boost standard procedure? An aura of leveling up enveloped Liang Lao. Your experience has reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV-302. Your experience has reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV-303. Your experience has reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up to LV-304. The successive level-up notifications left Liang Lao speechless, his heart seemingly forgetting to beat. Yet, the system's surprises weren't over. Rule 11 enhancement. You have leveled up 3 times, with an additional 3 levels granted. Leveling continues. In the blink of an eye, Liang Lao's level soared to LV-307. Thump thump, thump thump. His heart, which had paused momentarily, suddenly began pounding wildly, its rhythm accelerating. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Liang Lao's face flushed red, panic overtaking him. Despite having reached a godlike status, such erratic heartbeats were indeed worrying. He hurriedly rummaged through his space ring, pulling out a handful of colorful pills, swallowing them without hesitation. Let me take a moment to calm down. Liang Lao quickly told Lupai and the others. You guys keep going, I'll catch up later. With that, he hastily exited the dungeon. He couldn't handle it, truly couldn't handle it. In the past, gaining millions of experience points took years to level up. Now, after surpassing the 300 level threshold, leveling up 6 times from killing one monster was simply mind-blowing. Liang Lao exited the dungeon, now more cautious about his life than ever. Ha ha ha, monster, your Grandpa Pai is here. With Liang Lao gone, Lupai let out a mischievous laugh, unable to contain his excitement. Boom activated all the attributes of his artifacts, his mental energy enveloping everyone as he charged forward like a wild stallion. Summon lightning. Lin Suying activated her skill. Beast transformation. Tao Yuqing shouted fiercely. The three's mental energies enveloped each other, entering a frenzied combat mode. Ah, monster, take this hit from your Grandpa Pai. Rumble instantly, the fierce sounds of battle echoed throughout the dungeon. With a loud crash, the lava collided and sent a monster reeling backward under the force of Lupai's attack. All the divine artifacts on Lupai's body shone brightly, and the immense recoil pushed him back several kilometers. Despite facing an origin monster with a level far beyond his own, the monster was still no match under the enhancement of his skill's amplified power. The system notification promptly sounded. You have defeated a dungeon monster, gaining experience 3,221,740. With rule enhancement, you gain experience 322,174,000. 300 million experience points. Lupai's eyes lit up, and he was so thrilled that he couldn't help but dance around. The exhilaration was more intense than anything else, putting him in a state of near mental frenzy. He shook his head wildly, spewing out expletives that still failed to convey his overwhelming joy. Following that, a cascade of level-up notifications flooded in like a waterfall. He shot up from LV203 to LV220, a leap of 18 levels. With the continued boost from the 11 rule, his level finally stabilized at LV238, just a step away from the pinnacle of the creation level and the 8-turn king seal. At the same time, Lin Suying and Tao Yuqing each defeated a monster. Though equally excited, their reactions were far less exaggerated than Lupai's. A dragon's roar echoed through the dungeon, resonating throughout the entire space. Outside the dungeon, Elder Liang was so overwhelmed that he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. He repeatedly checked the rule prompts on the panel, fearing it was all just an illusion. The sensation of his racing heartbeat compelled him to take some medication, which finally brought him some calm. Just then, a fully armed Lu Yi hurried to the dungeon tower. Seeing Elder Liang's unusual state, he couldn't help but ask, Elder Liang, why are you sitting on the ground? Elder Liang immediately composed himself and replied, Ahem, it's the hot weather. I'm just calming myself. It's a habit from years of practice. You should try it too. He then urged, hurry into the dungeon. The dean has a meeting to attend. Lu Yi acknowledged with a salute and promptly chose a level dungeon. However, just a second later, he was ejected, spewing blood. Even his divine level defense artifact was nearly shattered, leaving him collapsed on the ground, cursing continuously. Elder Liang couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Although it was impolite, he couldn't help himself. He couldn't help it. Finally, he saw someone else as shocked as he was. Lu Yi slumped to the ground, casually wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He glanced back to see Liang Lao trying to stifle a laugh. This method of calming the mind really did work, though sitting down so abruptly felt a bit embarrassing. He tried to stand, but found his legs weak, unable to muster the strength. 10 minutes later, when both had finally composed themselves, they exchanged a glance. After you, Liang Lao. Go ahead, trainee Lu. With a flash of light, the two entered the Flevel instance. This time, Lu Yi was mentally prepared. Observing the relatively low density of monsters, he quickly gathered energy and unleashed a massive fireball, successfully taking down a monster. However, the next moment left him stunned. The experience points displayed a staggering number, over 300 million. Holy, no wonder the monsters in the Flevel instance nearly took me out. Lu Yi watched his level-up notifications flashing wildly, his face twisting with excitement. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, in the level instance, the Dark Forest, Qixing's panel showed Academy points skyrocketing. Ding. Your trainee Lupai leveled up 18 times, points 18,000. Ding. Your trainee Tao Yuqing leveled up 72 times, points 72,000. Ding. Tao Yuqing crossed 2 major tiers, extra points 20,000. But Qixing had no time to check these notifications, as countless monsters surrounded him like a tidal wave. The strength of the level instance monsters was beyond imagination. Fortunately, his skills had no cooldown or consumption. Otherwise, the situation would be even more precarious. Despite occasional sneak attacks, even without injury, Li Qixing found it somewhat challenging. For the first time, he used the beast transformation skill, a beam of light shot skyward, enveloping the entire instance in his beast form. Dragon Might Slaughter. With the release of the ancestral dragon form skill, a cataclysmic force descended. Monsters on the ground cowered and exploded in succession, creating a spectacular and awe-inspiring scene. Each explosion caused cracks in the instance space, and within 10 seconds, all monsters were annihilated. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the entire instance shattered. A powerful force enveloped Li Qixing, attempting to forcibly teleport him out. Darn it! He recalled the textbook mentioning the consequences of an instance's destruction and quickly retracted his beast transformation skill. The next moment, the dark forest's passage crumbled to dust, and with a flash of light, Li Qixing found himself standing in the instance building. Staring at the broken instance passage before him, he was speechless. Did I just destroy the entire instance? Li Qixing looked puzzled. What? The dungeon got destroyed. He had never heard of an A-level dungeon being ruined by external forces. Even the weakest level dungeon couldn't be destroyed by divine power. He was utterly confused. He had only used his beast transformation once and casually released Dragon's Might. So how could this happen? How could the dungeon not withstand it? Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as if he realized something. The monsters within the dungeon were enhanced by rules, each possessing power beyond the divine. Yet, the rules didn't fortify the dungeon itself. Adding the force he had exerted and the impact from the explosion of the original monster, no wonder even in a level dungeon couldn't withstand it. Even an S-level dungeon might not be able to endure such power. He took a deep breath, feeling a weight settle in his heart. It seemed that the Academy would always face a shortage of dungeon resources unless they could draw rules that strengthen dungeons or acquire more dungeons to make up for the shortfall. With a long exhale, he turned his gaze to the attribute panel. The experience points were maxed out, and he didn't even have time to calculate how much he had gained. His level was rising at a frantic pace. Bulma, brilliant light shot up from him, piercing the sky. It was as if the heavens were torn open, revealing a celestial phenomenon that only occurred when a professional reached a divine level. Meanwhile, in the western seas, at the westernmost islands of Xia, a completely different scene unfolded on a small island. Arcs of electricity danced around the island, with scorched earth as far as the eye could see. The other side of the island seemed to have been ripped apart by a powerful force and sunk into the sea. At the center of the island stood half of a once-towering 100-story building, now a solitary remnant. In an office, the air was thick with the smell of burning, and the scent of lightning lingered. A deep voice emerged from the darkness. Have you found out? Yes, my lord. A man, completely white-haired, even his eyebrows, appeared in the office. He wore a white suit, had a buzz cut, and a high nose bridge, looking like he might be of mixed descent. He stood before the desk, respectfully bowing with his fists together. Speak. The man in front of him, wearing a beast mask, slowly turned, holding a cigar with a nonchalant air. My lord, the incident occurred in the western suburbs of Nion City. The leader of the Silver Wolf Group and 4 deputy leaders were all beheaded with a single stroke. Judging by the wounds, it was likely the work of a blade cultivator or swordsman. The dragon professional sent to Mion Country must have been rescued. He is definitely still hiding in Nion City. Give me a bit more time, and I will find out the mastermind. The man in the suit knelt on one knee, bowing his head respectfully. Bang! Suddenly, a dull sound echoed in the office. The masked man angrily grabbed an ashtray and hurled it at the suited man. Damn blade cultivator. Damn swordsman. I want to investigate the heavenly thunder. You destroyed half my island, and even half the building got swallowed. Do you understand? The masked man was furious, his eyes burning with rage, as if he wanted to rush over and beat the suited man. Heavenly thunder. Like a tribulation thunder, he continued to curse angrily, throwing his cigar in frustration towards the far wall. After his anger subsided a bit, he took a deep breath, lit another cigar, and calmly waited for the suited man's response. After the man in the mask calmed down, the man in the suit cautiously began to speak. Your Excellency, I am also investigating this matter. That lightning, it was truly strange. However, it is definitely connected to Nion City. The man in the suit looked serious, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, as he continued. Sir, I have a plan. Not only can we find out who sabotaged us, but we might also uncover clues about the origin of the lightning. The man in the mask took a drag on his cigar, smoke swirling around him, and said calmly, let's hear it. In my opinion, the man in the suit straightened his back. Sir, as a spatial mage, if you lend me the Blizzard Array Mage, along with an A-level instance, we can create the illusion of a new instance being born in the western outskirts of Nion City. This will surely attract the attention of the city's strong individuals. Then, I will capture all the blade masters and swordsmen for questioning, and the truth will naturally come out. The man in the suit, with his head slightly lowered, cautiously glanced at the man in the mask. In a small place like Nion City, an A-level instance is enough to mobilize all the strong ones. What do you think? The man in the mask took a cold drag on his cigar, his gaze as sharp as a knife piercing the man in the suit. If you mess this up again, do you know the consequences? I understand. If I can't find any clues again, I will accept my fate, the man in the suit replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Get out. The man in the mask waved his hand. Send someone to take over the Wanxiang Guild. Also, establish the line between Nanyuan City and Myanmar. We can't just drop our collaboration with the Myanmar sorcerers. And find a way to connect with that waste god in the northern region of Myanmar. They've taken down quite a few of our country's talents each year. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. A cold glint flashed in the man in the mask's eyes. Now go. Don't bother with an A-level instance. Take ins level 1. If possible, send a couple of talents to the Myanmar sorcerers. Understood. I'll handle it right away. The man in the suit bowed respectfully. A hum resonated as the space within the office wavered, and the man in the suit vanished into thin air. Alone, the man in the mask murmured softly. Heavenly lightning, capable of destroying my island's array, sinking half an island. Is it a master-level lightning mage? Coming to my Luoshui island to cause trouble, someone must have a death wish. He extinguished his cigar and slowly stood up, his figure gradually fading until he disappeared from the office. At that time, Nanyuan City was abuzz with excitement, with people on the streets and alleys discussing the strange phenomenon in the sky. A celestial anomaly. My goodness, another celestial anomaly. Oh my, has a deity been born in Nanyuan City again? I can't handle this, can't handle it at all. Just how many big shots are hiding in this small Nanyuan City? Meanwhile, outside a canyon in the western outskirts of Nanyuan City, the space suddenly fluctuated, and with a hum, two mysterious men appeared out of nowhere. The man in the suit instructed the person next to him. Blizzard, the array must block all identification spells, understand? Let's get started. I'll first make the space in the western outskirts fluctuate to create the illusion of an instance being born. He clapped his hands and uttered in a low voice, skill, spatial wave. With his action, the entire space in the western outskirts began to tremble, rippling outwards like waves towards Nanyuan City. Then, Blizzard also clapped his hands, his voice cold. Array, heavens, isolation. A circular light spread from Blizzard's feet, and within moments, the entire canyon was concealed by an invisible force. Good, now for the final step. The man in the suit flipped his wrist, and the passage to the Slevel secret realm sky island slowly took shape within the array, emitting a ghostly blue glow. He pulled out his phone and posted 10 messages on the Nanyuan City section of the practitioner forum. Shocking. Spatial fluctuations and radiant light in the western outskirts of Nanyuan City. Is a new instance being born? No way. Is there really a sign of an instance being born within our country? Damn, confirmed. With such a huge commotion, is it in Slevel instance? After sending the posts, the man in the suit smirked. Blizzard, go back and inform His Excellency. Within a day, I'll personally deliver them to him. The formation will gradually disappear in about 10 minutes, creating the illusion of a new instance being born. Qixing, at that moment, use your spatial skills to gradually reveal the Slevel instance. As long as people can see the attributes of the Slevel instance, they will wait for the passage to fully appear. Fubuki's expression was serious, her voice low. This time, the Lord is very angry. You better watch out. With that, she turned to leave. Qixing's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Don't worry, the allure of an Slevel instance is irresistible. When I, Qixing, do things, I rarely make mistakes. He patted his chest confidently. If a few clueless geniuses come along, it'll be perfect to sweep them all up at once. The man in the suit casually pulled, and a glowing rift opened in the air, forming a portal before him. Fubuki, wait for good news. I'll be back soon. Watching Fubuki step into the portal, Qixing's face broke into an evil grin. Merge. He clapped his hands together forcefully, and the previously isolated Slevel instance passage began to slowly appear, forming the illusion of merging with the space of Nanyuan City. Inside the city lord's mansion, Jiang Guodong sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, tapping his knee with his fingers, pondering how to meet Li Qixing. Although his gaze rested on the flowers and plants in the courtyard, his thoughts had long drifted away, filled with plans on how to become a security guard at the Super God Academy. Buzz. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation spread out like ripples. Jiang Guodong abruptly looked up, his brows furrowed. Why is there a severe spatial disturbance in Nanyuan City? He stood up, scanning his surroundings vigilantly. Goodness, could it be that another hidden master in Nanyuan City is revealing themselves? Darn, this godforsaken place has had quite a few incidents lately. Can't I just think of a strategy in peace? Jiang Guodong scratched his head, and a pair of softly glowing wings unfolded behind him. He followed the source of the spatial disturbance, flying quickly toward the western outskirts, not too fast, still contemplating how to become a security guard. It took him a full 10 minutes to reach the origin of the spatial disturbance in the western outskirts. Is it starting from here? Jiang Guodong retracted his wings, landing on his feet, and extended his mental energy like invisible tendrils, carefully examining the surroundings. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. At the entrance of a canyon, Jiang Guodong noticed something unusual. The space there seemed to be forcibly torn open by some power, gradually revealing itself. What is that light? Beyond the canyon, a light resembling a door crack flickered in and out of view. Jiang Guodong squinted, lightly tapping his finger, and an identification skill quietly fell. Looking at the light's attributes, Jiang Guodong's pupils contracted sharply. Under the identification skill, the information appeared clearly. Instance, Sky Island. Level S. Number of monsters, 100,000. Entry conditions, none. Instance cooldown, 60 days. This is actually an instance about to merge with the real world? Jiang Guodong took a surprised half-step back. Since the myriad races were driven back to the abyss, no instance has been born within Xia Kingdom. What's going on here in this level? Could it be the myriad races making a comeback? Jiang Guodong fell into deep thought, his brows furrowed. However, he quickly set aside his doubts. With the protection of the national formation, if the myriad races were coming back, the entire country would have been in an uproar long ago. As for why an S-level instance is appearing in Nion City, Jiang Guodong's lips curled up. That must be a gift from the heavens. Take it back and hand it over to the state. Who cares about any tricks? No demons or ghosts would dare act recklessly. I could even exchange it for some merit. Wonderful. Jiang Guodong thought to himself, a satisfied smile on his face. Go back and bring in S-level instance storage box. By the time I make a round trip, the instance should be nearly fully merged. Collect. Having made up his mind, Jiang Guodong prepared to turn and leave. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he stopped abruptly. Whoa, what if I tell young Master Li about this? Jiang Guodong's eyes lit up at the suggestion of sending in S-level dungeon storage box. Having Mr. Li's academy come to collect this dungeon would ensure his security work was taken care of. Truly, as a city lord, his considerations were thoughtful. With a smile on his face, Jiang Guodong quickly activated his flying skill and left. However, just as he turned to leave, a malicious chuckle echoed in the space. Just a minor disaster level, and you're thinking of going back to team up for a dungeon? A sinister voice from Qixing filled the air. The more people that come, the better. It'll save me quite a bit of effort. Qixing chuckled to himself as he checked the forum post on his phone. But the sparse comments nearly made him grind his teeth in frustration. Is the original poster from the Super God Academy? If this is a post from a big name at the Super God Academy, I'll help bump it. Can the original poster reveal their identity? What's the purpose of this post? The comments were surprisingly polite, all inquiring about the Super God Academy. Qixing was completely unfamiliar with this academy, and he was puzzled. When did the netizens of Nion City become so civil? He quickly replied, the original poster doesn't know what the Super God Academy is. As soon as this reply was posted, the comment section exploded. Holy crap, not from the Super God Academy. Who the hell is this idiot poster? Talking about a dungeon appearance without even a picture. Get lost, you say there's a dungeon, so there is? Qixing was stunned. Moments ago, the comments were polite, but now it was a battleground of insults. He felt a murderous intent rising within him. But he had more important matters to attend to. His identity must remain hidden. The harsher the insults, the more viral the post became. As long as more people knew about the situation in the western suburbs, it would be beneficial. He quickly uploaded some on-site photos. It's real. Wow, a dungeon really appeared. Verified. There is indeed a dungeon in the western suburbs. The Super God Academy will definitely collect this unclaimed dungeon, so I won't get involved. The situation is confirmed. This thread can end now. Qixing was completely dumbfounded. Despite the genuine news of the dungeon, why was everyone so indifferent? Even after the truth was verified, the post seemed to sink like a stone in the sea, with no new replies. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and a full half-hour later, not a single person had shown up. Concealed within the space, Qixing began to doubt everything. The dungeon portal was about to open, so why hadn't anyone come? A vague sense of unease began to creep over him. At the entrance of the Super God Academy, Jiang Guodong paced anxiously outside, his eyes frequently glancing towards the door deep within the courtyard. His impatience was growing, and he kept murmuring to himself, Brother Wu, has the dean replied yet? Is he willing to see me? If not, why don't you go and inform him that I'm waiting outside? We can't waste any more time. Don't be so rigid. You need to be more flexible. Jiang Guodong pleaded with Long Wu, his eyes filled with anxiety. Long Wu stood firmly at the gate, resolute in his refusal. No, you must wait for the dean's approval. This guy just doesn't understand how to be adaptable. Meanwhile, the dean wasn't answering his phone, nor was he responding to messages. Lu Yi was probably stuck in a dungeon with no signal. Jiang Guodong silently cursed, realizing they had already waited for 20 minutes. Could they really wait any longer? Jiang Guodong looked up at the sky, his brows furrowed, and suddenly shouted, Dean Li, it's Jiang Guodong. Are you there, Dean? I have something important to discuss with you. His voice, amplified by his mental power, was clear and loud enough for the entire academy to hear. At that moment, Qixing was sitting on the sofa in the dean's office, focused intently, his gaze fixed on the system panel in front of him. The interface displayed various data about the academy. Host, Qixing. Level, LV407 Second Transition Deity. Academy points, 375,500. Number of students, 6,100. Dungeon resources, 50100. Current academy rules, omitted. Personal skills, Rock Demon, Dharma Collision. Overall academy rating, 1 star. As he browsed through this information, he felt a bit dissatisfied and muttered to himself. Only 160 levels up so far, and clearing in a level dungeon gives so little experience. After reaching level 400, the experience required for a second transition deity was quite daunting. However, he reminded himself that the 300,000 plus points were at least some compensation for his efforts. Qixing paused, planning how to use these points to enhance the stability of the dungeons. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the dungeon resources section. There were supposed to be 53 dungeons, so why was there one less after a run? Were the students also grinding dungeons? He frowned slightly, realizing this couldn't continue. No, I need to draw a big prize first, Qixing said softly, a sly glint in his eyes. His gaze swept over the lottery system, finally settling on the foolish and rich tier. Let's do a single draw, guaranteed win for beginners. Feeling a bit defiant, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and issue the command. Come on, give me a surprise. The system's response sounded, activating the foolish and rich version of the lottery for you. In an instant, 100,000 points were deducted, and Qixing held his breath, anticipating the moment. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn an advanced rule. Qixing couldn't help but grin, eagerly checking the newly acquired rule. Rule: all outsiders entering the academy grounds will have their professions, skills, and artifacts nullified, and academy buildings are immune to all force attacks. Qixing's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart skipping a beat. While this rule wouldn't immediately solve his current troubles, it was indeed crucial, especially for future defense capabilities. This is the academy's rule. Any outsider who enters becomes an ordinary person. The academy's buildings are immune to all power attacks. It's absurd, yet sophisticated enough to impress anyone. Qixing nodded slightly. Without waiting for the system to prompt for permission, he directly issued a command. System, activate the latest rule permissions. Ding. Rule: all outsiders entering the academy's area will find their professions, skills, and artifacts disabled, and the academy's buildings are immune to all power attacks. Effective immediately. After the rule was activated, Qixing felt a bit relieved and continued with the lottery. He still had over 200,000 points left, and today he had to draw a rule regarding the dungeon no matter what. He quickly gave the order. System, arrange 20 luxury draws for me. Before he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from outside. Dean Li, it's Jiang Guodong. Dean, I need to speak with you. Are you there? Jiang Guodong. Qixing frowned slightly, filled with questions. Logically, matters regarding the city contest should be directed to Grandpa Liang, not him. It's better to put aside the lottery for now and see what's going on. Qixing picked up his phone and saw several missed calls and a message, which gave him a slight jolt. The city lord had been waiting outside for 30 minutes? He quickly sent a message to Long Wu. Let the city lord in. After sending the message, he sat back in his office chair, adjusted his posture, and prepared to welcome the city lord. Outside, Long Wu read the message on his phone and, with an expressionless face, told Jiang Guodong. The dean has asked you to go in. Jiang Guodong nodded, speaking respectfully. All right, thank you, Brother Wu. I'll head in now. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his agility attribute and rushed toward the academy doors at full speed. However, the moment he stepped through the academy doors, his agility attribute vanished instantly. His whole body lost momentum, and he fell to the ground like a rocket losing its thrust. In that moment, he barely realized what had happened, and his fall resembled an abrupt stop after a sprint. What the hell just happened? Jiang Guodong lay on the ground, bewildered. He looked down to check his attribute panel, only to find it completely gone. What's happened to me? He called out to Long Wu in panic. Brother Wu, look at me. What happened? Did I just lose my profession from a fall? His voice was filled with unprecedented panic. The intense pain seemed to be numbed, leaving him at a loss. Jiang Guodong stood up with difficulty, his face bruised and his skin damaged, with some areas scraped off. Yet the burning pain didn't ease at all. He began to look around, trying to understand what had happened. Brother Wu, look, am I sick? I can't even see my profession. When Jiang Guodong stepped back outside the academy's gate, his attribute panel reappeared before him. Long Wu gave him a disdainful look and said coldly, get out. Jiang Guodong returned to the academy gate, standing there dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell? My profession is back. What's going on? He even tested it a few times, his eyes full of panic and confusion. Is there something supernatural about your academy? He finally stammered, his voice filled with utter panic. Long Wu, oh my gosh. There's a ghost at your academy. Jiang Guodong stood at the academy gate, one foot inside and the other outside, his face filled with terror. He stared intently at the bizarre scene in front of him. The system panel only displayed halfway, with the other half completely garbled. This completely overturned his understanding, making him doubt whether there was an issue with his professional system. Jiang Guodong, the dean has summoned you inside. What are you doing standing there like a fool? Do you want me to salute you? Long Wu looked at him coldly, his tone clearly displeased. Oh, right. I need to see Dean Li. There's something important to discuss. Jiang Guodong snapped back to reality and hurried towards the dean's office. His slightly overweight frame made even this short distance leave him panting, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Reaching the office door, Jiang Guodong knocked gently. The door opened immediately, and Li Qixing stood there with a smile. Please come in, City Lord. Li Qixing gestured invitingly. After you, Dean, Jiang Guodong stammered, inviting Li Qixing to go first. In this terrifying academy where one's profession could vanish, his respect for Li Qixing had reached the level of reverence for an ancestor. After Li Qixing settled in the reception area, he asked, "What brings you here, my lord?" Rest assured, the Super Academy will fully support the city conquest competition. You can go ahead and register. Dean, I have something important to report. Jiang Guodong instinctively tried to retrieve the Slevel instant storage box from his spatial ring, only to find he couldn't access any items. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and continued, I discovered a newly formed instance in the western suburbs. I came here to. Before he could finish, there was a sudden urgent knock on the door. Come in, Li Qixing said, looking up. The door opened, and Lupai, Lin Suying, and Tao Yuqing slid in on their knees, lining up neatly in front of Li Qixing. Boss, I've committed a sin, please punish me. Dean, we've done wrong. My lord, please punish us. Their faces were full of fear, looking pitifully at Li Qixing. Stand up and speak, Li Qixing said helplessly, already guessing they had likely ruined the academy's 3 instances. Boss, I don't dare stand. Please punish me. We've done something unforgivable, Lupai said, still kneeling and about to explain when another urgent knock sounded at the door. There was another knock on the door. Come in. Li Qixing's voice was calm with a hint of amusement. The door creaked open, and old Liang slowly walked in. His face was slightly flushed, and his eyes were evasive, like a child who had done something wrong, filled with unease and conflict. Everyone's here, huh? Old Liang glanced at Jiang Guodong, who was standing to the side in shock, then at Lupai and the other 2 kneeling on the ground. What did they do wrong? Punished to kneel? Old Liang wondered to himself, but showed no expression. I ruined a copy. Will Shinger make me kneel too? In his mind flashed the image of that energy-filled copy, although just Flevel. If it mutated into a source monster, its power would be considerable. Li Qixing couldn't help but chuckle. Old Liang, what brings you here? Noticing Old Liang's wandering eyes, he understood his thoughts and found it amusing. Old Liang awkwardly scratched his head and after a moment, softly asked, Shinger, what about these 3? He pointed to Lupai and the others kneeling, his face full of oddness and unease. If Shinger embarrasses him in front of everyone, it would really hurt his pride. Li Qixing slightly raised his eyes. Lupai, speak. Lupai took a deep breath and quickly said, Boss, the 3 of us, we broke the copy. He hung his head, his voice filled with guilt. Can a copy really be broken? Jiang Guodong blurted out in astonishment. In his mind, he envisioned Lupai and the others entering the copy with divine artifacts, full of envy. Even though the artifacts were powerful, how could even the lowest Flevel copy be easily torn apart? For a moment, Jiang Guodong was speechless. The strength of these 3 was far beyond his own, and thinking about possibly becoming a security guard at the academy made him uneasy. Li Qixing spoke calmly. What level? Flevel. Boss, it really was Flevel. We went into the copy together, Lupai hurriedly added, his tone carrying a hint of tension. Oh, Li Qixing responded blandly, his gaze shifting to Old Liang. And you, Old Liang, what's your business? Old Liang replied softly. Shinger, I also, broken Flevel copy. His tone was even more cautious. Haha, your loss is smaller than mine, Li Qixing laughed, then his tone shifted. I've broken a level 1. Don't blame yourselves, it's not your fault. Just be more careful next time, though it might not be avoidable. He paused. Let's find a way to gather more resources in the future. Stand up, don't kneel so easily. You're all at the divine level, don't worry about being laughed at. Old Liang felt a weight lift off his shoulders, then looked up at Li Qixing with a hint of gratitude. He also glanced at the kneeling trio, who had all surpassed the 300 level threshold, and smiled. Lupai quickly said, Boss, even gods would kneel to you. Look at me, Lupai. Forget being divine. If I ever become a celestial, I'd kneel to you every day. Lupai spoke with a touch of pride, slipping in a bit of flattery. This kid has potential, Old Liang thought, nodding internally as he glanced at Lupai. Shinger, I plan to return to the Magic City to fully arrange the Academy's development. Can I take 2 days off? Old Liang bowed slightly, respectfully asking for permission. Li Qixing, expressionless, nodded lightly. Old Liang, such small matters you can handle yourself. All right, I'll give you a detailed plan when I return. Old Liang turned to leave, but suddenly stopped, as if remembering something, and turned back to ask, by the way, Shinger, does the Academy have a shielding badge? I might need to hide my strength when I go back. Li Qixing raised an eyebrow, sensing Old Liang's subtle nervousness. Old Liang seemed a bit uneasy. Once, at level 300, my strength represented the pinnacle of power anywhere. But now, I'm at level 367, just one level copy away from a second transition to divine. I need to be low-key to avoid unnecessary attention. Li Qixing nodded calmly. Don't worry, I'll arrange a shielding badge for you. Thank you. Old Liang smiled slightly, waved his hand. I'll go make arrangements. Before he finished speaking, Old Liang had already disappeared beyond the door. In just one day, they had surpassed the significant milestone of level 300 and leveled up dozens of times. If the Dragon Emperor inquired, it would be difficult to explain. Therefore, Elder Liang spoke up to ask. Li Qixing was about to respond with no, but Jiang Guodong interrupted him first. Me. Dean, I have. Jiang Guodong stood up eagerly, his eyes shining with a desire to please. How could he miss such an opportunity? He flipped his wrist, but suddenly his expression turned awkward. Jiang Guodong scratched his head. Elder Liang, can you take it yourself? It's in the ring. With that, he took off his spatial ring and handed it over respectfully. All right, time is of the essence, so I won't waste time going to buy one myself. I'll return it to you later. Elder Liang accepted the ring without hesitation, scanned it quickly with his mental power, and took out the shielding badge. I'll return it to you later. He handed the ring back and turned to leave. Jiang Guodong initially wanted to ask Elder Liang to help take out the dungeon storage box from the ring, but seeing Elder Liang's unusual status in the academy, he swallowed his words. Pai, Uncle has an S-level dungeon storage box in the ring. Can you help take it out? Jiang Guodong turned to Lupai, with whom he was more familiar, for help. Sure. Lupai took the ring, but an odd expression appeared on his face. He thought, is this old guy trying to show off some special treasure? Why can't he take it out himself and need someone else to help? With a whoosh, Lupai, with a single thought, dumped everything from Jiang Guodong's spatial ring onto the ground. Uncle Jiang, I took everything out. Pick what you need. The ground was piled with various equipment, roughly estimated to be worth billions. This. Jiang Guodong was stunned, his eye twitching. Damn Lupai. His father said this kid was rebellious and needed discipline. He didn't believe it, often advising to learn communication. Yet this kid pulled this stunt. Billions worth of items, all laid out on the ground. If he could take it himself, why bother asking for help? Jiang Guodong struggled to hold back the blood rising in his throat. The items were already out, but he couldn't put them back. Damn it. Let's handle the important stuff first. Jiang Guodong picked up the S-level dungeon storage box from the ground and turned to Li Qixing. Dean, it's like this. Soon, Jiang Guodong explained the entire situation in detail. Is there such a good thing? When they heard about the S-level dungeon, everyone's eyes lit up. Sir, so you're saying it's an ownerless object, and you're here to inform us? Jiang Guodong said cautiously. Dean Li, that's exactly what I mean, Jiang Guodong replied smoothly. In the entire Nion City, only your academy can handle an S-level dungeon. Such a high-level dungeon. Even if given to others, they wouldn't be able to use it, let alone defeat the monsters. The minimum level is above a natural disaster. Anyone other than the Super Divine Academy wouldn't be killing monsters, but getting killed by them. Dean Li, it's not that I'm deliberately giving it to you. Understood. I've never seen an S-level dungeon. Let's go take a look. Li Qixing stood up. Boss, such a small matter, let us handle it. Pai guarantees to do it beautifully for you. Dean, we can handle this matter. Leave it to us. Seeing Li Qixing preparing to go personally, Lin Pai and the others rushed to volunteer. They thought, handling a dungeon is such a small matter. How could they let the dean take action personally? They were gods. If they couldn't handle this, how could they stand in the academy in the future? Let's all go. I've never seen the birth of a dungeon or the attributes of its level 1. Let's move. Li Qixing finally decided. Li Qixing stood up with Lu Pai and the others, while Jiang Guodong cast a longing glance at the equipment scattered on the ground. His eyes were filled with reluctance, but he realized he couldn't retrieve those rings. Uncle Jiang, clean up your junk. Lu Pai's voice broke the silence. Seeing Jiang Guodong unresponsive, Lu Pai spoke again. If you don't want it, I'll just chuck it back into the equipment building to gather dust. No one at our academy uses this kind of trash. I'll do it. This kind of rough work is best left to me. Tao Yuqing quickly picked up an extra space ring. With a thought, the equipment on the ground vanished instantly. She turned and said, Director, wait for me. I'll just dump this junk at the equipment building first. Before she finished speaking, she transformed into a flash of cold light and disappeared from sight. Jiang Guodong stood there, speechless. but I still wanted them. In just 2 breaths, Tao Yuqing returned to the office door. If one looked closely, they could see a shield badge on her, emitting a faint glow. The group headed toward the Academy's teleportation building. The teleportation array acquired from the resource competition was rarely used, and they couldn't let it gather dust. 2 minutes later, they arrived at the teleportation building. In the center of the hall, a shimmering array emitted a strange glow. A light screen was set up at the entrance of the array. Li Qixing approached the screen, his first-time experience with the teleportation array leaving him somewhat excited. To his surprise, the teleportation array's control was quite simple, with an operation panel that displayed all available destinations with just a tap. Li Qixing opened the panel, and a map of Xia country unfolded before him. Based on Jiang Guodong's description, he quickly located the western outskirts of the area where the level dungeon had appeared and gently tapped it. Buzz, the teleportation array lit up with a dazzling light. So convenient. The fusion of games and reality is amazing. Li Qixing murmured to himself and stepped into the teleportation array first. The others followed closely behind, and with a flash of light, everyone vanished from the array. In the western outskirts, outside the canyon, Shikong was crouching in a concealed spot, questioning his life choices. Damn it, not a single person has shown up, he cursed to himself. And level dungeon, a rare resource even in their organization, had no appeal in a small city like Nion City. Over 40 minutes had passed, and only about 10 people had come to take a look. These people merely glanced at it with curiosity, sighed, and left. What are they sighing about? Shikong pondered in his hidden space, utterly perplexed. What is this Super God Academy anyway? The most common comment from those who came was, the resources may be good, but we can't enjoy them. Sharing a city with the Super God Academy is our misfortune. We can only slowly develop in the Academy's shadow. Then, they would leave. So what on earth is this Super God Academy? Shikong was increasingly baffled. Buzz, just as he was pondering, a spatial fluctuation occurred. It was the teleportation array. As a spatial mage, Shikong was highly attuned to changes in space. Finally, someone else is coming? Shikong perked up. Damn it, strike first. If I don't bring back a few people, the boss will have my head. He silently prayed. I hope the people coming are strong. The stronger, the better. Otherwise, my plan would be in vain, and I'd look like a fool. Shikong, you're not only the strongest mage in the organization, but you're also the most strategic. Come on, you can do it. Turning his gaze to the fluctuating space, Shikong made a silent wish. Be strong. You better be strong enough. Hidden in the shadows, Shikong clasped his hands together and made a wish with closed eyes. At that moment, the air shimmered, and a radiant portal appeared out of nowhere. 5 figures emerged in succession. Shikong squinted, examining them closely. Upon realizing they were just a group of young, inexperienced individuals, his expression darkened. Kids, Shikong cursed inwardly. I've been waiting for so long, and this is what I get. A bunch of kids barely out of their diapers. He clenched his fists, feeling as if his reputation was on the line due to this plan. Left with no choice, Shikong decided to capture one of them to report back. His gaze first landed on the leader, Li Qixing, and he immediately used his appraisal skill. No status panel? Shikong's eyes widened in disbelief at this ordinary person. Gritting his teeth, he turned his attention to Lupai, only to find him wearing a shielding badge. Not even level 10, and already wearing a shielding badge. Shikong's forehead veins throbbed. When he looked at Lin Suying, he found another person with a shielding badge, nearly driving him to madness. However, when Shikong's gaze fell on Tao Yuqing, he suddenly paused. After a moment of recollection, a sinister smile crossed his face. So, it's you, the girl with the dragon profession. Haha, you can't escape the grasp of Luoshui Island. Confirming that Tao Yuqing was the beast transformation frost dragon professional who had escaped from Wanhua, Shikong's mind raced, forming a perfect plan. I'll not only capture this girl, but also find out who rescued her, Shikong thought, with a cold smile. Even the lightning powerhouse who destroyed half of Luoshui Island won't escape my scheme. Fixing his eyes on Tao Yuqing, his plan took shape. Since you're here for this level dungeon, you must return to your respective factions. If I infiltrate the dungeon ahead of time and follow you back, I can capture all the powerhouses of your factions in one fell swoop. A sly grin spread across Shikong's face. Striking in the dungeon won't alert any local forces, and I won't have to worry about being hunted down. When your elite team enters the dungeon, it will be your end. Just as this level dungeon was about to fully reveal itself, Shikong silently slipped inside. As he entered, the spatial ripples gradually subsided. The formation cast by Chui Shui collapsed instantly, and the spatial barrier in the western sky vanished along with it. The dungeon portal emitted a blinding light, fully revealing itself to everyone. Boss, it's in level. It really is in level. Haha, we're going to be rich. Lupai was so excited that he nearly jumped up, his face full of exhilaration. Take it away. Li Qixing tossed the dungeon storage box to Lupai, a light smile playing on his lips, his mood lifting as well. As for why level dungeon appeared in the western suburbs, he didn't care to think about it. Whatever monsters or schemes lay behind it, bringing it back to the academy and experimenting with it was all that mattered. Soon, this level dungeon was carefully placed into the storage box by Lupai, who respectfully handed it to Li Qixing. Lord Mayor, shall I take it? Li Qixing looked at Jiang Guodong, shaking the storage box in his hand. Take it, you take it. I have no use for it. Deanly, you can arrange it yourself. Jiang Guodong snapped out of his thoughts and quickly responded. He had been studying his attribute panel, which returned to normal the moment he stepped out of the formation. After several experiments, he concluded that upon entering the Super Academy, his profession disappeared and only returned to normal upon exit. As for the reason, it was beyond his understanding. With the dungeon in hand, let's head back. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Li Qixing gave a slight bow to Jiang Guodong and turned to head back to the academy. Deanly, Jiang Guodong hesitated, feeling anxious. Do you have something on your mind? Li Qixing inquired. Jiang Guodong mustered his courage, clenching his teeth and gripping his hands tightly. His spatial ring was already depleted, and missing this opportunity might mean he would never be part of the Super Academy. Deanly, does your academy need a security guard? Finally, Jiang Guodong gathered the courage to ask. After asking, he felt nervous, fearing a refusal from Deanly. I don't need a salary. Li Qixing chuckled. Lu Yi has a good relationship with Jiang Guodong, and Jiang Guodong has had some contact with the academy. If I didn't notice anything suspicious, it would be surprising. Having a mayor in the academy could be beneficial for me. He had already seen through Jiang Guodong's intentions, and Jiang Guodong's professional skills were quite good. Sure, let's take him in. No, Dean, I don't want a salary. Rest assured, at my age, I definitely have a knack for security work. Li Qixing's agreement made Jiang Guodong overjoyed, as joining the Super Academy was a dream come true for him. All right, then let's head back to the academy and fill out the employment form. There's a small meeting, you can join us. Li Qixing left a word, and with a thought, a peachwood sword appeared beneath his feet. There was a teleportation array for coming, but none for returning. Being able to fly really felt good. Dean, why don't you ride me? Tao Yuqing didn't want to contribute nothing to the academy, even if it meant becoming the dean's mount. What? Li Qixing gave Tao Yuqing a strange look, thinking to himself how inappropriate it was to say such things in front of so many people. With a buzz, Tao Yuqing realized her words were inappropriate, her face turning crimson instantly. No, sir, I can carry you back. With that, her body shook, and a massive dragon form appeared before Li Qixing. Sir, in the future, you can ride me whenever you want to travel. Anytime you wish to ride, I'm available. Li Qixing looked at Tao Yuqing, who had transformed into a frost dragon, and blinked with a peculiar expression. The student's wording might have been off, but there was no denying that riding a dragon looked incredibly cool. He lightly stepped on his peachwood sword, transforming into a sharp sword light, and gracefully landed on the dragon's head, striking a dashing pose. Let's go, Li Qixing commanded. Yes, sir. Tao Yuqing responded respectfully. The dragon took a deep breath, producing a whoosh sound, then spread its wings. A powerful gust swept the ground as the massive dragon body soared into the sky, heading straight for the clouds. So cool. Lupai stood on the ground, looking up at the sky with envy. Wow, the boss looks awesome wielding a sword and riding a dragon. Jiang Guodong politely addressed Lin Suying and Lupai. Fellow students, let's go too. With that, he formed hand seals, activating a flight skill that produced light wings around him, and quickly followed after Li Qixing. Let's go. Lin Suying spat out the toothpick in her mouth, instantly transforming into an arc of electricity that streaked through the air in a blue flash, vanishing without a trace. In no time, everyone had left, leaving Lupai alone. I'm off too. Lupai gritted his teeth, activating his agility skill. His legs burst with incredible power as he sprinted away. Damn, it's embarrassing. I'm the only one who hasn't learned flying skills. A dignified deity, yet I'm stuck running. He muttered to himself while running. I must learn some new skills when I get back. Flying, jumping, tearing through space, I need to learn them all. Meanwhile, within just 2 minutes, Tao Yuqing had already landed in the academy's plaza. In her dragon form, she slowly folded her wings, and Li Qixing leaped down from the dragon's head. Soon, everyone was back at the academy. Even Lupai, who had sprinted on foot, arrived breathlessly. Being at a deity level, his running speed was indeed extraordinary. Let's have a quick meeting in the conference room, Li Qixing said, looking around at everyone. Then he turned to Lupai, pulling out a gleaming Slevel replica crystal from his spatial pouch and tossing it to him. Lupai, check if Uncle Lu has come out from the replica building, and place this new replica there. He then turned to Lin Suying. Lin, please call fifth uncle from outside the school gate. Pausing, Li Qixing added, oh, and we'll have to wait for the city lord. He's a slow flyer. Before he finished speaking, a heart-wrenching cry for help suddenly echoed from above. Help me. Help me, Lupai Dean, save me. In midair, Jiang Guodong's scream pierced the sky like a pig being slaughtered. Just a moment ago, he had entered the airspace above the Super God Academy. The next moment, his body suddenly stalled, the flight skill's light wings around him dissipating like bubbles. He lost all support and started plummeting straight down. Help! Someone save me! Ah, I'm going to die! I'm going to die! As Jiang Guodong fell, his screams grew closer and closer. Lupai looked up and frowned slightly. What kind of stunt is Uncle Jelly playing now? He noticed Jiang Guodong's trajectory was headed right for him. Boom! With a dull thud, the asphalt ground was smashed into a human-shaped crater, dust flying everywhere. My back! Xiaopai, I think my back's broken. Jiang Guodong groaned in pain from the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Whoa, Uncle Jelly, you're really going all out. Man, you're a tough one, Lupai said, looking at the man in the pit with an odd expression. There's blue potion in the equipment building. Go get some yourself. I have to go fetch my dad. The boss wants to have a meeting. With that, he turned and ran towards the replica building. Jiang Guodong struggled to climb out of the pit, his whole body feeling like it was falling apart, the pain making his mouth twitch uncontrollably. I almost died. A 5-turn disaster level. Almost died from a flying skill. Damn, I knew it. Entering the academy makes professions disappear. I'm never flying that high again. From a distance, Qixing watched the scene unfold and helplessly patted his forehead. The small meeting's content was precisely to explain the rule about outsiders, and he had forgotten to remind Jiang Guodong about being an outsider. Lin, go to the equipment building and get a blue potion for the city lord, Qixing sighed. At that height, I bet he broke a few bones. It's tough for him to hold on. At the same time, in the level replica, in the void of the replica, a scream suddenly descended from the sky. What's happening? Help! Damn, what the hell is going on? The falling figure frantically waved his hands. Skill, space barrier, activate. Skill, space step, activate. Why have my skills suddenly failed? What's going on here? Shikong, who had been hidden in the void of the dungeon, cried out in despair. Just moments ago, the small space he had created vanished without a trace. As he lay asleep in the void, his body suddenly lost its weight and began plummeting like a kite cut from its string. In a panic, Shikong cast a dozen skills in quick succession, but they all vanished without effect, as if sinking into the sea. The wind howled past him as his body continued to accelerate downward. Haven't I hit the ground yet? A mighty demigod, can't possibly die from a fall. Help! Someone help me! Shikong screamed while frantically thinking of a solution, fear and confusion flashing in his eyes. As a clear-headed person, Shikong quickly forced himself to calm down. His skills might not work, but his spatial ring still held many artifacts. With a thought, he prepared to retrieve a flying artifact. What the heck is going on now? No way. Ring, why aren't you working either? Shikong stared incredulously at his finger. Ring, open, he commanded, but nothing happened. What the hell? Defense artifacts, activate. Activate, activate, just open. Shikong shouted desperately, his eyes filled with unprecedented panic. He couldn't retrieve anything from the ring, and no artifact could be activated. This is a disaster. Shikong's face turned pale. What else can I do? I don't want to die. With my intelligence, I must be able to come up with a good plan. He kept pounding his head, the sound echoing in the void. Finally, a spark of inspiration struck him. The dungeon. Right, I'm inside a dungeon. I just need to exit the dungeon. Realizing this, Shikong wasted no time and focused his mind. Whoosh! The gale continued to blow coldly past his ears, indicating that his attempt to exit the dungeon had failed. Why can't I get out? Damn it, you get in level dungeon and don't open it immediately, leaving it to gather dust in a storage box. Shikong cursed in despair. It's over, I'm finished here. With a thunderous crash, Shikong hit the ground hard, forming a human-shaped crater. The pain surged like a tide, as if all his organs had shifted and his bones shattered. Then came numbness, his entire body tingling, blood trickling from his mouth as he lay convulsing in the pit. Fragments of memory flickered in his mind, moments of triumph when he first became a space mage, standing proudly above others. Am I going to die? Shikong's eyes were vacant, feeling the proximity of death for the first time. A space mage, dying from a fall. Unwillingness, anger, and endless hatred flooded his mind. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying beast's roar pulled him back from the brink of death. Whoosh whoosh, Shikong greedily inhaled the air. Just a moment ago, he had nearly died. With difficulty, he managed to roll over and lay flat in the deep pit. As a high-level professional, even without using any powers, his injuries would gradually heal on their own. However, just as Shikong lay still, he saw another terrifying beast roar from outside the pit. Roar! In the next moment, he witnessed the mutation of a monstera. Green-eyed gray wolf howled, its body growing larger, sharp bone spurs emerging from its back, and its green eyes slowly turning blood red. Can dungeon monsters really mutate and evolve? Shikong was stunned. For the first time, his understanding was completely shattered. The inexplicable disappearance of his powers and the terrifying evolution of the monster were beyond his comprehension. I can't die. I absolutely can't die. Once this mission is perfectly completed, the master will surely value me, Shikong murmured to himself. Then he covered his eyes with his hands, like a child making a wish. If I can't see it, the monster can't see me, can't see me. Hey, why is there someone in the dungeon? Suddenly, a voice sounded next to Shikong. What's this idiot doing? Shikong covered his eyes in despair, his body tense, as fear gripped him so tightly, he could barely breathe. He silently prayed that the monster wouldn't see him, hoping for a sliver of a chance to survive. Just as he was about to break down, a blinding light erupted in the dungeon, illuminating everything around. Lupai appeared at the edge of the pit, standing firm. He had just entered the dungeon and immediately noticed Shikong's helpless figure. Shikong was sitting in the pit, hands tightly covering his eyes, muttering, "Can't see, can't see." Lupai frowned at the sight. "What's this idiot doing?" he muttered under his breath. Hearing the voice, Shikong quickly opened his eyes and saw the kid from the suburbs. A glimmer of hope. His heart leaped, and he struggled to speak. "Please help." However, his words were cut off by a deafening beast roar. In that instant, the form of the blue-eyed gray wolf collapsed, transforming into a terrifying primordial monster. A thunderous roar shook the earth, and Shikong felt as if his entire body was being torn apart by the force, causing him to faint. Standing at a distance, Lupai felt the violent aura emanating from the monster. His eyes widened, his heart raced, and he quickly turned to exit the dungeon. Damn, this monster is too strong, he thought, too frightened to even use his skills, only focused on retreating. Too terrifying. I'll come back after leveling up in a few more dungeons. He whispered to himself as he exited the dungeon, contemplating the monster's terror. He frowned, suddenly remembering something. Why was there a person in the dungeon? This thought prompted him to quickly pack up the dungeon and plan to report to his boss before deciding on the next steps. After putting away this level dungeon, Lupai felt conflicted and decided to find his old man to see what he thought. With a change of mind, he entered in Flevel dungeon, quickly crossing into the Trant forest. Just as he stepped into the dungeon, a resounding explosion occurred. Boom, a loud noise, and the Flevel dungeon passage inside the building shattered instantly. Lu Yi appeared dumbfounded in the dungeon building, his eyes vacant, momentarily stunned. He stared at the now broken dungeon passage, feeling overwhelmed. Did I get stronger? He mumbled, but then looked at the collapsed dungeon, his heart pounding wildly. Oh no, I broke the dungeon. Will the dean expel me? Holding his head, Lu Yi sat on the ground with a bitter face, trapped in extreme panic. The destruction of the dungeon was a huge loss. If he got expelled, he'd be tormented by this reckless child for 1,000 years. Thinking about his future, he was on the verge of collapsing. When did you get out? A familiar voice asked. Lupai emerged from the Trant forest dungeon passage, seeing his old man sitting dazedly on the ground, pale-faced, and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, must have scared him silly. He laughed exaggeratedly. Back in the day, when we broke a dungeon, we were just as panicked. As he laughed, Lupai suddenly stopped and feigned a panicked expression. He dropped to his knees in front of Lu Yi, eyes full of fear. Dad, did you break a dungeon? You, did you break a dungeon? Lupai asked dramatically, his voice tinged with disbelief and fear. Lu Yi, in a panic, grabbed Lupai's hand, his face full of terror. Xiao Pai, I was already panicking, and suddenly seeing you kneel and ask me this, oh my, this is serious. Son, you have a good relationship with the dean, you have to plead for me. Lu Yi's words were filled with helplessness, feeling worse than death. If he really got expelled by the dean, he feared he'd be crushed by this child for 1,000 years, with no way to live. It was more frightening than death to him. Dad, sob, sob. Lupai suddenly threw himself into Lu Yi's arms, crying his heart out, though no tears actually fell. His wailing was gut-wrenching, as if the entire world was collapsing. Hurry up, Dad, you need to leave now. I'll handle things with the boss. Lupai choked out, his voice barely audible. You have to leave the academy, the farther the better. I'll plead for you, but you must not go to the boss. You don't know, sob, sob, during the time you were in the dungeon, the boss's temperament changed drastically. He paused, a flash of fear in his eyes. Do you know Elder Liang? Grandpa Liang, who oversees academy affairs, he also shattered a dungeon. The boss, out of familial respect, has already broken Elder Liang's legs and expelled him. Lupai's cries grew louder, almost hysterical, his voice nearly out of control. Dad, I begged for mercy on your behalf. Do you know what the boss said? He said, from now on, I don't have this brother anymore. Sob, you've ruined me. Dad, what should I do? Lupai slapped Lu Yi's back repeatedly, each hit feeling like a heavy blow to his heart. Lu Yi could barely breathe. Normally, Lupai would have been beaten for such behavior, but now Lu Yi restrained himself. Son, calm down. Lu Yi struggled to breathe, his deep voice tinged with exhaustion. I'll go to the headmaster to admit my mistakes, even if it costs my life. I can't let you leave the academy. Let's go, find the headmaster. He pulled Lupai and hurried towards the headmaster's office. Dad, the boss is in the conference room, Lupai managed to say, suppressing his sobs, his tone more urgent. Sob, we have to go to the conference room. The boss will gather everyone from the academy. I fear we might both be doomed. In the conference room? Let's go, Lu Yi said, a hint of anxiety in his eyes as he quickened his pace. 10 seconds later, the father and son arrived at the conference room. Inside, the entire academy was present. Even Long Wu, who usually stood guard, sat quietly on the side. The atmosphere was tense, so silent that everyone's breathing could be heard. Even the city lord was there, looking severely injured. Lu Ye's gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on Li Qixing. His face was expressionless, silently observing the situation. Suddenly, Lu Yi bent down and knelt without hesitation. Master, I'm willing to take all the blame. Please don't punish Xiao Pai. What? Take responsibility for what? Everyone was bewildered, not understanding Lu Ye's meaning. Li Qixing glanced at him, slightly furrowing his brow, clearly confused. What's going on? Li Qixing looked at Lupai outside the door, trying to suppress a laugh. What a rebellious son, making his father look so pale. Damn, if I ever have such a kid, would he drive me to my grave? He cleared his throat, then with a flick of his wrist, a whip appeared in his hand. Uncle Lu, this divine weapon is for you. Go easy, don't cause any fatalities. Oh, and wait to use it. Let's have a meeting first. Li Qixing's tone was slightly teasing, gesturing for Lu Yi to sit down. Lu Yi was momentarily stunned, accepting the whip, feeling a bit confused. Just as he was about to speak, Li Qixing stood up easily, flipping his wrist to reveal an admission application form. Let's introduce the new member. City Lord, Jiang Guodong, Li Qixing said, handing the form to Jiang Guodong. Uncle Jiang, please fill it out first. Lu Yi clearly hadn't recovered from the chaos, staring blankly at Li Qixing, then at Lupai outside the door whose face wore a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum, as if watching a good show. Headmaster, I shattered in Flevel Dungeon, Lu Yi said softly, his tone tinged with helplessness. Is that all? If someone from our super academy can't even shatter a dungeon, that would be embarrassing, Li Qixing said leisurely. All right, let's announce two things, then hurry to clear the dungeon. He lowered his face, lightly tapping the table with his hands. Lu Yi carefully stood up, pulled out a chair and sat down, still feeling a bit uneasy. He didn't speak again, just looked at Lupai, a hint of threat in his eyes. See how I deal with you next time. The atmosphere in the conference room became increasingly tense. Li Qixing cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over everyone, finally speaking slowly. Two matters. First, regarding the academy's rules. His words struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts, instantly capturing the full attention of the room. Even Lupai resumed his serious demeanor. Li Qixing asked, how many of the academy's rules do you know? Does the attribute panel show any hints? He was aware that the rules could provide additional benefits to the students, but was unsure whether their panels contained this information. This was an important question, as the academy's future development might accelerate, and he needed to understand the rules thoroughly. As for how the students' panels might change, he hoped to gain some insights through conversation. Jiang Guodong was diligently filling out a form when he heard Li Qixing's question. He looked up and nodded slightly. As a student, he was naturally committed to strictly following the academy's rules. Everyone was serious about them, and the rules were not to be taken lightly. He put down his pen, deciding to listen to what others had to say first. After all, the more he understood the rules, the better he could handle future developments. Boss, I'll start with what I know, Lupai said, putting down his pen and standing up with a serious expression, as if about to disclose something significant. The first rule is that when you kill academy monsters, the experience gained is multiplied by 100. There's a prompt for this on our panels when we're in dungeons. Jiang Guodong was taken aback. That's a rule, he asked, blinking in disbelief. They had been discussing academy rules, and suddenly this surprising experience boost came up. He paused for a moment, feeling a jolt of realization. Perhaps they were discussing rules that he couldn't fully grasp. 100-fold experience increase from killing dungeon monsters could explain how students like Lupai and Lin Suying managed to reach the disaster level so quickly. It seemed this was the fundamental reason. With this realization, Jiang Guodong felt his blood boiling. If every student could advance so rapidly, he too should seize this opportunity to break through, perhaps even achieving remarkable progress. Second, Lupai continued, ready to deliver more startling news. The power of skills is increased by 10,000 times. Jiang Guodong's eyes widened, and his heart pounded as if struck by lightning. This was a rule too? A 10,000-fold increase in skill power? It was unbelievable. All students could enhance their skills to such an extent it was too extraordinary. Director, I have one to add. Lin Suying raised her hand, appearing calm but with a strong note of certainty in her voice. The third rule is that all equipment dropped by academy students automatically evolves to divine level. On hearing this, Jiang Guodong almost lost his composure. all equipment turning divine. He finally understood why nearly every item in the equipment building was a divine artifact. Being fully equipped with divine gear, this growth rate was almost too much to handle. And, Lin Suying continued, her tone steady. All Academy students are immune to damage from Academy artifacts. Jiang Guodong was utterly shocked. Immunity to artifact damage? It was as if he heard a loud explosion in his mind, leaving him blank and unable to process it. Now, he could only remain in a state of numbness, with everything in front of him blurring. He didn't dare to think further, fearing he wouldn't be able to handle it. Director, there's another one, Lu Yi added. Concealing the heavenly path, all Academy students are exempt from job change quests, and their levels can increase indefinitely. Jiang Guodong's heart skipped a beat. This rule was almost too much to bear. Exempt from job change quests, levels can increase indefinitely? He felt dizzy. This rule meant they could continuously break limits, ignoring all restrictions. Could he also experience a complete breakthrough? Uncle Jiang, are you okay? Li Qixing noticed Jiang Guodong's reaction, frowning slightly with concern. Jiang Guodong clenched his fingers tightly to suppress the inner turmoil, regaining some composure before speaking softly. I'm fine. Director, don't worry, I'm okay. He couldn't meet Li Qixing's eyes, as the shock inside almost prevented him from looking at anyone normally. Li Qixing nodded. Take your time to adjust. He understood that the impact of these rules was significant, and the students needed time to accept and adapt. Is that all? Li Qixing asked again, scanning the group. Boss, there's one more. Dungeon monsters will automatically upgrade to primal monsters, Lupai added, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Primal monsters? Jiang Guodong felt dizzy again, his blood seemingly frozen. He dared not think any further. It seems there's nothing else. Everyone was deep in thought, but it seemed there really were no other choices. Li Qixing silently noted to himself that the rules extracted by the system could only be used by the dean and would not be revealed to the students. In other words, rules that were useless to the students would not be hinted at. He realized that more rules might appear in the future, some of which might not be disclosed to them. Remember, you can't act recklessly in the academy, and even outside, you have to be cautious. Otherwise, serious consequences could lead to unnecessary casualties. Oh, there's a new rule you need to remember, Li Qixing continued. From now on, if outsiders enter the academy, unless it's a life or death situation, do not use excessive force. It would be impolite to accidentally kill someone with a single slap. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and then added, write this down. The rule is that for anyone outside the academy, when they enter the area, their profession, skills, and any artifacts they carry become ineffective. Moreover, the academy's buildings are immune to all forms of power attacks. Hearing Li Qixing's explanation of the rule, everyone was stunned. Outsiders entering the academy would lose all their powers, skills, and artifacts? This means that even the most extraordinary beings, the highest level experts, and even unimaginable creatures would become ordinary people upon entering the academy, easily controlled by them? Boss, does this mean that within our academy, we're invincible? That as long as we stay inside, even the heavens can't touch us? Lupai asked, astonished. You could understand it that way. Li Qixing replied with a light laugh. He wasn't sure if the rule could truly suppress the heavens, as infinite leveling was about bypassing the heavens rather than confronting it directly. However, he trusted that the system's rules wouldn't be too weak. There might be a few entities not to provoke, but they would be rare. Now that we've covered the rules, let's move on to the second matter, Li Qixing continued. You all know that the instance will be exhausted. The second matter you need to keep in mind is that resources are extremely precious. You must maximize the Academy's resources by any means necessary. Any channel, any method, if it yields resources from instances, you must go all out. There are many evil forces in the Xia Kingdom. You should investigate and eliminate those that need to be taken down, as they likely possess resources. This will not only rid the nation of harm, but also allow us to acquire resources. He paused, his gaze firm. Moreover, you need to quickly enhance your strength. We can't just focus on domestic matters. The northern region of Myanmar, the islands across the Western Sea, and countless other places have ample resources. Once you're stronger, I'll assign tasks. Alright, now focus entirely on leveling up. When Elder Liang returns, there might be major developments. Uncle Jiang, have Uncle Lu take you to the next instance, and then find time to arrange the city conquest competition. Even the smallest resources are valuable and shouldn't be overlooked. The world is waiting for us to conquer it. Alright, that's it for today's meeting. Focus on leveling up. Only with enough strength can we accomplish more. Meeting adjourned. Li Qixing spoke decisively, signaling everyone to disperse with an authoritative wave of his hand. As the people in the conference room began to rise, Lupai eagerly stood up, his face full of urgency. Boss, I have something to report. Li Qixing's earlier words about seizing any opportunity to gain resources had sparked something within him. What is it? Li Qixing turned his attention to Lupai, his gaze intent. Lupai quickly approached Li Qixing, his voice slightly raised with excitement. Boss, here's the thing. I went to the dungeon tower for a bit of exploration and ended up entering an S-level dungeon. He paused dramatically. Guess what I saw inside? People. It was so strange. There were actually people inside the dungeon. Lupai's fingers tapped the table unconsciously as he continued. I found this rather suspicious and was worried the person might exit the dungeon and slip away unnoticed. So, I brought the dungeon entrance box here. Boss, how do you think we should handle this person? He looked at Qixing intently, awaiting instructions. A person in the dungeon? Long Wu interjected, frowning with a hint of wariness in his eyes. Could someone have deliberately set up an S-level dungeon to infiltrate our academy? Is it a conspiracy? He suddenly turned to Jiang Guodong, a meaningful smile on his lips. Xiao Guodong, could this person be your mole? Jiang Guodong's knees nearly buckled at the suggestion, cold sweat soaking his back. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, his face a mask of panic. A mole. Jiang Guodong's voice trembled as he hastily waved his hands in denial. He knows Jiang Guodong is Lin Lao's man. It couldn't possibly be. Security guard, don't accuse people without evidence. Jiang Guodong's face was full of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How could I possibly plan a mole? Turning to Qixing, he almost pleaded, Dean, I swear, I have no connection to the person in the dungeon. Besides, as you know, the dungeon doesn't show up until it's revealed. There's no way to enter it beforehand. And it's an S-level dungeon. I'm just a minor city lord. How could I have access to such resources? Please, you have to believe me. Qixing didn't respond immediately. Instead, he fell into a brief contemplation. A person in an S-level dungeon. S-level? He furrowed his brow, his mind racing. It seemed the dungeon wasn't naturally occurring, possibly someone was targeting him. Who could so casually produce an S-level dungeon to target him? With this thought, Qixing's eyes suddenly brightened, a smile curling his lips. Looks like there might be a windfall. He looked up at Lupai, his tone decisive. Xiao Pai, quickly, open the dungeon passage and see if the person is still alive. Outsiders in the academy lose their professional abilities, and an ordinary person against high-level origin monsters won't survive unless they're extremely lucky. Hurry. Got it, boss. Lupai sprang into action, his eyes alight with excitement. I'll be right back. Even if the person has turned into monster dung, I'll bring them out. With that, he swiftly opened the passage and stepped in without hesitation. As a god-level being, Lupai didn't need to fight monsters hidden. Finding and retrieving someone from the dungeon was a simple task for him. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Shing, who had narrowly escaped death, was crouched in a deep cave, his body pressed against the rough rock walls. He had painstakingly carved out this cave from the pit he fell into, leaving his fingers bloody and raw. Lupai's earlier entrance had distracted the monsters, allowing Shing a brief reprieve. Hope flickered in Shing's eyes. Someone entering meant the dungeon passage was open. This discovery filled him with excitement, but also caution. This dungeon is too strange, he muttered to himself, his voice trembling with fear. Entering it makes a professional's skills vanish. Even the monsters evolve. It's absurd, absolutely absurd. I have to get out quickly. Shing tried to exit the instance with a thought, but it was impossible. Didn't someone just come in? He tried several times, each ending in failure, and despair washed over him like a tide. Damn it, what's wrong with this bunch of idiots? Shing muttered, his hands trembling. After several attempts, he was completely hopeless. Surely, those outside had discovered the anomaly in the instance, the professions disappearing, the monsters evolving. Who would dare to enter such a terrifying instance? They must have stored it away, letting it gather dust. After all, in a small place like Nion City, with such a tricky instance, who would risk their life to enter? Shing struggled to dig at the dirt with his hands, his fingernails filled with soil. Hide for as long as possible, he muttered to himself. And if it comes to it, I'll dig my own grave. His eyes were dull. After all, my heart is already dead. Hunger gnawed at his stomach, his throat parched. I never thought I, Shing, would fall to this point. So hungry, am I hallucinating? Even at level 299 as a professional, I'm feeling hunger? So thirsty, I'm dying, aren't I? Squatting in the cave, leaning against the cold earthen wall, Shing fantasized about his impending death, as if seeing through the mundane world. If I survive, what will I do? He chuckled bitterly. I regret joining a terrifying force like Luoshui Island. I haven't even killed anyone. Looks like I, Shing, can't be a bad person even in death. Such a waste of my talents. If heaven gave me another chance, I'd... He paused. Sigh, it's impossible now. Suddenly, a chill struck him, and Shing curled up as tightly as he could. Even as a professional, he shouldn't feel cold, yet he did. Then a wave of heat swept over him. Am I sick? Is this a fever? Looks like I'm really going to die. Shing slowly closed his eyes. He had thought his injuries from the fall would heal gradually, but he was wrong. Without the support of his professional abilities, his wounds only worsened. Hotter and hotter. Shing felt as if he were enveloped in magma, roasting in a steamer, his clothes soaked with sweat. Wow, you hid pretty deep. Luckily, I spread my mental power underground. Damn, You dug quite a deep hole. Was someone talking? In a daze, Shikong heard a voice before losing consciousness completely. Is he dead? A gruff voice sounded. He's still breathing. Let's take him back quickly. Maybe we can get some information out of him. Lupai grabbed Shikong like a chick and swiftly exited the instance. In the meeting room, the glass instance portal glowed blue. Lupai emerged from the portal, carrying the barely conscious Shikong. Boss, this guy's injured badly. Should we treat him? Lupai asked urgently, still holding Shikong. A level 299 space mage? Qixing activated his heavenly eye, quickly assessing Shikong's attributes, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Take him to the equipment building, give him a blue potion, and send him to my office later, Qixing instructed, adding, oh, and see if there's any artifact that doubles pain in the equipment building, bring that too. After giving his orders, Qixing leisurely walked towards his office, his steps light. I wonder if this guy will talk. A space mage, TSK. The force behind him must be quite wealthy. Suddenly, he frowned. Another instance shattered in such a short time? He glanced at the system panel, noting another instance had disappeared. Goodness, isn't this loss a bit too much? Qixing's mouth twitched as he quickly sent a text to Lupai. See if there's any equipment that can extract memories in the equipment building. Damn it. We need to make some income today, no matter what. Just as they returned to the office, Lupai walked in with the unconscious Shikong slung over his shoulder. He was fiddling with a peculiar piece of equipment, his eyes alight with excitement. Boss, check out this goblin mouthpiece. Wearing it makes a professional sensitivity increase tenfold. Even the sense of pain becomes extremely acute. Lupai explained as he casually tossed the blue potion dosed Shikong onto the floor and waved the mouthpiece. Oh, and I found a memory helmet in the equipment building. It can actually extract memories. That place is like a treasure trove, full of bizarre and rare artifacts. Lupai eagerly looked at Qixing. Boss, can I try my hand at it? Should we do some serious interrogation? Watching Lupai's eager expression, Qixing's mouth twitched slightly. This guy might be a bit of a sadist. Take him to the back, don't make a mess in the office. Got it. Lupai swiftly picked up Shikong, and they soon reached a secluded corner of the academy. By now, the blue potion had taken effect, and Shikong's injuries had mostly healed. Qixing crouched on a pile of discarded bricks, studying Shikong with interest. The fact that he dared to use its-level instance to infiltrate the academy clearly indicated he was up to no good. Xiaopai, wake him up. On it, Lupai promptly grabbed a basin of cold water and poured it over Shikong's head. The chill shocked Shikong awake, and after a brief moment of confusion, he quickly realized his situation had been rescued from this level instance. Being alive feels good, Shikong murmured to himself. Let's get to it. Who sent you? Qixing asked directly. Shikong glanced around, looked at Qixing, and then at the excited Lupai. Since fate has given me a second chance, I suggest you don't make trouble for yourselves. Return this level instance to me, and let's pretend this never happened. He slowly got to his feet, wiping the water from his face. Feeling the professional power returning within him, he no longer wanted to play the villain. He had tasted the despair of death and didn't want others to experience it. Seeing the two just staring at him, Shikong repeated, Did you hear me? Hand back this level instance and save yourselves the trouble. Boss, is this guy dumb? Seems like he hasn't figured out the situation yet. Lupai asked, puzzled. Probably not the sharpest tool in the shed. Just knock him out and extract his memories. Qixing waved dismissively. Understood. Lupai responded, clenching his fist, ready to act. So, are you planning to make a move? Shikong's voice suddenly turned cold. I, Shikong, have seen through the worldly desires and am unwilling to senselessly kill. Meeting the current me is your good fortune. Do you know what I was like before? I killed without hesitation. Before he could finish, Lupai's fist landed squarely on Shikong's nose. Blood spurted out as Shikong staggered back, disbelief written all over his face. Impossible. How did you break through my defense? The strength of a professional. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed straight to the ground. Pretending to be a ruthless killer in front of Pai Yi, Lupai cursed as he swiftly placed a memory helmet on Shikong's head. The helmet glowed with a soft blue light, and Shikong's memories began to play out like a movie. 10 minutes later, Lupai looked troubled. Boss, Shikong's situation is a bit unique. Qixing nodded. Indeed, it's unexpected. Someone so naive thinks that pretending to be a villain can prevent bullying. If it weren't for his special profession, it's a miracle he survived this long. Send a message to that esteemed lord, saying we've found the person who set off the thunder and are on the way back, Qixing instructed. Lupai immediately complied, sending the message using Shikong's phone. I'll wait for you at the teleportation building. Bring Tao Yuqing along, Qixing added. She might be willing to join us on a trip to Luoshui Island. It's a wealthy organization that's even a headache for the government. Destroying it benefits everyone. Meanwhile, in the main battle bureau of the Magic City, a mission targeting Luoshui Island was being deployed. A warrior clad in golden armor and wielding a silver spear was ordered to bring back the traitor's head for the dying Elder Liang. On Luoshui Island, a masked man was having a secret conversation with the array master Chueshue about Shi Kong's resignation. Suddenly, the entire island shook violently, a chill spreading as the island and surrounding space were instantly frozen. In the sky, a massive dragon over 300 meters long appeared silently. Qixing stood atop the dragon's head, while Lupai excitedly surveyed the frozen Luoxue island from the dragon's claw. At that moment, a roar echoed from the island. Who dares intrude on Luoxue Island, courting death? Oh wow. Lupai's eyes lit up. Tao Yuqing, throw me down there. I want to take out that barking fool. You think you can take me down just like that? Ha ha ha. You ant. Do you even know who I am? Before the words had left his mouth, a blinding golden light erupted from the island. The masked man appeared instantly in the air opposite Qixing and his two companions, his hands clasped behind his back with an arrogant posture. Everyone can fly now, huh? Lupai glared at the pretentious masked man above. Tao Yuqing, throw me up there, and I'll send him packing with one move. An insignificant ant dares to boast in front of me? I'll. The masked man's tirade was abruptly cut off. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, and a peachwood sword silently embedded itself in his forehead. Get resources from the island. He's just a level 300 weakling. Don't waste time on him. Move quickly, Qixing said calmly. Got it, boss. Lupai swiftly dashed into the building. Oh, and Tao, Qixing added. Take the ring off his hand too. Don't waste resources. Yes, headmaster. Tao Yuqing returned to her human form, spread her wings, and swooped down on the dying masked man. As she took off, the peachwood sword quietly returned to Qixing's feet. The masked man's eyes widened in disbelief at being taken down with a single blow. A level 311 powerhouse, reduced to a mere weakling? As he grappled with the shock, a blade of ice sliced off his finger. Headmaster, this guy's a pauper, not even a single artifact, Tao Yuqing reported as she pocketed the ring. Boss, only found 2 level dungeons, and this idiot doesn't even have level 1. Lupai's voice echoed from the island. Hearing this, the masked man's pupils dilated, filled with a final, resentful rage. The wealth he controlled on the entire Luoxue Island, dismissed as poverty? Without even a level dungeon? With that bitterness, his body plunged into the deep sea. Boss, should we sink the island? Let's head back. The island is a national resource. The government will develop it, Qixing said, as he conjured a halo in the air, tearing open a spatial rift. Let's test my idea. It should work. His mental energy reached into the academy, locking onto a location, and with a step into the rift, he vanished from the sky. Holy crap. The boss can tear space. Lupai exclaimed in awe. Boss, please teach me that move. I'll bow down to you. Let's go. Tao Yuqing soared away. Hey, Tao, aren't you taking me with you? Lu, you can swim back. I'm the lowest level in the academy. Gotta level up. Tao Yuqing's voice drifted from the sky. By the way, that tale you spun about your dad bullying you and needing to raid dungeons for revenge, consider it forgiven today. Hey, classmate, we shouldn't hold grudges against each other. Lupai shouted at the retreating figure. Seeing no response, he gritted his teeth. Really left? Damn, I need to learn a flying skill when I get back. Standing at the edge of the island, he gazed out at the vast ocean, contemplating his future plans. Not just flying, I need to learn how to tear through space too. Without hesitation, Lupai leapt into the icy sea with a splash. The cold water enveloped him, making him frown at the biting chill. I'm a god, and yet I have to run and swim. Lupai grumbled as he struggled in the water. My level increased so fast that I haven't even mastered many divine powers yet. Sigh. With a deep sigh, Lupai began to swim using various strokes: breaststroke, backstroke, spiral stroke. He harnessed his immense agility, moving at an astonishing speed, and soon vanished from the surface, leaving only a trail of water behind. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, with a ripping sound, a crack appeared in the air. A man clad in golden armor, wielding a long spear, materialized above the island. His eyes scanned the surroundings like lightning, his brow furrowing slightly. Did he escape again? The man muttered to himself, a hint of frustration in his voice. If I can't bring back his head before Liang Lao's dying moment. He paused, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Sigh, better find out what kind of wreath he likes and buy a few. Meanwhile, in Modu, at the National Academy. In the office, the new dean, Yang Ao, wore a look of regret as he handed a thick stack of documents to the elder before him. Old dean, I've completed everything you instructed. These are all the qualifications you mentioned. He hesitated. Old dean, you. Don't worry, I'm aware. Liang Lao weakly waved his hand, and then began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. After a few coughs, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right, let's do it this way. Liang Lao placed all the qualifications into a spatial ring. I have other matters to attend to. I must hurry back. Every moment wasted weighs heavily on my heart. As he turned, the breath caught in his throat slowly eased, and his complexion miraculously regained its color. Even a sly smile appeared on his lips. One more trip to the Resource Management Bureau, and the nation's available resources will be complete, Liang Lao calculated. Once these tasks are done, I must request a few months in seclusion from Xing. When I reach the full level of a deity. He shook his head. No. No. At least the 6th transformation of a deity should be complete before coming out. Reaching the level of the Dragon Emperor. Maybe then I can access higher realms. Liang Lao left the office with a much lighter step. Sigh. Yang Ao watched Liang Lao's anxious back and sighed deeply. As time runs out, every second Liang Lao spends is for the 7-star prince. A thought suddenly crossed Yang Ao's mind. No. With so many resource qualifications, is Liang Lao trying to secure more resources for the prince at the last moment? I must inform the Dragon Emperor. Liang Lao shouldn't push himself. Every extra day he lives is a blessing. Yang Ao turned and hurried towards the council chamber, worry etched on his face. At the same time, at the Resource Management Bureau. Liang Lao, you the staff member looked troubled. Why do you need the task tablet? The national tasks are all extremely difficult, and though the rewards are generous, you... Enough with the nonsense, Liang Lao interrupted. If you want, give it. I'll breathe my last right here. This. The staff member broke into a sweat. Liang Lao, you can't be reckless. I'm in my last days, so what if I'm reckless? Liang Lao's voice rose. I've devoted my life to the country. Can't I just take a task tablet? Do you want me to? Before he could finish, Liang Lao's face flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Liang Lao, please calm down. You mustn't get upset. The staff member panicked. I'll make the arrangements right away. You mustn't come to harm. In no time, Liang Lao got what he wanted, his face brimming with a satisfied smile. Wow. Who knew playing the age card and threatening these folks with my life would be so effective, he thought smugly. With the National Task Tablet, as a deity, and with all Academy deities, completing a few national tasks will be a piece of cake. Liang Lao considered his next move. Next, I'll deal with that old fellow Lin Tian. He paused, shaking his head. Forget it. I'll head to the Special Operations Bureau. If I can gather some more resources, the trip will be worthwhile. Mr. Liang, remember to send me a text before you leave. Old Meng, this may be our last meeting. The next time you see me, it might just be my photo in black and white. Don't worry, when I die, you'll be the first to get a text. And don't forget to pay my phone bill. As Mr. Liang left the headquarters of the Special Operations Bureau, there was a hint of a sigh in his words. Another old comrade who once fought alongside us is leaving? But the new generation is indeed stronger than us veterans. The future of Xia country is no longer our responsibility. Even if we all choose retirement, they can still handle the pressures of the world. Mr. Liang took with him a few national defense array blockers. It seems I need to report this to the Dragon Emperor. Taking a deep breath, Old Ming looked up at the sky, seemingly unable to calm himself for a moment. He turned and stepped out, his figure disappearing from the office doorway. A moment later, in Xia country's highest council chamber. What on earth is Mr. Liang up to? In the chief's seat, the Dragon Emperor spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet filled with authority. Dressed in a white robe with intricate golden dragon patterns, he appeared solemn and majestic. His eyes, like the tides of the deep ocean, were steady and profound, commanding the room's attention, causing the surrounding veterans to hold their breath. The atmosphere became tense the moment the Dragon Emperor spoke. What do you think, my old comrades? The veterans who once helped the Dragon Emperor establish the nation were almost all present in the chamber. Veteran Lin Tian from the Battle Bureau, Meng Sheng from the Special Operations Bureau, Wang Wu, head of Logistics Resources, and Yang Ao, Dean of the National Academy, all focused their attention on the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor, Mr. Liang, I'm worried he might leave earlier than expected. That old man. He could have waited another 2 years, but he insists on leaving in such a hurry, Lin Tian said with a frown. Your Majesty, give me a vacation to check on him. Taking so many qualifications, I'm afraid he might act recklessly and won't last 2 days, Wang Wu said gravely, looking at the Dragon Emperor with a low voice. I thought when he spat blood at the Resource Bureau entrance, he wouldn't last a day, Yang Ao muttered. The Dragon Emperor gently waved his hand, signaling them to stop the discussion. Why do you think Mr. Liang is so desperately fighting for resources for the 7-star prince? Could it be the 7-star prince's profession hasn't disappeared? Yang Ao asked, a hint of doubt in his expression. The profession's disappearance can't be faked. I secretly investigated, Lin Tian sneered. There's nothing in this world that can escape my eyes, and the Resource Bureau's cataract isn't just a nickname. Then why is Mr. Liang still so fixated on this? Wang Wu questioned. The prince can't even use the resources, so what's Mr. Liang's purpose? As more questions arose, everyone's gaze turned back to the Dragon Emperor. Why are you all looking at me? The Dragon Emperor chuckled softly, his voice still steady. Make your own decisions. You know I was promoted by old Marshal Li. If I had my way, I wouldn't be dealing with state affairs. I'd happily enjoy life, just like old Marshal entrusted the country to me. The Dragon Emperor sighed, shifting his tone. If only our professions were stronger to support the big picture. This generation should have been handed over to the young ones long ago. You all make the decisions. I have more important matters. The secret unit sent a message about some significant movements recently. He paused, his tone suddenly severe. Also, about those unruly elements in the north of Myanmar, have the foreign envoy communicate with Myanmar's leader. If they don't manage it, we'll handle it forcefully. Messing around under my nose, Xia country's citizens cannot be angered by these scoundrels. The Dragon Emperor waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "All right, take a few days off and visit Mr. Liang. I'll work overtime and handle the affairs. If Mr. Liang leaves, don't inform me." With that, he turned and left the council chamber. The group fell silent, lowering their heads in a heavy atmosphere. They exchanged glances, each unable to suppress a sigh. Let's make an exception. Recently, whenever the Gongzi Academy participates in an event, all opponents are asked to step aside. Since Mr. Liang is determined to take a bold step, the nation has decided to pave the way for him. If there are no objections, let's adjourn. I plan to visit the Purgatory Tower and arrange a few things. I'll personally handle the young talent list matters. As for the task steal, I'll have someone keep an eye on it. If Mr. Liang takes on a task, the Special Operations Bureau will secretly assign someone for protection. With that, everyone in the meeting hall left to attend to their own duties. Nion City, in front of the Super God Academy. There was a sudden spatial fluctuation, and Li Qixing slowly emerged. He glanced down, frowning slightly. A deviation of 80 meters, and I ended up at the academy's entrance. Is it because the distance was too far? He shook his head, then headed into the academy. Good day, headmaster. Long Wu at the entrance immediately gave a standard salute upon seeing him. There's no need for formalities. Li Qixing chuckled softly as he stepped into the academy. I've acquired 2 level instances this time, enough to create something new. I'm in a good mood. Understood, headmaster. Long Wu nodded slightly and followed closely behind. By the way, Uncle Wu, your level is relatively low. Have the city lord take a night shift later to seize the opportunity for improvement, Li Qixing said as he walked. There might be significant actions in a few days, so be prepared. As you command, headmaster. Long Wu straightened his back, watching as Li Qixing's figure disappeared down the academy corridor. However, just as Li Qixing entered his office, suddenly another spatial fluctuation occurred. Mr. Liang appeared in the academy with a mischievous smile and twinkling eyes. Shing, I was just about to look for you. Let's talk in the office. Mr. Liang grinned, almost ear to ear, clearly excited about something good. Mr. Liang, let's go. Li Qixing nodded at Mr. Liang, and the two of them entered the headmaster's office. As soon as the office door opened, Mr. Liang eagerly placed a thick stack of qualification documents on the table. Shing, look at this. He flipped through them excitedly, saying, these are for various competitions that only 5-star or higher forces certified by the Xia Kingdom can participate in. I've managed to get them all. Li Qixing looked at the pile of qualification documents, the sight of which was overwhelming. These are for this month, those for next month, and these. Mr. Liang pointed to a stack that appeared even thicker. For next year. Check this out. Mr. Liang pulled out a document from the pile, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. The Young Talent List. A nationwide competition in Xia Kingdom where forces under 100 years old can participate. The first prize is 10 level instances. Quite a reward, isn't it? Li Qixing nodded, his gaze following Mr. Liang's finger to another qualification document. And look at this, the Xia Kingdom Power Rankings. Open to the entire Xia Kingdom, with no age or level restrictions. Anyone can participate, Mr. Liang said with a hint of mystery. Even I can join. The first prize is 2 secret realms. Secret realms? A hint of curiosity flashed in Li Qixing's eyes. The experience drop rate is double that of instances, and their durability far exceeds instances. Not to mention the strength of these secret realms. What if we can't even break through them ourselves? Exactly. Shing, these competitions will only open in 3 days, and we'll be incredibly busy then, Mr. Liang said excitedly. In 3 days, we'll be bustling with activity. So, Shing, how do you plan to arrange things? After listening, Li Qixing pondered for a moment, then looked up and asked, Mr. Liang, what do you think is the highest level of participants in these competitions? And will the National War Bureau participate in the Xia Kingdom Power Rankings? Oh, that power ranking. Mr. Liang's tone carried a hint of apprehension. It's the only competition without restrictions. Not just the War Bureau, but the Special Operations Bureau might also participate. After all, national resources are limited, and what's available is mostly for show. The truly valuable resources are still in the hands of the nation. But don't worry, Mr. Liang reassured Li Qixing. The strongest in the Special Operations Bureau is only around level 400. Our academy has more god-tier individuals than the entire bureau. Plus, our academy's skill power is unmatched. With a 10,000-fold increase, we can easily overpower them. As for the other competitions, you know how invincible our academy is, Mr. Liang concluded with a confident smile. Joking aside, Li Qixing had first-hand experience with the power of the Super God Academy. Thinking about the terrifying strength of those primordial creatures, where a single skill could easily wipe one out, and even caused the entire level to collapse. He knew there was no match for such power in all of Xia country. All right, it's decided then, Li Qixing said decisively. Everyone should prepare immediately and level up to the maximum as quickly as possible. Super God Academy will cover all the resources needed. Just as he was about to take out his phone to notify the students for a meeting, Elder Liang grabbed his arm. Shinger, hold on, I have something better. Come with me to the mission hall. There are some wealthy factions there offering tasks, and the resources are plentiful. Elder Liang led Li Qixing briskly towards the mission hall, speaking as they walked. Killing monsters by day, assassinating by night. How can young people waste such prime time? How can we leave these resources, gifted by the heavens, to those parasites? Moments later, they arrived at the empty mission hall. With a flick of his wrist, Elder Liang conjured a steel emanating a mysterious glow in the center of the hall. Shinger, this is the National Fortune Mission Steel, Elder Liang explained, pointing at the steel. It records the missions issued by rulers throughout history. Look at the last mission. It was personally issued by the first ruler over 10,000 years ago. As long as the mission remains, the rewards stored by the ruler within the steel are still valid. Completing the mission not only grants the ruler's generous rewards, but also the blessing of national fortune. It's immensely beneficial for both the nation and the individual. Li Qixing carefully reviewed the top 10 missions, all issued by the current ruler in the last century. The missions were challenging, but upon seeing the rewards, he couldn't help but gasp. He immediately took out his phone and tagged everyone in the Super God group, asking them to gather at the mission hall right away. At the same time, he said to Elder Liang, Master Liang, we'll take on all the top 10 missions under the name of the Super God Academy. We're definitely going for this. Mr. Liang, let's take on the first 10 missions under the name of the Super Academy. This is our chance. Li Qixing said with determination, his eyes fixed on the Elder Liang. Elder Liang glanced at the first mission, his brow furrowing slightly. Shinger, the first mission is to eliminate the northern region of Myanmar. He began, outlining the difficulties involved. Although it's outside our borders, every nation has protective barriers. These barriers impose special restrictions on outsiders, especially those with high-level abilities. He continued, lower-level individuals might be able to slip through with some bribes, but our academy is comprised of God-level powers. Forcing our way through could trigger a war. This is why the forces in the northern region of Myanmar have been so arrogant over the years. Powerful individuals can't get through, and weaker ones would just be walking into their deaths. Mr. Liang, are you saying that the protective barriers specifically target those with professions, and the stronger they are, the greater the resistance? Li Qixing astutely picked up on the crucial point. Exactly. A smile suddenly appeared on Li Qixing's face. What about ordinary people without a profession? He hinted. In my current state, it's like I have a free pass to any country. Mr. Liang, let me give it a try. Let's take all the missions. Elder Liang still had his reservations. In the long history of professional warriors, every country likely harbors some unknown, ancient beings, perhaps reclusive masters who have lived for millennia. If their identities were exposed, the consequences could be severe. But seeing the determination in Li Qixing's eyes, Elder Liang eventually nodded in agreement. Soon, the top 10 missions on the stone tablet were claimed by the Super Academy. At that moment, other members of the Academy arrived at the mission hall. Boss, what's the plan going forward? Sir, are we heading out on a mission again? Li Qixing didn't respond verbally. Instead, he pointed to the mission stone tablet. Everyone's gaze followed, landing on the generous rewards listed, which immediately sparked excitement. Wow, these rewards are incredible. Starting with at least 3 secret realms? Taking down the guild leader of the Death Guild lets you pick equipment from the National Treasury? Massacre, Deadly Cobra, Graveyard Skeleton, Evil God. Who are these tough characters? Boss, are we going to wipe out these scumbags? Let me head to the equipment building to grab a couple of flying skills, someone eagerly suggested, ready to spring into action. Lupai's face was filled with excitement, his eyes shining with a longing for battle. As a deity, he had long awaited a fierce and exhilarating fight. Most of these organizations operated outside their own territory, making it the perfect place for a bloodbath. The others were also visibly thrilled, the atmosphere intensely charged. Calm down. Li Qixing raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Once the crowd settled, he spoke slowly. The first task is to eliminate the northern region of Myanmar. I'll handle that. Lupai, you take care of the Death Guild. Uncle Lu, you're in charge of that butcher. As for the assassin organization, Fifth Uncle, you're steady and suited for these matters, so that task is yours. Li Qixing succinctly distributed the tasks and continued. There are 10 tasks in total, and there are 8 of us. Elder Liang will also participate. There are 2 tasks left. Whoever finishes first will take them on. Remember, you can choose any equipment you need from the equipment building. Take whatever you want. Pausing briefly, Li Qixing's eyes flickered with a hint of forgetfulness. Suddenly, he remembered an important issue. Everyone has a task, but who will guard the academy? Although those who enter lose their professions, Every piece of equipment in the equipment building is priceless. If someone takes advantage of that, the loss would be significant. Uncle Lu, haven't you been home for a while? Li Qixing asked with a smile. Why don't you ask Aunt Xiaomei if she can come and cook? She can take charge of the kitchen and guard the academy at the same time. Sure, sir, Aunt Xiaomei is an excellent cook. I'll have her come right away, Lu Yi responded excitedly. He and his father had been hiding their divine status from Xiaomei, and if the secret got out, they would undoubtedly face a harsh scolding. But for now, Lu Yi seemed pleased. Hee, thank you, sir. He chuckled mischievously, sneaking a glance at Lupai. With the wife coming over, the days of double trouble aren't far off. All right, everyone, go to the mission stone tablet to check the task details. Remember the key points, and notify me as soon as you complete the task. I'm on duty today, so feel free to grind all night. Aim to level up to a second-tier deity. But remember, if you encounter an enemy you can't handle, retreat immediately. Li Qixing instructed as he organized. Uncle Lu, bring Aunt Xiaomei over to my office to fill out the enrollment application, then take her through the instance. With tasks assigned, Li Qixing turned and headed toward the dean's office. Meanwhile, in the Resource Management Bureau of the Magic City, Wang Wu was diligently organizing resources in the warehouse. Suddenly, a system notification broke the silence. National Fortune Task Stone Tablet Alert. Someone from the Summer Nation has accepted a task. Please check immediately, General. Wang Wu paused, puzzled, as he set aside his work. After a century, someone has taken on a task voluntarily? Who's stirring things up? He wondered, quickly returning to his office. Opening the computer and linking to the National Fortune Task Stone Tablet, he saw that the first 10 tasks had already been accepted, causing him to gasp. He quickly scrolled to check the task details. When he saw the employer, his expression froze. Super God Academy? He stood abruptly, stunned. Isn't this the academy founded by young Master Li? What on earth is Elder Liang up to now? With the situation urgent, Wang Wu's heart raced as he immediately dialed a number. Emergency meeting, everyone to the conference room. Elder Liang, damn it. Get here fast, or it's all over. At the same time, in the northern region of Myanmar, in a large factory constructed from color steel tiles. Under the dim lighting, a long-haired man in his 30s was intently working with a small scalpel. His hair, unwashed for days, was dry and disheveled, giving him a chilling, eerie presence. Yet, the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose added a touch of scholarly elegance. At that moment, his bloodstained hands were swiftly busy with some task. The Silver Wolf group of Nion City has been wiped out, and business has been quite bleak lately, don't you think, Baldy? The man said without lifting his head. With a dull thud, a large bald man behind him fell to his knees, drenched in visible beads of sweat, his face etched with fear. Yao Shun, please give me more time. I will definitely find out. The bald man stammered, his voice trembling. Please don't kill me. Yao Shun, I beg you for one more chance. He kowtowed frantically, oblivious to the blood flowing from his broken scalp, his eyes filled with deep-seated terror. Baldy, you've been here for 10 years, right? The man referred to as Yao Shin said with a faint smile, still focused on his work. I, Wang Junjun, never kill my own. Go bandage yourself up. The smell of blood is too strong. Thank you, Yao Shun, thank you for sparing me. The bald man said, kowtowing again before struggling to his feet and stumbling away. As the bald man left, a cloaked figure silently materialized in the darkness. Is he gone? Wang Junjun asked without turning, making a throat-slitting gesture. The cloaked figure then vanished soundlessly into the shadows. Sigh, it was perfectly stitched, so why did it die? Wang Junjun mused to himself. Ordinary humans just can't take it. He picked up 2 bloody pieces of flesh and tossed them into the deepest shadows of the factory. A beastly roar echoed from the darkness, followed by the appearance of blood-red eyes glowing in the gloom. Sir, there's good news. The cloaked man suddenly reappeared, dragging the bald man's corpse, which he casually threw into the dark. The beastly roar resounded again, followed by a sickening chewing sound. Oh, what's the good news? Wang Junjun adjusted his glasses and looked at the cloaked man with an evil grin, sending a shiver down the latter's spine. Yao Shun, a mission to destroy the northern region of Myanmar issued by the Dragon Emperor has been accepted inside Xiagua, the cloaked man reported. What? Wang Junjun's eyes lit up at the news. How many people? What level are they? What professions do they have? He asked excitedly. Finally, some business again. Yao Shun, I don't know yet. The cloaked man stammered in fear. All I know is that it's been taken by a college in Nion City, named the Super God Academy. Oh, you know nothing. Wang Junjun said calmly at first, then suddenly erupted in rage. Damn it. If you know nothing, why are you still standing here? Do you want me to beg you to do your job? The sudden outburst made the cloaked man drop to his knees in fear. Sir, I will investigate right away, the cloaked man said, kneeling as he slowly backed out of the factory. Wang Junjun wiped the blood from his hands, calmly walked to the side, sat down, and muttered in a low voice. Anyone who recently came from Xiagua and appears in the northern district, bring them back. Ordinary people are worth 300,000, professionals 3 million. As for those useless ones who can't create value, continue cleaning them up to reduce trouble. His voice was soft, but carried an undeniable ruthlessness. Meanwhile, deep within the Qixing Mountains, amidst the rolling hills, a man in a loose coat walked swiftly along a winding mountain path, his steps as swift as the wind. His gaze was determined, and he moved without pause, crossing the forest in moments to reach a mountain hollow. From above, the hollow resembled a venomous snake lurking in the mountains, long and winding, hidden among the peaks. Suddenly, a faint shimmer passed, and the scene in the hollow began to blur, gradually revealing the outline of a small town. Without hesitation, the man headed into the town, his steps unwavering as he made his way to the deepest part. At the end of the town stood an ancient mansion among the mountains, deep and tranquil. Upon entering the mansion, the man raised an eyebrow and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Oh? Someone has taken on the national mission issued by the Dragon Emperor years ago? Huh. Which greedy fool is it this time? Super God Academy? They've been hidden for years, without even a single employer. Since someone's asking for trouble, let's get to work. He turned to his subordinate standing nearby and coldly commanded, tell that new guy who keeps boasting about his deadly poison that even if he just kills one from Super God Academy, he'll understand true danger. Go handle it. Yes, sir, the subordinate replied, disappearing into the dark corridor. From the depths of the hollow emerged a man with a face full of pustules, carrying a heavy pack, slowly making his way out. He grumbled discontentedly. What a boring task, having me do this. Just for killing an academy? They dare to use me as a killer, truly clueless. Meanwhile, in the council chamber of the Magic City, the atmosphere grew tense. What happened to old Liang? Why did he suddenly take on a top 10 national mission? Is the old guy tired of living? His actions immediately caught the attention of other forces. Once the news spreads, many will soon set their sights on Super God Academy, a general said quietly, his tone revealing clear concern. Another veteran's face was grim. Does old Liang really know what he's doing? The leaders of those missions are all notorious villains. Taking on the mission is tantamount to provocation. If enemies come openly, our country can manage, but if they strike in the shadows, the consequences are unimaginable. Before the words had fully settled, another general snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Let's discuss how to respond. We must prepare thoroughly. We won't let this slide easily. Old Liang wants to use this operation to ignite our fighting spirit. So let's give those forces a good fight. All right, let's prepare. Within 2 days, we need to understand the movements of all forces, and if there's an opportunity, strike immediately and catch them all. The generals responded, beginning their actions with tense yet orderly efficiency. Lin Tian quickly stepped into the council chamber, urgency in his eyes. I'll make a trip to Shinger's academy. The deadly Cobra group is moving too fast. We can't let anyone slip up. As for Xiao Shuang's situation, I haven't received any news for over a month. She should have reached level 30 by now. That guy Long Wu hasn't even sent a text message, and Jiang Guodong is getting too complacent. It's time to knock some sense into them. With that, Lin Tian disappeared through the doorway of the meeting room. In the office of the principal at the Super Academy in Nion City. Is that all there is to it? Jiang Xiaomei sat across from Li Qixing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had just signed the papers, her mind filled with questions. Young Master Li, have I already received the blessings of the Academy's rules? Lu Yi had thoroughly briefed her before coming, explaining the various regulations of the Academy. Initially, she thought Lu Yi was joking until he removed his shielding badge, revealing an astonishing level 327. At this moment, she could hardly contain her emotions, her excitement almost overflowing. Silly woman, the principal has signed it. How could it be fake? Lu Yi impatiently slapped the back of her head. How dare you doubt the principal? I'll knock some sense into you. The principal is the most powerful. Lu Yi shouted. Remember, everything the principal does or says can change the academy completely. Don't do anything troublesome, got it? Jiang Xiaomei reluctantly shrank her neck, for once not retorting. On the way here, Lu Yi had warned her that the principal disliked aggressive women, especially those who bullied men and lacked restraint. So, principal, should I take her to the dungeon now? Lu Yi asked with a smile, a hint of pride in his eyes. Go ahead. Li Qixing nodded gently. However, Aunt Xiaomei is still at a lower level, so take good care of her. Let the monsters get weakened, and then let her finish them off. Becoming a god in half an hour isn't too difficult. He paused and added, remember, don't rush into the academy's dungeons. Wait for us to come back first. Understood, principal. Lu Yi and Jiang Xiaomei replied in unison, then turned and left the office. Not long after they left, Li Qixing heard arguing in the corridor. Jiang Xiaomei's voice was loud as she cursed Lu Yi. Damn you. Lu Yi, you seem to enjoy that slap. Have you become so tough since becoming a god? Lu Yi retorted without hesitation. Stupid woman, how many times have I told you? Have you forgotten again? The principal is the most powerful being, He knows everything in the academy. Dare to mess with him, and you'll see the trouble he'll bring you. Don't forget, the principal despises women who beat their husbands. Lu Yi sneered. You can hit me, but hitting my husband is a crime. If the principal finds out, he'll expel you. Then you'll have a hard time finding a man. Ugh. Yi, what should I do in the future? I've been used to it for so many years. What if I can't help but hit someone? Hit your son. Lu Yi replied without hesitation. The principal doesn't care about that. Hitting your son is natural. How about you hit my rebellious son? He's now at a higher level than me, and I've suffered a lot. But now with you, we can team up against him. All right, Yi Mei, let's go, and I'll take you to the equipment building to pick some artifacts. Let's head to the dungeon. Jiang Xiaomei replied, ready to follow Lu Yi. Li Qixing sat in the office, sighing softly. Watching Jiang Xiaomei's rebellious nature, he thought to himself, no wonder she's so defiant. If it were him, he might be even more rebellious. Shaking his head with a smile, he opened the system panel. Earlier, when Zhang Guodong entered the academy, he hadn't had a chance to choose skills, and now Jiang Xiaomei had arrived. This was a perfect opportunity to select skills for both of them. System, show me the skill options. Upon a mental command, the system panel appeared before Li Qixing, and the skill menu unfolded. The first thing that caught his eye was Zhang Guodong's professional profile, Gravity Mage, with 4 skills: Heavy Punch, Gravity Light Wings, Attraction, and Gravity Penetration. Only these 4 skills. Li Qixing carefully read through each skill's description. Heavy Punch delivers punches with gravity enhancement, capable of locking and suppressing the opponent's agility, while also amplifying strength. Attraction creates a weightless space in a small area, allowing free manipulation of objects. Gravity Light Wings, a supportive flying skill. Gravity Penetration condenses gravity into a sharp weapon, movable with mental power, possessing strong penetration and assassination capabilities. After a brief consideration, Li Qixing silently issued a command in his mind. System, I choose Heavy Punch. He wanted to experience the thrill of landing solid blows. The system immediately responded. Ding. Skill Heavy Punch selected successfully, now automatically enhancing the host. Then another prompt appeared. Ding. Your skill Heavy Punch has automatically evolved to its perfect state. New skill Immaculate Heavy Punch. Born. The description of the new skill, Immaculate Heavy Punch, left Li Qixing astounded. Gravity Field Enhancement, punches capable of splitting mountains, moving seas, and sinking islands. Within the range of mental power, everything can become a target for the Heavy Punch. This is practically an apocalyptic skill, Li Qixing thought with a wry smile. With my current mental power range, I could probably flatten a country with a single punch. He then turned his attention to Jiang Xiaomei's skill list. Profession, Water Mage. Level, LV 101. Skills, Water Arrow, Water Escape, Water Dragon Roar, Absorbing Vortex, Water Wings. Compared to Zhang Guodong, Jiang Xiaomei's skills were more diverse, covering almost all common water spells. After weighing his options, Li Qixing chose the Absorbing Vortex skill that gathers water elements to form a vortex with strangling, crushing, and devouring effects. System, choose Absorbing Vortex. The system promptly responded. Ding. Skill Absorbing Vortex selection complete, now automatically enhancing the host. Ding. Your skill Absorbing Vortex has automatically evolved to its perfect state. New skill Vortex, Dark Water Devour. Born. The evolved skill was even more powerful, capable of forming an irreversible dark vortex that devours everything. As night began to fall, Li Qixing stood up, ready to head to the mission hall to check the details. Meanwhile, on the streets of the university town, a middle-aged man with a face full of sores was anxiously searching for the location of the Super God Academy. He had been searching for nearly 3 hours, asking passers-by, but always hitting a dead end. To avoid revealing his identity, he dared not use special means or take extreme measures. After yet another unsuccessful inquiry, this professional killer finally remembered he could use navigation. When his phone indicated the destination was only 130 meters away, he spat angrily. Damn it! A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Tonight, the Super God Academy will know no peace. An hour ago, Li Qixing headed straight to the mission hall. As he passed by the dungeon building, a deafening boom suddenly erupted, and a dungeon passage shattered instantly. Lupai stood outside the shattered passage, feigning a sigh. No way, even level dungeons can't withstand my training? My level's rising too fast. One skill can wipe out the origin creatures. Being unbeatable is truly lonely. Feeling lonely because your level's too high? Li Qixing's voice suddenly came from behind. Lupai jumped in surprise. Whoa, boss, what are you doing here? Not lonely at all. Haha, I could run this dungeon forever. Caught in the act, Lupai was so embarrassed that even his ears turned red. You're over level 400 now. Go do some missions instead of wasting resources here. Got it, boss. Lupai snapped a crisp salute and dashed off towards the mission hall. As soon as Lupai left, another boom sounded, and yet another dungeon passage collapsed. Longwu stood by the ruins, somewhat sheepishly saying, Young master, you're here. I didn't expect it couldn't withstand. Li Qixing glanced at Long Wu's level panel, which hadn't yet reached the second transformation deity, and asked, Uncle Wu, how long does it take you to clear a dungeon of monsters now? For level, it takes a day. I probably can't clear a level dungeon yet, Long Wu replied honestly. Do you think you can reach level 401 by dawn? Long Wu looked at his level panel, which was only at 307, and shook his head. Not likely. The experience required after level 300 is terrifying. Right now, killing one monster can still level me up 3 times, but soon it might be hard to gain even 1 level. Besides, level dungeons can't support leveling beyond 400. Li Qixing pondered for a moment. We can't delay any longer. The upcoming missions must be completed quickly. How about this, Uncle Wu? Come with me to a dungeon, and I'll help you out. With that, Li Qixing led Long Wu toward a level dungeon passage. A burst of intense light flashed, and the two were transported into the dungeon space. Li Qixing immediately released his mental power to envelop Long Wu, quickly spreading it throughout the entire dungeon space. Beast transformation. With a low shout, a blinding light shot skyward, and a colossal figure obscured the entire void. A void beast. Long Wu stared at the dragon's silhouette in the sky, his legs trembling. Is the Dean a void beast? Li Qixing's voice echoed through the void. Dragon's might, intimidate. A formidable aura of destruction swept down. Although it wasn't aimed directly at Long Wu, the sheer intensity of it left him dizzy, nearly causing him to faint. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying aura spread rapidly like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, the monsters within the dungeon rolled their eyes and collapsed one by one, as if reaped by an invisible scythe. In less than 10 seconds, tens of thousands of monsters were rendered powerless, lying sprawled across the dungeon space. With a whoosh, the colossal entity in the void vanished, and Li Qixing reappeared beside Long Wu, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. Uncle Wu, finish them off. I'm heading out. Leaving these words behind, Li Qixing turned and quickly disappeared from the dungeon entrance, making his way directly to the mission hall. Inside the dungeon, Long Wu stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Thousands of monsters lay on the ground, creating a breathtaking and overwhelming sight. It took him quite a while to recover from the shock. Step. Long Wu tapped the ground with one foot, transforming into a sharp streak of sword light, shooting straight into the sky above the dungeon. Skill. Man and sword as one. With a tearing sound, a giant sword descended slowly from the void, emanating a biting cold light. The monsters, already incapacitated, were effortlessly dispatched by this sword, as easy as cutting through wheat. In just a moment, Long Wu completed the dungeon. His attributes panel began to flash wildly. Experience reached the limit. Congratulations on leveling up. Congratulations on leveling up. The notifications came in rapid succession, the leveling speed as fast as a rocket. You have leveled up 83 times in total, with the rule of 11 applied. Congratulations on reaching level 473. Long Wu was dumbfounded. How could he have leveled up 166 times in just a few seconds? Gulp. He swallowed hard, standing in the void, stunned and unable to believe what he saw on his attributes panel. Crack. Crack. The power of all skills dissipated, and the dungeon space began to collapse bit by bit, with cracks spreading from all directions. Is this a level dungeon going to break too? Seeing the dungeon on the verge of collapse, Long Wu retreated immediately without any hesitation. He hurried towards the mission hall, thinking that everyone was busy with their tasks, and he couldn't fall behind. Boom, boom. In an instant, more dungeons in the dungeon building exploded, shaking the entire academy. Lupai, Lin Suying, Tao Yuqing, and Liang Lao emerged from their respective dungeons, exchanged glances, and shook their heads in unison before heading to the mission hall. Boom. Another explosion sounded, more intense than before. Oh my, did the dungeon break? Jiang Xiaomei exclaimed, her heart pounding violently, the golden light of leveling up still flickering around her in waves. Don't make a fuss, Lu Yi said dismissively. You just stay here and guard the academy. I'm heading out on a mission. The equipment building is full of artifacts, so keep an eye on it. Even if a mosquito or a fly gets into the academy, you should be aware. Your mental strength should cover the entire academy at all times. Don't slack off. Got it. Get lost. Get lost. I'm a deity level person too, and you're fussing like an old woman over something so trivial. Jiang Xiaomei waved impatiently. Don't worry, if anything happens to the academy, I'll kill myself and make you a widower. After sending Lu Yi off with curses, Jiang Xiaomei quickly got into work mode. Her mental power spread swiftly, enveloping the entire academy in an invisible net. No, the mental power is too strong. I need to expand the range a bit more. Her mental power continued to spread, and soon, she sensed an ugly man with a face full of pustules inquiring about the super academy. Is he here to cause trouble for the academy? Jiang Xiaomei's eyes lit up, and a smile of excitement curled her lips. Hee Just started my shift, and I might already score some points. He looks so ugly. He can't be a good person. She quickly dashed towards the equipment building, her steps light and brisk. First time on duty, and there's a bad guy. I must give him a taste of all 18 weapons. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaomei stopped in her tracks, frowning slightly. Huh? Who's that old man? Why does he look familiar from TV? Humph. No matter who you are, once you step through the academy gates today, I'll make sure to give you a proper lesson. Oh, right. The dean specifically instructed not to kill you just yet. Wait until he returns. Yes, mustn't kill him. Follow the orders. After saying this, she carefully selected over a dozen artifacts, focusing her senses on everything outside the academy gates. Jiang Xiaomei waited quietly, a thoughtful and icy glint in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the mission hall, Li Qixing opened the details of the mission to annihilate the northern region of Myanmar. As the information appeared, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Wang Junjun, profession, Beastmaster, level 302, with the core figure behind him being the dark mage Zai Yanjing. Li Qixing took out his phone and quickly snapped a photo of the mission details. Crossing the river leads directly to the northern region. This way is the most direct. Li Qixing glanced at the map, casually tearing through space and stepping into it in an instant. The next second, a slight ripple in space appeared silently in front of him at the riverbank, and Li Qixing had already stepped through. At this moment, he stood on the edge of the crossing, furrowing his brows as he murmured, I need to cross the river as an ordinary person now. I wonder if there's still a ferryman on the other side. He whispered to himself, walking upstream. Before long, he reached the dock, surrounded by darkness. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound, and a figure emerged from the dense reeds. Li Qixing lightly scanned the figure. It was a middle-aged man. The man did not speak, but said in a low voice, Brother, planning to make some money on the other side too? His voice was deep and slightly urgent. Li Qixing looked at him without responding. The man continued, Quick, hide now, or the patrol from Nion City Guard will come, and we won't be able to leave. He pulled Li Qixing into the reeds, whispering, I heard that every 2 hours a fishing boat comes by, and if we give a little tip, they can take us across. Following the man's lead, Li Qixing crouched down with him. The man continued excitedly in a low voice. You know, my best buddy joined a construction team last month, working on projects, and made a lot. 80,000 star coins a month. Just that amount could support my family for 2 years. Li Qixing listened without expression, while the man grew more excited. I plan to buy my old mother some new clothes and marry the widow in the village. I've already checked. As long as I make money, I'll definitely marry her, with a grand wedding procession. The man showed a confident smile at this point. Li Qixing was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Sometimes, the other side of the river isn't as good as you imagine. His voice was calm, but carried a hint of warning. The man laughed, shaking his head. Brother, you're too suspicious. My buddy and I are like brothers in arms. We fought monsters in the suburbs and risked our lives to steal cubs. Those days were terrifying, but we survived. Now, my good days are just around the corner. Li Qixing nodded slightly, his gaze complex as he looked at him. I hope so. At the entrance of the Super God Academy, a man with a face full of boils looked up with a grim expression, his gaze fixed on the Academy's sign. Super God Academy, you're really something with your invisibility tricks, aren't you? He muttered through clenched teeth. Daring to take on the national task that destroyed my organization, I thought you were some grand, sprawling institution. Yet I passed by several times without even noticing you. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, scanning the perimeter of the academy. Desolate. That was his first impression. The academy buildings seemed brand new, as if they had just been completed. The surrounding streets were deserted, not a single passerby in sight. Most suspicious of all, the security booth was empty, not even a shadow of a guard present. Afraid he might have come to the wrong place, the boil-covered man looked up to confirm the sign again. No mistake. It was indeed the Super God Academy. What the hell? How could such a pathetic academy dare? A flash of disdain crossed his eyes. To face such a low-grade academy on my first mission for the organization is the greatest humiliation of my life, as the Poison King. He sighed. Oh well, it seems there might not be many people inside. Let's get this over with and report back. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he headed straight for the academy. He climbed the steps and leapt through the door. Bang! Suddenly, a dull thud sounded behind him. His head buzzed as a sharp pain shot through the back of his skull. His vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. I knew you were up to no good, sneaky and ugly. Jiang Xiaomei stood behind him, holding a spiked club. If you'd come in sooner, this would be over. Made me wait here for ages. She glanced disdainfully at the unconscious man, pulled out a fertilizer bag from her pocket, and swiftly wrapped him up. I'll deal with you later, give you some company. Jiang Xiaomei picked up the bag containing the man and tossed it aside. She tightened her grip on the spiked club and resumed her watchful stance behind the door, her eyes keenly observing the outside. That old man, letting the ugly guy get here first, and you went to the toy store to buy a digger? She muttered to herself. With your suspicious behavior, you're probably no good either. My club is itching for action. Hurry up and come in. A smug smile tugged at Jiang Xiaomei's lips. Hee hee, Lu Yi has been a guard for so long, without catching a single bad guy. I just started and already made a contribution. If I catch the principal's attention, I can definitely outshine Lu Yi. The more capable you are, the more work you get. As long as I earn enough merit, the principal will surely overlook a few things. Feeling a bit excited, Jiang Xiaomei kept her mental focus on the old man not far outside the academy. At her divine level, her mental powers were well concealed, undetectable unless the opponent was of a higher level. A mere level 300 nobody, daring to mess with the academy, she scoffed. Just wait, I'll use all 3,600 types of torture to dig out your mastermind. If I can't, I might as well not be called Jiang Xiaomei. Closer, even closer. Her eyes stayed glued to the movements outside the door. Outside, Lin Tian's heart was racing. He had actually arrived in Nion City quite a while ago, but to be honest, he wasn't ready to meet Shing yet. When we meet, Shinger will definitely have a lot of questions, he thought nervously. After all the hardships, her personality might be a bit extreme. What if she tells me to get lost right after I reveal everything? What should I do then? Lin Tian sighed. It's been ages with no word from Long Wu, and he doesn't even mention Shinger's personality or preferences. And then there's that girl Xiao Shuing. How she's doing at this so-called university is a mystery. At her rebellious age, she's bound to resent me for leaving her in this place. It's been almost 2 months, and the Academy of Great Nations hasn't raised any issues. They haven't mentioned joining the conflict again. Has she given up on me? Lin Tian was conflicted and his thoughts were in turmoil. By now, Liang Lao should have arrived. Perhaps Shinger has learned something from him and won't be too surprised by my appearance. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for has arrived. Shinger, you once stopped me from becoming a professional, from establishing my own academy, obstructing me time and again. Was it right or wrong? After handling Liang Lao's affairs, I'll move the academy to the Magic City and help you run it. Ordinary people don't live beyond 100 years. In that time, whatever you want, I'll give you. With this decision made, Lin Tian hesitated no longer and walked towards the academy's gates. Just then, bang! A dull thud hit the back of his head, and Lin Tian's head spun with dizziness, the world turning upside down. He turned around incredulously. Who ambushed me? But before he could see, his vision went black, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. Don't worry, I know my limits. He'll just pass out, won't be seriously hurt. A cheerful voice sounded behind him as Jiang Xiaomei laughed brightly. She covered them with a urea bag and dragged them towards the small forest by the lake. Which torture should I start with? Pulling out nails? No, that seems too cruel. If I accidentally kill this old man, it won't be good. The dean strictly said no killing. Ugh, it's annoying. Finally capturing 2 people, I have to extract some information. Yes, I can't let the dean look down on me. I'll torture this ugly guy first. Maybe the old man will get scared and talk. Jiang Xiaomei tied them to a tree and laughed coldly. She wasn't worried about them escaping. Once inside the academy, they turned into ordinary people, unable to cause trouble under the academy's rules. She tore off the tape, stuffed a mouth guard into the ugly man's mouth, and sealed it with black tape. She did the same to Lin Tian. After finishing, she let out a cold laugh and splashed a bucket of lake water on their faces. Whoosh! The icy lake water hit them. The ugly man shuddered, and Lin Tian suddenly awoke, their expressions almost identical. What the hell is going on? I'm a level 201 assassin, the mighty Poison King, and I got ambushed and captured. The pustule-faced man's look was full of surprise. What on earth is this? I'm level 300 and got ambushed and captured? Both of their gazes simultaneously fell on Jiang Xiaomei. Appraisal skill 0. The pustule-faced man was stunned, hurriedly trying to activate his skill, only to find he couldn't use it. A hint of panic appeared on his face as he desperately tried to access his attribute panel. Damn, my profession is gone. That's not possible. I'm the rarest Goo Master Poison King. How can this be? Lin Tian was equally stunned, quickly trying to activate his appraisal skill, but nothing happened. His eyes shifted, realizing a more serious problem. Even his attribute panel was gone. He tried to activate his professional powers, but all attributes remained inactive. The loss of his profession and powers struck him with fear. He looked up sharply, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at the beautiful woman before him. A terrifying thought flooded his mind. It's you. You're the one who made Shinger's profession disappear. This is insane. Does Xia Nation have an existence capable of erasing professions? It's over. Shinger is being persecuted. Long Wu isn't sending messages. Xiao Shuang told me to stop investigating anything about the Super God Academy. Have they all been controlled long ago? To erase even my profession? What kind of terrifying existence is this? This increasingly tense situation felt like a dark storm quietly approaching, beginning to consume Lin Tian's sanity. By the riverbank, amidst the reeds, it was already deep into the night. The silence over the pitch-black river was broken by the sound of a small boat's engine, as its silhouette slowly approached. It's here, brother, let's go? Our good days are finally coming. As the boat neared, a man excitedly grabbed Li Qixing's arm, pulling him swiftly towards the dock. Their footsteps were especially clear in the nighttime quiet. Are you really going? Li Qixing slowed his pace, his voice as calm as the river at night. The man stopped, his eyes gleaming with longing. Brother, if I miss this chance, I might never turn my life around. My buddy told me they need a lead foreman, and because of our relationship, he specifically held the position for me. He pulled out his phone, the screen's glow reflecting his excitement. Look, I just got the message. Earning millions in a year is no problem. Haha, he's urging me to hurry. If I don't get there before dawn, the spot won't be secure. Many are vying for it. Putting away his phone, the man patted Li Qixing's shoulder. Let's exchange contacts. When I make it big, I'll reach out. We're from the same place. I'll have your back. He eagerly asked for Li Qixing's number. No need. Let's leave it to fate. Seeing the man's eagerness to make money, Li Qixing shook his head slightly, politely declining. Once someone is lured, they won't turn back until they hit a wall. Li Qixing didn't try to persuade him further. Lifelong friends won't be swayed by a stranger's words. Leave it to fate, that's all he could say. Li Qixing was no savior. Until he safely entered the northern district of Myanmar, more words were futile. The boat docked, and the boatman, with a sullen face, said, 5,000. Crossing fee is 5,000 star coins. No money, no crossing. I'm risking a lot taking you across. As they stepped onto the unsteady planks, the boatman stretched out a rough hand, eyes glinting with greed. Cash only. I only take cash. All right, 5,000, right? I'll give it to you now. The man quickly unzipped the inner layer of his coat, pulling out a neatly folded wad of star coins. Hurry up, don't waste time. The boatman snatched the money, turning his greedy gaze to Li Qixing. Cash only. Li Qixing stood still, looking troubled. He had enough money in his account, but not much in cash. Out of money, the boatman sneered, throwing down a life buoy, pointing at it. No money, get off. Hold the rope. Everyone crossing is out to make a fortune. If you can't even invest this small amount, then jump in and clear your head. His voice turned menacing, eyes filled with murderous intent. Wait. Seeing Li Qixing short on cash, the man quickly stepped in. Brother, let me cover it for you. Meeting is fate. We're both far from home. The days of making big money are ahead. Who knows? In a few years, you might be doing better than me. The man smiled wryly, pulling out his remaining money. This is all I have left from years of hard work. Saved some for my mother's retirement. Haha, didn't expect to spend it all before even crossing. He hadn't finished counting before the boatman snatched it away. Li Qixing said nothing, just quietly watching, his face expressionless. Hey, your friend is no good, too quiet. It won't work out there. The boatman started the engine, and the boat slowly left the shore. Take advice from an old timer. Open up. Maybe luck will come your way. Li Qixing remained silent. After a few more words from the man, the boat fell into silence, with only the engine's sound echoing over the dark river. Time passed quickly, and soon, the boat crossed into the northern district of Myanmar, docking safely. Brother, we're here. Until we meet again. Remember my advice, be more open. With a slight bow to Li Qixing, the man ran excitedly towards the distant, brightly lit crowd. Because over there, someone was waving at him. Whoosh. Li Qixing watched the man leave, and with a slight flick of his finger, an invisible thread of mental energy snaked silently into the man's body. Take care. Withdrawing his gaze, Li Qixing slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled leisurely toward the bustling city center. He hadn't gone far when curious stares from the street began to pierce him like arrows. These looks were clearly appraising an Asian man, alone. Hey, buddy, looking for a place to stay? Cheapest inn in the North District, just 10 star coins a night, complete with blonde foreign girls for company. Two tall strangers suddenly blocked Li Qixing's path, their smiles full of ill intent. One of them grabbed Li Qixing's wrist with lightning speed, twisting it behind his back to hold him in place. Pal, you coming with us willingly, or do we need to show you some hospitality first? Why waste words? Knock him out. Yeah, knock him out so we don't need to bother with a hood. Boom. One of them suddenly swung a fist toward Li Qixing's back. Before the punch could land, a red glow emerged from Li Qixing, silently activating a double backlash blood armor. Thud. The tall man was flung backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his condition unknown. You're an adept? The other tall man widened his eyes, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, an adept. This guy's worth 3 million. The commotion immediately drew everyone's attention on the street, eyes glinting with greed, many already gearing up for action. Li Qixing remained unfazed by the reactions around him, his powerful mental energy rippling outwards. Meanwhile, his celestial eye quietly opened. Almost instantly, his mental energy enveloped the entire North District. Is it here? Under his mental probe, an old factory came into Li Qixing's awareness. The space before him tore like fabric, and Li Qixing's figure vanished from the spot. Inside the factory, under dim lighting, a bespectacled man was focused on typing away at a keyboard. Master Yao, I found it. Super God Academy. Looking for me? The space subtly shifted, and Li Qixing's figure appeared out of nowhere in the factory, his calm voice instantly drawing everyone's attention. Popped out of thin air, wow, 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 out of thin air. In the factory, Wang Junjun clapped excitedly. An adept, and a high-level one at that. Quick, let me guess, did you use a teleportation scroll? Or a teleportation array? Or maybe, rip through space? Come on, tell me, how did you do it? Wang Junjun held a small knife, a nearly manic grin on his face. You don't have a panel, but I don't believe you're just an ordinary person. I'm so curious. Can you lift your shirt and let me see? Your kidneys must be huge, right? Li Qixing glanced at Wang Junjun indifferently, slowly walking to a chair and sitting down, lighting a cigar from the table. Master Yao. He took a puff, frowning slightly. A bit harsh. Yes, yes, that's me. Wang Junjun, nicknamed Master Yao, specializing in kidneys. Wang Junjun wiped his hands on his clothes repeatedly, as if trying to make his bloodstained hands look clean. Friend, did you take the job? From the Super God Academy in Xia. You're the bespectacled one, and there's a dark mage too. Li Qixing scanned the people in the factory, accurately naming each one. Dark mage? Oh right, there's a dark mage too. I'll call him back right away. Wang Junjun grinned. Haha, are you planning to take us all down? I'll call him, call everyone back. The whole North District, they're all my people, I'll call them all. Just wait, very soon. Suddenly, Wang Junjun dropped his smile, shouting angrily. What the hell are you all standing around for? Someone's here to kill us, and you're just watching? Do I have to beg you to help me kill him? Can't you see his strength? Can't a few of you go and test him? Do I really have to do everything myself? How can we not test his strength if we can't see it clearly? Can't a few of you handle it? Do I have to do it myself? Wang Junjun roared angrily, his face twisted with rage. Whoosh. In the factory, everyone moved almost simultaneously. They accelerated towards Li Qixing like a swift gust of wind. Before the crowd could fully approach, Wang Junjun shouted, "Why the panic? Stop right there and wait." Li Qixing's eyes narrowed slightly, and the air instantly became tense. Buzz. He gently unleashed the might of a dragon, an irresistible pressure spreading outwards. In an instant, the approaching professionals halted, their eyes rolling back, and they fell to the ground like kites with broken strings, limbs twitching, unconscious. So you're the waste god, huh? Call someone over. Li Qixing's voice echoed calmly in the factory, his gaze cool as he looked at Wang Junjun. Wang Junjun's face was filled with shock and delight. In just one move, you've taken down half the people in my factory? Excellent, truly excellent. He laughed heartily, unable to hide his excitement. Everyone who enters my factory is at least a 6th cataclysm level professional. Yet you can easily knock them down. No, they aren't dead, just unconscious. This is interesting, very interesting. Who are you really? A hint of fervor flashed in his eyes. Are you a deity? A deity of Xiao? The northern district may be backward, but it's still within the protective array of Myanmar. How did you bypass it? How did you manage this? Why not join me? Be my second in command. The position is yours. Wang Junjun's eyes shone with anticipation. It's been decades since someone like you appeared in the northern district. Think it over, don't want to? You don't know what's good for you. But that's fine. Give me a chance to help you reach the top, and together we'll overturn the current order, dethrone the old man above me, and rule the northern district. Before he finished speaking, his eyes lit up, his tone more urgent. Tell me, don't hesitate. Miss this chance, and it's gone. However, Li Qixing gave no response. Instead, he moved abruptly before Wang Junjun could finish his words. Whoosh. Li Qixing tapped the ground lightly with one foot and vanished instantly. In the next moment, he appeared before Wang Junjun, the sharp blade tearing through his clothes, aiming directly at his waist. Boom. At that instant, as the blade touched Li Qixing's skin, a blood-red light burst forth, spreading a shockwave like thunder. Wang Junjun's body was flung back by the powerful counterforce, flying 10 meters away, his right hand bleeding profusely. He stared wide-eyed at his hand in disbelief. Bleeding? I'm bleeding? This is my blood. Wang Junjun's voice was almost breaking with excitement. Oh my, I'm actually bleeding. Is this a counter-injury defense artifact? A divine artifact, right? His eager eyes were fixed on Li Qixing. This is an incredible surprise, truly thrilling. What other cards do you have? Are you a deity of Xiao? With a divine artifact, possessing such strong defense, I never imagined. His face flushed with urgency, and with a flick of his wrist, dozens of dungeon portals lit up behind him. Each portal glowed brightly, with resources ranging from class to class, of immeasurable value. Look, I have money, more star coins than you can count. Wang Junjun flipped his hand again, and money flooded out like a torrent, filling the entire factory. And I have more. His eyes flashed, and suddenly his mental power spread out, encompassing the entire northern district. All his options were laid out before Li Qixing. Get back here, you bastards. The headquarters are about to be destroyed, and you still have the nerve to go shopping? Get back here and join me in hell. Someone's trying to kill me. Wang Junjun's voice echoed in the ears of every underling, cold and piercing. With his furious shout, everyone, including those he had tamed and forced into submission, rushed towards the factory like a swarm of ants. I have to do everything myself, even the smallest things. Wang Junjun's rage almost left him breathless. I'm in so much pain. Little brother, please take me away, along with my resources, take my life, will you? If possible, I beg you, I beg you. His tone suddenly changed, carrying a hint of desperate mockery. Ha ha ha, little brother, I was lying. How about I take your kidney instead? Buzz Wang Junjun's eyes widened suddenly, emitting a blood-red glow. The wind in the northern district turned as sharp as a knife, and an oppressive unease filled the air. I am the sky, Wang Junjun roared, his powerful aura sweeping out like a storm. As he spoke, a deafening beastly roar emerged from the darkness behind him. Crimson eyes flickered like two flames in the night. The wind at the factory became fierce, and star coins whirled violently, tearing through the air. Wang Junjun bent his legs, leapt lightly, and landed steadily on the head of the gradually emerging giant beast. The beast's gaze was filled with profound fury and longing. Sin, power, and money, they are the roots of all evil. Wang Junjun clapped his hands forcefully, and the world seemed to shudder. Let this sin remain with me. The beast roared again, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Bang! A loud crash shook the ground. The factory's roof was ripped apart, and intense blood-red moonlight shone down. Qixing looked up coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotion, gazing at the darkness gathering under the crimson light. Since everyone is here, Qixing began slowly, his fingers slightly spread, and then clenched into a fist. Wang Shun, you've done me a great favor. His voice was chilling and merciless. You gathered all those who wanted to escape. Now you can all go together. As he spoke, a powerful gravity erupted from Qixing, compressing the surrounding air. With a gentle clench of his right fist, the space in front of him trembled slightly. Come on, show me what you've got, Qixing sneered, his voice carrying an undeniable intimidation. Roar! The beast let out another deafening roar, but just as it was about to attack, Qixing casually swung a punch, as if it were child's play. What seemed like an ordinary punch triggered a massive storm in the air. The star coins were instantly collected by him, and the resources scattered on the ground ceased to float under his control. Thank you for the resources. Qixing turned with a slight smile, as the gravity in his hand spread once more. Taking a step forward, Qixing's body seemed to glide on an invisible current, gently rising. Boom! A wave of supergravity swept across the entire northern district. With a thunderous noise, the ground began to crack violently, and space was torn into countless fissures. The cracking of space was terrifying, and everyone, including the hidden dark mage, Wang Junjun, and other resisting figures, were all pressed to the ground, unable to move. Under the weight of gravity, the buildings in the northern district collapsed. Dust and debris filled the air, and everything was reduced to powder in an instant. With that massive tremor, a bottomless abyss opened up in the ground. At that moment, everything in the northern district of Myanmar was completely erased under Qixing's mental control. Under the forceful blow, everything turned to dust. The northern region of Myanmar was forcibly erased from the world map, and simultaneously, a massive hidden formation in a secluded town within the Tibetan Qinghai Plateau of China shattered. Within the town, sword energy surged and lingered. The sharp intent of the sword sliced the buildings into pieces, the earth cracked open with gaping wounds, and the mountains were leveled, as if slicing through tofu. An oppressive aura of a sword deity enveloped the entire valley. Who are you? An elderly man lay amidst the ruins, his body pierced by sword energy, struggling to utter his final words. Security from the Super God Academy, Long Wu. Before the words fully left his mouth, the sword energy had already torn through space. The man in a security uniform, with two swords at his waist, turned and left, leaving only disbelief reflected in the old man's dimming eyes. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded in various locations. In Death Valley, Lupai stood atop a peak, looking at the lava-covered landscape, complaining, "The Death Guild is really trash, running all night just to activate one skill. I need to learn a flying skill when I get back. I can't keep running like this." With that, he activated his agility and sprinted away. In the far north, lightning filled the sky. Lin Suying stood amid the flashes, shaking her head dismissively. Only level 410 and you dare to claim dominance? The leader can't even withstand a single lightning strike, truly weak. In no time, storms swept across China. A mass murderer perished in a tornado of flames. The skeletal remains of a burial ground were torn apart by a dragon, and even the once overbearing evil god had his head obliterated by an unknown force. These forces, which had long troubled China, were successively annihilated. The professional forum exploded with activity. The assassin organization in the Tibetan Qinghai Plateau was wiped out. It's true. I saw with my own eyes, a single sword destroyed the whole organization. Justice served. Those assassins ruined my family, made me deliver food for 10 years. Survivor from the Lost City here, asking if the Avenger Master is taking disciples? Can the Master also deal with that restless little island across the sea? On the forum, countless people were either grateful or fired up. One user's comment stood out. My father was an 8th rank king-level powerhouse, but his flesh was refined and his bones manipulated by the burial ground skeletons. Now that beast is finally slain, justice prevails. Ah, finally that beast is dead. Father, if you're watching over us, please bless me with wealth and prosperity. I promise to repay the one who avenged you. The professional forum erupted into a frenzy, the clatter of keyboards almost igniting the air as everyone celebrated this victory. Amidst these excited voices, certain shadowy factions trembled in the dark. The Xia Kingdom used such ruthless measures. Did they summon all the deities? I guess I need to change my tactics. If my identity as a spy is exposed, I might not escape death. I must quickly inform my subordinates to keep a low profile and behave themselves. Meanwhile, the fortune of the Xia Kingdom was quietly rising, and the nation's power was becoming stronger. In the Resource Management Bureau of the Demon City, a series of crisp notification sounds echoed in the spacious warehouse. Each sound signified the completion of a task. The first notification sounded repeatedly. National Fortune Task Monument Notification. The task of exterminating the burial ground skeletons has been completed. The rewards from the Dragon Emperor's task will soon be transferred from the warehouse. National Fortune Task Monument Notification. The task of exterminating the Death Guild has been completed. The rewards from the Dragon Emperor's task will soon be transferred from the warehouse. National Fortune Task Monument Notification. The task of exterminating the assassin organization Cobra has been completed. The rewards from the Dragon Emperor's task will soon be transferred from the warehouse. In just a short moment, the notification sounds echoed one after another in the warehouse. Wang Wu was busy handling logistics when he suddenly froze. What's going on? He widened his eyes, staring at the information before him. 9 tasks, all completed? How is that possible? He stared in shock at the warehouse, where resources sealed by the Dragon Emperor were disappearing one batch after another, as if drawn away by some invisible force. They're completed. The tasks for the great nation's fortune are truly completed. Does this mean the Xia Kingdom can rise more steadily now? The thought flashed through Wang Wu's mind like lightning. He suddenly thought of those vast powers that, despite centuries of accumulation, had made no progress and were even regressing. It seemed the Special Operations Bureau and the Dark Division had mobilized considerable strength. Elder Liang truly had foresight. By entrusting the tasks to Xing's Academy, the nation was sure to lend a hand, and Xing could effortlessly reap the benefits. Wang Wu had a sudden thought. The tasks are completed, why not hold a memorial for Elder Liang? He pulled out his phone and quickly sent a message to the group of veteran generals. Everyone, thank you all for your hard work. Now that the crisis is resolved, let's hold an impromptu meeting to pay tribute to Elder Liang. I never imagined that the Special Operations Bureau and the War Bureau had such capabilities. This logistics old demur has truly been out of touch. Less than an hour later, Wang Wu sent a few more messages. War Bureau Lin Tian, Special Operations Bureau Meng Shang. Can you tell me if there's been any appearance of second transition deities among the new generals recently? If there really are, then the War Bureau's resources can continue to be supplemented. Wang Wu sent the messages with a smile, feeling delighted. However, Meng Shang from the War Bureau was somewhat confused upon seeing them. Old Wang, what do you mean? The tasks are completed? What tasks? The ones released by the Dragon Emperor? I'm still busy deploying troops. The situation with Elder Liang is keeping me swamped. I can't even spare the time to deal with any tasks. Meng Xing's tone carried a hint of helplessness, clearly not immediately understanding Wang Wu's meaning. But Wang Wu was already in high spirits, seemingly filled with anticipation for the future. Wasn't it you who took down the assassin organization? Wang Wu's voice echoed throughout the warehouse, his face etched with shock. Damn it, what on earth? Could old Liang have summoned those reclusive, old monsters? He quickly typed a command into the communicator. Emergency meeting, call an emergency meeting, everyone, gather in the council hall immediately. Wang Wu's expression shifted from shock to excitement, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. If old Liang could really bring out those ancient masters from the Xia Kingdom, the National Defense Formation might be able to extend a few more kilometers into the sea. As he was lost in this thrilling possibility, the warehouse's notification system chimed again. The National Mission Monument indicates the mission of annihilating the northern region of Myanmar is complete. The rewards issued by the Dragon Emperor are about to be transferred from the warehouse. What? Wang Wu stood frozen, his brow furrowed. The first 9 missions were all domestic, but to annihilate Myanmar's northern region? That would require breaking through another country's protective formation. Goodness, are those 2 old guys from the Foreign Affairs Department really that capable? He muttered to himself. Did the Dragon Emperor send them for negotiations, and they just wiped them out? Are we on the brink of war? A chill ran down his spine as Wang Wu jolted with realization, quickly sending a message to the group. Foreign Affairs Yang Zhongmi, Old Yang. Did your aggressive faction take down Myanmar? Yang Zhongyi replied swiftly. No, we're still negotiating with the peace faction over there. We haven't even headed to Myanmar yet. What's going on? Is there any new development? Wang Wu stared at the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. Damn it, call an emergency meeting. Immediately. The Xia Kingdom is in chaos. Where's the Dark Division? Stop lurking and come out for a debrief. The Dark Division's response was brief and serious. My team just verified the data. Veterans, prepare yourselves mentally. I'll see you at the council hall shortly. 10 minutes later, within the highest council hall of the Xia Kingdom, the country's senior officials had all assembled. The head of the Dark Division, 2 foreign envoys, and other top-level personnel were present, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Where's Lin Tian? Wang Wu asked, scanning the room. Special Operations Bureau's Meng Sheng promptly replied. He should be at Shing Academy in Nion City. Just say what needs to be said, and I'll pass it on to him. Wang Wu's sharp gaze turned to the head of the Dark Division. Let's have the Dark Division explain today's events. I can't believe something this serious happened without their knowledge. The head of the Dark Division wore a serious expression as he began to speak. Notify the Dragon Emperor. This is no small matter. The Dragon Emperor is still in the secret realm and won't be out anytime soon. Wang Wu explained, flipping open a small notebook. He's about to reach the level cap and might remain there for a while. Just go ahead and speak. All right, I'll be brief. The head of the Dark Division squinted, his expression growing more solemn. He flipped his wrist, inadvertently revealing a comic book with a voluptuous woman on the cover. The first issue, my drunk sister-in-law climbed into my bed at midnight. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed sharply, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Sorry, wrong file. He calmly put away the comic, flipping his wrist again to regain composure. First issue, the assassin organization Deadly Cobra has been eliminated. The organization had 37 assassins, and now only the last rank Poison King is missing. The rest have been killed. All of them killed. Only one left. The expressions of those present turned grave. These assassins were elusive, often working as top-tier infiltrators and attackers. And yet, only one got away. Listening to the Dark Division head, everyone's demeanor grew increasingly serious. They had been aware of these forces being obliterated before arriving. But to leave only one person escaping, what kind of level must one possess to achieve that? Special Forces Commander Meng Sheng squinted his eyes, his tone filled with disbelief. He stared closely at the head of the secret department. Could it be the work of a second-tier deity? The head of the secret department shook his head slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Based on the investigation and the residual energy from the skills used, the attacker was a swordsman. Judging by the lingering aura and the extent of the destruction, this individual's level is at least LV 1000. LV 1000. Everyone present gasped. This news hit them like a hammer, leaving them incredulous. Even Meng Sheng from the special forces of the Xia Nation barely reached this level. Among the new generation in the Xia Nation, only a handful have attained such a level. In the deity system, apart from the most exceptional 10th-tier deities, the levels increase by hundreds. LV 1000 signifies reaching the fearsome 8th-tier deity realm. Such power is unmatched, even by the reclusive old monsters. Ridiculous, an old general exclaimed sharply. How could such an existence be in the Xia Nation? Even globally, in the most populous countries, 8th-tier deities are extremely rare. Our Dragon Emperor is only at LV 800. Are you sure there's no mistake? The head of the secret department scoffed. Do you think there's only one 8th-tier deity? He then elaborated on other situations. There was a LV 1000 magma mage from the Death Guild. The relentless thunder in the far north was merely the aftermath of a lightning mage. The butcher was burned alive. And most shockingly, an evil deity's head was shattered by a power only someone like Leon could wield. Moreover, the head of the secret department's expression grew more serious. The space at the scene was completely erased, forming a black hole that is still being repaired. According to our estimates, the caster's level is at least LV 2000. As everyone was still processing these unbelievable reports, the head of the secret department's phone suddenly buzzed with a text message. His face twisted with urgency as he stood up abruptly and shouted, "Where is the blood god of the secret department? Lin is in trouble. Find Lin's whereabouts immediately. Hurry." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.